side of the track. Myers tagging at third. Longoria, he'll come in to score. Also tagging up, going to third, J.D. Davis. And the Giants take a 1-0 lead.
Productive out right there. Hit it well, and he had to hit a deep fly ball. Again, Longoria, they don't want him testing that leg too much. Drove him back about 30 feet from the wall. Plenty deep enough, and a great job by J.D. Davis to tag up as well. So runner at third base.
Credit NBC Sports Bay Area for the audio. John Miller and Javi Lopez were on the call for that inning, as that was the lone sacrifice fly. Shasky, they got a run with the bases loaded, but they only got one run out of it, and then ended up being a 1-0 game. And on the backs of some great defense, a couple of great defensive plays, a great closeout by Camilo Doval, and a great start by Alex Wood, the Giants start this first game with the Padres post-All-Star break with a 1-0 win. And good morning, Shasky.
I mean, these are the kinds of wins that make you feel good about not giving up on the season.
I mean, yesterday, Dave Fleming said, all right, you got to go 7-2 against the Padres for the rest of the way. So 7-2 against the Padres. 1-0 so far.
Well, those are the kind of games that feel like late September, early October types of games. Pitching duel, situational hitting, situational defense, your closer coming in and out of the pen and going through a murderer's row, if you will, of players to get the actual save. I mean, the development of Camilo Doval we can get to in a second, but to me, it's starting with one guy, and I'm going to continue to keep saying this. I've been all over this the last couple of weeks since he came up and he's come back. It feels like to me, during the worst stretch of baseball the Giants have played in multiple years, Joey Bart has emerged out of the ashes, and he is the Phoenix. He is the dude that I'm looking at right now, and I'm saying, I feel like he's the best player on the team right now, and I feel like he knows it. His confidence feels like it's through the roof. We're going to get to the tag in a second, but the at-bat that he had where he didn't get one fastball, all right, and he drew a walk to make the bases loaded early in the game. I don't think they scored a run in that sequence. That was a hell of an at-bat. Just an absolute mature at-bat that he wouldn't have had 2 months ago. He would have struck out in that at-bat 4 or 5 different times.
Yeah, no, they actually scored that was right after the sacrifice fly that we just played. So there was also the at-bat in the 9th inning.
Yes.
When he comes up and he's just, the way that he looked against Hader. You know, Josh Hader, I'm not going to lie to you, Shasky. I totally forgot that Josh Hader was on the Padres.
Yeah, it was a hell of a trade.
I totally forgot about that. They did that prior to all the big moves that they made. We were so focused on Soto and Bell and Brandon Drury. Totally forgot about Josh Hader still, even though the numbers aren't necessarily the same. He's still one of the better closers in the game. So when he comes in, I'm like, oh boy, here we go. And when Joey Bart was up to bat against him, though, he was looking for his pitch, and then he took it looked like a slider that was low and inside. It was to his back foot, and he swings at it and he hacks at it, but then he walks across the other batter's box, and he just is nodding his head like, yeah, all right. That's a good one there, but you know what? I'm going to get the next one. Like, that confidence is there. So you're right. Even though he did strike out a couple of times yesterday, you're still seeing progress with Joey Bart, not only at the plate, but what he's doing on defense.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He looks like a totally different player. And I think if there's one silver lining for this year, whether you make the playoffs or not, you got to come out of it with a couple of studs, right? Like, that's what you're hoping. It feels like Doval and Joey Bart. Obviously, Logan Webb building on last year is very remarkable. But those two emerging as everyday players, that's big for this organization. It's absolutely huge. And so I love where Joey Bart's at confidence-wise. He just looks completely different when he gets in the box.
Yeah, and you can't tell me that if he's looking down at AAA or AA or single A, and he's seeing that they're constantly signing catchers for some reason. Like the Giants,
Patrick Bailey's not developing,
and he's
Let's
not.
Just call it what it is.
Patrick Bailey's not. So you'd think that Joey Bart's looking down there, thinking, "All right, you know what? This is my job to take. I don't have anybody. I don't have anybody waiting for me. I don't really have much pressure on me right now because of the guys that are waiting behind me. Like, I'm the guy, and I think he understands that.
And what's the one area that the Giants desperately need? Right-handed pop.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
They desperately need right-handed pop, and so it's just what the doctor ordered in terms of lineup diversity.
Something where you feel like this player is actually going to get a hit and hit with power.
Yes.
Like when Darren Ruff would come to the plate, when Darren Ruff was still on this team,
yes,
every time he'd hit a home run, it'd be more of a surprise.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't go to that, you're not going to that bat thinking, oh yeah, he's going to hit a home run here. Every time he'd do it, it'd be like, whoa! What do you know? Darren Ruff got a bat on the ball. And normally when he did, it would sail. But with Joey Bart, feels like when he's getting up to the box, like you're confident that he's going to get a hit right now. That's how well he's been playing.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is like a moving target on a team like the Giants where there's no clear-cut number one guy, right? So it's constantly evolving, almost like a lava lamp, if you will. Right now, I really feel like Joey Bart's the best all-around player on the team right now. Now, that could change, and he can go into a slump. You have so many streaky guys on this team. Belt and Crawford are extremely streaky, and I'm not taking away. Their resumes are so much more comprehensive than where Joey Bart's at. I'm talking about form, like who's playing the best baseball right now. And offensively and defensively, I feel like it's Joey Bart. Again, it can change, but I want to give the guys flowers. And I just look at Giants and I'm going to ask you, 888-957-9570. Is he your favorite player on the team right now? Like, seriously, of the everyday players, we're all going to love Logan Webb. We're going to love Rodon and Doval. But of the everyday players, doesn't he feel like he's your favorite player? Because he is for me.
888-957-9570. That's the Comcast Business Text line. That's also the phone number if you'd like to weigh in. Is Joey Bart your guy on the Giants right now? Is it Camilo Doval? We'll get to him in a second. But,
that guy.
But real quick, on Joey Bart, I want to start off with this because Alex Wood was awesome yesterday.
He went 6 again. Last 3 starts, he's gone into the 5th and the middle one against the Dodgers. 6 1/3, 6 2/3, bang, bang. He has been absolutely nails the last couple of weeks. They're going to have 3 10-game winners.
Gave up 3 hits, struck out 5, 6 1/3, like you mentioned.
Brilliant.
Then John Brebbia comes in, and the reason that he was taken out with 6 1/3 is because Alex Wood, when he was in the 7th, he gave up the base hit to Brandon Drury with 1 out. Then John Brebbia comes in.
You know what my dad calls him?
What's that?
The bucket. Because every time he comes in, we're bailing water out of this boat.
I was wondering where you were going to go there. But he comes in, then Ha-Seong Kim hits one to left field, and this is the play that everybody's talking about from last night. This is one of the best plays that we've seen from the Giants defense in quite some time.
Line pass to Reese Davis. Toward the corner. Drury coming to third. And they're going to send him. Crawford. Home. Tag. Not in time. Bart thinks he got him. What a tag by Joey.
Oh, my gosh.
Giants want to look at this one. Kim ends up at third. Gabe Kapler wants the challenge. For now, the game is tied.
100% you got to look at it. Doesn't matter. Take a peek. What a pick.
I think he got him.
Man, that's going to be close.
Holy smokes.
San Francisco is challenging the safe call at home plate.
Well, you got 40,000 people telling, the 40,000 umpires telling you that he's safe.
Upon review, the call on the field is overturned. The runner is out. San Francisco retains their challenge.
NBC Sports Bay Area on the call. Dave Fleming this time on the play-by-play.
Layers to this play. Let's start at the top. How many times have the Giants airmailed the cut?
God, it's too many to count.
I mean, you could count how many times they've hit the cut
on
one hand, right? So Luis Gonzalez, who had a really nice night defensively, he made another play where he just made a great play off the wall and held Machado to one.
Yeah.
Luis Gonzalez makes a hell of a play to get rid of it, hits Crawford in stride. Crawford, beautiful little crow hop as he receives the relay and throws an absolute dart. Anybody who's ever worn a catcher's glove knows it's so hard to dig one out that's a short hop like that coming from, one of the cutoff guys. And he makes an unbelievable stab and pick. And then, boom, the instant tag as the hand goes up in the air. This is why I hate sliding head first. But the hand goes up in the air ever so carefully. It's one of the great plays of his young career already.
They're going back to Game 2 of the World Series in 2012, the relay that got Prince Fielder from Marco Scutaro. That's one that everybody's talking about. Before we actually continue on with that play, do you think he was safe?
I don't know. I'm shocked.
What'd you think when you were watching the replay? When you were watching in real time?
In real time, I thought they had him. Like, I legitimately thought they had him. Then we saw the replay, and I was like, one replay looked like he was safe. The other replay looked like he was out. I couldn't tell. From 3 angles, I thought he kind of got in there.
Yeah.
In terms of being safe.
Right.
And I'm shocked they overturned it. I truly am shocked. I thought there was inconclusive evidence is the way I would describe it.
I'm with you. There was. But that also doesn't... I was with you, dude. I was watching that and I was thinking... you know what I mean? I was like Tony Romo watching that playoff game. Ooh,
yeah. Like, so my rule of these things, like, if you call it on the field one way and it kind of feels inconclusive, then you roll with what was called on the field. Like, to me, that's just the way I view it. And
there's got to be enough evidence to overturn it, and it didn't feel like in real time there was enough to overturn it.
Shocked. And then the crowd reacting the way they did, throwing things onto the field. Now, this is the same team. Jurickson Profar was ripping the Giants fans for throwing things onto the field when things didn't go their way. I forget what the context was of that, but remember, Jurickson Profar was in Oracle Park earlier this year, and people were throwing things onto the field. And so, hey, takes one to know one. You know, be careful what you ask for, because your fans aren't perfect either.
Yeah, they kept...
Stop throwing things on the field. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
No, you're fine.
What are fans doing? Like, what are we doing? Why are you doing? What is like compelling you to like throw stuff on the field? It really bugs me. Like, I don't like when people insert themselves into the field of play. Like, I'm not saying it's a felonious act, because that's a little strong.
Right.
It's just stupid.
Yeah. It's just disrespectful, too. It's gonna extend the game. I mean, you and I gotta come in here in the morning and talk about this thing. I'm not gonna lie, there was a point where I'm just thinking, God, this thing's only a 1-0 game. It's lasted past 10 o'clock. Like, this thing needs to end, man. I got to wake up in the morning.
Now you feel me on the 7-inning games.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know about the 7-inning games. Maybe an earlier start time.
Well, that I'm all in on.
Maybe the earlier start time. Maybe the 6 o'clock start time. I'm in on that.
You can't have 162 episodes a year of 3.5-hour baseball. Like, that's just, no one is subscribing to that. Like, Netflix would never greenlight that model of a product.
Yeah, you can't have the last episode of Stranger Things as every episode, which is like 2 hours and 45 minutes long.
I've been stuck on that episode, and I keep falling asleep during the middle of that episode. The last one, however long it is, I can't get through it. And I keep falling asleep, so I have to rewind, and I'm not sure exactly where I'm at.
Yeah.
Neither here nor there.
From the 650, crazy. The Padres are 1-5 with Soto.
Hey.
Let's be real. He wasn't going to change anything with the Giants. I'm going to take that with a grain of salt, though, because they played against the Rockies, and they've also played against the Dodgers. Tough series against the Dodgers, one against the Giants.
Dodgers are the best team in baseball by far right now. Yeah. And they're playing the best brand of baseball.
So give it some time, all right? Give it some time.
One thing that I noticed during the game, a couple things with Juan Soto. First, doggy, get in the box. This readjusting of the gloves on every single pitch. His at-bat takes 17 minutes because the guy won't get in the box.
Yeah.
Get in the box. Like, I would sit there.
He's not going to.
Yeah, well, I would sit there and I'd be like, get in the box, dog. I'm about to throw one at your head if you don't hurry up.
Yeah, but then he's trying to control the tempo. He's trying to control the at-bats. Well, that's what he does.
Yeah, get the bow tie guy. Get me Roger Clemens out there to teach some of our guys to throw at somebody.
Well, that's why he's been walked as many times as he has up to the age of 24.
That stat, by the way, was wild.
God, well, who did
he had 489 walks, which is the most ever at his age in the history of baseball.
It was tied with he's gonna surpass that because he's still in 24. Yeah, Mel Ott was at the top. I think Ted Williams was the other guy at the top too. But Juan, like, that's what he does. He controls the tempo. He does the Soto shuffle and all that.
But the rule is you have to keep one foot in the box.
Right.
Like, if you watch the old school baseball, we would go through these pitches much quicker when guys actually stayed in the box. And this is why the game is lasting 3.5 hours. It's not just pitch counts. Stay in the box. Yeah. Like, you're going nowhere. Why are you readjusting your gloves, which are on as tight as possible? No more Garcia Parra, a.k.a. Juan Soto. Yeah. Stay in the box.
They even put that into the video games for Nomar. They did the glove strap thing in MLB 2010, the show.
If Barry Bonds, the greatest hitter of all time, can just stand in the box waiting for you, I think it's okay for Juan Soto to stay in the box. Yeah. No one controlled the tempo better than Barry Bonds. Stay in the box. Well, that's all we're saying.
Well, that's what he wants to do, and he's not going to change that just because we're yelling out about it on the radio. But I do want to get back to that play. Because
it might have been the play that saved their season.
I go back to Austin Wins and that play that Lubman sent us when he sent us the screenshot as we're watching the game, and Austin Wins is positioned behind home plate.
It's like
behind home plate.
Fundamentals 101. And the throw's coming from the inside of the field.
Yes.
So he would basically be receiving the ball in the path of the runner coming down. It's a horrible angle for a catcher. You would never teach a little leaguer to receive the ball there.
But what have we talked about so much with these Giants the past couple of weeks, Shasky, is Bonte Hill will be back.
Defensive
next
fundamentals.
Monday. Fundamentals.
Defensive fundamentals.
Fundamentals. And that's what fundamental baseball is. It's, hey, get it to the cutoff man as quick as possible. Get it on his glove side, especially if he's a right-hander, which he normally is because he's playing on the left side of the infield. So get it to his glove side, and the infielder That throw by Crawford was a strike, man. That was a rocket to home.
And those are the hardest ones the short hop ones like that coming into home, because you never know how it's going to bounce off that dirt, right? Off the grass is one thing. Off the dirt like that, that's a hell of a play. And if you think about it, like we just celebrated Buster Posey, one of the greatest catchers in the history of the game defensively, right? Everyone agrees. For him to make that stab at that moment, Joey Bart, that's one of those I've arrived moments. What's his face? Buster Posey, I can only off the top of my head think of two moments where he made catches like that at the plate. One of them was Aaron Rowan in the 2010 playoffs, where Aaron Rowan, airmailed one over the cutoff and it like 6-hopped
I remember
into
that.
home plate.
Yeah.
And Buster made a hell of a play where he caught it between the legs and the guy slid right into him. The other one was obviously in the World Series. Scott Cousins throw to the side, but the one in the World Series where they nailed Prince Fielder down the line on an unbelievable play.
I'm not going to. That's the one that everyone's going back to as well. That's the best relay since the 2012 World Series. I'm going to take Dave Fleming's word for it, but going back 10 years, like if you haven't completed a relay in 10 years, then you've got some problems with your team if you haven't completed a relay like that.
Well, I'm sure there's other ones, but that just sticks out in everyone's head.
It will.
And the way Prince Fielder got hosed at the plate, and it was in the World Series, so we magnify everything.
In game 2. And they ended up winning 2-0. But I think that...
Look at you, flexing. That's Bonte levels of detail.
Of unnecessary information that doesn't need to be said.
I love that. That chair is really wearing on you.
888-957-9570 is the Comcast business text line. For the 650, Bart has been my guy. Big Duck Hunter. Love that stuff. I'm a huge supporter. Glad to see him figuring it out.
Duck Hunter, did you stick the gun right to the television when you played the Nintendo game?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Everyone did.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I thought that was going to get him instantly.
Yeah, that's a great game. Real quick on Brebbia. I got these from Sam Lubman.
Oh, good.
Okay, John Brebbia, a.k.a. The Bucket, he, during innings 6 through 8, so 6th and 7th and 8th inning, he has 44 appearances with a 1.75 ERA. 36 innings pitched, 30 Ks, only 9 walks, only given up 7 runs in those 44 appearances. The other innings, so anything not the 6th, 7th, and 8th, a 7.11 ERA in 15 appearances, 10 runs, and it's just bad. So he's actually been a lot better contextually in these tight games than maybe I'm giving him credit for.
Well, so
I'm maybe doing, a little bit of comparative shopping on the eyeballs.
Now, this I might have to know as a radio host on 95.7 The Game, but I'm really, as you say, I'm asking out loud here, Shasky.
Yeah, I love that. That's the way I do it. It's me saying something that I want to say, but I don't have the guts to say it because I don't want to get canceled by the audience.
But the 1.75 ERA, I mean, yesterday, isn't there, when he comes in for 6 and a third, I mean, isn't there something to the earned runs going to that starting pitcher?
Yeah, no doubt. Look,
So,
you can give up that first run if it's an inherited runner.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Those times could be flawed because John Brebbia, whenever I see John Brebbia come in, it feels like feels like whenever the bases are loaded, there's 2 runners on, bases are cleared when Brebbia comes in.
I mean, yes, I agree with you on that one.
So I'm going to take that with a little grain of salt, tiny grain of salt.
Well, and the other thing with the Giants, and look at you advanced analytics nerds, if you're out there, all right? If you're out there, like, I can't stand you. I hate you. I hate you analytics nerds. But can I get the data on unproductive outs from the Giants with runners in scoring position? I'm not talking about how many outs they've made in general. I'm talking about where they put a ball in play where no one moves. A comebacker right to the pitcher. A pop-up to the shortstop where no one can tag up. A strikeout. They have to lead the majors in the history of baseball for this particular season in terms of unproductive outs. It drives me crazy.
So Lubman gave us a stat on the rundown here. Producer Sam Lubman. And it was going back to the Dodgers series. The Giants are 0-11 with 2 walks and a sac fly in their last 13 plate appearances with the bases loaded. 0 for 7.
11?
Okay, yeah, but that's just going back to the Dodgers series.
Oh, my God.
I got the numbers from post All-Star break right here.
Give it to me.
They've had 27 plate appearances.
With the bases loaded.
Which is by far the most since the All-Star break. The next team up is the Brewers, who have had 22. So they've had 5 less plate appearances with the bases loaded. In that time, they've garnered 3 hits, had 12 RBIs in total, which if you take the amount of at-bats is not very much. They've struck out 10 times, they've walked 3, and hit 1 sac fly.
They've struck out 10 times. So this is
it's
where...
good for a 130 average, Shasky.
I will always stay on this side. I don't care what the data tells people. Strikeouts are bad for your team.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. Put the ball in play. It puts pressure on the defense to make a play, and also it moves the runners around. Not all the time, but when you put the ball in play, good things happen. I will go to my grave saying that I hate strikeouts. I hate them, especially in situations where there's runners on. Oh, but you want to swing for the fences. How about you take a little off and go the other way?
Yeah, there's also some at-bats earlier in that game, too. I think it was J.D. Davis.
They got a guy at third with one out, and they couldn't get a run home in the first inning.
Terrible. And there was an at-bat where there was an inning where Longoria, then J.D. Davis comes in. Longoria strikes out looking, then J.D. Davis strikes out on a ball in the dirt. It's like, come on.
I know.
Get on base.
He booted a ball at third.
But these bases loaded numbers are glaring. But I will say this. There has to be a regression to the mean at some point. Like, the amount of at-bats that you're getting with the bases loaded, it's not good. Like, you're not supposed to have that many at-bats with the bases loaded, because when you have the bases loaded, you're meant to drive some of those runners in and take away the actual loaded bases.
You would think it would balance out, but
yes,
when you look at this lineup, who's the guy that's going to be doing the balancing out? Like, whose baseball card are you pointing to? Like, Austin Slater is a great example right now. He's in a deep abyss.
Yes,
Let's just call it what it is. He was red hot for 2-3 weeks, and he's been ice cold. That's what happens when you're a fourth or fifth outfielder. The league adjusts to you. You get a little streaky. You know, you have some tendencies. They put him. He is one of the great pinch hitters against left-handed pitching. It's like, okay, no, he's not. Okay, he's not. He's a really good player on this team. But that's not saying a whole lot.
What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. But then you get to the ninth inning.
1 second, because 650 is texting this in, and then on the strikeout thing, and this is exactly the theory that my dad and I live by. This is exactly it. I will one-up you, Joe. When the ball is in play on the ground, it forces two players at minimum to make a play, as opposed to even a ball in the air where you're only seeing one guy make a play. That's exactly my point. This thing that ground balls are bad for the game is an absolute joke. Tony Gwynn, Ichiro, Wade Boggs go through the history of the game. Derek Jeter, who we're celebrating, made a living off of grounders and line drives.
That's the opposite of what the Giants hit.
You
say you hate analytics nerds. I was diving into the analytics yesterday, and as far as the amount of balls that the amount of pop-ups that they hit, the amount of times that they get under a pitch, it's higher than any rate of any team in baseball. They get their under percentage, Shasky, is higher than any other team in baseball. Their fly ball percentage is just as high as any team in baseball. Like, they're not getting the ball on the ground or line drive or getting line drives. They're just not.
And they pull the ball by the data more than any team. So pulling it, a right-handed hitter hitting to the left side, a left-handed hitter hitting to the right side.
So what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. But one guy we haven't talked about, Camilo Doval. He tied a franchise record yesterday, so we'll get to that on the other side. And I think you and I have a couple of ideas, because yesterday we were talking about Edwin Diaz's entrance, the closer for the Mets. We think we got some ideas here for Camilo Doval and his entrance that he could possibly have for the Giants, because last night, that outing that he had was awesome. We'll get to that on the other side. Stephen Langford for Bonta Hill, Joe Shasky. It's the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. The New York Giants opted to not pick up quarterback Daniel Jones' option, so it's do or die this year for Danny Dimes. With his TD prop set at 21.5, take the under.
Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Coming up in a couple of hours here at 8:30, we're going to be joined by the one, the only, Tim Flannery. So maybe we'll get his take on whether that relay from last night rivals the one in Game 2 of the 2012 World Series where they got Prince Fielder out at home, because last night that play to save a run and possibly save a rally for the Padres, getting that game out of hand, and instead the Giants win 1-0. Good morning, everyone. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Bonte is back next Monday. But we've got plenty to get into with baseball, got plenty to get into with football. Jimmy Garoppolo. Shasky, we haven't talked about Jimmy Garoppolo a lot these past couple of weeks with training camp happening. He's just been practicing to the side, but there have been a lot of developments lately within the Jimmy Garoppolo saga with the 49ers, so we'll get to that. Plus Kevin Durant. I mean, Kevin Durant requested a trade 6 weeks ago, and his name is still making waves around the social medias. But we want to stick with the Giants here, and Camilo Doval specifically. Now, do you want me just to pay off the tease right away here, Shasky, and let you know which record that he had tied?
Give it to me.
So he had tied the franchise record for the fastest pitch recorded at 102.9 miles an hour. That's what he threw with the cutter on that last pitch as he struck out Josh Bell, as he battled. Comes up against Juan Soto, Manny Machado, and Josh Bell in a one-run game, when those guys are hungry, when Padres fans are going nuts. And then he comes through and he does that. Camilo Doval, he's worked in this sinker, which is a brand new pitch since the All-Star break. You're seeing that slider a lot less. That's what stuck out to me yesterday, was he was not afraid to attack these guys.
He introduced the sinker that I noticed a little after the All-Star break, which is a huge development. Most Giants fans remember Rob Nen. Fastball, slider. That was about it, and the fastball was kind of a cutter or a two-seamer. And then now for this kid to develop multiple pitches like that, so now he's got 3. And here it's a great tweet. Look, I'm not all into the data, but sometimes I need something to kind of explain what I'm watching.
You could admit you're into the data, Shasky. It's okay.
Ben Kaspic, who does Giants something or other, some Giants Locked On podcast.
Nice.
Camilo Doval's new sinker had induced a 31% whiff rate with a 26 negative degree launch angle. It's averaging 98.2 miles per hour and 6.9 inches more drop than the average sinker, meaning this thing is dropping off the table, as we like to say. All right. Tonight, he got a minus 11 degree sinker against Soto, which forced the ground out. It's enhanced his other 2 pitches. Hard to not get excited. That's a great tweet right there. And that kind of gives you some data to explain. When he throws the fastball, it's got movement and a little bit of upward movement. When he throws that sinker and it's got downward movement like that, you are just guys are going to hit balls off the bottom of the bat and hit it into the ground.
It's something to replace that slider. How frustrating was it?
I know.
Through the season, I mean, even from opening day. I remember watching opening day against the Marlins. I was at the stadium. I was constantly looking when Camilo Doval came in. I'm constantly looking at the Jumbotron, trying to figure out what his pitch was, because you could see from up top, but sometimes you need a little help. And every single pitch was a slider. It's just slider, slider, then maybe a fastball thrown in there, but it felt like it was like a 1 fastball to a 6 slider ratio in that opening day start. And then, he started to rely on that cutter a little bit more, but he would still go to that slider. It just didn't feel like he had the confidence to throw that fastball. But now he's got that sinker involved. You got the cutter. You're throwing 100 miles an hour that can move in different spots. I mean, there was that pitch that Joey Bart caught. You remember Fleming's reaction in the 9th where he's like, I think even Joey Bart's got a surprise that he caught that pitch.
You got to think, we look at these guys as hurlers. He is becoming a pitcher. Like, part of what made Mariano Rivera so great was he wasn't a hurler. He was a pitcher. The art of pitching, meaning forcing guys to stay off balance and so that they couldn't square you up. When you're throwing the same kind of pitch, or they're holding off on the slider, waiting for the fastball, or waiting for the slider to come into the zone, they're not off balanced. It's a guessing game, and you want to get these guys off balance. They're the best hitters in the world, and so I love where he's at right now. But I don't even care about that. You talked about this Edwin Diaz walk-up music. I want you to play your walk-in music for Camilo Doval right now, because I have 2 suggestions. One hip-hop, one old school.
I got one, and I know that yours is going to appease the masses much more because mine is kind of generic. But I'm going to, because Premier League just started up. And the thing that these English Premier League fans do, it's not even just English Premier League. It's all international soccer fans. But they take
We've lost half the audience.
They take songs, then they insert the player's name into said song as a chant. That's how they do it. They'll do that, then they'll sing it throughout the match, right? So I'm thinking the thing for Camilo Doval. Now, he probably wouldn't want this, but this is what I want, all right? So everyone knows this one. Shout out Limp Bizkit. Everybody knows this song. But this song by the White Stripes. So you have him come out, right?
Oh, okay.
Starts there.
This does have a great bass.
Right? Then you wait. Then you get everyone clapping, right? Right?
Oh.
Clapping. And it's, oh, Camilo Doval.
Wow.
Oh, Camilo Doval. Oh, Camilo Doval. Or is that too complicated?
No, this is incredible. I'm kind of blown
I don't know.
away.
That's what you want.
You put a lot of thought into this.
I want the crowd to cheer and do something. Because you know what? You're talking about who the best player is on the Giants right now. It might be Joey Bart, right? Defensively and on offense. But as far as guys who are like the most, who they should market around,
absolutely.
Camilo Doval
I agree
with the entrance, with the bubble gum.
And get the camera following him the way Edwin Diaz's camera follows him.
There's something to the bubble gum, dude.
And his little trot out where he's not running, but he's certainly not walking.
Right.
He's got a nice trot.
It's just something simple.
Raj Mathai is jealous.
I was trying to think of something for the Warriors season that was just
love
so
that.
But Camilo Doval. That sounds a lot worse without the instrumental in the background.
That is absolutely incredible, and I love it. Yeah. And now mine feel insufficient in comparison. But I'm going to go with this. So you either go, like me and Lubman were talking about this, and Lubman, I don't want to get you in trouble, but Lubman, you said the closers have to go in one of 2 directions, correct? What were you saying?
Well, no, I was just saying, like, a few years ago, it seemed like everyone kind of had like a classic rock song, and now you got to have like a cool rap song these days.
So let's go classic rock song first that represents our region.
Yes.
Hit me with the first one. This is what I think. I want to go San Francisco native, Carlos Santana.
Ooh. I'm into that.
I mean, just think of all the OGs at a game like this. All right?
That'd be a lot of fun.
And basically, Oyo como va mi ritmo means listen to how my rhythm goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can even go Camilo Doval.
Yeah.
You can go in a million different directions. Now, that's old school.
That'd be good.
That's old school. And I just I get goosebumps when I hear Santana.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Everyone gets up. Everyone starts dancing.
It's got that Latin flavor. And I just think that speaks to the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Now, here's my hip-hop one. You got to go Mac Drizzle, because this dude's throwing 103 miles an hour. And I call that gasoline. I call that fire. 1 second, we're getting there. I thought I nailed it. I thought I did the Kerry Strug. I thought I dismounted. He's throwing that gasoline. He's throwing that fire.
Who got that fire?
Crank this up, Craig.
That's my fire.
Fire? I don't smoke that brown.
And get everyone.
Louder, Craig.
I like that shit.
And everybody's coming in. Fire! And I'm just thinking the way our audience is, the way our fans are, everybody's dancing. You got DJ Umami.
Yeah. Does she only come out on weekends?
No, she's like 6th, 7th, 8th inning.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So every day, every game.
Day.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
I like your White Stripes one though. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. That was way more thoughtful than mine.
It's very generic though, because it feels like there's.
And I made Craig work there. Thank you, DJ Valentine.
There's been a lot that have done the Seven Nation Army remix, but I felt like it was perfect for Camilo Doval.
Craig's got one for us as well.
Okay.
Craig, do you want to play yours?
Just wanted to add one to because we started picking up names and stuff, and I thought something that would go with the Bay and just great with marketing and stuff. And I remember us as kids, we'd have those big old sunglasses on our face.
Yeah.
So you think coming out in the 9th inning, all of a sudden you just hear, "Oh, where my and the lights are just flashing. Camilo's come out with these big sunglasses on. Everybody just starts going dumb. They could just
That's what I'm thinking too.
just put your shades on.
And
Possibly cause a seizure in the stadium.
I want something that represents the bag, but I also want something that represents him. So,
Right.
you want something that everybody can vibe up. Yours is fantastic, though.
Just a chant.
I love yours.
It's just a chant with something, because I mean, people are weighing in here. 650 Patty the Batty, yeah, they do that for the new fighter Paddy Pimblett out of Liverpool.
Oh.
And then from the 650, that chant started with the Mexico national team for Chucky Lozano. I'm sure it has. I've never heard that, but I'm sure it has. I don't doubt that at all. I don't know. There's something for Camilo Doval, man. I think that'd be great. All right, let's continue to talk baseball on the other side. I'm going to get to the bases loaded stats again and just how important that play was. We'll hear from Gabe Kapler talking about that relay that happened in the 7th inning that saved the game other than Camilo Doval. That's what's coming up. Stephen Lang for Joe Shasky. It's 95.7 The Game. The voice you hear is John Bosa. Of course, he is the father of Nick Bosa.
I think he's been disrespected quite a bit in his young career. Not getting one vote for Comeback Player of the Year was an absolute joke.
This is going to be picked off by Bosa. Nick Bosa can't bring him down till he gets to the 8-yard line. Wow.
right?
Oh.
Clapping. And oh, Camilo Doval.
Wow. Oh, Camilo Doval. Oh, Camilo Doval.
Or is that too complicated?
No, this is incredible. I'm kind of blown
I don't know.
away.
That's what you want.
You put a lot of thought into this.
I want the crowd
This
to
is
cheer.
Damian
Do
Lee,
something.
and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Telling you,
Bro,
this Edwin Diaz thing has your mind turning.
you
because
are so creative. I'm cutting you off. Bro, I'm so impressed with how creative you are. For you to come up with that, like, it blew mine away, so don't even recognize mine. That's fantastic.
Thanks, man.
I mean that. Like, I know you're very creative, and I've told you that many times, but that one was amazing.
Normally it falls on deaf ears, but I appreciate that. And, you know, I only have so much of a platform to show that creativity. You know, from 5 to 6 in the morning, only some people are up from that hour. But good morning, everyone. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Joe Shasky, as always. Camilo Doval needs to have this entrance, kind of like Edwin Diaz. Start small.
Yes.
If you're going to start with the in-game entertainment,
Yes.
start small. Go with the original closer entrance, because Camilo Doval yesterday,
I got goosebumps.
coming in against Soto, Machado,
That is ridiculous.
Josh Bell. 4 of his 12 pitches were over 100 miles an hour. Closes it out on a 103 mile an hour pitch, which was technically 102.9, which is the fastest pitch recorded since pitch tracking began in 2008. The last guy to throw that was Brian Wilson, according to the article. So, Camilo Doval, like, you got something with this guy, especially with this new pitch. So if you're going to do something, like, he is a very marketable player. The bubble gum. You heard
Yes.
Dave Fleming talking about the bubble gum? You know, he's blowing the bubble gum just casual, doesn't really care. Like, there's something with that. Like, Camilo Doval, you need to do that.
What do you think about his number? 75. That was Zito's number. Did you even think of Zito as 75?
No, not really. Not really. Whenever I think of Barry Zito, I can't help but think of him as an athletic.
Oh, okay.
I always think of Barry Zito as an A. I know that he won a
Really?
Yeah, I know he won a championship with the Giants, but man, when he was at the top of his game, and I'm never going to forget what he did in Game 5 for the Giants, but when he was at the top of his game, when he was a Cy Young Award winner as an A, like 75 would
That
look
was his
weird.
best.
75 would look weird on an A's jersey, but on a Giants jersey, I don't think too much of it.
Really?
Yeah, that's just me.
Okay. Well, it's such a unique number for a pitcher to wear. I know a lot of guys, like Manny Ramirez kind of started this trend, wearing 99 when I think he went to the Dodgers. I think that he was like the first that I remember wearing like a really weird number.
Yeah.
I've seen, obviously, I think is it Eloy Jimenez who wears 99 as well?
Does Eloy?
I think he might be 71. I don't know. I know Abreu was like a goofy number as well. There's a lot of guys that wear goofy numbers. Aaron Judge, 99. So like 75 for Camilo Doval. I think there's something there too. I think the number, like, it's so unique. Logan
Yes.
Webb, 62. Not a traditional number, but I kind of love that it's unique to him, right?
Super random.
I kind of love that, though.
Yeah.
I kind of love that. I mean, that's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm different. I like that it's a unique, different number for him.
Yeah, no, it makes them their own individual player. You know, you're not just lumping them in with the other number 12s or the other number 10s or the other number 22s, whatever you want to go, whatever number you want to go with.
Well, and like you're talking about marketing and who could be the face and things like that. Having a young, exciting closer is one of my favorite things in baseball. When you're talking about team building, knowing that, hey, the ninth inning is taken care of for the next couple of years, it allows me to go out in free agency and go, all right, I need to get an 8th inning guy. I need to get a 7th inning guy. You work backwards. And so I just think moving forward, if this kid can get over 20, 25 saves, I mean, it'd be a great step forward for him. That's number one. And number two, it would enable this team to be able to know exactly what they need in free agency. When they signed Jake McGee, they didn't really have a strategy. Jake McGee had like 20 career saves, and he's like 34 years old when they brought him in.
Yeah.
Doval will be 25 during the offseason. You'll know exactly what you need. I need left-handed and some right-handed help in terms of the bullpen.
Camilo Doval's exactly what you would have hoped for the other minor leaguers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
For them to come in at his age, you want him to be there around the 23, 24 range. Come in, just confidence.
Yes.
You know you can outmatch your opponent just based on the speed alone. Like what Camilo Doval has, I think that's like the blueprint for what they'd want, but I don't know if you're going to get it with these other minor leaguers, but at least they have it with Camilo Doval.
And what you've seen is he had moments this year early where it's like, wow, he's like unhittable. Then he went through a stretch where it felt like his mechanics were off and he didn't trust certain pitches, the slider, the cutter, the fastball, things like that. And now he's added all those pitches plus this new one, the sinker. It feels like a totally different Camilo Doval. And I feel like he's hitting his stride now toward the end of the year in the same way where he kind of came out of nowhere at the end of the year last year. I just love where he's at this year.
There's no question that the Giants looked at the slider the same way that we were looking at the slider, which is if you throw it as much as you're throwing it,
too reliant.
Eventually they're going to read that pitch and understand the release point and everything that's involved with that. So now he has that sinker that's thrown in there. You don't know which type of movement you're going to get with the cutter or the sinker. And then you have the slider on top of it, which he did use yesterday, induced a ground ball from that slider. I think adding that sinker, it just made a world of difference for Doval. Let's go to Anthony in San Leandro, who's been waiting patiently on hold. Anthony, what's going on, man?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good morning.
I had a question or maybe just a comment because I was talking to my wife about, like, I kept telling her, like, the nerds are kind of ruining sports for a little bit.
Yes.
Maybe ruining is a strong word, and I don't want to offend anybody. But, like, you guys are talking about the ball not being in play these days when it comes to baseball, and I believe that's obviously because of that quote-unquote analytics swing for the fences. But, unfortunately, like, the ball's not in play, and I feel like the same thing happens in basketball where the analytics tell you that a two-pointer is not a good shot. But common sense will tell you that 2 points is always better than no points. And the game can sometimes get stale when you're just going back and forth checking those threes, especially if you don't make it. So I'm wondering, like, do you agree with, like, analytics is kind of not messing up, but taking away just the essence and the natural flow of sports? And then is there some kind of middle ground here? And then the other part is, I was noticing that you guys are kind of high on Joey Barton lately. And again, I'm not really a baseball fan, but it does sound like everybody just needs to be patient in general with the process of going from college or minors or college basketball to, professional basketball or, college football to professional football because, like, it's such a giant leap.
Yes.
And it sounds like overall people just need to be really patient with these folks that come out of, collegiate or minor system. So I that comment, but most. Okay.
No, it's a great call, Anthony. So let's tackle the last thing that you brought up regarding patience of players. Very few people do what Nick Bosa is doing, right? Hits the ground and feels like almost a finished product, even though we know he has layers to his game. But
just a stud from the get-go.
Like, wow. Like Juan Soto was one of those. We call those phenoms, all right? Those are your all-time great players. Your A-Rods, your Griffeys, your Barry Bondses, right? You're seeing that now with Walker Buehler, for example. Like, there are certain guys that hit the ground running from day one, and you're like, it just looks different and feels different. A lot of other guys who end up being really, really good players, sometimes they're all-stars in their given sport or just late bloomers. It does take time. Let's think about the Warriors this year. If you'd asked me through 2 years of Jordan Poole, I'd be like, I don't really know what Jordan Poole is. I don't. Is he the guy that finished the final 2 months of a season where the Warriors didn't qualify for the playoffs on a high note? Or is he more the guy that was in the G League and looked unplayable? Right. I don't know. Problem is that we are in such a rush to make snap judgments, we don't allow the maturation process to even begin. Oh, he's not Anthony Edwards. Oh, he's not this guy. He's not that guy. Throw him away, right? James Wiseman for a lot of people right now. He hasn't shown anything. He needs to go. And so I look at someone like Joey Barton. I think he's more in that Jordan Poole camp where it's like he's asked to play a position that the same great player is now vacating because Steph was out when Jordan Poole first came in. And it just looks horrific. And it's just totally unfair. And he looks overmatched. So both things are true. And then he came back, he worked on things at the lower level and has come back and has adjusted. Now, again, I don't know if Joey Bart, if this is who he is from the last 3 weeks, or if he's somewhere in between, being the god-awful player and being the really good player that he's been the last couple of weeks. I actually think he's scratching the surface. I think he's more this guy that we've seen over the last couple weeks, and I think there's more to his game.
Who he was as a catcher was never in question.
Defensively,
never in question. The way that he worked with the pitchers, that was the praise for him. Yes, that was the praise for him. Anytime you'd ask a guy like Dave Fleming, for example, who joined us yesterday, we've asked him pretty much every week about Joey Bart whenever Joey Bart's actually been in play. And the one thing that he hung his hat on was, well, Joey Bart defensively has made strides and he's worked really well with the pitchers. They love the communication. So he already had that. It was just needing to get going at the plate and dealing with the mental gymnastics that he was dealing with. And it looks like it's all regressing now to where, not regressing, but at least progressing in a way that you'd want him to improve on offense. Now, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on YouTube and on Twitch. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. And we have the Twitch chat popping right now. A lot of people commenting. The YouTube chat. Everyone's going off.
Now, then he asked about analytics ruining sports.
Yes.
So I feel like there's been a massive overcorrection in sports. Before, we didn't use any of the advanced analytics. Now, they used certain numbers. Hey, this guy's good against that guy. Against lefties, he only hits blah, 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 blah. We've gone so over the top. Now, if you don't do something well, you just don't ever ask you to do that at all. And it's become so lopsided in every sport. For example, he referenced in basketball the obsession with threes. A shot at the elbow, a two-pointer at the free throw line,
right?
That's uncontested, is better than a double-covered three-pointer. I don't care what the raw data tells me. Even though if you shoot 40% from three, it's better than shooting 50% from two. We understand the raw numbers. But at some point, your eyeballs have to matter. And I do feel like there's flow, and there's rhythm, and there's confidence, and there's the human elephant, which can never be quantified in the data. Case in point, we talk about pitch counts and all these different things, and we talk about a guy throwing X amount of pitches in a game.
Yep.
We talk about the shift, things like that. How many times has a guy beaten the shift, and now my pitcher's out there for an extra batter, or an extra two batters, or an extra three batters, because they didn't get the double play, because we had three guys shifted on, let's say, the right side of the field, and we don't get that double play. So instead of getting 2 outs in the inning and we're jogging back into the dugout, we only get one. And now my pitcher's out there for 27 extra pitches because we would have been out of the inning, but instead he faces 2 other guys. The data doesn't tell you that. Now I've burned my pitcher, and now the next time he goes out there, he's going to use less bullets, or he's going to be less effective. No, everything's in a vacuum when it comes to these numbers, and they don't correlate from outing to outing, where to me the old school way is everything is interconnected. Hey, were these stress pitches? Was there a guy on first, right? The bull being in play keeps your defenders attentive. How many times as a defensive player in Little League, when you see 15 guys get walks in front of you, do you just fall asleep as an outfielder?
Yeah.
We see it at every level. You don't think that the big leaguers are doing the same thing? Giancarlo Stanton was mic'd up in the All-Star game, and he's talking about him and Aaron Judge do Rochambeau during the game. Because they're bored.
Right.
Because everybody's going to 3-2 counts.
Yep. When it comes to analytics and how they impact the game, I'm with you, because what you're talking about primarily is in the game. Within the game.
Yes.
Game time decisions made based off the numbers, based off the analytics. You take out Alex Wood after 6 1/3 innings because, his record with the third time around the lineup is not very good, or his ERA, his numbers.
Yesterday's a great example.
Yes.
He goes through 5, and I already saw people on Twitter, don't let him face the batting lineup a third time. It's like, dude, he's pitching a gem.
Right.
Let a guy get on base before we panic.
Yeah. So it's kind of like with politics. Whenever you ask, how are you politically? If you ever ask that question to anybody, and they say, well, I'm financially conservative, but I'm socially liberal, blah, blah, blah. So when it comes to analytics, I'm like, yeah, I hate analytics when it comes to in-game decisions, but I also understand how analytics help develop certain players. It's not just used to make game time decisions. Yeah. It's also used so you can turn guys who aren't just necessarily passing the eye test, and you can turn them into something. Analytics help a guy like Camilo Doval develop his sinker. And use it when it comes down to all the because it's much deeper than just the raw data. There's plenty of other things that are involved with analytics, plenty of other facets involved with it. So I'm on the more Like, I love it when it comes through to the development of players, but analytics in baseball, when you're making in-game decisions based on something that you're seeing on a spreadsheet, yeah, I understand how that's questionable. So there's some give and take with it.
I'm with you. It should be used as a tool.
Right.
It should not be deciding every single thing.
Doubt. I'm with you.
Here's a great example. You brought up Camilo Doval and how it's enhanced him.
Yeah.
How many times did you hear last year the spin rate on Jake McGee's one pitch, that fastball? Oh, the spin rate. And what did I say? Over and over? You're throwing one pitch.
Yeah.
Oh, but he throws it at different eye levels, and it gets crushed. And look where Jake McGee is. Out of baseball right now.
Yeah.
All right?
Gone.
Like, there's a reason. He throws one pitch. It's a fastball. Why are we overthinking this? Oh, the spin rate. Dude, it doesn't matter. These are big league hitters. If you're throwing one pitch, I don't care if it's at my chest. I don't care if it's at my knees. I'm going to time it up, and I'm going to tag it.
Just like you're talking about how there are phenoms in baseball and how they just make an impact right away. There are very few. Those are few and far between. The phenom.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Oh my God.
Wow. All right, that was interesting how that ended. Wow, this is a breaking news here. Serena Williams says she's planning to retire from tennis after playing in this year's U.S. Open, Shasky. So one of the greatest athletes that we have ever seen is planning to retire from tennis after playing in this year's U.S. Open. So that's the breaking news here. Man, your thoughts?
I thought it was a Jimmy breaking news for a second. I didn't know. I thought might it be Garoppolo related. I guess not. Serena, yes, of course, one of the greatest athletes ever. Is she the greatest female athlete of all time?
Yeah, I'd say so.
You think so? I think so as well.
I'd say so. She's one of the greatest athletes just in general of all time.
Yeah, and so that's official? She's out forever? Like she's retiring?
After the U.S. Open. This is developing news.
Wow.
This broke just under an hour ago, but Serena Williams, wow.
I mean, look, she's so good at what she does. She makes me care about tennis in a sport I really don't care much about. You know what I mean? Like when she's on, I'll watch.
Yeah.
Wow.
Damn. So that's some big news.
I mean, we're getting old. That's what that tells me. I remember when she first debuted on the scene.
Yeah. Damn. I mean, Serena was that. We'll talk about it on the other side, too. We got plenty to get to. But when it comes to the pitchers and the analytics, I just think when you are using it in a way that you just feel you could have made a better decision even as a fan when you're sitting on your couch and they just happen to use the numbers. It just doesn't make sense. But developing guys, I think there's something to that as well. All right. What's coming up on the game? It's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. You thought it was going to be Jimmy breaking news. Well, we've had a lot of time to talk about the 49ers these past couple of weeks with training camp being underway. Trey Lance is the starter. Well, we haven't heard much about Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, we got an update recently. We didn't talk about it yesterday, but this was from Sunday. So Ian Rappaport gave us an update on Jimmy and what's going to happen with him. I don't know if he's going to be off the 49ers anytime soon. And we also got to take a look at the trade partners, or at least the teams that could be looking at a quarterback, because right now, as we are finally getting into preseason games, quarterback positions are starting to open up a little bit, Shasky.
You ever seen the TV show Change of Heart? The old game show? Do you stay together or do you want to have a change of heart?
Can't say that I did.
I have a change of heart, and I want to explain what I mean on the other side.
Regarding Jimmy Garoppolo?
Just regarding the quarterback position.
Ooh, all right. That's coming up on the other side. Stephen Langford, Joe Shasky. It's 95.7 The Game.
No one, and I mean no one, breaks it down like Baldy.
The one thing I've seen from Nick Bosa is his ability to close out a game. Nick did it last year.
morning, everyone. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Just in case you are wondering, Bonte is going to be back on Monday.
Did I tell you about what happened?
What happened?
I got a FaceTime call from Bonte and Anna.
Nice.
In the hotel room.
So, wait. So, you got a call from them. What time was it here when you got the call?
3:30, 4 o'clock?
3:30, 4 o'clock.
So, what time is it over there?
I think Italy is a 9-hour time difference. So, we're talking after midnight.
Okay.
Yeah, we're talking after midnight.
I could be wrong, but I'll check my phone to confirm. But
and at the same time, I'll check the Italy time difference.
Okay.
Just to see what's up.
All right. It was a 16-minute call. And it came in at 1:48 p.m. here in San Francisco.
1:48 p.m. Okay, so that's not too bad. So they're 9 hours ahead. So it would have been 10:48 p.m. their time.
Okay, so they had clearly went to dinner and he was feeling good about himself. And he called me and he rat-a-tat-tatted 7,000 hot takes to me, which aren't just hot takes, they're just Bonte takes.
Yeah.
And I just nodded my head and nodded my head and nodded my head. And Anna says that all he's been doing is daydreaming about getting back and reuniting with me.
As he's in Italy?
She calls herself the side piece and me the main dish.
Oh my goodness. Oh man, you're not even gonna have to talk on Monday.
No,
you're not gonna have to talk.
I miss my boo. I'm not gonna lie.
Do ya?
Just a little, because he makes the job easy. It's not. It is no reflection on you. This is what I mean.
All right.
Here's what I mean. He not only drives the show, he also gives you 3 or 4 different, hot takes. Tells me why my hot take I'm about to say is wrong, rebuttals whatever that hot take is, then tosses it to me, and then dismisses me. God bless you. I miss you.
I can't wait to have him back here. So again, Bonte
and I meant
Hill.
no disrespect to you.
Did you? You sure? I'm just kidding. Bonte is going to be back on Monday. Can't wait for that. But in an hour and 10 minutes, we're going to be joined by Tim Flannery, of course, former third base coach with the Giants. Can't wait to talk to him about Camilo Doval, that relay to home that saved the game yesterday. Plenty of other things. Hunter Pence getting a plaque out in right center field. So can't wait to talk to him about anything and everything Giants. And we have been talking about the Giants for the first hour of the show. Want to transition a little bit to football here, Shasky, because we've been talking about Trey Lance, the development of Trey Lance, what he's looked like at camp. Every throw, we're dissecting it. Now we are using the completion numbers. Those are coming into play now in the articles as we're heading into preseason week 1 on Friday. But we haven't talked about Jimmy Garoppolo too much. And Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network on Sunday had this to say. We got 3 clips of play here. This is what he had to say about Jimmy's injury.
There's the health. And when we saw him look good throwing the ball in the rehab field, but not quite 100%, still needs to build up the stamina in his arm before he can get fully and finally cleared. So I would say maybe a couple weeks away from that, but progressing well.
So a couple of weeks away, progressing well, but Ian Rappaport continued and said, there's no trade partner that's emerging for Jimmy right now.
Where is he going to get traded? And the 49ers have been very clear about saying that they plan to trade him, obviously not going to be with the team this coming season. My understanding, though, right now is there is no clear trade partner for Jimmy Garoppolo. Look around the NFL, think of who could take on that salary, think of who needs a starting quarterback. There isn't any clear option. Maybe one quarterback either doesn't develop like everyone thinks, or maybe there is an injury, then one might develop, but as of now, a little bit of a waiting game.
So a little bit of a waiting game for a trade partner, and I got one more, and then we can react for the rest of the hour, and then we'll get your thoughts on it. Of course, you, the listener, 888-957-9570.
And I've got a little something on me having a change of heart.
All right. But Rappaport says the Niners, they're going to wait till the last possible second to cut him if they're going to.
From my understanding, they're willing to wait all the way to cut-down day. And in fact, it wouldn't make a lot of sense for the 49ers to, let's say, move on from Jimmy Garoppolo now, because what if another quarterback gets hurt, or what if there is some sort of need? It sounds like they're going to hold on to him as long as possible just to see if any trade market develops before eventually and likely moving on from him.
So from every Tuesday to the 30th, next week on the 16th, that's when they cut down the roster from 90 to 85. Then the next week after that, the following week on the 23rd, that's when it's 85 to 80. And then on the 30th, that's the big cut down day. That's 80 down to 53. So I don't know what that, because he wasn't as specific there. He didn't say the last cut down day to the 53-man roster. He just said until cut down day. Does that mean when it's 90 to 85? Does it mean 85 to 80? Or does it mean he's going to be cut down into 80 to 53?
I mean, look, you ever try to sell anything, Steven, on eBay or on Nextdoor?
Yes. Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah.
So, like, you posted something out there and you put a price point on it, right?
Yep.
You didn't do, like, the bids or anything like that, right? Okay. And you put it out there on eBay. And I'm not good at selling things on eBay. I freely admit this. But I tried to sell cards back in the day. And I would throw something out there thinking it was worth X. Let's just say, in this hypothetical, $100, just to make it a round number. Hey, I'm going to put this Ken Griffey Jr. card out there for $100. And then a week goes by, and you can only have the posting up for so long, and I don't get the offers that I'm looking for. And then I say, you know what? I'm going to rescind that. I'm going to pull it back, and I'm not going to repost it with a different price point. I think I'm just going to keep it. And that's kind of how I'm at right now with Jimmy Garoppolo. I've had a change of heart. Now, you might not remember this game show, but a couple would come together and sometimes they'd be dating and one of them might want a change of heart. They want to go in a different direction.
Craig, could you do me a favor?
That was fantastic.
Could you play that one more time? Just that little intro
1990s.
there. All right, that might be this.
It's a hitter.
This might be a new segment.
I know.
A change of heart. Yeah. All right.
So here we go. Is where I'm going with this.
Yep.
I've been saying for multiple years, look, the Niners need to upgrade off of Jimmy Garoppolo. We know he's not perfect, right? We know he's not going to be one of the upper echelon quarterbacks. They need to strike to try to get one of those guys. Can he be serviceable? Can you win a lot of games? Can he be good to great at times? Of course he can. I don't think he's good to great enough, and that's partly why they made the move that they made. But now that we've gone this far down the road and we've put the price tag out there of the trades, and I'm seeing all the different outcomes, right? Is this team better with Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster? That's an element I've considered. Is Jimmy Garoppolo worth $24 million? Probably not. Do I want something back for Jimmy Garoppolo? Of course. But if I'm not going to get what I want for Jimmy Garoppolo back, all right, because this is the other part of the equation, and I ride this year out with him, I don't love paying him $24 million. Believe me, nobody does. I don't love it. I don't love it. But if you're telling me there's no financial benefit to just clipping him, meaning I can't give somebody a contract extension using that money, because that's what the people at Spotrac are telling me. The money that you clip from Jimmy Garoppolo really can't be used for anything. As hard as it would be to cut him a check every week for $24 million throughout the salary of the year, aren't I better off just keeping him? Now, there's layers to this, right? So, like, what does that tell Trey Lance? What does that tell the fans? Like, wow, are we that underwhelmed with Trey Lance and where he's at right now that I'm keeping Jimmy Garoppolo as an insurance policy? I don't think Trey's that mentally fragile, but I also don't want to upset the locker room because there is a human element to this.
Think of the captain. Now, I know you haven't watched the last two episodes, right? Well, part of these last two is his relationship with the media, how he just didn't say anything, never said anything, never gave away anything, didn't want anything from the outside distracting what was going on the field. We're so focused when Jimmy's staying as a backup just purely on Trey Lance and how Trey Lance would feel. But just in general, you want to keep everything that be off the field, all the talk around Jimmy Garoppolo, you want to keep that away from the team. Like if Trey Lance struggles, you think there aren't going to be voices from the outside. Now, I'm not saying it's just going to be Trey Lance who's going to be impacted by it. It's going to be the entire team. It's going to be Kyle Shanahan, who's having to answer questions at press conferences every day and having to think, how am I going to get around answering this question about how Trey Lance is the starter and Jimmy Garoppolo is the backup. Like little things like that. Kind of like in the captain with the Yankees and the way that Derek Jeter did things. I don't think they want any outside distraction at all for this season. And Jimmy Garoppolo, he wouldn't be any talking point of what's going on the field. He'd be all talk of what's going off the field.
But isn't that
he's
why,
off the field?
isn't that why I'm paying some of these guys premium money to be leaders in the locker room and to kind of police that? Isn't that why I'm paying Kyle Shanahan? Like part of, like as much as we're pivoting to Trey Lance, part of why I believe in Trey Lance, not everything, but mostly is because the architect of the offense, the star of the offense is Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
Let's just say what it is. I mean, Kyle Shanahan is the guy who's the kingmaker here.
Yeah.
He's the one who's creating all these players and has found them all. So that's why I'm paying him 12, 10, 14 million. We don't even know exactly what his salary is. But isn't that why I'm paying him all that money? So, like, as much as I hear the argument about the distraction, and you're not wrong. You are not wrong. It would be an indictment on some level to some people that, hey, you kept Jimmy. What does that say about Trey? You kept Jimmy. What about all these other guys wanting or opining for him? But the other element is this, and I can't ignore it. Isn't this team better? Now that we've gone this far down the road, isn't this team better with Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster, even if he's the backup, as an insurance policy? Isn't that inarguable?
Yes. I'd say if you were to have Garoppolo as the backup, and it looks like Nate Sudfeld is going to be your number 2, yes, Jimmy Garoppolo would be an upgrade over Nate Sudfeld as a backup.
What would change my thought process here would be, hey, Joe, we're going to take the $24 million that we're going to cut him with, and we're going to roll that over to be able to pay Bosa. I have not had it confirmed to me from the people that I trust when it comes to salary caps that that's even like one equals the other, meaning I free up Jimmy's money and that gives me more room to sign Nick Bosa. Like if that were the hard cap, or if there's a center out there that the Niners want to get that could help this team win right now or play a position of importance, that totally makes sense. But if that is not realistic, if there is none, I'm just now looking at it from a team building aspect and I'm saying, is it the worst thing in the world to keep Jimmy? And I can't believe I'm saying that.
No, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It wouldn't. But there would be an element of all those questions surrounding the team. And
Totally
I
agree.
just don't think that's something that they'd want.
So you don't think it's worth it?
No, but something to note here, too, and this was from Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports, but something to note is Garoppolo does have... he doesn't have a no-trade clause in his contract, but he could still determine where he goes if there's a reduced contract that is negotiated. So if the other team's not picking up the full guaranteed money, the full salary, if they pick up the full salary, he's going to that team.
Yes,
like it's no doubt. But he could still make a choice, even though he doesn't have a no trade clause in his contract, which I found pretty interesting. So it says, he could still determine where he goes by declining to a negotiated reduced contract with all teams, but the one that he wants to join. Now, the teams that are on the list here that can pay for his entire contract, the ones that have the most cap space, the Browns. And that's it. None of these other teams have nearly the amount of space. The Browns right now have $40 million, and the Raiders are next up. They have $20 million. So they have half of that. So if he's going to the Seahawks, if it's the Saints, if it's the New York Giants, if I'm Brian Dable and I'm looking at my situation with the New York Giants, I'm saying I don't care. Trade for him. Figure it out, New York Giants front office. I need a quarterback because what I got with Daniel Jones right now, I don't want to be rolling out there. I don't want to go from Josh Allen to Uncle Rico.
No, totally understand that. Just the more I've been thinking about it, and I've been to practice, I'm impressed with Trey. I know a lot of people aren't impressed. Look around training camps right now. Word coming out of Denver, Russ looks terrible. That's what people are saying. He doesn't look like a Hall of Famer. Newsflash, everyone. Quarterbacks don't look great going up against the same defense every single day, whether it's an elite defense like the Niners or not. All these quarterbacks are looking subpar right now in most of these camps. All right, that's what a lot of people are saying. So this is not exclusive to Trey Lance. But having said that, a part of me, and I can't believe I'm here right now, but a part of me really wants to see him in a preseason game or two before I make a definitive decision on Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Like, I just want to see what it looks like a little. More like, hey, are we sure? Now that we've gone this far and he's still on the roster and he's still here, are we 100% sure that the 2022 49ers are better just cutting Jimmy Garoppolo and getting nothing for it? Because I can make an argument they're better keeping him in tow, having this year play out as crazy and as circus-filled as that might be, and getting that third-round comp pick when his deal expires, because that's what they would get at the end of the year. Okay. If he stays on the team at the current number, they get a third-round comp pick at the end of the year. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Now, do I want to pay $25 million for a third-round pick? No, but I'm also guaranteeing myself probably the best backup in football.
888-957-9570. That's going to be the question of the Comcast Business Text line and the phone number. Is it worth it to just keep Jimmy on the team, or do you want to just outright release him, cut him loose, be done with it? We don't want any part of it. Let some other team take care of this. Let him go to the Seahawks. I don't know what's going on with Stafford and the Rams right now.
Yeah.
I actually want to wait to see what happens on the field.
Well, that's what I don't want to cut Jimmy.
Right.
What if one of these other contenders swoops him up?
Right.
Like, this is also about not allowing him to go to one of the threats in the division or somewhere else.
Yeah, so the 49ers seem to have the leverage here when it comes to trading him, but if they end up cutting him and releasing him, there is a chance that he goes to a division rival or a team within the NFC. I don't know what's going on with the Giants, man. I keep on going back to the Giants every single time, but when I see Daniel Jones and how Doval talked about him when Doval became the head coach, I'm going to turn Daniel Jones into something. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
What about the element of doing right by the player? We talked to John Bosa yesterday, who's Nick Bosa's dad. Yeah. And he basically said, like, they're a first-class organization and they do everything right. I don't know how much all these other players think about these things, but I think about this stuff, and maybe I'm way off on this. Waiting till the very end to cut Jimmy G after all the things that he's done for you, it does feel like a bad look. Like, at minimum, and I'm not saying that Jimmy's done everything perfect. People can point to him delaying the surgery, and I get that, but do you really got to hold him to the very end? Am I wrong, Steve?
That's worth a knock on the table.
I know, I'm banging the table because I'm going back and forth on this. Like, I see both sides of it, and I feel like I can't believe I've come almost full circle where now I'm on the opposite end where I'm like, maybe it's not the worst thing to keep Jimmy G.
Well, like I mentioned, though, the Browns are at the top, and they have the most cap space out of any team as of right now, and we're still waiting to see what the NFL's appeal is because they delegated it to the New Jersey Attorney General.
Okay.
His last name is Murphy, I believe. So Goodell had delegated that. So we're still waiting for the verdict on Deshaun Watson to see if that suspension is going to be for more than 6 games. There's a real chance that it could just remain 6 games as a suspension, and he just gets fined. Like, he's not fined for the 6 games that he got suspended for. So I'm very curious to see what happens there. And then Mike Tannenbaum from ESPN had this to say on Get Up yesterday. He urges the Browns to trade for Jimmy Garoppolo.
And if I'm the Cleveland Browns, I am not getting off the phone with John Lynch, the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, and I am trading for Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm not taking no for an answer. I like Jacoby Brissett. He has played good football, but this is a team that's going to be competing against Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, and the combination of Brissett and Garoppolo gives us a chance to have a meaningful playoff run. Right now, Josh Dobbs and Josh Rosen are one hit away of playing for the Browns, so at some point we know Jimmy G is going to be available. If I'm John Lynch, I don't want to cut him and see him be a Seahawk or a Ram. I want to see him in the AFC. So we're getting a deal done. I'm not taking no for an answer, and we're going to get it figured out.
Because the answer, the question that you're asking, like, do the Niners owe it to Jimmy Garoppolo to
some level?
To some level, to cut him so that he has enough time to get with a new team and get acclimated, learn the offense and all those different things. But I really think they are waiting to see what happens with the Browns.
This isn't about me like, you got to treat Jimmy right. I want the Niners to do what's best for them as an organization. Mm-hmm. I want them to win, right? I want them to have the most cap flexibility. I want them to have the most draft picks, and I want them to have the most success that they could possibly have in 2022, right? Those are the things that I'm looking for. And when I'm weighing each of these decisions, like cut them for nothing, gain a little bit of cap room, I've seen conflicting reports on the cap room. Some are saying it can roll over to next year when you move off of him, so you can use some of the guaranteed signing bonus that you would give Bosa, and it would kind of roll over from year to year, right? I've seen other people say there is no correlation between the two. So I don't know what to make, right? Like, the cap is something that I think we all think we know.
Yeah.
And yet the Rams find ways to manipulate it year after year after year, and we know nothing about it. So I don't know what to believe on the cap stuff. I'm just going, is my team better with Jimmy G right now for this year, and then I get the 3rd round pick at the end of next year? Or am I better trading him, getting a 4th round pick, and I have Nate Sudfeld as my backup? Am I better with the circus? Am I better without the circus? What if Trey goes down? This isn't about Trey's performance. This is more about, like, if Trey does get hurt at some level, because he is a mobile quarterback, and they do have a suspect offensive line, I know Jimmy can come in and win me multiple games. That's without question. I don't know if Sudfeld can do that. This is about putting the best possible team together for this year.
Right.
That's all this is.
It's the circus for me. It's the circus aspect, which I just don't think they want to deal with. That's just personally what I think. Now, 888-957-9570. Of course, that's the phone number. That is the Comcast business text line. What do you think the 49ers should do with Garoppolo right now? As we're here on August 9th, I know this is a question that we've asked ad nauseum, but when you have all the information that you've been given now, understanding that they are they haven't found a trade partner for him yet and are going to wait until cut down day, at least until they actually have to make the cut.
That one doesn't sit well with me, just for the simple fact that it does feel like you're screwing him over and limiting the amount of opportunities he has with other people and other teams. Look, I get it. It's a business. I understand all that. God, Jimmy was a good soldier for you. I'm just saying, can you meet in the middle, right? Like, I wish there was a better compromise than waiting till the final days of cut downs, and then he goes to a team with no preparation and everything. I know it's not perfect. It's business.
Another thing, though, is...
It feels like bad karma.
Trey Lance, it feels like the only way that he would get taken out this season is if he were to get hurt. Now, my assumption would be that the reason that he would get hurt was not only because it's an unfortunate incident and you're playing in football where injuries happen sometimes. You know, a leg lands awkwardly.
Joe Burrow.
Someone falls on you awkwardly. But part of the reason that Joe Burrow was hurt was because of the play of the offensive line. So if Trey Lance can't work around this offensive line, apparently, hey, Spencer Burford, we know how he looks. He looks great. Apparently, Aaron Banks, who was lined up on the other side on guard, we were wondering who the opposite guard was going to be outside of Jake Brendel. We were wondering who they were going to be. Apparently, Aaron Banks is making strides here within training camp. So maybe your offensive line isn't as bad as you think that it's going to be. But if Trey can't survive behind this offensive line, then how can I expect Jimmy to last and take over behind this offensive line? It just, you know what I mean?
It's just a short-term solution in case there was something wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at it like the margin of error to get in the playoffs was literally the second half of week 18.
Yeah.
Like, that was getting into the playoffs or not.
Yeah.
Like, this team had a horrible losing streak last year, got into the playoffs by the tooth of their nail, or the hair of their nail, if you will.
Right.
So, like, they got to get in.
You know,
I can't believe I'm here.
My whole take on this, Shasky, is based on a lot of what ifs. I
agree with that.
I'll acknowledge that.
I agree with you.
I'll acknowledge that. If he's on the team, and you know what, if everything works out, then, you know, call me an idiot, call me whatever you want. Like, I'm a lot of what I'm saying is based on what ifs. I do acknowledge that, but I just think there's going to be a lot around it if Jimmy Garoppolo is still on the team. So what do you think? 888-957-9570.
I can't believe I'm here.
The calls are rolling in.
Aren't you surprised?
You had a change of heart. Craig, do you have that? Do you have the change of heart theme? Can we just play that one more time? Are you like Shasky? Have you had a change of heart on Jimmy Garoppolo? That's fine. Love it. All right, let's go to Dre and Lamore, who wants to weigh in. Dre, what do you think, Dre?
Hey, Dre.
Dre, Lamore, going once, going twice.
He gone.
Call back, Dre. He's one of the regulars. Jonathan in San Francisco.
Hey, John.
Jonathan, what's going on, man? What do you think about Jimmy Garoppolo?
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, ever since they gave him that contract, you know, about 2-3 years ago, they don't really know what to do with Jimmy. I mean, after giving him that contract, what they do? They started talking about Kirk Cousins and any quarterback is available. I mean, dude, this guy took us to the Super Bowl, took us to the NFC Championship game. I know there was the Jimmy Ono throws, but if you boil it down to basics, man, when he was healthy, both times he took you to the big dances, right? And he was up double digits at both points. So I don't know what I think Kyle Shanahan gets driven crazy when he throws the Ono Jimmy throws, but this guy's good, and they're torn apart by that. You know, like, he's good, but he throws the Ono Jimmy throws, and I don't think Trey Lance is ready, bro, because all the things that we heard, and Joe, I show you, I seen you at that, the training camp. I was there. I called you up, and you said hi back. But, dude, it was confirmed. I went down there because I want to see for myself with my own two eyes what I'm hearing about, Trey Lance not being accurate, the long delivery and all that. It's going to be a problem, man. I think they're kind of botching their situation again because, hey, why wouldn't you like a situation where most head coaches have competition, right? Hey, let them compete. Whoever's better, he's a starter, and I don't know why they're just, Jimmy's on the sideline right there because they don't want to you maybe create a situation where, the team has to choose which quarterback they want? Because I think deep down inside, I think they know Jimmy's going to beat him again.
Yeah, let me jump in on the practice thing. Accuracy at practice. Go around the league. This is not exclusive to Trey Lance in terms of guys underwhelming at the quarterback position at practice. And I want to go to somebody who's been going to 49er camps for 30 years. 30 years, okay? He's one of the longest tenured beat writers in terms of covering football around the league. His name's Matt Mayoko. Everybody knows who we're talking about for NBC.
Yep.
Did not attend practice the past 3 practices. But up to that point, I can say, which is what I and you have been saying, the 49er receivers are rarely, if ever, wide open like you see in the games. More important, the offense is running plays with no game planning or setting up of plays. So the defense is going to look better and the offense is going to look worse. And don't forget, Brian Hoyer had the greatest camp I've ever seen in my life, and it didn't translate to anything. So, look, I'm not saying ignore everything. And I'm not saying that Trey hasn't had moments where he hasn't looked good. I'm saying is that when we go into the games, the number one most important person on the offense is not a player. It's Kyle Shanahan. And when I go to practice and you and I are there and we're looking at it, I see no Kyle Shanahan influences. I see basic, old school, for 49er fans, Jimmy Ray offense. Drop back, 4 guys running the exact same route, pick who you want to throw to, defense knows. How many slants have you seen run in 11-on-11s?
Boy, not too many.
Is that not the staple of the 49er Kyle Shanahan offense?
Yes.
That slow read option, quick hitter slant to Deebo Samuel. Haven't seen it once, right? So they're trying to throw the ball down the field. They're trying to work on certain things. I'm not making excuses. What I'm saying is that I think all the panic and the hysteria is going to be wiped away when we start to see some in-game play calling. That being said, will there be growing pains? Of course there will. All the young players struggle at times.
We'd be overreacting way more if Justin Fields were drafted to this team. Have you seen the videos of Justin Fields?
Been bad.
It's not good over there in Chicago.
Really bad. You want to talk about elongated throwing motion?
Yes.
And then you see the Daniel Jones videos.
Yes.
He's just throwing it into no man's land.
Yes. Carson Wentz has been struggling in camp. Apparently with the Seahawks, there's some sort of quarterback battle going on right now with Geno Smith and Drew Lock. I saw Drew Lock completed 10 of his 10 passes in team drills, and Geno Smith is now listed as the number 1 on the unofficial depth chart. I don't know. It seems like the Seahawks are actually content with where they're at, but with Pete Carroll, Pete Carroll says, he loves them and he thinks he's got a really great group of quarterbacks, but he also said that they weren't in the business of trading Russell Wilson, then they traded him 2 days later. So I'll take that with not only a grain of salt, but I'll take that with a whole salt shaker full of salt.
The one thing that I'll give the 49ers current regime credit for, even in the situation of DeForest Buckner, which everyone points to, they did right by the player. They traded him to a place where he got the money he was searching for, the exact dollar amount, and it was a contender, a team that he can win games with, DeForest Buckner. Every other guy, for the most part, have they done right by them in this regime? Yeah. Can you think of one guy they screwed over? D Ford, whose body gave up on him. The body gave up on him. Did they not have his back till the very end?
They did. No, absolutely.
All right. So this thing that they're gonna, it's business and they're just gonna cut him. Yeah, there's a business element, but I will give John Lynch and Shanahan and Jed and Parag credit. There is a personal element, and other people around the league, whether they're like the backup cornerback doesn't care, but the big time playmakers, they're looking at it and they're going, I wonder how you're treating Jimmy G, because I might be in that situation one day.
Do you think that other teams are just waiting till there's week 1 of preseason? They actually have some game reps to go off of, because their quarterback battle's happening. Don't get us wrong here. I don't know what's going to go on with Jameis Winston. Apparently, Jameis Winston suffered a foot injury yesterday. According to them, it's very minor, and he's feeling good, and he should be good to go. But that's something to monitor, too, because Jameis Winston has had some injury struggles in the past. The Saints were that team that we were always talking about that Jimmy could be traded to. You never know what can happen.
I feel like if Jimmy was on $10 million salary, this would have already been done. I really feel like that. I think the $24 amount makes it more complicated because you have to restructure, you'd have to re-sign. There's more to it. And I think teams are like, well, why would I trade compensation and restructure if you're just going to cut them? There's a cat and mouse element to this.
Man, if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, like this is just, if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo and I'm sitting there, I'm throwing to the side, I'm working on my arm, it's like I'd sit here and go, like, guys, can you just go ahead and cut me right now?
That's what I would.
Can you go ahead and do that? Like,
can we have some sort of closure?
Of course, you'd love to stay as a backup, and it'd be great, still making that amount of money, making $27 million or whatever it's going to be as a backup quarterback. Yeah, that'd be great. You'd be getting that money. But then after that, what do you have to show for it? I mean, are teams really going to pay you? You're going to be getting a reduced salary no matter what after this year. Don't you want to play on a reduced salary now? That way you could show out to other teams, and by the time you're a free agent, they might be willing to pay you a little more than what you would get after this season.
That's a good
point. That's what I would be thinking if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo. I'd be like, look, get rid of me right now. I want to find my new team. I don't even care if I'm playing on a reduced contract.
To use an analogy, you're dating. The Niners and Jimmy G are dating, and they both moved into an apartment. Their lease isn't up until the end of the month.
Nice.
And so you can't move out early. You know, you got to ride it out because you can't get into your new place until day X. And so I guess, the end of the lease is when cut down dates are. But for the sanctity of both of their, sanity, wouldn't you want to, like, you know what? If you want to go move into your mom's place for a couple of weeks, you just go do that.
Right.
Just go.
Yeah.
I'll figure out what's going on here.
Yeah.
I'll take care of the dog.
I'm not going to lie to you. The real estate analogies, I had one yesterday. I did one of those things where after the show, it's like you thought of a really good joke, and then it's like, or not a really good one, but you thought of one that really would have contributed to the show, like the Debo pitch thing when he was pitching Trey Lance to the NFL Network.
Look at my water fountain.
It's like a realtor inside a house saying, everything's great. The neighborhood, great. Backyard, great. The backyard has room for a shed.
There's schools down the street.
It has room for, exactly. Oh, there's a park that you can go to.
Yeah.
There's a community pool. You don't have a pool, but there's a community pool that you can go to. You're selling them on everything but the actual house itself.
Well, hey, you know what they say? Give me the worst house on the best neighborhood.
Yes.
The best
Is that
block.
what they say? Is that what they say?
Yeah, give me the worst house on the best block. Like all day over the best house on the worst block.
All right, so we got 3 callers here who want to weigh in on Jimmy Garoppolo.
I would love to hear what people think.
All right, so
am I crazy?
Is Joe
I
Joe crazy? Don't even, no context, just is Joe crazy? 888-957-9570. But Jason in Virginia wants to weigh in. No, is Joe crazy for having a change of heart that he wants to keep Jimmy on this team?
Maybe keep
Jimmy on this team for the season. You don't even know how to word it. Jason in Virginia. Jason, Virginia, what's going on, Jason?
Hey guys. Thanks for taking my call. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Are you there?
Yeah, we're on live air, baby. Bay Area's waiting for your opinion.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hold on one second. I'm having phone troubles all the way out in Virginia.
All right, call back, Jason. We're gonna get you on.
That was great.
He's like, hold on one second.
Hold on.
All right, let's go to one of our favorites, Philmo Mike in San Francisco. What's going on, Philmo?
Hey, what's up, baby?
Hey,
I want to say this, man. I think that the Lynch, and this is a learning lesson. They set this up wrong by just naming Lance the starter. You decreased Jimmy's value. If they would have came to the season and said, you know what, we finna have a quarterback competition. The best man gonna win, right? But you're gonna make Trey the starter anyway, but just play the role. You could trade him now. But because they did what they did, trying to give Lance quote unquote confidence, it's kind of, I don't like it because it's pseudo confidence. The real confidence builder would have had them go head to head and let the best man win the starting job competition of the San Francisco 49ers. So they set it up completely wrong.
Interesting.
They should have set it up as a competition and not as we're going to give Trey Lance the starting job and, Jimmy's just a lame duck. So now everybody just waiting for him to be just that, a lame duck, so they could go pluck him off the pond. You'll have a beautiful day.
Hey, wait, Mike, before you go, you dropped something. Yeah. I'm going inside 95.7 radio. You said something to Mark Willard last week. You called him a Captain Save a Giant, Captain Save a Farhan. He had no idea what you said, huh?
He he didn't, but Dibs did.
That was the call of the week last week, Fillmore. Have a great day,
Appreciate you, Fillmore. One of my favorite calls. Like, we don't really play it on the air, but it was during the Warrior season, and we go to Fillmore, Mike, San Francisco. Bonte's all stoked, and then all you hear is he was in a car. Clearly, all you hear is the road, and then like 5 seconds later, it was hello. that was it as we were rolling along. Love Philmo Mike. All right, let's go to Jose in Oakland, who wants to weigh in about he says the 49ers have put themselves in a corner. Jose in Oakland, what's going on?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
I think by declaring this team to be a Trey Lance team before actually going into training camp, they kind of painted themselves in a corner. They can't release him because obviously they don't want him to go to either the Rams or the Seahawks. They can keep him at the same time because then it looks bad. It would be bad for Trey Lance's confidence from their point of view, and also it would look bad as far as them going back on their word. But to be honest with you, it's kind of a catch-22. What if you release him and Trey Lance stinks? I remember the last time the Niners were in a situation like that was with a head coach when they decided to release Steve Mariucci because in our eyes as fans, the guy sucked for his decision of going into the into the dressing room halftime, and we ended up with Dennis Erickson. So it's it's kind of a catch-22.
Not to cut you off there, but
appreciate you, Jose.
The
Thanks so much,
Mariucci
man.
firing had more to do with him trying to seize front office power and control than it did with just what happened on the field. Like there was a lot of elements going on simultaneously. There was an ownership change. Eddie DeBartolo stepped down. The Yorks took over. Steve Mariucci was searching around the league looking for more power and looking for a contract extension. He is very culpable in what ended up happening. I think we've misremembered and mischaracterized what happened during that era. I'm not caping up for either side. I'm just saying there's more to the facts of that case. It wasn't just his win-loss record.
In response to myself saying that if I were Jimmy, I'd just ask them to cut me and I'd take a reduced salary anyway. The 650, you're a bold-faced liar. You would not leave that many millions contractually agreed upon on the table. But I'm putting myself in Jimmy Garoppolo's shoes, 650. I'm not talking about myself. I'm acting as if I am Jimmy. Yeah, I'd probably take the $27 million, have me as a backup. You ever see Blue Mountain State? You ever watch that?
No.
Yeah, that was a.
Was that the Super Trooper guys?
No, it was a college football show, or not a college football show, but it was a show about a college football team at a place called Blue Mountain State.
Was it a parody?
It was, yeah. And the main character is the backup quarterback who loves being a backup quarterback because they get all the perks and everything that's involved with being a quarterback, but he doesn't have to play. So it's like his life goal to just be a backup quarterback for the rest of his life. Like, that's what I would be.
Yeah. There was Chase Daniel.
Yes. Yes.
Chase Daniel or Brian Hoyer.
Charlie Whitehurst.
Exactly.
Let's go.
The more and more I've thought about this, like everybody can sit here and be furious at the Niners. I'm not sure there was a correct path to getting this done that would have appeased anyone. Like, I think there were going to be people frustrated, whether it's Jimmy's camp, the fans, upsetting Trey. Like, this was hard. This whole Jimmy thing is really hard, and making these transitions is clunky.
It's very rare in sports when everything goes the way that you want it to, and it also appeases the fan base. Like, it's very tough to do that. Look, on the other side, want to continue to talk Jimmy, because Shasky, we have plenty of callers on hold. We got Rob, we got Moose, and we got our guy Danker who wants to call in. So we'll wait to them on the other side. So, guys, please stay on hold. But, of course, if you'd like to be added to that list, 888-957-9570. What do you think the 49ers should do with Jimmy Garoppolo as of now? Cut him, keep him, trade him. What do you think is going to happen with Jimmy Garoppolo? All right, it's time for the injury report, sponsored by Boxer and Gerson.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Not only do you get an update on the injuries in the injury report, but you also get a mind-blowing stat at the end. The Giants were able to welcome back third baseman Evan Longoria last night as the G-men topped the Padres 1-0. Longo had missed the past 2 weeks with a left hamstring strain he suffered running to first base against the Dodgers in L.A. The Giants elected to use Longoria in the DH role in his return last night, but when he does take the field, it will just be the 6th time all year that he, Brandon Crawford, Brandon Belt and Tyro Estrada will have shared the diamond all season. Just the 6th time once Longo gets back at third base. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. At 8:30, we're going to be joined by Tim Flannery to talk some Giants baseball, but we're going to continue to talk Jimmy Garoppolo on the other side. It's Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Joe Shasky, as always, is 95.7 The Game.
The GOAT is back.
Young throws deep over the middle for Rice, and he's got it. And there he goes. And Jerry Rice wins.
95.7 The Game.
It is the Morning Roast. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Bonte is back on Monday. Joe Shasky as always. Now, we are talking Jimmy Garoppolo. We're going to get to Rob, Moose, and Danker, who all are weighing in because it seems Shasky has had a change of heart and doesn't think it'd be such a bad thing if they manage to keep Garoppolo on this roster as a backup for the amount that they're paying him.
There's no doubt, and I want to get into all of that. Can you give me 30 seconds, though? You know I love giving back to the community, right? I'm wearing my Junior Giants shirt. I do a lot of volunteering and stuff, and I'm all about the community, all right? Really quickly, all right? You know I have a lot of police members in my family. There's a PAL league right now, and they're putting together a golf tournament. I want to give them some love right now. There are so many kids right now that need help. They need after-school programs, and that's what the PAL is there to provide, all right? PAL provides football, jiu-jitsu, fishing, CrossFit, chess, girls basketball. There's a cadet program. You need to go to sfpal.org. sfpal.org. They're doing a golf tournament September 7th at Crystal Springs, and it's one of the biggest fundraising events. If you want to donate, if you want to get involved, if you want to play in it, this is to help our community, it's to help our kids. sfpal.org. I just wanted to throw that out there. You know I love the police in terms of trying to support our community, and I want to support kids that are underprivileged and give them stuff to do. Let's get back into real sports.
sfpal.org. Now, before we get to the callers, just to set this conversation up, because Ian Rappaport was on NFL Network and created all sorts of commotion when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, it wasn't that serious, but he did mention that the trade partners for Jimmy Garoppolo, well, it's growing thin.
Where is he going to get traded? And the 49ers have been very clear about saying that they plan to trade him, obviously not going to be with the team this coming season. My understanding, though, right now is there is no clear trade partner for Jimmy Garoppolo. Look around the NFL, think of who could take on that salary, think of who needs a starting quarterback. There isn't any clear option. Maybe one quarterback either doesn't develop like everyone thinks, or maybe there is an injury, then one might develop, but as of now, a little bit of a waiting game.
Saying that the trade partners are growing thin, that's a little bit of an oxymoron, but shout out to Schoolboy Q. So Jimmy Garoppolo,
who loves golf,
in the trade requests, it doesn't look like there's a partner out for them right now. So it looks like final cut down day, or at least we don't know whether it's going to be the first, the second, or that third cut down day where they cut it from 80 to 53. We don't know where it's going to go, but Ian Rappaport does believe that the 49ers are waiting until cut down day to make a decision on Jimmy G.
From my understanding, they're willing to wait all the way to cutdown day. And in fact, it wouldn't make a lot of sense for the 49ers to, let's say, move on from Jimmy Garoppolo now, because what if another quarterback gets hurt, or what if there is some sort of need? It sounds like they're going to hold on to him as long as possible just to see if any trade market develops before eventually and likely moving on from him.
The final presser for the 49ers after that NFC Championship game.
See ya.
It was, February? The first week of February? Mm-hmm. We've been talking about where and how and what Jimmy G will command in a trade, a release, what will happen to him, where's his status for 6 straight months. It's August.
I thought after that.
I'm a little
I
fatigued.
thought we were done.
Right? That's the last thing that we've heard from him publicly, I feel like.
That's it. That's all we have. Now, Lubman came in here at the break, and he made a point.
It's crazy.
And he was saying, Garoppolo hasn't said anything. He's been handling this like a total professional. I'm like, yeah, sure, but...
Because he's got 24 million reasons to do so.
But if you're Jimmy Garoppolo, figure out where you want to go, man, and tell the team, like, hey, this is where I want to go. Again, Matt Mayoko had mentioned this, that even though he doesn't have a no-trade clause in his contract, anyone who's willing to take him for a reduced salary, he has the right to say, well, I'm not going to that team because that's not the one team that I want to go to. Now, if they're taking on that entire salary, which the Browns are the only team that's equipped to do, that's when he can't say no. That's when it's, all right, you're definitively going there. And that's what I think we're waiting for. But what do you think? The listener, 888-957-9570. Jimmy Garoppolo, with all this information that we know now, that the trade partners, they're nowhere to be found. The Niners are waiting until cut down day to officially release him. What do you make of that? Do you want the 49ers to cut him? Do you think that they're going to be trading him? Or do you want them to keep them on as a backup, paying $24, $27 million, whatever that number is? It's always different. Do you want to keep him as a backup going into the 2022 season? All right, let's go to Rob and San Bruno, who wants to weigh in.
Hey,
Rob,
I missed you, buddy.
What's going on, man?
What's happening, fellas? Let's just keep it real, man. if Jimmy Garoppolo was such as high command like these major media dudes talking about, he'd be off the team. All these quarterbacks that got moved. Baker Mayfield got moved with an injured shoulder. What's the guy who played for the Raiders last year? Mariota guy probably gonna get a starting job. Nobody is beating down the block for Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay, let's just keep it real. And I feel like if they keep him on the team, for some odd reason, Jimmy Garoppolo got the mainstream media on his side. People who don't really watch the Niners, who don't really cover the Niners, they look at talking points. They don't watch the games. If you watch the games, you would see that Jimmy Garoppolo isn't worth trading for when you have making $27 million. Like you said, Butcher, if he was making $10 to $12 million, yeah, he'd have been gone. But teams are not going to spend a pick or even waste all that money on a guy if they know that he don't have physical tools that they desire for the rest of that the league is desiring from the quarterbacks right now. To me, he'll be a great backup, and that's what it is. Yeah. All these people saying, "Oh, you made Lance the starter." Well, we made Jimmy the starter, and he wasn't really proven yet. He threw 7 touchdowns and 5 interceptions his first start, and we celebrate him like he was the next coming. So let's stop. Let Trey develop. I feel like Trey with this offense is going to be deadly. Just remember last year, right? BA was all in a doghouse. Yeah, and he couldn't do this. All of a sudden, Trey out there, BA making tough catches up down the field. Yeah. You got players happy to play in that offense. So it's like, man, stick with Trey. If somebody, and then say if Jimmy did go to the Rams, if Jimmy's on the Rams and we're playing in the playoffs, we're going to the next round.
I love you. Hey, are you going to the game Friday, bro? You going to come see me at 327?
He just hung up. That was a mic drop there.
Damn it. Rob, if you're out there, text back into the text line, 888-957-9570. Come see me, 327, Friday night. Come on, man. I want to see you out there.
Of course, you can catch us live, catch us on YouTube as well. Just log on, search up 95.7 The Game. We'll be right there. Danker in the city. Danker, what's going on, man? I think we know which side Danker's going to be on here with Jimmy Garoppolo. What's going on, Danker?
What's up, gentlemen? Oh, man, I mean, the faithful need to show some faith. You know, Jimmy Garoppolo is in the playoffs, he's 6 picks, 7 touchdowns. Like, we can't even give Trey Lance a rookie year or just some maturation time. We were all freaking out when Jimmy still hasn't proved to be worth anything. And all this Ian Rappaport stuff, I believe we all know that's been the case since, like, the end of last season. I think, actually, the market's heating up. With Watson, depending on his decision, there's a guy in the Giants who had like 3 picks on his own. I mean, we hear a lot about this drama, but at the same time, I mean, the reality is we have a lot of things to be optimistic about Lance. Just the play action alone, the amount of space that Lance is going to have, that's the biggest deal since the Louisiana Purchase. I'm telling you, people need to be ready. We're going to the playoffs. People need to show some faith and be the faithful. Bye-bye.
Appreciate you, Danker. Thanks so much for the call. Now, just a side note here, Danker has been doing this social media thing with his calls where he's been screen recording his calls via the Odyssey app. So you can download the Odyssey app and be like Danker here, because that's actually it's a smart move, man. If you want to get your calls out, put them on social media, let people know what you're talking about that may have missed it on live radio, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Favorite 95.7 The Game. You got millions of other podcast stations on there. Hell, there might even be a time where we ask you to go behind enemy lines and see what the callers of the opposing team are saying, because you'd be able to do that via the Odyssey app. Again, that's AUDACY. And then when we're in Warrior season, you can catch every Warriors game live on that thing. Oh, by the way, it's free. Free, Shasky.
Damn,
the free Odyssey app.
You were rolling there.
Yeah.
I didn't think we'd get a Danker Louisiana Purchase reference.
Yeah, although I completely disagree with him when it comes to the market. I love how he just said, Ian Rappaport's wrong. The market's not wearing thin. It's actually heating up for Jimmy Garoppolo just because the Browns haven't made a verdict yet and the Giants quarterback looks like crap. You know what I mean? Like, it was, the market was hot to start out. You remember that?
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo was who was the quarterback that was going to be taken? Because we were waiting for Russell Wilson. Mm-hmm. We were waiting for that domino to fall.
Carson Wentz.
Then we were waiting for Carson Wentz. Carson Wentz was the one. Yeah. Carson Wentz was the one we were
struggling.
waiting for. He is struggling mightily over there.
Everyone is
Washington.
struggling in training camp. I've heard no positive reports from quarterbacks. You seen the Mac Jones stuff?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Apparently they changed up their offense because Josh McDaniels is no longer there, and Mac Jones is not acclimating too well to that new offense, to that new scheme.
No way. The most pro-ready quarterback who the Niners should have taken isn't playing well in practice, and apparently he's just fluttering balls into the abyss.
Yeah.
That's literally what all the beat writers are saying.
There was a video I saw yesterday.
Way.
I wish I could credit the appropriate publication, but they posted it to Twitter, and they say Justin Fields with a dime to the wide receiver, and they don't even show Justin Fields throwing the football. They just throw the wide receiver going into the end zone, and he's running back, and he's got his hands up, then the ball just sails like 3 yards over his head. And
also, it's like Cap in the Super Bowl to Crabtree.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's like, oh man, Justin Fields really heating up. But
this feels like it's shaking out the way Kaepernick and Alex Smith did. Team Alex versus Team Kaepernick. I'm Team 49er. I want the best for the 49ers. I want the 49ers to win. I think that they made their decision, and it's obvious that they made their decision. They're going to go with Trey Lance. I still think Trey Lance is going to get so much better as the year goes on, and everybody's going to all laugh at how the way we've talked about certain things. Will there be certain people who hold out this glimmer of how they view Jimmy G? Of course. There are people out there who still to this day believe that Alex Smith would have won multiple Super Bowls. Denying all the facts of how poorly he played in the playoffs, denying all the facts that he had 5 turnovers to help aid him in his greatest 3 minutes ever in that New Orleans Saints playoff game, denying all the facts that he couldn't complete a pass to a wide receiver, denying all the facts that if you look at the raw data, his best year was when he threw 17 touchdowns and 11 picks and threw for 3,200 yards. That's worse than any Jimmy G year in a 49er uniform. Yet people remember Alex Smith as some elite player for the Niners because they want to be right. And there's an emotion because I'm an Alex guy. I'm a Jimmy guy. I'm a Trey guy. I'm a Niner guy. I want the Niners to win. And they have made their decision to go all in on Trey Lance. So I am embracing him fully. The ups, the downs, everything that comes with it. That being said, as a Niner guy, I want to win. And I think the best thing for them to win right now, if there isn't a third-round pick staring them in the face, maybe it is just to keep Jimmy Garoppolo around.
So that's what Joe Shasky is thinking. That is his change of heart. That's what he's thinking is maybe it's not so much of a bad thing if we're keeping Jimmy here on this team and we're keeping him for $24 million as a backup. Me personally, I'm on the side of, look, you don't want that outside noise creeping into the locker room. You don't want any of that. You want to focus solely on what's going on the field. And no, that's not me questioning Trey's mentality. I'm not saying that he's soft mentally. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. But just teams in general do not want the outside noise. You just want to focus solely on what's going on the field. So I think it'd be too much. And then at the same time, if I'm Jimmy, I'd say, look, I'd love to make the $27 million as a backup quarterback, but just cut me. Let me figure it out so I can actually get an extended contract from here, because what is being a backup going to do for me in my future? It's not going to do anything. That's where I'd be on that side. So let's go to the Ginger in Marin.
No.
The Ginger in Marin. What's going on, Ginger?
Hi, Ginger.
Hey, guys. Long time, first time caller.
Oh, thank you.
Need to sing before my service call. I got to show up right here. But I think the Niners know what they're doing. I think they're keeping Jimmy just in case something happens with Lance, but I also think they're going to use him as a trade bait before the trade deadline comes up. I feel like a lot of injuries happen, and a lot of teams might need a quarterback down the stretch, and he might be a good trade bait for some draft picks or even some players. And that's my take.
Appreciate it, Ginger. Thanks so much. Yeah, I really do think you're just waiting for the Browns to see what happens with Deshaun.
That's what you think?
Yeah, I think once that verdict comes down and you actually know the real suspension for him, I don't know if it's going to be 6 games with the fine that's included because he wasn't fined. I don't know if it's going to be more than 6 games. I don't know if it's going to be 8 games. I don't know if it's going to be suspended for the year, which is what the NFL wanted. It's a very confusing situation. Yes. It's like the NFL is appealing the ruling, which ultimately comes down on the NFL. So it's like they're appealing their own ruling, even though it wasn't necessarily made by the NFL. It was made from some separate judge. Very sticky situation going on there. Like, I don't know what's happening. So I think the the Niners are waiting for the Browns to see what they could do. All right, let's go to Brian in Palo Alto who wants to weigh in. Brian, what's going on,
One
man?
of our most sophisticated, smart callers. What's up, buddy?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm not sure that Deshaun Watson scenario is going to be wrapped up anytime soon, right? Once you start getting into lawyers and appeals and all that kind of stuff, it typically doesn't resolve itself like overnight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look, they kind of made their own bed here, right? They overvalue. They played up his value. They overplayed it, right? And I think the only reason not to cut him right now is because he's going straight to Seattle.
Right?
He'll start for Seattle. And I think the thing with Trey is, I don't have predetermined judgment. I don't know what he is, right? I don't know. He was not. He didn't show that he was ready to read NFL defense last year, which is kind of a big variable.
I agree.
Quarterback's development, and we don't know what he is. And that's why when he completes 40% of his passes in training camp, people react to that, right? I mean, if he doesn't play well in their first preseason game, what do you think next week's going to be like?
Oh, Brian, it's going to be insane.
I mean, it's going to be insane. And by the way, it's all going to be entertaining, right? Which is kind of other than I'm a Niner fan, you want it to be entertaining. I don't know what he is.
Yeah.
The people that get on, they're like, I'm sure Trey Lance is going to be this huge upgrade over Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm like, how can you say that?
Well, here's what I would say. Having seen him a little bit, and you stay on, having seen him a little bit.
He's gone. He just dropped off.
Okay, sorry, Brian. The guy is a physical specimen that Jimmy isn't when you see them in practice. And what I mean by that is his ability to extend plays with his legs is very noticeable. Steven, can you see that?
One of the things that makes Patrick Mahomes so dynamic is not only what he can do with his arm,
which is a spectacular arm.
It's because I think you make a great point when you say that Trey Lance is going to be a pocket quarterback this year, and he's just going to extend plays with his legs.
He's not a runner like Lamar.
They're not going to be
totally different.
They're not going to you know what? Let's put this to bed right now. They're not going to be running 16 designed runs for him like they did last year.
I hope
they're not going to be doing that. But when the play's broken, right, which is going to happen quite a bit here. I mean, the offensive line, again, there's some optimism now with Aaron Banks and Spencer Burford, and the line's getting shored up. I know you got McGlinchey on one side who people are down on, Trent Williams on the other. But if a play breaks down, he can at least extend it to where if you get that extra 4 or 5 yards, depending on what your yardage is, that could change the drive completely,
100%.
change the entire possession.
100%.
So I think that's an element that he brings.
Well, and the other thing that he said, which is totally fair, hey, I didn't think Trey Lance could read defenses. Okay, let me just, college attempts, heading into their first year. Trevor Lawrence had 1,100 college attempts. Zach Wilson had 800. Fields had 600. Mac Jones had 500. And Lance had 300. We are talking about a guy that had the fewest amount of attempts to be able to throw the football of all of those guys. Now, I would argue he took the most snaps under center, even though I gave you all the numbers returning, because Lawrence was in shotgun almost the whole time, and you play under center more in the NFL, unless you're Kyler Murray, and that gives you a different perspective of how to play the quarterback position. The second thing I would say is, when we rate Jimmy Garoppolo's skills, is reading a defense one of the top 3?
No.
I would say at times, and I had this conversation with JD where JD was like, hey, we're on the field watching Trey. I just don't know if he sees it. One of my biggest criticisms is that Jimmy in year 8, I would ask that every game. I'm not sure he sees it because I'd be sitting in the old 22. And I agree with JD, by the way, to an extent. There are times where I don't know if Trey Lance sees the play opening. And Brett Favre talked about this. He didn't see the plays opening, but he was so damn skilled and so damn good. He didn't even know what a cover 2 was until his 10th year in the league.
He had no clue.
He had no idea. Now, I don't know if you can get away with that in the modern era. I think you need to study more now than ever. And that's why Kyler Murray had originally that stuff put into the language of the contract. But where I'm going at with this is that Jimmy's skill set is getting rid of the ball quickly. And that's the thing. Forget reading defenses at this point because Kyle's going to make it so that you don't really have to read defenses. It's going to be one read, second read
That
stuff.
was what my retort was going to be because Sean Salisbury, I'll never forget it when Sean Salisbury was on this show and he was talking about it's the system. Like the reason you see some of those Garoppolo no throws, you wonder, why the hell is he just throwing it straight to the middle linebacker? Well, that's how the play was supposed to be ran.
Thrown.
And he's just putting the ball there regardless. Like a wide receiver, whoever, the tight end is supposed to be in that spot. That's why he's throwing it there.
The way I would put it, forget reading defenses. Can the kid consistently get rid of the ball quickly and to the right person? That's the way I would put it. Everyone goes, he can make all the throws. Can he make all the throws? And I heard Dan Orlovsky say this, and I'm stealing from him, and I thought it was such an eloquent way of putting it. I don't need you to make all the throws. I need you to make the right throw at the right time. That's all I need you to do.
Right.
Does Tom Brady make all the throws? No, he makes the right throw at the right time. Matt Stafford, he just won the Super Bowl. Does he make all the throws? He can, but he makes the right throw at the right time. That's the most important part of Shanahan's offense. Throwing to the right guy at the right spot on the field at the right time so he can catch it and move upfield. And then is your ball placement there? Those are the things that I'm looking for.
Let's go to Miley in Walnut Creek who wants to weigh in. What's going on, Miley?
Hey, guys, I wanted to talk about, Jimmy's so-called market. And the biggest reason the market was affected was clearly because he had the surgery that in the Niners didn't necessarily know he was going to have that surgery. So the second he went under the knife, it affected his market. So no one brings that up when they're talking about, oh, Jimmy's got no market. Nobody wants Jimmy. Well, who's going to sign up for Jimmy right after surgery without seeing him throw? Nobody.
Well, Joe, Baker got...
bring up one thing, Joe. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Baker got traded, and he kind of had a bum labrum and shoulder and was still hurt and wasn't really throwing.
Yeah, but I don't think it was the same. I really don't. But anyway, Joe, I wanted to ask you a thing about the Super Bowl against the Chiefs.
Okay.
Jimmy had a third down throw to Kittle in that game that would have iced the game had Kittle made the catch.
Yes.
The ball was tipped by a fingertip. Kittle catches that ball. Jimmy's a hero. He wins a Super Bowl. The rest is history. I mean, we might not even have Trey Lance if that would have happened.
Hey, look.
I'm not a Jimmy guy. I'm a Lance guy. I'm ready to go Lance all the way.
Yeah.
But
No, it's
Jimmy,
a fair point.
He gets a bum rap.
No, I'm with you on that. Look, it's the same way that I do the woulda, coulda, shoulda with Kaepernick. If he connects with Crabtree, is Harbaugh still the coach? Like, I'm asking sincerely. Think about John Harbaugh and the one Super Bowl he won and how much runway he got. He got to oversee a rebuild, okay? And Mike McCarthy was in Green Bay 7 years too long because he won a championship and got a second job.
Yeah.
And we all knew he kind of sucks. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he's right. Jimmy was 17 of 21 until the final drive with 200 yards passing.
Right.
And the best throw of that game in the Super Bowl was the one that they called back. I think it's the best throw of his entire 49er career. The bomb before halftime to George Kittle that George Kittle got called for an OPI.
Yeah. Oh, man, I forgot about that.
I'm with him. Jimmy does get a bum rap. And I think it's not about whether him and I or Brian and Palo Alto like Jimmy. I think Kyle Shanahan never really loved Jimmy. And I don't know where that time started. It could have been from the beginning where he had to be influenced to even accept the trade because he didn't really want him. And Lynch says that he had to convince Kyle. I don't know if something happened along the way of their maturation process. Clearly, Shanahan didn't want him.
What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. On the other side, we're going to switch gears to baseball. Tim Flannery, of course, former third base coach for the San Francisco Giants. He's going to join us on the other side. Right. Does that relay from last night's game, can it compare? Can it live up to that relay from the 2012 World Series in Game 2 when they threw out Prince Fielder? Because that was a hell of a play last night for the San Francisco Giants. We'll also ask him about Camilo Doval, the ascension of Joey Bart, what he's seen from him. We got plenty to get to with Tim Flannery on the other side. And then after that, maybe we could talk a little Kevin Durant, what's been going on with him. That's all what's coming up. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, as always, on 95.7 The Game.
Have weekend plans? Take us along for the ride.
A long day of beautification here. Volunteers rolling up their sleeves.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
I wonder what Stephen Curry thinks when he sees everything that's happening with Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets. He is the petty king, so I wonder what Steph Curry's reaction to that is. But good morning, everyone. We are going to talk about baseball here because we are joined by the one, the only, Tim Flannery, of course, 3 times World Series champion with the San Francisco Giants as the third base coach. And Tim, good morning. How are you? And thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, you guys. How's everything going up there in the Bay Area?
Everything is great. The Giants season is still hanging on here as they get a big 1-0 win last night, keeping their season alive here and keeping the hopes alive for the fans. Now, Tim, wanted to start off the interview with this because the play that really was made last night that saved the game was the relay that was made in the 7th inning from Luis Gonzalez to Brandon Crawford all the way to Joey Bart at home. And I wanted to play the highlight for you, Tim, and get your reaction on the other side. So here's the highlight.
Line pass to Luis Davis. Toward the corner. Drury coming to third. And they're going to send him. Crawford. Home. Tag. Not in time. Bart thinks he got him. What a tag by Joey.
Oh, my gosh.
Giants want to look at this one. Kim ends up at third. Gabe Kapler wants the challenge. For now, the game is tied.
100% you got to look at it. Doesn't matter. Take a peek. What a pick.
I think he got him.
Man, that's going to be close.
Holy smokes.
San Francisco is challenging the safe call at home plate.
You got 40,000 people telling, 40,000 umpires telling you that he's safe.
Upon review, the call on the field is overturned. The runner is out. San Francisco retains their challenge.
That was NBC Sports Bay Area with the audio. After the challenge, the call was overturned. He was out at the plate. Then the Giants would go on to win 1-0. But, Tim, there have been a lot of comparisons made to the relay in Game 2 of the 2012 World Series. Does that relay from last night live up to that relay from 2012? Are we right to make that comparison?
Absolutely. If you would have put that in a World Series environment, it would have definitely been the same thing. And any time Brandon Crawford is involved in any type of relay throw, he practices that all the time. He goes out to places out in the outfield and makes strong throws. But on this one, you have to really give the credit, too, to Joey Bart. That was a nasty in-between hop, and for him to be able to pick it and then get that tag down was great. And on the other side, Matty Williams is the third base coach of the Padres. They haven't been scoring, and you've got to gamble once in a while to try to get it going like that. And Craw really did a great job getting rid of the ball quick. It was a perfect relay throw, tough throw in the dirt, but a great pick, and good things happened.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And this is a team that's been airmailing the cutoff all year. It's been very frustrating. It was great to see them do that. I was also thinking about Gordon not getting sent in the Kansas City Royals Game 7 in the 9th inning because of Craw's arm. Like, there was a lot going through my mind yesterday. I want to get to Joey Bart, though, because the degree of difficulty on that snag, that pick and tag was just incredible. He feels like a different guy. What have you noticed that's different about Joey Bart from maybe earlier in the year to where he is now?
Look, I said this last night during the telecast. I'm down in San Diego taking care of my 90-year-old mother, and some of my family was around, and they all have seen it over the years as well. I mean, this is a baseball family I live with. My mother. Her brother was Hal Smith, that great catcher of the 1960 Pittsburgh Pirates that hit the big home run in Game 7. Then the Yankees tied it, and Mazeroski won it. So my mother, 90 years old, can talk probably more than most of the big league managers. She's had her son and her brother. We've gone to 6 World Series together.
Wow!
But I'll tell you what Joey Bart has done. First of all, not many players get called up to the big leagues the first time and stay. What happens is you get up, sometimes you get overwhelmed. At this level, they find your weaknesses and they will go to it until you make that adjustment. And almost 99%, 98%, I would imagine, would go back to AAA, go back to the minor leagues, and then you have to kind of reboot yourself, and you got to realize, okay, this is what they're doing to me. Now I know what it's like at the big league level. How can I make the adjustment to get back and do it? That's what Joey Bart has done. Now, I managed at all levels in the minor leagues. The AAA level is full of guys that had great moments in the big leagues, but when they got sent back down because the teams found a weakness on them, they couldn't figure out how to make that adjustment or couldn't make the adjustment, and we'd call those guys 4A players. Joey Bart has come back totally different. He looks more relaxed, more focused. With the confidence that he's having right now, with hitting the ball, balls are falling, he's starting to get in the flow of things. Now you get that self-confidence saying, I do belong here. I can play at this level. It's a tough level at the major league level. I would always remind the guys when they came up, this is the highest level. There's no more you have to go past this one. You are in the big leagues. And to his credit, and to the coaches down there in AAA, they got Joey back. He always had the physical skills, but mentally he looks seasoned.
Yeah. Defensively, he seems to be really, really improved. And then obviously the arm is a cannon. But at the plate, Tim, I noticed that when he was not going well, he was trying to pull everything, and he's just swinging through so many things. When he hit that home run the other day to dead center field, I was like, finally, he's using the whole field. What are you seeing from him at the plate? And what do you think that he could be ceiling-wise moving forward?
Well, what happens when you come to the big leagues, the first thing they're going to want to know, and they're going to pound your hands in on the fastball. Fastballs are going to be coming in on your hands because they want to see if you can hit that pitch. And, hey, look, it happened to a lot of us. It took me about 2 years once I got sent back down to learn how to hit that inside fastball. And then maybe he can't, up until AAA, a lot of times people can control the whole plate. You can look fastball, you can make adjustments, you can cover the whole plate. Most players, when they get to the big leagues, have to look either away and take the ball in, or they have to look for the fastball in and take off-speed pitches and take pitches away. They've got to separate and split the plate a little bit. And I think that Joey Bart is looking for the fastballs inside, so he's in the proper situations. And then when he's hitting the fastball and gearing himself to hit the ball to right center field, that sets him up for off-speed pitches. So this is a difficult league at the major league level. And it's great to see guys like Joey Bart and some of these young players making adjustments, and it kind of gives you a nice big deep breath like, oh yeah, this is Joey Bart. This is the guy we've heard about, and he's not being overwhelmed by it all.
He's a three-time World Series champion with the Giants as their third base coach. Tim Flannery joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Now, the 2012 reunion is coming up this weekend, but before we get to that, want to ask a question about Camilo Doval and what he's been doing lately, because last night he closes the game out going up against Soto, Machado, and Josh Bell, and he ends the game on a 103 mile an hour. They called it a cut fastball, and that had tied the franchise record since they started tracking pitches in 2008 for the fastest pitch recorded since Brian Wilson. I mean, Tim, when you're watching this guy, Camilo Doval, among the great relievers that you've seen with the Giants, Brian Wilson, Sergio Romo, and all the relievers that were involved, I mean, Camilo Doval is really rising here for Giants fans.
Absolutely. And that's the same situation I just talked about with Joey Bart. Here's a guy that is young, and the game can be painful when you give it up, or when you go to the mound and you don't have your good stuff. You talked about great relievers. I played behind Raleigh Fingers. I played behind Goose Gossage. I coached Trevor Hoffman. The great relievers come out of that bullpen, and look, when you walk out of that bullpen, you know if you got your good stuff or not. But the other team does not know that. And I saw it with Goose a lot of times. If he didn't have his good stuff, he wasn't going to let nobody know. He still was intimidating people at the plate, and even with his below par stuff. And I think that's what this young right-hander is doing, and he's starting to mature. It's a tough league, and not many people come up here and just take off and play the rest of their career. It's a game of adjustments. It's a lot like life. It's weekly, it's daily, it's game by game. It's a mental game, and that's what some of these young Giants are learning.
You know, Tim, I know we want to talk about the 2012 team, and I want to get into the kind of that particular squad, but I see you post a lot of things about shifts and about analytics, and it's music to my heart. I mean, it drives me insane. I feel like the classic double play has gone away. There was a sequence last night where Tyler Rogers got a double play to get out of the inning, but more times than not, it feels like because they're staggering three guys over on one side of the field, they're not able to get a double play. And instead of getting two, they get one out. Now my pitcher stays out there for longer. And now he goes 20 extra pitches. And now I can't use him tomorrow because he's burned out for today. The data and the obsession over the advanced numbers is taking away from the ball being in play. How many times have the Giants had a guy at home plate, bases loaded, less than 2 outs, and they get an unproductive out because they're swinging for the fences? It's driving me crazy, and I feel like it's taking away from the beautiful game that we're accustomed to. Where are you at with analytics driving the game of baseball right now?
You know, I worked 3 years back at MLB Network when I got out of coaching, and I worked with Brian Kinney, and he was a guy that was really pushing it and on it before anybody else really was. Analytics will never go away, and for the most part, some of it's pretty accurate. But there's something that happens in the game like you're just talking about, because I've seen it on other clubs as well. Look, I'm not going to argue about all the other analytics. Doesn't mean I'm for all of them, because there's always a reason, like the launch angle. Mm-hmm. The launch angle was all big and everything because the balls were hard as rocks. Yeah. And anything in the air was flying. And then you see this year the ball's not flying like it used to, and there's a lot of balls that are hit that we all, when it leave the bat, we're going, that ball's out of here, and it stops at the warning track. So those are the guys. Like in the 80s when I played, we had to keep the ball out of the air. Only the real home run hitters are going to hit home runs. But as far as the double play, when they shift over and they allow a routine double play, and you saw last night they didn't do it. They got a routine double play. Didn't it look nice as he crossed across the bag? It was like, oh wow, who came up with that? That's a real double play. When you allow them to get an extra out in an inning because you don't turn a double play, that doesn't make sense at all. And they might say analytically, well, it works this time. But let's talk about the whole feel of it. I mean, well, you just said it. If this guy has to get an extra out, I saw it the other night with the Dodgers and the Padres. The Dodgers did it. They do it. And they allowed an extra out. They were all on the right side, routine double play. There's nobody at second to turn the double play. Their pitcher then gave up 3 runs. He faced 4 or 5 more hitters. And like you said, he went to the bullpen. It now is going to affect them a week from now, a day. You know, nobody's actually has. I'm sure they have that information, but here's what I'm looking at. There are times I can't watch some of the game, and I know I'll get off your lawn.
No, I love it. You're right.
I get all that, and I'm fine with that. I've been to, but here's what I always tell people: I've been to 5 World Series. I have 25 years in the big leagues. I can have an opinion, and my opinion is one of the greatest plays in baseball is a double play ball. Game on the line when the runner could run down and break up double plays. The emotion, the adrenaline, that is all taken out because of this sterilized, sanitized way of figuring this is how it's supposed to be done, like it's been made up in a laboratory. I would rather see them play a double play situation than anybody on the whole right side. I mean, it's just ridiculous, and it's not fun to watch anymore when it comes to double play balls. That was very exciting last night when the game was on the line that they did that.
Yeah, 4-6-3.
Maybe that'll be the future, maybe not, but the teams that don't do it will get hurt.
I totally agree with you. 3-time World Series champion Tim Flannery, third base coach, of course, with the San Francisco Giants. Now, in their matchup against the Pirates on Saturday, they are going to be honoring the 2012 team, the 10-year reunion of the 2012 World Series champion team. And my question to you, Tim, is outside of actually winning the World Series, is there a favorite memory that you have from that season that maybe people don't talk enough about?
There's so many memories from that club. That team, Scudero, when we picked up Scudero, what he did from the trade deadline on, won the league, won the playoffs, the World Series. He was in the middle of it with huge hits, getting on base. Buster's whole year was fantastic, MVP year. Pablo had a great year. But, the rotation was solid. You had Kane, Lincecum, Bum, Vogie, Javi, Zito, Romo and Javi, and Petit, and Moda. We were really solid. But what we had was incredible fortitude, and when we flew back to Cincinnati being swept or at home losing 2 games, going into Cincinnati knowing we had to win all 3, it was a little, we knew that they've never been swept there before, the Reds. And that morning, when Boch called the club together and then Hunter Pence took over the meeting, letting everybody know we got to win today. We got to win the moment. And then that spilled over from the clubhouse into the dugout. And then momentum, we danced with momentum. And I say that all the time because when you play the playoffs and the World Series, if you let the genie come out of the bottle for the other team, it's very difficult to get it back in there. You have to keep momentum when you have it. And then we go into, we're in Cincinnati, and it was just one game after another, one moment after another. And then we went on to have to play 6 elimination games, which is crazy. But we all got in. We were conditioned to play that way. That this is it, man. It's either we win this moment or we go home. And it was an amazing season. And out of the 3 world championships up in San Francisco, all 3 were different. But the 2012 team, for me, that was something that was, I'll never forget what happened, but I'll also never forget how we felt doing it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it was the best team, and we always remember the Hunter Pence speech, and he's going to get put into the Wall of Fame. The Jay Bruce, Sergio Romo at the end of that Game 5 was incredible. But what about the Melky thing? He was one of the best players in baseball that year. Right. I need a 30 for 30 on the Melky thing because I don't think we make the acquisition for Hunter Pence had Melky not been basically kicked out of the league at that point.
And to Brian Sabian's credit, he knew about this coming down before it actually happened.
Really?
So he had these trades. He had this. He had already reached out and started. How are we going to make a trade here to help this ball club? And then we bring in Hunter Pence and Milky having that great half a season. Once he was gone, this team just picked right up and was the next man up and got it done.
Tim Flannery, 3-time World Series champion with the San Francisco Giants as the third base coach. Tim, we could talk to you
Tim.
for another hour, but we are up against it here, Tim. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, and maybe we could bring you on another time and we could all express our frustration with the shift together.
You can count on me on that one.
Thanks so much,
Take
Tim.
care, boys.
See ya.
Enjoy. Man, gosh, he's so great.
He's the best.
His inside the park home run with Angel Pagan and just his slow motion going down the baseline. Man.
The best. And that 2012 team, we're going to celebrate it on Saturday at the ballpark. It's going to be amazing.
Yep.
I contend that's the best team in terms of top to bottom roster. The best team, in my estimation, 10, 12, 14, is hands down 2012.
No, I'm with you. There was, not a lot as far as uncertainty goes through their season. I remember in 2010, it's like, oh, wow, the Giants, they might have a chance.
They clinched on the last day.
And then 2014, it was... All right, well, you're in the play. They had
wild card.
They had the wild card. They had 2 series. I remember because I was working at Applebee's this summer.
Oh,
yeah. You actually asked me a while
Welcome
back.
to Applebee's.
Yeah. How's it going, Stephen? Or whatever. I don't even want to go.
Hi, I'm your waiter. I'm Steven.
No, I don't want to go through the phone call. I was a host. You know, and I was at the front desk. I was at the podium. You know, the thing, and I was just like, "Hey, how many menus?
Have
want
you
5?
seen the show the movie Waiting?
Yes,
it's a classic. If you've ever been a server.
Absolutely. But I remember that 2012 team when they lost. It was a 4-game series against the Reds in Cincinnati, and I think they got
Dusty's
swept.
Reds.
I think they got swept in 3 games by the Rockies, and that all happened.
Carlos Gonzalez hit a bomb over somebody's head that misplayed it in the fog
within the span of a summer.
I know.
And I thought all hope was lost. I remember listening. I'm not going to say his name, but he was working the night show here at 95.7. It's a name you wouldn't even remember, but I don't want to slander the guy. But I remember listening to the station and him going, "Giants are done." It was August. Giants are done. Giants are done. There's no chance that they're going to do anything. Then they go on to win the World Series in 2014. But going back to 2012, one of the most memorable moments, I'll never forget it. You know, we talked a little bit about Barry Zito because of Camilo Doval's number. I mean, his performance against the Cardinals.
The hit down the line.
Come on.
He beat Verlander in game 1. Come on. Where Pablo hit 3 home runs.
There was so much magic to happen in that 2012
At the height of Verlander mania.
Yeah.
They had Miguel Cabrera. They had Ian Kinsler. They had Prince Fielder. They had, was it Ray Ordonez who was also on that team?
Max Scherzer was there,
maybe it was
too.
Maglio Ordonez.
Max
Ordonez.
Scherzer was there, too.
Scherzer was absolutely there. Their team was loaded. Porcello, I believe, was also a pitcher on that
Was it Placido Polanco on that
Placido
squad?
Polanco was wearing a ski mask in Detroit. They didn't just win. They swept them.
Yeah.
Which no one saw coming.
No one expected that at all. I remember
incredible.
going into that series, and it's like the Tigers are the best team in baseball, bar none. And then it created a little, Bay Area civil war between the A's and the Giants fans because it's like the Giants are thinking, well, the A's were constantly complaining about the wild card. The A's fans were talking about, we had to face the Tigers in the wild card, this stupid wild card game. And then, or excuse me, was that the division series?
I think that was
that was the division series. Then it was the Royal. Whatever.
They lost to Verlander multiple times, and that was one of them.
My memory is not as good as yours, and especially in those times.
Well, in 2012 too, the Niners got to the Super Bowl that year, and it was obviously November when the Giants ended up winning it all. I remember being on Mission Street with a broom in the rain, saying, "We're about to win the Super Bowl too."
Man, what a time! All right, it's been a fun show. It's time for the Xfinity Flex moment of the show.
A part of me, and I can't believe I'm here right now, but a part of me really wants to see him in a preseason game or 2 before I make a definitive decision on Jimmy Garoppolo, right? Like, I just want to see what it looks like a little. I'm more like, hey, are we sure? Now that we've gone this far, and he's still on the roster, and he's still here, are we 100% sure that the 2022 49ers are better just cutting Jimmy Garoppolo and getting nothing for it? Because I can make an argument they're better keeping him in tow, having this year play out as crazy and as circus-filled as that might be, and getting that third-round comp pick when his deal expires, because that's what they would get at the end of the year. If he stays on the team at the current number, they get a third-round comp pick at the end of the year. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Now, do I want to pay $25 million for a third-round pick? No, but I'm also guaranteeing myself probably the best backup in football.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Now you're listening. Ooh.
Change of heart.
Now you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on search 95.7 The Game, and right now you will see Whitey Gleason and Dan Dibley as it's time for the changeover. The changeover brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change that you want to see. Good morning, fellas. How you doing?
Oh, Captain, my Captain. How are you, sir?
Whoa, what happened there? We're not Mike Craig.
I have a question for you guys.
I have an answer, maybe.
Good to go? You good to go, Dibs?
I'm ready, yeah. I'm fine.
Last night?
You know what? I'm not ready.
Yeah.
Seriously.
All right, I'm ready.
Angels beat the A's 1-0.
Oh.
Time of game, 2:14.
Oh.
Giants beat the Padres 1-0. Time of game, 315.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What? How does that happen?
Well, everyone's taking 1,000 pitches, and we have a zillion. And then here's the thing: Juan Soto, great player.
Dude, he's gonna go.
He thinks he's no more Garciaparra. Stay in the box, doggy. That's the rule. 1 foot in the box. He takes double the gloves and let me readjust and let me do all these things. Get in the box and take a pitch.
Yeah, we don't do that anymore. You know what's in the box, not the batter.
Thank you, Brad.
You're welcome. We don't keep guys in the box, and the difference between those two games, you have one game of players like, I cannot wait until this S is over, and by S I mean season, and the other one is we're grinding because we're both in the playoff hunt, and yes, the Giants are in the playoff hunt. Last night's going to be the game we all remember if, in fact, even if this thing goes down to the wire and if they fall short, whatever. Last 3 games of the year, by the way, against San Diego, wouldn't it be fun if it was a 1-game difference?
It would be
or
awesome.
it all tied going into that final 3-gamer?
I'm with you. And then for Joey Bart, it feels like he's winning over this fan base slowly. It's taking time for each person.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. What was that?
This is Bart announcer.
His background.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Ashby Station.
I do feel like the at-bats are clearly coming around. To make that pick in that play, people remember those things.
It was everything. It was the Gonzalez retrieval with a good throw to Crawford, and
he made 2 nice plays in left field.
that was the one.
Single.
That was the one big one, and then the Crawford relay, just
Great
an
throw.
absolute hose. But caught him on a short hop. Bart able to catch a high short hop and slap the tag down. Why don't guys go feet first anymore, Steven?
I don't get it. The whole
Trey Turner's the only one.
The whole thing is like feet first is you're not having to slide that much sooner as you would having to go with your hands. Actually, was there any part of you that thought he was actually safe?
No.
I keep watching it and I keep thinking he's safe until I just had the definitive angle in the green room and his hand
the Dibs ref angle.
Well, no, because we went again and again and again.
Yeah.
In real time, I thought he was safe because when the tag gets slapped down, he's got a full wrist that is at home plate, but it's over home plate. You know, the hover, he's not touching the dish, and so he was out. But I thought he was safe. I watched it 35, 40 times, and I kept thinking he was safe until just about 10 minutes ago when I finally froze it. And you see that his hand, his wrist is cocked.
Yeah.
Can I say that?
You just did.
No, you're all right.
You're right, though,
like,
Dibs.
let it rip.
You're right. Give me in the old days, give me the Lou Brock pop-up slide.
Exactly.
That's what I want.
That's what Trey Turner does every single time, and it's a beautiful slide.
Yeah.
But it's also the safest one in terms of not hurting yourself. These guys wear these huge, like, paw snow mitts. Yeah. And like, my thing is like, well, guys, maybe we shouldn't be sliding head first because you could break your wrist.
Say I was out, but the souffle's done. Great
Unless
news.
you're Ricky Henderson.
That's solid.
Unless you're Ricky Henderson, don't dive head first. It's just always kind of been my... What about the hook slide? Remember when the hook slide?
There you go.
Long gone, yeah.
It is.
The
And
hook slide
now
is
you're
out.
giving a guy an angle to at home. It used to be you'd have to truck somebody at home. Now you have to give them a lane to score, and so the catcher's going to be up. So the hook slide going past, or at least going through it, that's how you avoid that tag and make them lean a little farther to the left. I'm with you, Dibs.
And the hook dive now is what you see where, and I saw one on video the other day where the guy dove and then he pulled his arm back to avoid the tag, kind of a swim move.
Yeah, my boy got a separated shoulder from that.
I was going to say, it's a dislocated shoulder waiting to happen.
Right
no
through
doubt.
the T-shirt. Dave Perry, if you're out there. And he goes, I'm never sliding head first ever
Through
again.
the shirt?
Dude, the bone is sticking up.
Bro.
It's the worst.
When I tore my labrum, it was an adult softball game, co-ed. Shout out the Gypsters in Southern California.
Damn.
I go into deep left center and I jump to catch the ball and I look and my arm is horizontal and the glove is like flapping in the wind.
Did you hang on?
Nah, I didn't even touch it.
Did he delay surgery like Jimmy G?
Yeah, I didn't have health insurance.
Oh, no.
I mean, what are you going to do?
That's
Go
maybe
see
that was
Dr.
Jimmy's
Nick
thing.
behind a dumpster?
Hey, Dr. Nick.
Hi, everybody.
That's so good.
Maybe the Giants get a helping hand last night from former Giant, Padre third base coach Matt Williams. Maybe he should have put up the stop sign.
Matt, he will. I love him, but he'll forever be known as the guy who took the ball out of Zimmerman's hand.
Man, too soon. Yeah. That's too soon. Honestly, there's only one way that you get thrown out at home, and it takes a perfect retrieval and 2 perfect throws, and then a short hop pick and a slap tag, and video review because because if we didn't have review, I think in real time he sure looked safe. I thought he looked like he beat the tag there, but now let's go to the headphones and Kapler.
Can we do this quicker? Like
no,
the replay. But the replay thing is dry because you were the first to say this maybe 2 years ago. You're like, it's taking away from the spontaneity of the game,
totally,
and the human element. And my biggest problem is like a play like last night. Listen to the highlight, and we like
the highlights.
We're devoid of the immediate gratification or satisfaction from the fan base or whatever. It's long and drawn out. Can't we have the eye in the sky come in and be like, all right, we're overturning it immediately. He's safe. He's out. No going to the monitor. Why does the guy on the field need to look at it?
Yeah, I mean, we should just go to New York and have it be, adjudicated properly. But we've lost the human element in so much of this. And, coming up, robot umps where, we're just going to strike. You are out.
Yes.
Well, I feel like if you were to do that, though, and you sped up the calls, then you'd also get the other side who are saying, well, if it's sped up but it's inaccurate, then what's the point of having replay? And then you could have all the talking heads talking about that.
It's like lining up the ball in football. We could sit here and argue about ball placement,
index card,
and balls and strikes till we're blue in the face. What's the number one rule? Don't argue balls and strikes. And that's what guys are still getting thrown out for. But like, at some point, we got to just shut up and play.
Well, and the thing about football, and by the way, I cannot wait until Friday, the most anticipated preseason game, I think, in Niner history. But the spotting of the football is the most inexact thing.
Through 7,000 pounds of
exactly.
bodies.
So you talk about an off-tackle run on 2nd and 1, and it's, you got literally 15 guys in a pile, and then, some guy runs in from the side with his hand up. Nope, it's right here.
And they're always
You've
old.
got no idea.
I hate to be ageist, but it's always like we've got the fastest athletes on the planet with people who we take the license away from in real life. And it's like, something's not adding up here. Can we get some younger officials in here? Like, the game's hard enough to see.
Yeah, there's a reason why you don't have younger officials. It's because young people don't want to officiate.
That's true.
Being an official, and I've got my indoor volleyball season coming up here in a couple weeks.
Nice.
I'll get the white and blue on again, and that's like being a traffic cop. You're a lot of pointing and blowing of the whistle, but people don't want to officiate. It doesn't pay great, and you just get yelled at.
By both sides.
Right.
All game.
Exactly.
We ever going to have robot umpires, officials across the board in all sports?
No, I don't think you can. I mean, there's too much human judgment that needs to go into it, and you can have your program all you want, but you need a human being to actually decide if it's pass interference or not. And, you're going to get some right, you're going to get some wrong, and then we'll go to the machines to adjudicate after that.
So you guys are going to love this. In Junior Giants, we kind of have to umpire ourselves. It's you're not supposed to keep score. It's supposed to be a little more loose and stuff like that. So I'm umpiring for my team at the plate, and I have a rule. Swing the bat. Nobody wants to be out here for 3 hours. Swing the bat. If it's close, I'm calling it a strike. And my dad, every time he's at third base, oh, come on! Too high! Too low! And I get back to the dugout, and the parents are like, come on, coach! My kid only gets 3 at-bats! You can't be calling that high strike! I'm like, guys, swing the bat! Like, poor little Timmy can barely get it over the plate. I want to get these games going, and it's more fun when you swing the bat. Even if you hit it and the guy throws you out from short, isn't that better than taking a walk on a borderline and then jogging to first base?
You're teaching poor plate discipline.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Shame to you.
It's reckless coaching is what it is.
You know what it is? It's my theory.
I'm ashamed to be hosting with you.
It's our theory on like
turned on him
swing
so
the
quick.
damn bat. It drives me nuts. But I'm with you. I get yelled at by my own dad.
I don't like
coaching the team together.
I don't like the strike zone on the TV. I don't like that at all.
Oh, it's
The
here
little
to
square,
stay.
the K-box. I don't like
It's
that
here
at
to
all.
stay.
I don't like
People
the
don't even
K-box.
notice it anymore. I'm with you, though, but people don't even notice
I know, but you see it, then you're like, oh, well, it's outside the K-box. That must mean it's not a strike. But I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's an accurate portrayal of the strike zone.
It's not proportionate to where they step and how they stand. And like, for example,
How tall
Crawford
they are.
starts open and then gets real tight and closed. Is the box, shrinking as he's going? No.
It was shrinkage. I was in the pool. And that's where robot umpires, it's going to be a challenge because are we going to change the box for Altuve to judge?
Exactly.
Or is it just one uniform box? How are they going to make that a uniform thing?
I don't want robot anything involved in this world. I'm terrified of robots.
Yeah.
The future is very uncertain, fellas. I don't want robots. I don't want robots involved in sports. I don't want them involved in life. No robots. No Langford.
But
don't you have a Roomba?
Yeah, exactly. Everything about your phone and our day-to-day thing, and this is where a lot of people, it's like, privacy is very important to me. I don't want to be tracked. It's like, You are tracked every single second of every single day. Everything you do is being tracked.
There is more technology in your phone than there was in the Apollo rocket that took those 3 guys.
I wish I could remember
But we
the
didn't
name
land on
of
the
the
moon.
Netflix documentary, but there's one that explains everything in depth, and basically it's as if 2 people are just within this company that are just paying attention to you and only you, and they're giving you notifications just so you look at your phone and do this and do that. It's terrifying. So I don't want robot hopes involved at all.
Yeah, just embrace the technology, and that's my thing about privacy. It's like I'm begging people to follow me around. I dare you to try to see what I do over the course of a day. You don't
Steven's
want
going to be living
it.
in a cabin in Montana in a few years.
Not bad,
Isolated, building bombs or something.
Una Langford.
Sheesh.
Did you guys? Okay, Camilo Doval obviously was spectacular in the 9th inning, and we've been kind of like talking about this entertainment at a Giants game because going to the game next Tuesday. I've been to a bunch of games this year, and it's like it feels stale, and we need a little upgrade. Seeing the Edwin Diaz entrance, obviously everybody loves it, and we think it's spectacular. Have you seen Steven or heard Steven's suggestion for Camilo?
We're doing it simple.
I heard it this morning, and
in or out.
I hate to be Captain Killjoy, but I'm out. That tune that you referenced that I don't think that we can legally play anymore. I think that it's been used and overused, and it's been used by crowds. I liked your twist on it with Camilo Doval.
Yes.
Your voice cracked during the rendition, which I thought was really cute.
It's kind of sweet.
I liked it. Good effort, but that song has been co-opted by so many teams. Like every team now. So
the White Stripes thing?
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you
The
picked that
last
up.
great American band.
Nation
or
Army?
band.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I like the idea. I would lean more toward the Santana.
Okay.
Just, more befitting,
Yes.
I think,
Totally fine.
Remember, Dibs, when we were in New Orleans before the Super Bowl, and all the Ravens fans, this is all they were doing all week long. Is
Really?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Really? The Ravens were?
Yeah, they
How
were-
many years ago? 10?
Well, boy, that was
9?
1987, I think.
Really?
That was 20. What, was that when we were in New Orleans?
Yeah.
At,
yeah.
2012.
Lights
went out.
2013, January 2013.
Oh, yeah.
Or
Guys, I got a
February.
great hotel for you.
A lot of bed bugs in it.
Just a quick story. I've told it before, but our PD at the time, Jason Barrett,
Told me I'd never work in this market.
Oh yeah, boy, did he have that wrong? There was a guy. There was a guy at another station who I was doing a tryout on this other station in town, and after about an hour, the PD at the time comes in and goes, "I think we've heard about enough of you." Yeah. Next thing you know, I'm back doing traffic trouble on 680. But we go to New Orleans. and
who are you? Somebody Sherpa?
Sam Sherpa.
Sam Sherpa.
Yeah, Sam
Sorry.
Sherpa.
Yeah,
that's one of my radio
favorite,
names.
yeah.
But the boss at the time,
what?
Jason
That was his radio
Barrett.
name doing
Yeah.
traffic, Sam Sherpa.
Well, because when you work for one of these traffic companies, you do like 4 different stations.
Oh, okay.
So on one station, you have one name, and they don't want to hear Dan Dibley on all these other stations.
Gotcha.
So I was Kevin Giles on KCBS for a long time.
I was Officer Mike London.
Giles is my mom's maiden name.
That's
So,
incredible. And where'd Kevin come from?
It was a good, solid 2-syllable name.
I like that.
Because like Joe Shasky, 1 and 2.
Okay.
Stephen Langford, it works, 2 and 2.
Yeah.
You don't want to have whatever. There's a syllabic construct that you need to respect.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I was Dwayne Brewer for a while.
That's awesome.
He got fired.
Dwayne Brewer sounds like a backup basketball player, small forward, plays for the Timberwolves.
Dwayne was my late father's name. Yeah. And Brewer was the maiden name
I would
of my
guarantee
ex.
you, Dibs, I would guarantee you there are listeners who are like, I can't stand Dwayne Brewer, but that Sherpa guy's pretty
Sherpa
good.
was funny. Sam Sherpa was my North Bay traffic name. Yeah.
That is incredible.
Yeah, Sam Sherpa.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought it was a win. So
That's incredible. Sam Sherpa. That's a great name.
Anyway, this PD tried to put us up in a hotel in New Orleans, and I Googled it, the bedbugregistry.net. Oh, yeah. Anytime you travel, and this is a public service announcement for everyone, anytime you're going to go to a hotel, go to bedbugregistry.net, and you can search the hotel, and all of the incidents of bed bugs will show up.
It's worldwide, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this hotel where they tried to put us up was ranked number 11. Not in
the
New
world.
In the world. And then there's video.
In bed bug
there's
incidents.
video on the site. They'll pull back the sheets. And they're like,
Don't go to room 107. You'll get eaten alive. And it's like, the second floor is infested. So we go to the boss and we're like,
Sam Sherpa over there complains.
Sherpa goes to the boss. He's like, boss, we can't stay here. You guys will be fine. So
Sounded like he had bed bugs.
They ended up moving us, but that was the beginning of the end for us.
It sure was.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know how we got to that. Oh, yeah, New Orleans.
Sam
yeah.
Sherb. I love Kevin Giles. Is such a great name. Sounds like one of the Brian Giles brothers that didn't make the majors.
Yeah. I'd have
like
to
the
think
Ricky
of
Bonds.
some of the other
Cooper
Manning.
Manning. The Cooper Manning. There you go.
Yeah, the Cooper Manning of the Giles brothers. I had a few others. I'd have to go back in the archives. And
Not
think
Harry
of them,
Giles.
Right.
No.
Exactly. Or Harry Styles.
Or Harry
Thank you.
Styles.
For that matter. You know.
Oh, my goodness.
We're going way back.
Well, you said it was the beginning to the end, but this is the beginning to the beginning of your show. What do you guys got coming up today?
We're going to talk today to Jesse Agler, the Padres play-by-play man.
Oh,
if
that's
he's
cool.
speaking, if he's feeling, well enough to actually talk about last night. And also Al Guido.
I know he doesn't have the runs, that's for sure.
That's good.
Yeah.
And Al Guido's great. I was in an elevator with Al Guido, and long story short, he didn't remember who I was. And so Lucas reminds me of that all the time.
That's all right. You heard what Tommy Pham said to Lucas.
Who are you?
No, you didn't hear about that?
No.
He was heckling Tommy Pham last time Tommy Pham was here about Jock Peterson and fantasy football.
Yeah.
And Tommy Pham turned to Luke and says, "You're ugly as F."
Oh, wow. That is like, damn, Whitey, that might be for off air.
Man.
No, he told it
You're
on air.
getting way too much joy out of this.
That's just funny that Tommy Pham would say that. Lucas has talked about it on the air. So, it's not true, by the way. He's a cute kid.
Handsome.
Yeah.
Handsome as the day is long.
Al Guido should be fun. One last thing before we go, because I know you're ready to go. Fans throwing things on the field. My God, it drives me crazy when fans insert themselves into the games, whether they like run on the field, do whatever. And I know Jerks and Profar blamed Giants fans for earlier this year throwing things onto the field, which they did, which was stupid. Seeing the crowd react the way they did and them having to kind of stop the game, even just for a couple of minutes, it's like, can we just, come on, it's 2022 and we got phones everywhere. Why are we doing this?
It's a shame.
People are angry. Everybody's angry about something.
Throwing stuff on the field?
No, it's wrong, but it's not like it's going to stop because we say, hey, come on, we're better than that. Right? It's only going to get worse.
This is why we have nets now all the way around. Pretty soon we're going to have chicken wire and barbed wire. And it's a shame. So,
All right.
Sorry.
All right.
Whitey Gleason,
you're done.
Whitey Gleason in for Mark
Number
Willard.
11.
It's Willard and Dibs coming up next up until 12 o'clock. Joe, it was a great show. As always, again, Bonta Hill will be back on Monday for those of you asking. But coming up next, it's Willard and Dibs, Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard.
I would like to see Trey's package.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Dibs, I told you yesterday it was 2010 all over again. Not in the sense that the Giants are going to make their way back to the World Series. They could. I'm just saying in terms of a late season race between the pesky underdog Giants, who no one's taken very seriously, and the Padres, a Padre team that's starting to collapse under their own weight a little bit. They've lost 5 in a row now. Since Juan Soto got there, the Padres have scored 3 runs, 1 run, 3 runs, no runs, and no runs.
7 runs in 5 games.
Yeah, since they brought in Soto to rejuvenate the offense. So they're gripping a little bit. And the Giants have the Padres in a very vulnerable position right now.
Well, the Padres took a look at the calendar and realized this is what they do in August and September traditionally. They fade. And so the Padres fade is coming at the perfect time. The Giants still have a bunch of games against San Diego. They end the series against the Padres. Both teams still have the Dodgers on the docket. But San Diego a month and a half ago, or even 2 months ago, they were the leaders in the wild card. And then the Braves and the Mets got hot. And San Diego slid down to the second spot, but you still felt, all right, San Diego, you're in great shape. You're still going to be a playoff lock. Now 5 consecutive losses. St. Louis is playing great. The Braves and Mets are out of this world. The Dodgers are dominant, and the Giants just won't go away. You got to be gripping down there at Petco Park.
I think so, and that's one reason why fans were throwing things, and that's no excuse, and I know we all know it's terrible and shouldn't do that, but the fans, they had that big party last week, the day of the trade or the day after the trade, and they celebrated, they're going crazy. Now it's like, hey, what's wrong? I think one of the things wrong with that team, Dibs, I don't know, Manny Machado has to be kind of the leader of that bunch, and I don't know if he's really that guy. He's not hurt right now.
Well, yeah, he's hurt, and you can't lead when you're banged up, and Tatis has been out, but they should still have certainly enough offense to be better than the Giants. But 7 runs in 5 games. Alex Wood was great last night. That game was just hanging in the balance, and then
Giants
the
baseball.
big play, the big play on defense too. That was kind of a throwback moment where the Giants actually hit the cutoff man, and then the cutoff man delivered a throw, and then the catcher caught the ball and made a tag. I kind of felt like old school Giants baseball.
And I love Joey Bart because sometimes guys think they have the out, and they'll get kind of agitated about it. Yeah, animated, agitated. And he was just like, he was like, hey, check that. Right? Just like, matter of fact, they're like, yeah, you want to look at that.
Yeah.
Because it got him. Didn't you think, though, Dibs, that when the Giants failed to take full advantage of having the bases loaded there, they got the 1 run in, that was it? Didn't you feel like, nope, here we go.
Yeah.
Opportunity squandered. You can't win that way.
Bases loaded. Exactly. Sorry. Bases loaded. Nobody out. And, hey, at least they got 1 run, which is a nice change, but you're thinking a normal team, crooked inning, here we go, light them up, 3 or 4, let's bat around, let's break this baby open, a sac fly, and then 2 subsequent outs, and wow, you get just the 1 run. I did think, well, this is Giants baseball in 2022. You lose this game 4 or 5-1. Here we go. And even when they had him thrown out at the plate, when I thought he was safe initially, this game is tied. Here come the Padres. They're going to come back and win this game. But no, the big momentum changer and a huge defensive play. And then Doval coming in throwing 103?
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
And I guess he said he turned around and looked at the scoreboard and saw the 103, which was actually 102.9.
Right.
He thought, well, I hope that's accurate. The Giants they had last night, despite the fact that they didn't take full advantage of their offensive opportunities, they had a little bit of a presence about them. They're playing like they're a little more focused since the deadline. Maybe that has something to do with it. They know who they are now, who they're going to be, what the roster's going to be. And San Diego seems distracted by the expectations. The Giants are locked in for what that's worth. Golden opportunity now. And we said yesterday, they got to catch the Padres. They could catch the Padres and they still may have to deal with somebody else, but you got to catch the Padres to get into the playoff race. And so you got to take care of business against them. And last night was a huge win that, again, increases the amount of pressure on those Padres.
Yes, and the Padres are feeling the pressure not only from the Giants, but internally, because the Padres, they can see how poorly they're playing. And think about just 5 days ago where in advance of the Dodger series, we got Juan Soto, and now the Dodgers are coming. And
we got Bell, and we got Hader, and we got Tatis coming back.
We're the hot team.
We got this.
We've got our City Connect jerseys, and the crowd. It's like a party here at Petco Park. And then the Dodgers come in and sweep you, and then you don't score against the Giants, and all of a sudden now things get a little tighter. That necktie gets a little bit tighter, and you look at the standings and you realize, man, not only are the Giants there, but we're now the 3rd wild card, and they still have 9 games against the Dodgers, a team that they cannot touch. So San Diego gripping big time now.
Yeah, if there's a saving grace for San Diego, it may be this. I think they have 7 games still against the Nationals. The Nationals are just terrible. But the Giants seem a little more locked in, certainly than they were. And where did the defense come from last night?
Just came from left field, and then the shortstop, and then Joey Bart at home plate.
Crawford being back makes a big difference.
It's a huge difference, and I think it does more than just handle things on the left side of the infield, but also the sense of what it gives to the pitchers, the confidence of knowing that you've got better defense behind you. Evan Longoria, a good defensive third baseman, and when Brandon Belt is able to come back, if ever, he gives you a solid glove at first, but you mentioned it. Luis Gonzalez with a couple of great defensive plays in that one.
Mm-hmm. It reminded me last night a little bit of what the Giants did to Kenley Jansen last year. I know the stakes were much higher last year because both the Dodgers and the Giants were on their way to well over 100 wins, but in July, remember, they went down there, 4-game series after the All-Star break, and a lot of us, I admit I was one of them, a lot of us were saying, this is where the Dodgers really assert themselves in the division. And what happened was the Giants ended up breaking Kenley Jansen. They have a chance here, and it's just one game, but they have a chance here to, if not break the Padres spirit, put a real crimp in their spirit right now as they're looking for answers.
Yeah, and I think that they've already kind of put that crimp into their spirit because coming off the Dodgers...
You don't want your spirit crimped.
No, it's tough to recover from.
Yeah.
But coming back off the Dodgers sweep, and the Padres are thinking, okay, it's the Dodgers. Dodgers are the best team in baseball, arguably. The Mets, I know, have been hot, but the Padres at least look at the Giants like, okay, this team's below 500. It's in our park. Juan Soto in the big debut. Everything's going our way. We'll handle this Giants club. And then another brownout, a yellow and brownout for the Padres. 7 runs in 5 games. And don't look now, but the Giants' percentage chance to make the playoffs ticks up. 6.7% now, up from 5.2. And a win tonight in San Diego would move that baby even closer to 10%.
You having worked here in the market and having worked on a Giant station for many, many years, you've got a unique perspective on Giant fandom. What does have to happen? What has to happen between now and the end of the year for Giant fans to start as a group getting actually enthused about this team again? Because still, understandably, there's a lot of dissatisfaction over the lack of activity at the deadline.
I think Joey Bart is a big piece to this.
Yeah.
If he continues his upward trajectory, defensively, we know he's rock solid, but offensively, if he continues to show that he's a real major league hitter, he can be a guy who you'll want to play 120, 125 games at catcher. That's a big piece of this because even though he was not drafted by Farhan Zaidi and Scott Harris, he is a shining example of the farm. He's what everybody looks at for this farm system. And we know that, Ramos has not popped. Luciano's been hurt. Kyle Harrison probably will be here next year. But in the meantime, it's Joey Bart. So if he at least looks like a real serviceable major leaguer, and it looks like that he is, I think that goes a long way toward soothing the Giants' fears about, wait till 2025.
I agree. That gives them something to hang their City Connect orange cap on. Even if they don't end up getting into the postseason, if Joey Bart plays well the rest of the way, at least you've got something. Hey, look at this. Look what Joey Bart did. See, our plan is working. It's all part of it. On the text line, Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. Thanks for the kind words. It's Whitey in for Willard today. So what you got is Sam Sherpa and Officer Mike London with you on 95.7 the game. But from the 650, locked in, 2 on, no outs, nothing again, bases loaded, no outs, 1 run. Wouldn't say locked in and looking good. I understand that point, but they just looked very confident last night. I mean, to seal the deal the way they did with Doval finishing up the way he did, they've got a little bit more swagger than we've seen from them in a long time, in my opinion.
I wouldn't quite give them swagalicious.
They were swaggish at times last night, I would say.
In a 1-0 game.
Yeah.
I mean, having Doval at the back end, that when he throws like that, that's absolutely an intimidating thing to where you go into the ninth and you got a guy throwing 103, 102.9. That's going to be tough to hit. And their bullpen has been so shaky for much of the year that if you can shore that up and if the defense looks better like it has of late, all of a sudden you might be onto something.
What do you think the Giants have to do to get you back on board as far as them being, hey, this is a team I'm excited about, maybe a team that could make some noise in the postseason even from the 650, win 10 in a row? All right, fair enough. They win 10 in a row. 650's back on board.
Yeah.
Put your name on it.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think you quite need 10 in a row. We mentioned two.
He or she does.
2
Fair
of
enough.
3 in San Diego. Then you've got 3 with Pittsburgh, 4 with Arizona.
Very winnable
3
games.
with Colorado, 2 with Detroit. Your next 12 after San Diego are all very winnable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Continue to leave the Padres wondering, what did I do wrong?
Totally. Well, they're not hitting is what they did wrong.
That's why they got Soto and Bell. And then our offense hasn't been great. We'll fix that. Boom, look at that. You can't just wave a magic wand, Dibs, and bring in a bunch of guys. That's the thing about the Padre roster. They got a lot of good players that come from different places, but they just don't have that team feel.
Yeah, and if you're not going to have the team feel, you would need at least to have that offensive feel. But it's been miserable over the past week for San Diego, and as you mentioned it, all of a sudden now they're gripping. Giants, by the way, only 4 back in the all-important loss column.
Yeah. By swaggy, do you mean not making boneheaded defensive plays? Yeah, that's a big part of being swaggy or swaggish.
Yeah, that's a start. I mean, not giving away free outs to the opponent, that's a good way to start it.
Coming up next, what is it going to take for you to get back on board with the Giants as a playoff team this year? And hey, KD, I see what you're up to. That and more next. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
He's the playmaker.
When you find the dude that sets the tone for your team, you do not let him go. And that's what Devo does for the San Francisco 49ers.
We're very happy to announce that Michael Irvin. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In for Willard today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. That's bmwfairfield.com. Dibs and I basking in the afterglow of a spirited Giants win last night, as spirited as a 1-0 game can be, on the text line here. Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570 from the 925. The way Whitey hypes up the Giants, I thought Willard was talking.
Wow.
Is that a text of the day nominee? I don't
It's a text of the day nominee. Absolutely.
Even without the name?
No, you're right. You got to put your name on it. Although it's tough to put your name on it these days. I don't know if you're necessarily hyping them up. I just like to look at things like the reality of a situation where the Giants are 4 back in the loss column with 50 games left to go, and you play the Padres still quite a lot, including the next 2 days. So you win the next 2, now you're 2 back in the loss column with 48 to go.
Yeah.
I just think it's a little premature to throw dirt on the Giants and the season. Granted, they don't look great. Game below 500 still, and a whole slew of games against the Dodgers remaining, which is never comfortable, including 3 at LA in September, then 3 at home. So you get 6 more against the Dodgers, which probably 6 losses.
I don't think the Giants are going to win the World Series this year, but last year, the Braves, who won the World Series, they didn't get over 500 until August. And I think it was August 11th. I'd have to double check that. So last year's World Series champion was under 500 until August. So all I'm saying is the baseball season is so long. When you pull for a team, whoever they are, and they have a miserable year, it's just like, it's such a slog. And to me, anytime the team you root for is keeping it interesting, they're in any kind of contention as late as they can, it's like, all right, that's cool. Then you're keeping the season interesting for me. And the Giants right now, when it looked like, here they go, down the drain, they're showing a little life here, and there's a chance for them to keep this thing interesting, at least all the way through this month into September.
Right.
That's a win.
No, it's absolutely a win, especially when you look at how they came out of the All-Star break and the disappointment of not getting Juan Soto, and Farhan kind of did Farhanian things with the trades, is kind of backfilling the roster with guys you'd never heard of. But J.D. Davis turns out to be a pretty good Giant so far in his early career, and you scratch out a win yesterday, doing it with pitching and defense, which is the old formula.
That's right. From the 6-5-0. They caught the Padres with their Padre pants down after getting swept by the Dodgers. When the Padres win 8-3 today, what will you say tomorrow?
Well, then tomorrow's a gotta-have-it game. Because we talked about them needing 2 of 3 minimum in this series. If you don't win 2 of the 3, then you can kind of start forgetting about any real hopes, I think. So, yeah, Padres win tonight, fine. Tomorrow becomes a gotta-have-it game. Not a must-win, but a gotta-have-it game.
Yeah, that was just very significant last night for a struggling Giants team to go in there to San Diego, team that, got their doors blown off by the Dodgers, and they're thinking, all right, here we go against the Giants. And they haven't scored a run now in 2 games, the Padres. 888-957-9570. Will in Marin, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Will, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, thank you so much for taking my call. I really appreciate you taking the time. I'm always interested just because I'm a Giants fan, but I think the thing that we need to do is just don't make it complicated. Just go back and try to win the series like Dibs was saying, instead of these gotta-have-it games, just try to take 2 out of 3. Try to, the big game, the 4-game series, try to take 2 out of 4. Just try not to get into that deeper hole. Just keep it competitive and keep it going. But I'm not really upset either with kind of where we're at. I'm actually happy that we're not just like a doormat, because after losing Posey and losing some of the key pieces and centerpieces and some of the importance that these players that we've lost on and off the field, it plays a big part in it. And I think we're kind of seeing the repercussion of that. But, hey, the fact that the Giants aren't just like giving up and they're not rolling over, it has made me pretty much happy after losing our captain. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate that. Can Doval be one of those stars that Giants fans have been bemoaning the lack of?
Yeah, of whom they've been bemoaning.
Yeah, I think that made sense.
Yeah, it did. You ended it with a preposition, which we don't do on this program.
On sports radio, we don't do.
Yeah, we try not to at this level. But yes, he absolutely can be. And you hoped that he would be this pitcher that you saw last night throughout the entirety of the year, but he hasn't had that confidence. He hasn't had that real stretch. But I heard Joe talking about this, the Butcher Boy, on the Morning Roast, talking about his sinker.
New sinker,
how
yeah.
he's added the sinker to his repertoire, as I try to sound smart with my French. But if you can
Had me fooled.
You add the sinker, and I think the sinker's at like 97, so a good off-speed pitch for Doval.
That slider can be a wipeout slider. It's just it gets a little monotonous sometimes, but that's still a nasty pitch.
Right, and so if he can get confidence in all three of those pitches, now all of a sudden he's a very uncomfortable at-bat, and every time he's able to go out and pitch like he did last night, he gains confidence. And yes, he's absolutely a guy that you hope can be this kind of pitcher going forward.
It's funny yesterday when, well, it wasn't that funny, but when we did the changeover before Jeopardy, which was great, and we're wrapping up the Jeopardy Summer Slam today during the changeover. But I asked Larry, who's the Giants' best player? And he said, well, pitching aside, who's the best player? He said Crawford. And, we were saying that's kind of the problem if he's your best player right now. But I think it's true, and I think having him back made a huge difference last night.
It did defensively, and that's, what he's always kind of hung his cleats upon is his elite defense.
Thought you were going somewhere else there, Dibs.
No.
Another piece of equipment.
No, that's where he hangs his, on. But last year, his offense was such an anomaly. He had a monster career year with the bat. This year, put the injury aside, he's been kind of back to where you would expect him to be, but the defense had fallen off this year. And then last night, you see him, and over the course of the past week, since he's returned from injury, looks like he might be finding his defensive footing again.
Did you know that a lot of pro football players don't wear protective cups? Did you know that?
Yeah.
That surprised me, but I understand, I guess, if it snaps then or breaks, that could be really bad, but I just assumed they all did.
Well, and I don't think that, based on the movements you need in football, I don't know if you could actually have one in comfortably and be able to perform the way you need to, but
you wear one when you play pickleball?
Of course. You never know. You got to protect the pickle and the ball at all points,
Kyle Madsen, you certainly wore one when you were a travel ball catcher, right? You had to wear, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Required equipment at some junior levels.
I had teammates who didn't, and I thought that was insane.
Why in the world? Just a comfort thing, or?
Yeah. They weren't athletically gifted the same way I was, so they couldn't, maneuver.
Gotcha. I think he means they weren't gifted in the area that they didn't need to protect it because they didn't have the...
No.
Again, back to the unit/pack.
Nothing to protect. Yeah, exactly.
That's a damn good pack.
I used to not wear one.
The health, 2, defense, 3, bullpen, in that order. Didn't mention scoring runs. Didn't score many last night. But hey, down there, that ballpark, that is the birthplace of quote-unquote torture. That was during, I think, a Padres-Giants game in 2010, and I think David Eckstein had a home run off Matt Cain to beat him 2-1 or something, and that's when Kipe says, Giants baseball, torture. So you don't always get a lot of runs in that ballpark.
Yeah.
In those two teams.
And this offense, though, still, if you look at your baseball reference and you look at team totals, the Giants are still, I think, 5th or 6th in runs scored.
Yeah.
And this was about a week ago when we were looking at it, and so they're still a very good offensive team. Their starting pitching has been great the majority of the year. It's been the defense, and it's been the bullpen, and at times the base running. We've seen some gaps
of
late.
Yeah.
Luis Gonzalez wandering off of second base last week, and that felt like the nadir or the low point. Like, okay, you can't even figure out how to run the bases. This season's over, but like you said, 162 games. These things can turn around pretty quick.
Still got a chance to make this more than a little interesting. So that's more fun than sitting there going, wow, they should have done more at the deadline. They have no stars. This is boring. We'll see. Still hanging in the balance there. Big game for them. If they're going to do anything, they got to do something against the Padres. Get another chance to do that tonight. Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today. Dibs, what do you make of Kevin Durant's latest demand? Now we have a reaction from Joe Tsai, the governor of the Nets. Kevin Durant yesterday, long story short, and I think this actually came out when we were still on the air. Kevin Durant reiterating his trade demand and saying, look, either the coach and the GM go or I'm gone. So that's his latest. Yeah, I still want to be traded, and either they go or I go. So Joe Tsai last night voicing his support for the front office, and I think they're honestly very close. I think Joe Tsai and is it Sean Marks?
Sean Marks
and
out of
Steve
Cal,
Nash.
yeah.
And I think they're very close. So I'm not surprised that he says he's standing by them, and I think he will stand by them. But I think Durant really is just trying to think, how can I get out of here? What can I do? I know. I'll say it's me or them. And if I'm the Nets right now, I'm just saying, we don't have to trade you.
Right.
Unless someone overwhelms us with an offer, which isn't happening, we ain't trading you no matter what you say.
Right, so then you're going to get to a point where you got to call his bluff. And luckily, this is just posturing in August.
I think it is.
You know, you get into late September, early October when camps are going to open.
Late September, and I really got to be back at school.
And I think the schedule, by the way, should be coming out this week. Traditionally, it happens in the second week of August, so we'll get a real look at the NBA schedule, and then, you know, another month of kind of downtime, and then pretty soon we're all ramping it up for camp. But what you're saying is pretty accurate in that he signed through 2025, 26. So that's what, 4 more seasons of Kevin Durant being under contract. So, you know, you can call his bluff, and then what's KD going to do? Not play?
Yeah.
Is he going to hold out, or is he going to get an injury? He still gets paid, but KD strikes me as the kind of guy who wants to play.
I agree completely.
I mean, he's a basketball junkie, and he's going to be 34 next month. So he's running out of real quality years to where he can win a championship, because I'm sure Kevin Durant, he wants to win a chip outside of the Golden State championships, because right now, what's Kevin Durant's legacy? His legacy as a guy who needed to go to Golden State.
Yep.
He's like the poster boy for championship chasing. So what are you going to do, KD?
I will say this for KD. It looks like now, you know, it looked like he left OKC in the first place because he didn't like playing with Russ. And now it looks like LeBron also was like, yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. So I'll say that in KD's behalf. But yeah, the rest of it, since he came here, he hasn't handled any of this well. And I know a lot of people, a lot of smart, right-thinking basketball people look at this and say, oh, well, you can't have this. They've got to trade him. But that's his game. And the Nets it's obvious they're smart enough here to recognize that, and they're not going to go, oh, this is terrible, it's disruptive, we've got to get rid of him. They're not going to do that.
Well, what are you going to do then? Are you going to have him, he's not going to play. If he's really that dug in, about...
Are you all right?
Yeah, just a little backwash.
Psoriasis?
Got to fight through that. Yeah, psoriasis.
Gastritis.
Okay, yeah. Psoriasis of the liver.
Yeah.
I think that, you know, you have a choice. Either you trade KD, which they obviously don't want to do because it's impossible to get value back for Kevin Durant, who is the 7th best player in the league.
It's especially
3rd
impossible.
best player.
Yeah, to your point, I don't mean to interrupt, but to embellish your point, no, given what...
It's not an accident you started talking.
What this Jazz got for Gobert, it's like 4 number ones and a pick swap. It's like, okay, if that's what you get for Gobert, then you can see what we want for KD, and everyone's like, well, we ain't paying that.
What do you even do around here besides interrupt people?
And then how are you going to get... So you need to get the salary back, right? And Kevin Durant's making $43 million this year. So to get that money back, you'd have to find a player who makes around that much money, and those players don't get traded unless they are Russell Westbrook, guys who are clearly, you know, not fits anywhere. So I think the real issue is Kyrie Irving, and that's what makes this so interesting to me. So KD says, I won't play for Sean Marks or Steve Nash. They've got to go. Kyrie is the real one. I mean, KD doesn't want to play with Kyrie, so why doesn't he come out and just say, you got to trade Kyrie and then I'll stay?
You know, there's 2 theories on that. I don't know which is true. One is that KD was tired of everything that he went through with Kyrie last year, not getting vaccinated, so he couldn't play. And there's another theory that KD made this trade to him because he looked at the way the Nets dealt with the Kyrie situation and said, they didn't have his back, so I want out of here. I don't know which is true. But I was assuming the same thing you're assuming, which is KD doesn't want anything to do with Kyrie. And I'm not sure that's true. On the text line here, Bill from Belmont, and Dibs, I don't know why. I have a feeling it's not his real name. I don't know. He asks, didn't KD make the Nets hire Nash away from the Warriors? Well, it was just right at the end of the playoffs. There were some questions about Steve Nash, and KD was one of the ones that said, hey, leave him alone. He's doing a good job. And now it's like, either they go or I go. So I think he's making this up. I don't even think he really feels that way.
I think he's just looking for any way, and next week it'll be a new way to have Kevin Durant try to force his way out of Brooklyn. I think Kevin Durant realized he went to Brooklyn, thought he could create this super team. He got to Brooklyn and realized nobody gives a crap about the Brooklyn Nets in the city of New York. I've talked to some people in New York City, and the Brooklyn Nets fall below the Jets, the Giants, the Yankees, the Mets, the Rangers, and the Islanders on the New York City pecking order. Yeah, the Brooklyn Nets are a complete afterthought.
But they got the new arena.
Right, but people don't care about the Brooklyn Nets there. So I think he thought that he was going to go there and be the king of New York. Well, it doesn't help when you get swept by Boston, and nobody really cares about the Nets. So now Kevin Durant wants to move on to his new destination, but you're signed for 4 years, bud. 4 years and $194 million. Brooklyn can't trade you, like you said. What are they going to get? Russell Westbrook, 3-team trade. You get a guy like Russell Westbrook who nobody wants, and 8 first-round picks over the next 16 years? It's not happening.
I think the play, if you're the Nets here, is, KD, we can't trade you. We're not getting offers that are close to what you're worth. We're not trading you. So you and Kyrie is motivated this year, last year of a contract. You guys play this year. You play really well in the first half. Maybe your value goes up. Maybe we're having a great season and you don't want to leave. But I think that's the play, is call his bluff that way. And I agree with you. Who knows? But I agree that Durant loves basketball, and it's very unlikely that he's going to say, well, I'm not going to play then. I'm going to sit it out.
Well, then, call Kawhi Leonard and ask him how you go about doing that. Mm-hmm. Kawhi, of course, bowed out on San Antonio.
He did.
73 games. I've got neuropathy. I can't play. P.S. The very next year, I'm going to win a championship in Toronto. Neuropathy, it's healed.
Yeah.
Miracle healer.
It's a miracle.
It's a total miracle. So there aren't a lot of teams that can take on KD's salary. So I don't know what he's trying to do. Joe Tsai is not just going to say, sorry, Nash and Marks. KD wants you out, so you got to go.
Yeah, there's nothing we can do.
And KD's sold out to be here, so I got to choose the player.
From the 707, the seat of all knowledge and wisdom on the Comcast Business text line. Dibs, when you were listing New York teams, you forgot the Red Bulls and NYCFC.
Yeah,
so
my fault.
They rank also ahead of the Nets.
No, without a doubt. And I would add the New York Liberty. Liberty. Yeah, exactly. I would put the Liberty ahead of them as well. And the U.S. Open tennis tournament coming to a hard court near you.
Yeah. They used to have a team tennis team there, the New York Sets. Are they still? Yeah.
I'd have to Google it. Your team tennis knowledge is crazy.
Dude, I thought my dad told me that once.
Yeah.
And I thought he was doing a bit. He was not. It's a real thing.
It was, because they have, of course,
what,
the Jets.
team tennis?
Yeah, the Mets, the
and
Nets,
called
and
the
then
Sets.
the Sets. That's too good. Yeah.
The Mets, the Jets, the Nets, and the Sets.
Yeah, they did.
Like a baseball team called the Innings.
It is. It's exactly
not bad.
Like that. Yeah. Where are you if you're the Warriors here on KD? I know we've talked about it.
I'm out.
We've talked about it.
Yeah.
I think Joe Lacob is out. I think he's committed to the young players, but when I heard this yesterday, I started thinking about it more. It's like, if you had a way to do it, and I think, financially, you could almost argue you could save money long term if you bring in Durant. I would really reconsider. He's just that good. I know fans are like, oh, we don't want him anymore. Oh, KD here would. I mean, then that you have, for the next couple years, you have a real good chance to win a championship. What you're giving away is a chance maybe down the road, if your young players develop the way you hope, maybe then you're extending that timeline. But that's an unknown, and KD is more of a known. Do it.
Well, he's not a known, and that's my problem with Kevin Durant. So he comes here, and a month and a half in, I want out. I mean, I'm sorry, guys. I want out. I know you traded everything to acquire me, but as you've seen from my career, I'm fickle. And I want out. So I don't trust Kevin Durant being sold out to be a part of my organization. What I do know is this. We didn't have Kevin Durant last year, and we won the chip. And additionally, this whole idea...
Did you drop a we? Well, you said if
I'm
you're
speaking,
the one.
I'm speaking as Danny Lacob, Kirk's older brother, the Lacob, the redheaded step Lacob, so to speak. But if I'm one of the various Lacobs, we won the chip without Kevin Durant. And all of you thought that my 2-timeline idea was preposterous. Turns out it might be evil genius.
Well, yeah. But last year, really, what did you get out of the 2-timeline thing? I mean, the young players, other than Poole, didn't really give you that much. It's still an open question.
Well, the second timeline won't bear fruit for years down the road.
If it does, which is my point. Whereas Durant, very fruitful still. I don't know. It's a great point. If you traded for him, even if you met with him, he'd probably have to sit down with Kerr because they didn't get along towards the end. So they'd have to make sure they make peace. And then I guess it's true that even if he said, I want to come back, maybe a year in, he decide, no, it's not what I thought. You're right. It is a huge risk you'd be assuming if you bring him in.
Right. And what do you have to give up? You're going to have to either give up, Steph is untouchable.
Like Wiggins and Kuminga.
And Jordan Poole?
Yeah, and probably, again, the Nets aren't going to just, we'll take Wiseman and Wiggins.
No.
The Nets are not, that's not going to be enough to
right.
get
So you're going to give up the guy who was your second most valuable player in the finals last year, Andrew Wiggins, who turned into a defensive stopper.
But he's no Kevin Durant.
He's a better defender than Kevin Durant, and he's a better teammate than Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is a sometime defender. And, when he came to Golden State and he dedicated himself to defense, it's like, damn, KD can play defense. But he's no Andrew Wiggins. You've got a winning formula, and you've got a potential future in this young core. Don't mess with it, man.
Yeah, it would be hard.
Quit trying to mess with it.
I was at peace with it. Like, I understand why they don't want KD, and they're better off without him. But then again, as I say yesterday, when it became apparent that he still wants out, I need out of here. I thought, wow, that would be hard not to take another hard look at that because he's Kevin freaking Durant.
From Drew Down on the YouTube feed, all caps, we out on KD, bro. And that was straight at you,
all right? Okay.
I feel you, Drew Down.
I'll leave it there for now then.
We out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Who was that from?
Drew Down.
All right, Drew Down.
I'm out.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's 4 for me doing the Higgin.
Respect. You can't give yourself 4, can you?
Kyle's giving me a 4.
Kyle gave you 4.
That's me doing the Higgin.
All right. Yeah, that's very good. Woo. It's like an MC
Inception
Escher writing or
totally.
something. Yeah. Coming up, hey, Sean Salisbury is going to join us. Talk about quarterback arm fatigue. What's really going on with Matt Stafford? Are the Rams really worried? That's next. Sean Salisbury joins us. It's Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
I'm a wimp.
Have weekend plans? Take us along for the ride.
The weather's been spectacular, and so we're really excited.
Day, night, and weekend, we keep you up to date on the news, traffic, and weather.
Well, we're standing in some really fine weather right now as we look forward to the show.
We open gates at 10:30 a.m. and music starts at 12.
It's one more reason why we're the Bay Area's #1 news station. All news, all the time, right here on KCBS.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot.
Today, Dibs, as you well know, the 49ers, with all the uncertainty over the quarterback situation, they still have to feel pretty good about their QB situation relative to what's going on in the rest of the division. Matt Stafford has a bad elbow. Seattle does not have very good quarterbacks. And then Kyler Murray is still dealing with the aftermath of the
homework
study
game.
clause. Yeah. So what's going on in the division quarterback-wise, and what does it mean for the 49ers? Let's find out from a former NFL quarterback, our good friend, 95.7 NFL insider. Pleasure to welcome back to the show, Sean Salisbury. How you doing today, Sean?
Guys, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. It's good to be with you.
What's your read as a guy who played at the highest level and obviously dealt with some arm issues here or there? What's your read on Matthew Stafford's tendonitis? What's your expectation that this could be something that's a problem for the Rams this year?
Yeah, I think the alarming part for me is when the head coach is concerned, right? Because normally, coaches, they'll give us coach speak. Well, he'll be fine. We're just taking it day to day. All the stuff we hear. At this stage of his career, it feels like Matt Stafford's had a rubber arm where it just goes and there's never been an issue, and has it. So, listen, his arm's strong enough that at 80% he could still make throws. The question is it a thing that lingers, like a guy that gets a hamstring? If you come back too soon, is it a lingering thing? I would not play Matt Stafford one snap in the preseason anyway. I don't need to. I've seen enough of him. So if it's only rest that you need, then give him rest. I think he's been in the league long enough for us to realize I don't need to see him throw a curl route versus one-on-one in camp or on a preseason game. So while I know you'd want to get rhythm right now for them, his health is far more important than, it's been an off-season coming back. So if it's just health that's needed, and the question is the elbow issue structural or is it muscle? So we'll see, but I can tell you this, they're not winning a Super Bowl without him. So if it's something that rest needs and continuous, then hold him out and don't let him pick up a football until it's ready to go, because you saw the difference he made on that football team when he was on the field making throws that an average arm guy can't make. So I hope he's healthy. I want to see him at his best, but if it's structural, then it's bigger concern, but we won't know that. But if it's just one of those things that it's bothering him and tendonitis, you'll take the medication or do what it is, but he wouldn't see the field in the preseason game. I would not throw him much.
Yeah, 30 days away from their opener, 4 weeks from Thursday. The other side of the coin is Trey Lance and the Niners, where you do want to see him. You want to get him to bank some reps in the preseason. How much would you look to play Trey Lance in the opener on Friday, especially considering they likely won't have either starting tackle on the field?
A couple series, and I get him out. And I know he's young, and we want to see it. And his camp's been, a little bit up and down, which I just want people to understand that this is to be expected. When a guy, and like I said, and I don't usually, the preseason games, guys from all the years that I played and have covered it, I find out more about a guy on a daily, two-a-day, the grind in practice, right, the film. I think I was reading where Brandon Ayuk was talking about he had a tough day, but he stayed the same. His poise was the same, and they communicated and talked about practice. And I like that, and that's where you get this done. The games are just a validation of, okay, because you're not going to see a lot of coverages. You're going to see base stuff, and, the 49ers are working in, 2 to 3 new possibilities up front. I don't need to see much. I just need to get him 5 or 6 throws, 8 throws, get a little screen game going, hit him with a slant, and get him out. And I know people, we got to play him, but you got to start to get big picture, guys. And the more the work on the practice field, the more you can contain and control the tempo of the drill, but simulate what you want to see so he can go full speed. Of course, he's got to play because he's young. But I don't need to see 75 throws in the preseason because it won't mean a hill of beans, because what he sees on a preseason game compared to what he'll see in week 1, 2, 3 of the regular season, it's light years. It's amateur hour in the preseason compared to, okay, now we're going to disguise and do all this. And he got a head start last year and having at times struggles in the preseason, the grind, you're tired, the expectations, you're the guy now. But poise will get you through it. And from everything I hear about him, that he handles the failure and success on a practice field equally as well. But I don't need, guys, if he goes 10 for 10 in a preseason game, doesn't tell me much other than he's feeling it. I need the day-to-day grind. You'll see the real stuff. I need to see some of him, but I'm not putting him in harm's way while some guy's trying to make a team and scramble around and go hit my quarterback late. I'm not playing scared, but I'm not playing stupid. I don't need to see him for 80 throws in the preseason.
Sean Salisbury with us on 95.7 The Game. And Sean, I'm going to go to Seanitration here. We need you to settle a dispute between Dibs and I. And it was a bitter dispute yesterday. You mentioned completion percentages in the preseason. We know that Trey Lance last year, he broke his finger. We didn't know that it affected his ability to grip the ball throughout the rest of the year, affected to a degree his offseason. He's relearning some things, and all that process was set back by the fact that he was dealing with the injured finger. So in camp this year, his completion percentage in camp, he completed 65 of 130, so he was 50%. Normally, I pay no attention to that. I thought, well, that's a concern. Dibs, on the other hand, says, Whitey, that's Harry High School stuff. You're being ridiculous. So is that right, Dibs? Did I sum up your position?
Total Harry High School.
So you tell it, Sean, is that at all? Is that no concern, mild concern? Yeah, that's a concern. He completed half of his passes in camp.
Okay, and now here's my thing, and I didn't hear you guys debate, and I'll tell you one thing I don't like is the running play-by-play from somebody who tells me the guy against Air completed a 12-yard curl in short. I know that. I know people are fired up.
I know.
Please stop that. Hey, by the way, in one-on-one drill when he was warming up, he hit a guy in his right hand. It's like, would you guys stop? Not you guys, but all of us.
You're right.
Please, yeah.
Craving it, right?
Yeah.
But as far as the stats go, now mine is, what do they keep? Is it every throw that leaves his hand? Is it one-on-one drill? Is it 7-on-7? Is it blitz pickup? Is it 11-on-11? Regardless, and guys, it's the way he gets there. How's that?
Yeah.
And I'm not sitting on the fence I think both of you are valid. I do. Listen, I know this, and Mike Leach, coach of Mississippi State, and a lot of people believe it. You're either accurate or you're not. Think about the course of time. Guys, the quantum leap of accuracy, Drew Brees was going to complete 70% with a blindfold on. There are certain guys that are going to live that they're just between 59 and 63. If that's where they live, you may get one outlier season, but they're going to live there. I'm just telling you, I train these quarterbacks, and you can help their feet and make them, if the guy's a 64%, get him to 66. There are outliers. It happens. It's not all or nothing. But if a guy's an inaccurate thrower, you may be able to adjust him a couple points, but he's going to be relatively inaccurate, so he better beat you some other ways. I don't know where Trey Lance is because we haven't seen him but about 2.5 games for the most part in the regular season. I'll tell you why. Now, if it's all of a sudden the finger and his grip has changed, let's just say, and you say, well, man, the grip has changed, because grip is everything when it comes to the finish and the follow-through and the spiral. If that's still affecting him, yeah, of course there's concern. And if now he's throwing balls into the dirt and yanking them on a guy that's wide open in the flat in 7-on-7, and it's consistently in the flat and he's missing the same way, well, then you got to start to look, where are the mechanics? Is there enough knee bend? What's going on here? But to me, if he's throwing it to the right guy, making good decisions, but maybe a drop ball here and high all over the place. But also, guys, take into account, remember now, it's speeding up for him right now. He's the guy getting most of the reps and working with the first group. And so he hasn't let it in. Think about anything we do when you're hurried. Anything we do, it's like, okay, I don't do it as well. But when you take the pressure out of your forearms, I know it's something, but get rid of that stress and over gripping, because everybody wants an answer from Trey Lance. Well, I'll tell you when I can see it. If all of a sudden we finish up training camp and we walk out of there and people are looking around saying he misses too many easy throws, it'll be alarm for concern. But if they're trying new things and they're working formations, let it happen. And you'll know. I'm just going to tell you, you'll know what kind of accurate passer he is, where his accuracy is as we roll along in the regular season. I have a hard time, and so I do agree some of it is Harry High School, I do. But if he's missing the same thing over and over again and making poor decisions based on accuracy, then we got a problem. I do take into account that the guy's we don't give a guy a chance, guys, in this league. We expect everybody to come in and be Mahomes in his first year of starting. We expect that's not the bar. Most guys, look at Zach Wilson last year. He was yanking balls into the ground all over the place, and now they expect him to take the next jump. But let's allow it to play out. But, yeah, if a guy's 48% and he's getting all the snaps and he's missing throws that you have to make on a regular basis, I don't say alarming, but I'm like, okay, my antenna's up a little bit. Mm-hmm. If it's structure or change of grip, my antenna's up a little bit. But if it's just that he's in the process, that the game hasn't slowed down yet, which it won't for a minute, then I think we can sit back, because he makes the spectacular play. But I teach guys one thing, man, if you don't learn anything else at this position, hit me singles. The big play, because he's a great talent, will come. It's the greatest players in the world don't miss the simple play. Make the big play once in a while, but if you miss the simple play, that 0 to 12-yard curl, flat, check down, swing route, slant route, if you can't hit those consistently, you won't end up being a great player. You'll make spectacular. I'm not saying him. I'm talking about anybody.
Right.
The greatest players I've ever been around, Warren Moon, Dan Marino, Drew Brees, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, Russ Wilson. Take a look. I mean, Patrick Mahomes, they make spectacular, but go back and watch the simple plays. They don't miss 3rd and 3 in the flat. And if they don't do that, he'll end up being a great player because naturally his natural gifts will take over. Keep an eye on that.
Sean Salisbury here on 95.7 The Game. One more, Sean, before we let you go, and it's about the playbook. Does Kyle give him the whole playbook, or is it baby steps for the young QB?
I think what you do, and most do, you can't slow down the entire football team because the defensive coordinators in the other cities aren't slowing down. They're going to look at what the 49ers do. You can't slow it down. It may be when you install it, it may be a little bit more methodical, but you put a whole library in training camp. You install all of it. It's just, 4 plays today, then 4 formations and motions. But then when you get to the regular season, as you start to game plan, it shrinks back down. And then you expand again depending on who you play and how they go about it. But put it all in, then choose what he does well and stuff that this is our staple, and we'll add to it as it grows out. But library goes in, and then you pick the particular book you want to read as the season rolls along.
Sean, thanks so much for your time and your insight. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon.
You guys are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Take care. Sean Salisbury, 95.7 The Game. I don't know, there's a little channeling his inner Steiny there, huh? I think both sides.
I don't have a strong opinion.
Really good point.
It was a validation sensation is what it was.
Yeah.
Because you were valid and I'm valid. But then he went on to say, Whitey, you're not valid. Shut up, Whitey.
No, see, I didn't actually hear that.
He basically said that stats in practice are meaningless. And then he went on to explain how 48% in practice, 50%, whatever it is, accuracy issues, they are a real thing, but numbers in practice are meaningless.
Mm-hmm. Well, we appreciate the feedback on the Comcast Business text line. We'll get to the phone in just a moment.
We're going to textitration?
No, I don't think so. But from the 209, Joseph Dibley, you got your New York City knowledge down.
That's a good
gutter
uptick.
trash.
Yeah, it's gutter
and
trash.
The uptick is in there.
It's a good tick.
Well done.
It's New York City as it pertains to Kevin Durant and the pecking order. But Trey Lance, Sean Salisbury thinks only 2 series and then get him out of there. He's probably right. I guess I greedily want more from Trey Lance. I want to see more. I'm just really eager for the season to start.
From the 510, Stafford played through his injury last year. It's fair to assume that it might be worse this year, but it's true, and I think we really saw that. That was a factor, I think, in the last game of the regular season down there in the second half. Stafford did look like there's something wrong with him. Some of the throws he was not able to make.
Yes, and he's right. Sean is about Stafford. If Stafford's unable to play through this, if he is really badly hurt, then the Rams have no shot to repeat as champs.
You're not a big fan of their backup, Wolford?
Not a huge fan. I mean, we haven't seen anything from him. And, normally the backup quarterback is, he's the favorite guy on every team. Well, not in this case.
From the 510, completion percentage is different than accuracy. Jimmy had a good percentage, but his throws were often behind or high. Kyle's system allows for a lot of yak yards. Lance's mobility will allow him to make some big plays. Yeah, but it comes down to, in that system, Kyle Shanahan's offense will get you wide open throws, and you have to make them. That's all. So if Trey Lance's finger is fine and he's developing along the lines of is he changing his release and his arms feeling better after the problems he had last year, he'll be fine. But if he can't make those, and Sean said it better than I can say right now, if you can't make those wide open throws that you're going to get in this offense, then you've got an issue. So that's all I'm concerned about. But I think if that was really a concern, we would see evidence of that by the fact that they'd be looking at another backup or something.
I suppose, but it's so early in Trey Lance's run as QB1. I mean, this is his first camp as the starting quarterback of the 49ers, so you're not going to have a quick trigger as far as pulling Trey Lance in any way, shape, or form. You really want to give him a full camp, give him all the reps as QB1, get into the regular season, then you'll see exactly what you have with Trey Lance. But I like the way Sean described it in terms of what you need to do, and that's get singles. Don't go for the home run. every time. And I think you made a good point about the Shanahan offense, where it's going to be designed to get some things open, simple throws, short throws, intermediate throws. You got to take what the defense gives you as opposed to, I'm going to hold it and see if we can make a big play every single time.
It's like making a tower of blocks where the running play sets up this play, sets up that play, and you're setting up that shot downfield. And when it's there and the quarterback misses, you end up losing a Super Bowl. Duriel joins us from Arizona, 888-957-9570, Comcast Business text line. You want to participate on the text line on the phone. Duriel, you're on with Dan Dibley, Whitey Gleason. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. How are you guys?
Good. How warm is it today in Arizona?
It is nice today because it was raining. Other than that, it's on fire and stuff. And, the food here is not as good as it is in the Bay Area. I miss that. Dibley, you're one of my favorites. You a nice guy. So I want to say that James Garoppolo has been treated unfair by the faithful. You got people in your text chat or your YouTube live chat all day long trying to talk him off the team. That's all they did all last year. You need to learn how to root for the entire team from the beginning of the game until the end of the game and be a real 49er fan. James Garoppolo, porn star Jimmy, put some respect on his name. He's the reason that the 49ers are America's team right now. We beat you, Dallas Cowboys, and we were looking for you in the playoffs with your Johnny Ringo selves. He was your Huckleberry that day. Put some respect on porn star Jimmy's name.
Thank you, Duriel. Appreciate the call.
Porn star Jimmy.
I don't think the 49ers are America's team right now. I mean, we'll have Al Guido's coming up in a little bit. He'll join us bottom of the hour. Maybe we can ask him. I just don't think, I appreciate his fandom. 49ers are not America's team right now.
Well, is there such a thing as America's team? And if there is, who would it be? Because I would lean toward the Green Bay Packers, but Captain Too Cool for School Ayahuasca, I don't think that he is so likable to where the Packers would be America's team.
Right.
You could say it's the Rams with Matthew Stafford, and that was crazy, his better half. But I don't know if they're necessarily the most beloved.
And I get Duriel's point. The Cowboys are America's team. They call themselves that. 49ers beat the Cowboys, so that makes us America's team. No, it doesn't. As far as the unfair treatment of Garoppolo, that's all because, well, a lot of fans see what they see and they have their own opinions, but to a degree as fans, we take our cues from the manager, in this case, the coach, right? When the coach makes it clear, we don't want this guy anymore, and you're a fan, then it's like, yeah, well, if the coach doesn't want him, I don't want him.
Right, but while he's here, I think a lot of people were anti-Jimmy Garoppolo, and I agree with Duriel in the sense that a lot of 49ers fans were, clamoring for Trey Lance. Even when Jimmy Garoppolo and the team went on that second half run last year that culminated in not one but two playoff victories, there still was an anti-Jimmy G sentiment. And now that Garoppolo is going to be gone, we know he'll either be traded or cut. There's really no chance he's going to be kept. If there was any glimmer of hope that James Garoppolo, if there was any hope that he would be
Richard
here,
Garoppolo, I think
he would have gone to team meetings this week or last week. When Shanahan said, "Hey Jimmy, do you want to come to the team meeting?" and he said, "Nah, I'm good." That tells you all you need to know about the future of James Garoppolo as a Niner. He's not going to be here, so you can look back on the Garoppolo era. I think if you're a true 49er fan, you've got to look back on it and say, it was a successful run. Even though you may think Trey Lance is better, that's fine, but don't say that at the expense of Jimmy G.
I think it will hinge on what happens with Trey Lance. If they win a Super Bowl, or who knows, maybe even two, then it's going to be, Jimmy will be seen more as like Mark Jackson is. And I know there's a lot of other factors there, but Mark Jackson was really good, but he wasn't the guy they needed. But if they they never get back to a Super Bowl for whatever reason, then I think there would be more appreciation for Jimmy and what he did. Even though I know 49er fans are going to say, well, he didn't get him to the Super Bowl, the defense did, and the running game did. But I think that will determine how ultimately we view Jimmy G and his time with the 49ers. What happens from here?
Right, and I wonder if this season, if the team does well, but Trey Lance has more of a game manager type of a season, how we look at this campaign. Because I was going back and looking at the 2011 49ers as a comparative season. The first year of Jim Harbaugh, they went 13-3.
What a year.
But
I didn't see it coming. I don't know about you.
No,
I didn't see it. Nobody
saw it coming. The offense was not that impressive. You had Alex Smith at quarterback who barely got over 3,000 yards. Frank Gore had about 1,200 yards rushing. You had nothing, basically, offensively. You had a game manager in Alex Smith, but you had an unbelievable defense. They were number 2 in points allowed. They were one of the best defenses in football, and that's why you had a good year. I wonder if this year, 2022, is kind of a mirror image of that year where, yeah, you've got Trey Lance, but he's more of a game manager, and you don't have a great ground game. You have a couple of good receivers, but maybe this offense is going to be secondary to a powerhouse defense this year.
It's a great point. Remember the debate 2011 was, okay, Alex is having a nice year, but he's a game manager. And I remember Harbaugh saying he's an elite quarterback. But a lot of people were saying, boy, if they get in the playoffs, which remember at the time was like, wait, the 49ers are a playoff team? Okay, but what if they get into a shootout with the Saints or with Aaron Rodgers? He can't do that. And they actually did win a shootout with the Saints that year. I think the difference is that this staff is just a better offensive staff, and Kyle Shanahan's a much better offensive coach, much more imaginative offensively than it was Greg Roman, right? He was the coordinator and Jim Harbaugh at that time.
Yes, more imaginative, and I think this offense should be and will be better than what that offense was, but just the comp for me is the defense, the 2011 defense. And you had Bowman and Willis at linebacker. And this year's team,
the Cowboy
you've got
right?
Greenlaw and Fred Warner. Yeah, you had the Cowboy and Alden
Great
Smith
talent.
as a rookie up front. And, this team, you've got Nick Bosa, who is another guy who is on a Hall of Fame track. So there's comparative values on each team. This offense should be more dynamic, but it just struck me that this team might end up being more similar to that team where Alex Smith averaged 190 yards passing a game. Trey Lance could have a pretty quiet, conservative year, and you could still win.
Yeah, the similarity there is, if you remember, I mean, no matter what Jim Harbaugh said, you knew that Alex wasn't his guy. Kaepernick became his guy when they drafted him. So, Alex was to Harbaugh kind of the way Jimmy has been to Shanahan. It's like, he's a tough player. We love him. We can win with him. But ultimately, we need somebody else.
Yeah, and Shanahan didn't draft Garoppolo, but he was there when they acquired Garoppolo, although some of the talk inside the Niners facility is that was, not necessarily a Shanahan move.
Right. 888-957-9570. Dibs, don't you think that's true what you just said to a degree? It's always been true of the 49ers, even going back to the Bill Walsh days when all the focus was on Montana and Rice, and even before Rice, and the West Coast offense. But the 49ers have had great defensive teams, and for some reason, they get overlooked here.
Yeah, and I think it's because of the tradition, like you said, of Montana and Young, the West Coast offense, Bill Walsh, the genius, and all the rest of it. But you go back 20 years, and it's hard to find a Niner team where the offense was better than the defense.
Coming up here, can you believe the 49ers are getting ready for their 9th season at Levi Stadium?
Already?
9th season. Can you believe that?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
More on that when team president Al Guido joins us next. So we have that coming up, and that's all sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Two teams red hot to the over are part of today's BetQL 5-star best bet. Baltimore is 5-1-1 to the over in their last 7 games, while Toronto has gone over the total in 4 of their last 5. Even with all-star Alek Manoah on the mound for the Blue Jays, the Toronto offense should score on the O's' Kyle Bradish. With the total set at a reasonable 8.5, expect the offenses to carry the total runs to at least 9.
game. So I know we're all excited to see the guys back out there on the field. It's been a while since our last home game here, given that we had to go on the road throughout the entire playoffs last year. So I'm fired up to see the faithful.
Yeah, and the faithful are fired up to see you and the 49ers as well. What are some of the highlights fans can look forward to, not only for this Friday night's game, but maybe some surprises for the upcoming season at home?
Well, last year we rolled out for our season ticket members our member inclusive menu, which is frankly, their food is included in their season ticket package. I think, we were really excited. Our game day satisfaction scores went up 13% over the course of last year, which wasn't an easy year, as you guys mentioned on the lead-in, coming in, based off COVID, and things have changed quite a bit. But really excited about our food and beverage offering. Really excited about the museum and the team store. We've added some elements down there. That's going to be open this Friday. We're putting in BY statue. We're putting in Frank Gore statue this year. It's going to be, just seeing BY and him do his speech and all the things that went on in Canton, and to know that he's going to be able to do that in front of our crowd here against the Kansas City Chiefs, which is a big game for us. We're planning on, celebrating, the NFC Championship team, in 2012. It's crazy it's been that long, and on that alumni weekend as well. And then putting in Frank Gore, our last game on January 8th against the Arizona Cardinals. And then all along the way, man, there's just so many good things with our primetime games. Our schedule this year is fantastic. Seeing Tom Brady come here, and a whole host of other characters. But I'll tell you, knowing where we are as it relates to kind of demand and what we're seeing in training camp, having every game, every training camp sold out, 2,000 plus fans back there. We wish we could fit more. Trust me. And then knowing that, every game this year is certainly going to be sold out, having 70,000 fans for all of those. We're going to need everybody in those seats to create a good home field advantage. So we're really excited.
Al Guido is with us, 49ers president. And Al, you've got a game in Mexico City this year in November. If I'm not mistaken, that's actually an Arizona home game. So what are the chances that you guys get enough fan support there to actually turn that into a virtual 49er home game?
Listen, that's been one of the cool things over my time here. I've been here over 10 years, and we always say this faithful to the Bay, but the reality, the faithful are to the 49ers wherever we are. We saw it on the road last year, and it's become a thing, and we love it. We love looking up and seeing red in the stadium. And last year, knowing that we had to go on the road, and you guys know, it wasn't just in the playoffs. We had to go on a run there toward the end of the season, knowing how slow we started the year, and just seeing home crowds, frankly, when we were on the road. Like what happened in Los Angeles in the last regular season game, and then you back that up and you go into a place like Dallas, right, and you take over that, that building. Then you go into Lambeau and it's freezing cold, and yet the faithful are still there. And then you turn around and you do it in the NFC Championship game. I know we came up short there, but frankly, we couldn't be more thankful for the support that we get here and on the road. And you're right, we want to make sure we turn that game in Mexico City into a potential home game for us. And we have limited tickets available to us. I know we're kind of working through our allotment, but for all fans, go on Ticketmaster or go on the platforms. I do think there'll be tickets available, and if you're interested in going, it'll be a really fun time in Mexico City. Not just our game, but it's the kickoff of the World Cup, so it's going to be a festive environment down there. It's kind of weird given the Cardinals are red too, so we'll have to figure out how we identify our fans. But my assumption is the way to identify them is when Kyler Murray's in shotgun formation, to make sure that there's a lot more noise for him than there is for our guys.
Yeah, you put that into great perspective with the kickoff to the World Cup, because Black Friday, day after Thanksgiving, USA England. So it's obviously a huge time for USA Soccer, and you guys are going to be down there at Estadio Azteca, the normal home for El Tri. So a huge moment there. The Trey Lance, the Trey area hype train is obviously in full swing. What are you guys doing from a merchandise standpoint to support all the fans who want Trey action?
Yeah, it's no doubt. It is a hot jersey for sure. I think both on 49ers.com and, like I said, down at the team store now that's open again. Make sure you come, get your merchandise. We don't have any new unis to roll out this year. I know that's been a topic of conversation. My ats on Twitter, I've heard a lot about helmets and all these other things. what I would tell our fans is like, look, we're privileged, in my opinion, to have the best unis in football, and the best combination. And so we want to keep with our traditional home and away, and then also we'll roll in our red and white throwbacks with the, that we all know and love from the '94 campaign. We know our players love them. We'll stick with our same helmet. We're always up for new ideas, but I think at times, right, when you have a traditional, uniform and you have great throwbacks that our guys love wearing, our players like wearing, we don't want to shift away too far from that. So just go buy your standard great traditional 49ers kit or frankly pick up the throwback. But either way, my hope is there's plenty of options for you in the team store on 49ers.com to get what you need.
Al Guido with us here as we get ready for the 49ers and the preseason opener and the opening of the 9th 49ers season at Levi's coming up this Friday. Al, the last 4 years have been transformational on and off the field. We've been talking this week a lot about brands. Obviously, the Warrior brand is so strong right now. How strong right now is the 49ers brand? And in your mind, what does that brand actually stand for?
Well, it's super strong right now, and of course, you got to do it on and off the field, and we've been able to do that, and what we built here at Levi's Stadium, and then it shows up when you get picked for 5 primetime games, which is the most that you can get as an NFL team. I think we've done that in multiple consecutive years. It speaks to, frankly, not just the level of fandom here, but across the country and across the globe. On top of that, now we're able to operate in market in London and Mexico as kind of an international marketing rights, which the NFL allowed us to do, knowing that we have those 2 markets. Thinking about having 10 million plus fans in our ecosystem around all of our social and digital channels. And so for us, I mean, it means the world. And you guys mentioned it, it shows up in our performance on the field because, to have that type of fan base, to have that type of following, there's a lot of discussion around America's team, but I can tell you how I feel. When we go on the road and we see ourselves and our fans show up that way, yeah, it's a lot of fans from the Bay Area traveling, but frankly, it's a lot of fans that actually live in those markets that are just 49er supporters. And so, look, we want to consistently grow our business. It helps us in everything that we do from a football perspective, right? Whether it's facilities here at Levi's Stadium or it's what we look to do in the future around our team. But I think having a strong business, a strong fan base is only going to help us get better in all ways. And, as it relates to what does it mean to have, great brand? I think honestly it means to do the right things. And I always say this, I stand on the shoulder of giants. There's been plenty of people that have come before me that have sat in this chair and done an amazing job. And every time I walk into this building and I see those Lombardis, you know what you're striving for and you know what the goal is. And yeah, we may or may not get there every year, but we know what the goal looks like. And I would say for us, it's making sure that we do everything we possibly can to make sure that the faithful has a great experience, frankly, both in the games in which they can come to and then throughout the course of the year.
And the Quest for Six goes on, and it starts September 11th. Put your fan hat on for just a second, Al. If you were going to go to one road game this year, which one would it be?
Ooh, man.
Feels like that's a great question.
Look, I love Estadio Azteca, so it's hard not to pick Mexico City. Plus, it's just unique. I mean, knowing that we're going back there, we played the first game there. It's a divisional opponent, which the game. Every game matters, as we all know. But division games, right? It's the way to get into the dance. If not that one, because I know you asked me to pick one. I think as a Niner, right, playing the Raiders in Las Vegas on January 1st. Wow. I mean, I get what that means to the 49ers fan base, and so maybe that's the other one. But I'll tell you, man, there's a whole host of good ones on that schedule.
Yeah, all first 10,000 fans get aspirin, I'm being told.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, look, it's a 1 o'clock kick. I'm sure it might be a slow start.
Totally.
But it should be a fun time. We haven't gone down to Allegiant yet to play a game there, and I've heard it's a good experience. But like I said, I think if you're looking for good away travel, that's a good one to circle.
Al, thank you so much for your time. Have a great season. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Al Guido 49ers president.
Yeah,
Dibs,
thanks, Al.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I am ashamed.
That was, going way back when one of us, when we're doing interviews.
Oh, man.
If you ask a question and the person we're interviewing says, that's a good question or that's a great question, then you get to the crown of superiority. You still have it because Steve Weiss gave you 2 great questions last week, Friday. But then for you to ask Al the question and then to whisper, that's a great question.
I mean, I had to ask him. I ain't too proud to make. Well, it's because he paused and
he tried to do subliminally. That's a great question.
Al, you can say it. That's a great question because oh boy, I mean, geez. And then
he was like, oh, what? And I knew where you were going.
The natural thing to say is, Dibs, that's a great question.
Yeah. Embarrassing, Kyle. Yeah.
No, I'm embarrassed.
He's like, actually, it's kind of a terrible question because this is not something I've ever thought about.
That is a good question, but it's also a stupid question.
It's like, guys, weren't you listening? I just said we're going to Mexico City. Were you not paying attention? Because I think that'd be the one.
But it's not. He actually answered it correctly, which is Las Vegas. Yeah. The trip to Vegas, New Year's
other than
Day.
the obvious one, it'd be Vegas. Yeah.
Well, and he already dropped the Estadio Azteca, and he was just doing that to pad time until he's able to pull up the schedule. Because I don't think Al, he's probably not that aware of the schedule.
Yeah.
Only the team president.
So you're in lockstep with him on going to Vegas?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a pretty incredible, juicy destination. Something about Chicago, though, in the opener. Chicago in September, beautiful time to be in Chicago. That would be another one that I would put on the short list in terms of road destinations.
Green Bay comes in here too, don't they? Green Bay at some point. Is that the preseason? Don't they play?
Yeah, that's Friday.
Yeah,
Friday.
Yeah, right. That's That's first.
They
game.
don't play in the regular season.
Right. So is that ayahuasca night? Do you have that?
Exactly. The first 10,000 fans get to trip out on the house.
How is Trey Lance? Man, I don't care.
Trey who? Exactly. Man.
I was in a Trey trance. Yeah.
That's a 5. That's really good. Trey trance.
So the Packers, of course, that's the game on Friday. When you look at what 49er fans did last year, Dibs, and Al talked about it, and the way they took over SoFi, it was incredible. I remember seeing video last year of Sean McVay on LA News before the NFC Championship game. He was on news broadcast begging people, we want you to go buy your tickets. Never seen anything like that. The popularity of the 49ers brand right now, it's incredible. What do you think it is about this team that makes them so popular? Because obviously it's more than just winning, because they haven't won a Super Bowl in a long time. So there's something else.
I think it's the tradition, for one, the tradition of, I won't say tradition of excellence, because I think that's being used already, but good tradition as an organization. And now you've got a young star at quarterback, and I think that leads to it as well. And many recognizable marquee players, Nick Bosa, George Kittle. I think when
it's
you go,
just fun to watch. It's a very watchable team.
Very fun, very watchable, and the quest for 6 continues. But I think it is the brand, and you asked him about the brand and what it stands for, and that's really what it has stood for. It's been a successful team. They haven't had too many back-to-back or 3 in a row really bad, forgettable years.
There's something the 49ers stand for that anytime they have a good team, they're on TV and fans are excited, right? I don't know. There's something people expect from the 49ers going back, I guess, to Walsh and Steve Young in Montana. So people think the 49ers are supposed to be something. And when they're close to that, all right, this is going to be fun. But on top of that, this team, you got these personalities that, at least on the field, they have great on-field personalities, and they're so diverse, right? Bosa and Jimmy G, for all his flaws, there's a real personality there, and Trey Lance will probably take that to the next level if he's any good. But Debo, you've got guys that you just want to watch because you think you have a sense of what you're going to get from them.
Right, and guys who the league can market, and so if you're outside of the Bay Area, you know about some of the marquee guys. You mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo, and for all of his faults as a player, good-looking guy, very marketable, had the New England connection, and he had success here. So it's a team, and Al mentioned it, 5 primetime games, which is the most you can get as an organization, 5 of the 17, plus you've got 1 in Mexico City. This is a team that the league obviously thinks is very marketable.
You know who I thought the 49ers were going to miss? A recent 49er, and they really haven't missed him. And I, knowing the Shanahan's history, I should have known better. But I thought Mostert was going to be missed, because he's so fast. It's such a good fit for the zone stretch. And then they have, when the hole's there, boom, and he's gone. And last year they were able to fill that void.
Yeah, and they'll do it again this year, if it's Elijah Mitchell.
Yeah.
And even before that, they had Matt Breida the Cheetah. And then, not that he felt irreplaceable, but Raheem Mostert was basically a special teamer. And he got elevated due to injury, and then he took off. And, he has since moved on to Miami. And now you look at Jeff Wilson Jr., Elijah Mitchell, listed in the depth chart released today.
What?
As your top two.
Today's depth chart day?
It's an unofficial depth
Buried
chart.
the lead.
Depth chart time. And
unofficial depth chart day is here.
Yeah, it's ODCD. Not OCD, but ODCD.
Yeah.
Unofficial.
Or you.
Yeah. Depth chart day. So, there you have it. But Jeff Wilson Jr., Elijah Mitchell, and, if and when one of them gets hurt, it's just next man up with the Shanahan system.
On the text line, somebody wondering here from the 925, if the unspeakable happens and Trey gets injured in the first preseason game, do they keep Jimmy gotta go?
Gotta go?
Jimmy
gotta go.
Yeah, Jimmy gotta go.
I don't think so. I mean,
that ship has sailed. Yeah.
Right, but if, on Friday something bad were to happen, I think you would, at that point, you would have to reconsider. The ship has sailed, but can you call the ship back home?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think Jimmy at that point is like, no, I don't want to do that. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't want $25 million to be quarterback again.
Could you really do that, you think? Could he really swallow his pride and do that?
What else would you do?
Yeah.
I mean, you would have to at least
consider.
It's very unlikely, but if something really, really bad happened, what are your options as a 49ers organization? Well, you've got Nate Sudfeld.
Sudfeld time.
Sudfeld and Purdy.
Yeah.
You go into
Purdy good backup.
Yeah. Thank you. That's a 2 for your Purdy good backup. But I don't know.
It's okay. I just got a 5 for something.
That's all right. You're averaging 3.5 this segment. But do you really want to go into a championship window with those two guys as your signal callers? Or
Jimmy hasn't even been in meetings because he doesn't want to be in bless him, but he's done. He's gone. That's not, I don't think it's an option.
So
I understand
then
why you
what
would want
do you do?
Yeah.
What do you do, pal? What's your other option?
Well, I'm saying it's not an option because, in my opinion, Jimmy's not on board with it. I understand if you're Kyle, hey, come on, Jimmy. So what do you do?
So Jimmy
who
says
else is
no.
available? Yeah.
So then fine, you cut Jimmy on August 30th, which is the plan right now if you can't trade him.
Mm-hmm.
And you bring in...
I don't know who's available right now.
I mean,
have to look.
virtually nobody's available. I don't think anybody is out there who is available. So that's an interesting hypothetical. It's a hypothetical nobody wants to entertain.
Yeah.
And you certainly don't want to face it as an organization. But I think you'd have to go back... on your knees to Jimmy G and say, Jimmy, we're just kidding.
Come on, big fella.
Come on.
By the way, I love your Subway commercial.
Come on, Jimmy. Who loves you more than us, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Come on.
We've always said we could win with you.
Yeah.
Jimmy's like, no, that ain't going to happen. But that's not going to happen because, well, for many reasons, one of them being that, I'm sorry, Dibs, I know you want to play Trey like the whole game. He's barely going to play in the first preseason.
Sean Salisbury said 2 series is what he would anticipate.
Yeah.
That's probably the case. I would like to see a lot more Trey Lance. Let him get out there and get comfortable. And, it's not like anyone's going to try to tackle him. And if they do, just throw the ball away, Trey. Stay safe back there, kid.
Yeah. If they score...
Was it Alex Smith? Was it the Saints went after... Remember they blitzed him like
that was because it was
play?
You mentioned 2011. That was Harbaugh's first game in the NFL, and he didn't exchange something with Sean Payton that you're supposed to, like, this is what we're going to do, or this is who we're going to play win, and it's kind of coaching etiquette. And Harbaugh's like, no, I ain't doing that. So the Saints... And it was the Bounty Gate coordinator, and they said, all right, we're bringing the house then. This welcome to the NFL. Yeah, that's what that was about.
It was Greg Williams,
exactly,
right?
yeah. And they said, all right. And they blitzed the bejeebies out of Alex Smith in that first Harbaugh preseason game.
Which goes against the code, right, of preseason. You're not supposed to really...
Because Harbaugh broke the code in the eyes of Sean Payton, played by Kevin James in that stupid new movie.
Yeah, I had that yesterday during Jeopardy. It's one of the ones I got right.
That's right.
Jeopardy returns today, 11:45.
SummerSlam concludes.
Guru riding high, looking to go back-to-back. He's going to come in here with a big-time swagger today, no doubt.
If I tell him that, hey, if you win today, you win the SummerSlam, do you think could he handle that?
I think so. I mean,
I think he'd crumble.
He's coming in sunglasses on. If you told him there was an actual trophy for winning the SummerSlam, or a cash prize, then he'd get really excited.
All right, so looking forward to the 49ers preseason opener. The 9th season. The 49ers now will start their 9th season at Levi's. And, arenas and stadiums now, they're like amusement parks. And every year you got to add something because fans expect a lot more for their bucks.
They do, but I think Levi Stadium now has started to become a real home for the 49ers. We don't cry anymore.
Good point.
Oh, I'm on the sunny side.
It's too hot.
And all that stuff. A lot of the things that we have complained about, they kind of go by the wayside when you have such games as the NFC Championship game there.
Mm-hmm.
People are a little bit more tolerant of, it's too hot.
Yeah, winning cures a lot of those ills. That's what we were saying with Guido. It's been the last 4 years. Remember 2019, as we discussed yesterday. Are the 49ers good? I think they're really good. Hey, they won again. Jimmy G going to the Super Bowl. Should have won that Super Bowl, Dibs, but oh well, here we are. Maybe the pursuit would not be as fun right now if they'd won that Super Bowl. I don't know. I'm grabbing at straws here.
You are, and you're grabbing. And, if you look at those years, the Tom Sula year, 5-11, Chip Kelly, 2-14.
Football guy.
Those were brutal years. And even the first year of Shanahan, where they start off and they're 0-10 or 1-10. It was easier to complain about Levi Stadium then.
Mm-hmm. All right, back to the Giants. Are the Giants going to catch the shaky Padres? Well, we're going to see what San Diego play-by-play guy Jesse Agler thinks about that. If he's speaking after that tough Padre loss last night, he joins us next. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
Niners quarterback Trey Lance here on 95.7 The Game.
The speed of the game is for sure something that will be an adjustment. But I think mentally, and I know the coaching staff is going to do everything they can to push me and get me outside my comfort zone every single day. So that's the one thing that I'm looking forward to.
capabilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard today. Great to be with my friend Joe Dibley. We've got Jesse Agler, radio play-by-play guy for the Padres.
Hang in there.
In just a moment. Yeah, because I'm telling you, we talked about this yesterday. August 25th, 2010, the Giants were 6.5 back of the Padres. They caught the Padres, won the division, went on to win the World Series. As of today, after last night's 1-0 win down there, the Giants are 5.5 back of the Padres for the last wild card. So I'm not saying it's 2010 all over in terms of the Giants going to win the World Series, but as far as being in a race with the Padres and maybe tracking them down, I could see it happening, Dibs.
You still got to deal with Milwaukee,
yes,
a team that is just a game back of San Diego right now, and a team also a little bit on the ropes. They're not doing great, but they're still 8 above 500, and they're 2 back of St. Louis. They're 1 back in the wild card, so you do have to get by Milwaukee and San Diego to get the 3rd wild card, but Giants are hanging in there.
Yeah. We are brought to you, by the way, by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. You know, as we said earlier, the Braves last year didn't get over 500 until August, and then they won the World Series. With more on last night's game, nice enough to join us, Padres play-by-play guy Jesse Agler. Jesse, what a game last night. When you first saw naked eye that play of the game at home plate in the 7th, did you think Drury was out or safe?
Well, as it was happening, I think I thought he was out just because, I don't know, my brain is conditioned to, like, things aren't going to go right. You know, I mean, it's just sort of like that instant negativity that you sometimes feel. And then I got to look at the replay a couple of times, and I was like, oh, okay, good. Yeah, they got that right. What a good call. That's a close play. Umpire really had his nose in there. And then it kind of, they kept showing different angles and different angles and different angles. And by the 11th replay, I said, maybe he got him. Maybe the hand isn't quite on the plate. But at the same time, I'm thinking, in the last decade or whatever since we've had replay, I've seen 1,000 calls that weren't that close that didn't get overturned because they really generally seem to hesitate to overturn the call on the field. And I was stunned. I was stunned when they overturned it. We don't see that very often, a close play that's that close getting switched. It's just not generally how MLB operates.
Yeah, you're a quicker study than I am, Jesse. It took me to the 35th viewing to actually realize that, oh, heck, his hand was above the plate. It wasn't on the plate. And that's just kind of a encapsulation of where the Padres have been over the last 5 games. 7 runs total in 5 games. What's happened to the offense down there?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely an odd thing. And, of course, it coincides with the new guys arriving. And the new guys are all offensive upgrades over the people they're replacing in the lineup. So, look, your gut reaction as a fan, right, is that, okay, we got these new great hitters. We're going to score 1 million runs right out of the gate. And they actually did. The first game that those guys all played last Wednesday against the Rockies, Drury hit a grand slam on the literal first pitch that he saw in the bottom of the first inning, and they cruised. And it was like, all right, here we go. This is the new Padres. And since then, it's been very quiet offensively. I think more than anything else, as I kind of reflect on it now, it's just the nature of this game that we love and hate. It's just baseball being baseball and sort of the beautiful stupidity of it, I say sometimes, where, you think you know something and the sport kind of smacks you in the face to remind you don't know anything. It's a long season. There are always, unless you're the Dodgers, apparently, ups and downs. And, there are always going to be, soft spots and lulls for your offense, even in a moment when you expect the complete opposite to be true. So at the moment, at least, that's kind of what I'm chalking it up to, the standard peaks and valleys, and obviously it's something we're keeping a pretty close eye on here.
Jesse, just a few days ago, Giants fans, for the most part, had given up on this team, and now for a lot of Giants fans, it's like, well, okay, maybe. But Joey Bart is swinging the bat with much more authority, and I wanted to ask you about Doval in the 9th inning last night, navigating through the heart of the Padres lineup for the save. How impressive was that?
He's really, really good. And look, we saw it coming last year, remember? I mean, you guys remember better than I do, but it was like it seemed like they were being very sensitive to how they turned that role over to him as last year went along, right? Like, you could kind of tell that it was an inevitable thing. Like, all right, this guy is going to be the closer, but they were letting Rodgers do it, and they sort of kind of like, did a soft open for Doval at the back end there. And it apparently turned out that was the exact right way to handle it because he's dominant. Look, the stuff is really, really special. I know we always say today, everybody throws 100. First of all, that's overstating it. Second of all, not everybody throws 103. And I mean, you're into Edwin Diaz territory there in terms of like the stuff and all that. And he's a young guy still figuring it out. He's really, really good, really impressive. And he is a reason for hope. And so is Bart. We were talking about the play at the plate. What Joey Bart did on that play was like upper level catching. There's kind of playing the short hop, getting the tag down, not blocking the plate, all of that at once when you don't really have time to think about it. That was a very impressive defensive play by him. Like you said, he's hitting now. Look, I said at the start of our broadcast last night, the Giants are hanging around the periphery of the wild card conversation. And look, you guys were just talking about the Braves. We've seen it a million times in this sport. I know it feels like we're late in the season because it's August 9th, but a hell of a lot can happen between August 9th and in October 5th when the season ends this year. So, I don't generally feel good about crossing teams off the list at this point, as it were, especially when they're a team with talent and a track record of winning, which the Giants, of course, have both.
And the Padres don't really have either, per se, and how much does that permeate the clubhouse where they haven't had that long string of success, and now you get into a spot where you've dropped 5 in a row? Does the doubt start to creep into the clubhouse?
I don't think so, and part of it is that they have an incredible amount of talent on the roster, and I think if you're in that clubhouse, right, you can kind of look around and be like, all right, Juan Soto is standing there, Manny Machado's over there, Fernando Tatis is coming soon. So, like, if you're a young guy, I don't think it takes much to regain that confidence. Plus, I think both Soto and Manny carry themselves in a way that kind of lends itself to not worry about things, and I do think that rubs off on the other guys. And then, of course, there's the Bob Melvin factor. You have an experienced manager in there who's been through this kind of thing 1,000 times, and he knows how to navigate those waters. And look, not to take a shot at the previous manager here, but it was new to him. And so when things started to go a little bit south around this time last year, I think he didn't handle it, and he would tell you this, in the best possible way. Bob's not going to be in that situation because Bob has done it before. That's essentially why Bob Melvin is the manager of the Padres. Yeah. So, I don't worry about that kind of stuff. And look, in terms of, issues from last year, like Juan Soto doesn't care what happened last year. There's a lot of talk about this coming out of the Dodgers series because the Padres have had so much trouble with the Dodgers the last few years. Like, Joe Musgrove's only been a Padre for a season and a half, right? I mean, Blake Snell's been, these guys are all new. I don't know that they carried the burden that we carry as like fans and broadcasters of, seasons past and the failures that might have existed.
Jesse Agler from the Padres play-by-play radio booth with us on 95.7 The Game. And, Jess, I know everybody asked you this. I know yesterday Christopher Russo asked you this question, so everyone's asked you this question about Fernando Tatis. Where are we with Fernando Tatis? How's the rehab coming? When do the Padres expect him back?
He's the best, Chris, and Fernando. They're both the best. Fernando, it sounds like, should be back in hopefully a week or so if the rehab continues well. He's a Double-A. He's done a game as a DH. He's done a game as a shortstop. They had the day off yesterday. That's kind of the standard in the minors these days, Monday off day. So it sounds like he'll be back out there tonight. I would expect he probably moves from Double-A to Triple-A at some point this week for the rehab assignment. And then I would say earliest we would see him would be Monday in Miami. Padres are playing in Washington this weekend. That sounds like that's probably a little bit too soon. Best case scenario, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday against the Marlins. And if not, I mean, the Padres come home after that to host the Nationals. So I would say that could be a real possibility as well. But we're definitely getting close. And, of course, everything I'm saying is assuming the rehab goes well and he doesn't, re-aggravate his wrist or anything like that. But we're definitely as close as we have been, and that's good, especially, again, when you look back at the last few days offensively.
Yeah, and he's an exciting player to watch, certainly when he's not playing against the Giants. We all root for him, especially when he goes up against the Dodgers. And man, the Dodgers have had everybody's number of late. What is it about this LA team, beyond the obvious answer of they're just so talented? What's made them so much better head-to-head than the Giants and the Padres this year?
I mean, it does start with the talent, and then beyond that, it's not just, I think, the raw ability, but their ability to, and look, this is maybe more anecdotal than mathematical, but Tony, my partner Tony Gwynn Jr. and I, we were talking about it off the air during one of the games this weekend. It's like, if you make a mistake, you will not get away with it. And then on the other side, they don't seem to make mistakes. You know, I mean, they just take advantage of every little situation better than any team I've seen, you know, in my adult life. I mean, I can think back to being a kid and being frustrated by stuff like that, watching baseball. But as like a broadcaster and doing Padre games, I've just never seen with such consistency, and we obviously see them more than enough, like where they don't seem to make mistakes. And if they do, they don't pay for them. And if you make a mistake, they're going to jump on you. Now, look, when the Padres have been playing their best baseball at times in the last couple of years, I've seen that for stretches. I've seen that for bursts, you know, where you go, uh-oh, you know, they booted that ball at third base. Here's, you know, it's about to go down. And then, you know, they have a 4-run inning or something like that. And then they did that against Colorado last week. But, I mean, just every single game, it seems like, the Dodgers are putting themselves in that position. And I think part of that is talent. Part of that is culture, and part of that is just sort of an experience of success and having been there and done that so many times that they probably do have some kind of innate belief that they're going to be able to take advantage of every situation. It's a machine that they've built there, unfortunately, for everybody in the Bay and down here in San Diego. But as I like to remind people, you know, season series is what it is. And for the Padres, by the way, it's only halfway over against the Dodgers. They still have 3 more series against them, but it's about running into them in October and taking care of that. And you could have a miserable regular season against them, but if you can beat them 4 out of 7 or 3 out of 5 in the playoffs, who cares? I mean, think about last year with the Giants, right? Oh, they won the division 107 games. They held off the Dodgers at the end. The Dodgers win the division series, and, you know, I mean, there's no trophy for winning the season series. So, you know, I think that's kind of where a lot of people's minds are at. It's about October, and whatever happens before them, it matters, of course, but that's not the goal here.
So, Jesse, 1-0 last night. Giants prevail. Another night game tonight. Then the series concludes with a day game. How big is this series right now with the Giants for the Padres?
I think it's just about getting themselves right. You know, I think it could be the Giants or it could be the Diamondbacks. It's just about trying to figure it out right now and getting these new guys comfortable and, you know, finding some offensive rhythm with really 3 new people in the middle of the lineup. So, I mean, you know, again, with the offensive issues the last couple of days, you're adding 3 new guys, which obviously moves other people all around. And so, you know, there's probably an adjustment period there that's taking place. And I think that's just kind of where we're at. So, again, for me, right now, in this moment for the Padres, it's just about, like, getting it right with this group. You know, who's on the other side is fairly incidental. Not to say that, you know, the Giants are exactly who they do or do not want to see right now, but look, they've got a quote-unquote softer schedule coming up here. They're seeing a bunch of sub-500 teams, and same thing, like, I don't care. Like, they got to do their thing. They got to figure themselves out, and at some point later, I think you can worry about who they're playing, but that's not really where they are at this moment.
Jesse Agler. Jesse, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Enjoy the game tonight, sir.
Always a treat, guys. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So, seen it through the Padres brown and mustard colored glasses.
Yeah.
They just got to get right. But it is interesting to see that team with all that talent, and they just struggle. It's like they just aren't quite a team yet.
Yeah, and Bob Melvin should be the steadying force, and I believe he will be. Jesse made a great point about the previous manager not having, Jace Tingler, not having the same level of experience and expertise that Bob Melvin. Bo Mel has seen it. He's been to the playoffs. He understands the highs and lows of baseball. I would imagine that the Padres are going to find a way to stabilize and right the ship. And I said what I meant about Tatis Jr. I love watching him play. He's exactly the kind of star that baseball needs. Although for the Giants, it'd be great if he didn't come back until Thursday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he just mentioned the Padres' upcoming schedule. They got some games with the Nats coming up, and those are like gimmies. But the Giants also have some very, very winnable games here, so they have a chance. I know people said, it's like listening to Willard today, the way White is going on about the Giants. They can still keep this season interesting and even make it more interesting. They got a legitimate chance to do that if they can take care of business against those Padres.
Yeah, 7-game homestand, which begins on Friday. You've got a weekend series against Pittsburgh, and then Arizona in for 4 after that. A trip to Colorado, which has not been the same house of horrors the last couple of years that it used to be. And then you've got a trip to Detroit. So all very winnable games. The next 12 after the San Diego series, highly winnable.
Dibs did that relay heard round the baseball world last night. Did it save the Giants season?
Temporarily, absolutely. I mean, not that they would have lost that game had they not thrown him out at home, but
I think they would have. Excuse me, but I think he's safe. And then you have Hassan Kim at third. He would have scored on the Cronenworth fly. I think they would have lost that game 2-1 if he's safe.
Probably.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden now you don't gain ground on San Diego in the wild card, and it makes tonight's game even more important. Not quite a must-win, but we talked about it yesterday, how you need to win 2 of 3 in this series, and now you've got a little bit of wiggle room. You got a game to play with.
Mm-hmm. And you got Bart playing more now, with more confidence and becoming a guy who's actually an asset rather than, you want to be a fountain, not a drain, as you know. And he was a drain, right? For the longest time, it's like, oh my goodness, when's he going to find it? They had to send him down. And now it's like, okay, he's taking care of things with such confidence defensively and at the plate. And that was just such an amazing play considering that the Giants have struggled so mightily with their defense this year. It's been at times literally hard to watch. And then to come up with that play, boom, 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 out to save the game. Remarkable.
Yeah, incredible and super timely. And like you said, considering where they've been defensively all year, they've been abysmal defensively, second worst in all of baseball in most defensive metrics. So to have the defense come through in that moment, and Alex Wood, another quality start. And when you look at that rotation now, you start to see you get a lot of quality starts, one after the other, which gives you a good chance to win any ball game, even if you only generate 1 run.
So why does that game, a 1-0 game, take 3:15 when the Angels over the A's last night was also a 1-0 game, and it took 2 hours 14 minutes? I mean, I think baseball, when they're trying to figure out the real issues they have with length of game, you got to look at a 1-0 game that took 3 hours and 15 minutes.
That's just too long.
Yeah.
And Kyle, our producer, was sharing some box scores.
Madsen?
Yeah, we were all kind of swapping box scores before the show.
That's what we do.
Kyle
That's
brought
how we
up a 12-11 game Ted Williams played back in the early 40s that was under 2 hours.
What is this with Kyle and Ted Williams?
I'm not sure. The Splendid Splinter.
Big Ted Williams guy.
Yeah, what's that about?
Just a big Ted Williams guy.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
So war hero.
I don't know. The
Good
pitch
little
clock.
player.
I know Dave Fleming was saying, boy, when the pitch clock comes in, it's going to be tough on some of these Padre pitchers.
It's going to be tough on a lot of people, hitters as well. And, Butcher Boy was talking about Juan Soto this morning in the changeover and, coming out of the box and doing his no-ma, adjust the batting glove, both of them, tap the foot, crotch grab, Nadal, all the rest of it. And it's too much inaction in baseball. I don't like the idea of a pitch clock, but I think we're at a spot now where we need it.
Yeah, my fear is that it will just only, it marginally help. That the problem that the games take so much longer now because of other factors. A pitch clock may help a little bit, but I just don't know that it's going to make a significant difference. So it'll just really, true fans will be bothered by it, and other fans will still stay away because the games are too long. So what are you gaining then? Those are the cross purposes that baseball too often now finds itself at as it tries to address these issues.
Baseball peaked last year in average time of game 3:10. This year,
average game.
3:10, 3 hours and 10. This year, they're at 3:07.
Jesus.
No, 3:07. Last year was 3:11.
So they've shaved, I'm sure Rob Manfred, we've shaved 3 minutes off of the time of game.
Yeah, 4 minutes. Last year was 3:11.
3:11.
Time for a 9-inning game was 3:10. So, 3:11 last year. It's been over 3 hours per game every year since 2012. And
why? Why? If you look at it year by year, you can see it. Because I just did this. I have nothing better to do. It's like year by year. In 1970, some was like 2.5, and it just goes up a little bit every year. Little. You can't point to 1 year where it's like, wow, it went up 10 minutes there. But incrementally. Why?
Well, you go back to 2005. It was 2 hours and 49. So even in that period of time, it went up by 22 minutes into last year. It was 249, 251, 55, 55, 55, 54, 56, 3 hours, 04, 07. So it's just, I think a lot of it is the batters, more of the hitting approach now is to try to spoil pitches. You're not trying to put the ball in play. You're trying to set up your at-bat for one to drive. So I think a lot more, hitters are being
Patience
able to...
at the plate?
A lot of patience at the plate and a lot of, balls that are just being fouled off as hitters have gotten better at just spoiling pitches. And you have to go all the way back to 1946 to find baseball under 2 hours in average time of game.
I think part of it is just kind of the maximum effort nature of the game now, too. You have pitchers who are throwing harder than ever, and they need that time to... Like, you watch Walter Johnson pitch, it was just fling it up there, get the ball back, fling it up there. Now it's all legs, it's all upper body, it's all arm.
Who are you implying that I watched Walter Johnson pitch?
Yes.
Who watched Walter Johnson pitch?
Didn't you play against him in high school?
The big train?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, but
Softball.
and then to Dibs' point, batters the same way. Every swing is this monster swing. It's like, all right, I need to collect myself and get my body ready for this another monster hack as the pitcher's getting ready to throw the ball as hard as he can again. So I think that's where that time between pitches is really what is leading to this increase in game time.
Remember, there was a notion that, well, if you're the pitcher, you got to work quickly, keep the fielders on their toes. And now it's like, screw them. They're on their own.
Don't need them, yes.
Well, and you don't need the fielders as much as you used to because you don't have as many balls in play. So it doesn't really matter if you've got the fielders that are locked in.
Mm-hmm. I think the key, Dibs, I think you touched on it. Players are so much more patient at the plate now. And players used to, we touched on this yesterday, I think, during the crossover, the changeover, pardon me. Players used to care about their batting average. So they're like, I'm looking for a pitch to hit so I can up my batting average. First good thing I see, I got to swing at it. And now it's like, hey, I just want to get my on-base percentage up. So it's playing the game more efficiently, but just as a product to consume, it's like, this is taking too long, guys. You got to pick it up. So obviously we got to go 3 balls is a walk, two strikes a strikeout. Or something.
Now I don't know if that's necessarily the answer.
I don't either, but the clock ain't it'll help a little bit, but ultimately it's not really gonna do anything.
I think the real fixes for baseball lie in the difficulty to actually put bat on ball. And you saw it last night. Doval's throwing 103, 102.9. Good luck.
Yeah.
And I know these guys are now trained to be able to hit 100, but there's so much velocity, so much ball movement. What Kyle talked about, the ability to go max effort on everything as a pitcher, it makes it more difficult. 4.3 pitchers per game this year is the average, and that's down a little bit from the last couple of years, 4.4 pitchers per game. But if you go back to 1989, 2.88 pitchers per game. When starters pitched longer, guys would, be able to give up runs. So for me, if you had like a maximum 5 or 6 man pitching roster for that day, you would have to have these pitchers pitch more.
So what's your theory on why the A's and Angels wrapped it up in 2-14 last night? Again, a 1-0 score, just like the 3-hour-plus Giants-Padres game.
Well, for one thing, there weren't nearly as many hits. I think there were 7 total hits in that game.
Yes, that's true. As opposed to 12, I think?
Yeah, 12 or 13. And plus, these two teams, they could care less about that game. They could not care less. So they,
Let's get this over with. I got stuff to do.
I would have to look at overall pitches thrown, but I would imagine there were a lot more first pitches that were hit in that game.
Mm-hmm. Coming up next, what Kyle had to say about Trey Lance today. That's next right here on Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
The voice you hear is John Bosa. Of course, he is the father of Nick Bosa.
I think he's been disrespected quite a bit in his young career. Not getting 1 vote for Comeback Player of the Year was an absolute joke.
This is going to be picked off by Bosa. Nick Bosa can't bring him down till he gets to the 8-yard line. Wow.
Football starts this week on 95.7 The Game.
This advertisement is paid for by Lacuna Ventures LLC. For terms and conditions, visit yourrights.legal. Attention! If you or someone you know spent time at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina prior to 1988 and developed serious health conditions such as non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, lung cancer, bladder, breast, or kidney cancer, you may be eligible for significant financial compensation. Call Camp Lejeune victims to discuss your case now at 800-813-9968. Leaking underground tanks contaminated the drinking water with benzene and other highly carcinogenic chemicals, up to 280 times acceptable levels. Marines, their families, contractors, or employees who spent at least 30 days at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune prior to 1988 and developed a serious health condition, called to determine your eligibility for financial compensation. If you don't win, you pay nothing. It's critical to take action and call now. 800-813-9968. That's 800-813-9968. Again, 800-813-9968.
Neuropathy can be unbearable. Symptoms include pain, numbness, or tingling in the hands, legs, or feet. Most patients are prescribed dangerous drugs such as gabapentin, Lyrica, Cymbalta, which only mask the pain. They never fix the problem. End the frustration. SFA Wellness, the leader in neuropathy treatments, can successfully help your body to regenerate nerves with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. SFA Wellness, located in San Ramon, can give you your life back. Call today for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Most treatments can be done in the comfort of your home, and SFA Wellness treats patients who live hundreds of miles away. Don't wait. Call now, 844-94-NERVE, and schedule your $99 neuropathy special. Call 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again. That's 844-94-NERVE. Call now. Call 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Hi, I'm Mandy Moore. Stand Up to Cancer is closer than ever before to achieving its mission to make every cancer patient into a long-term survivor. To learn more and get Advantage miles, go to standuptocancer.org/American Earth.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
Here's how we long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. You don't need to reach down to help your heel in. You just step into them and off you go. So what's the secret? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place. And they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers.
Get hands-free slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Get to see the northern light. Thomas Rhett is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on August 25th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Head to 957thegame.com and enter for your chance to win tickets.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Mark Willard back tomorrow. Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason in for him. So that means we will have, coming up this hour, coming up 10 minutes, Dibs. Remember that? Coming up 10 minutes. Jeopardy. It's the final round of the Summer Slam. Just saw Guru in the green room in his Pirates jersey. He could win. If he wins today, he would be the Summer Slam champion.
I mean, I've been accused of being a sore winner, but that guy, the champ is here, Whitey, the champ is here. Goo, your career record is 5-0 well, every other game you've ever played. So I don't know if we're quite.
It's all about yesterday.
It's all about the Summer Slam.
Yeah.
And a Kruger win would mean a split title.
Wow. Although
I believe that according to Summer Slam rules, whoever wins the third of the 3 legs of the Triple Crown actually brings home the title in the Summer Slam.
It may be, I have to check the bylaws. I think it may be total dollar value.
Ah, gotcha. Gotcha.
I thought we were running it like pick your battles. Just most recent game is the most important.
Okay, let's do that then. That's fine. We'll
Win
do that
today.
Yes, that's how they do
Win
the Babe Ruth
the big
series,
day.
right? Yeah. Dibs. By the way, I don't know, Kyle, if this is going to affect his odds because he makes them, but he had like 14 vaccinations yesterday. He was vaccinated for, among other things, I think parvo. I mean, all kinds of stuff in there.
Yeah.
Shingles.
Yeah.
Starting to feel it maybe a little bit.
I'm absolutely feeling it. I'm starting to break down, and this is kind of my new thing. Every month, I'm just going to go into CVS, and it's like going to the bar and be like, "Yeah, let me get some monkeypox today. Go ahead and stick me with a pox."
What do you got here? Can I see your vaccination list, please?
Is it happy hour? I mean, what are we serving up today, Gladys?
What year is this monkeypox vaccine?
Yeah.
The 2022. Yeah, give me
my
some
vaccination card is like one of those cheer cards you get at the game. That thing is gigantic. It's a vaccination sensation, is what it is, and so I'm coming off a whooping cough shingles combo.
There you go.
Which, come to find out, shingles is a 2-parter.
Oh,
coming up.
Yeah,
up in 2 months.
Coming up, the final episode.
Exactly.
From the 510, Joseph, you rub it in people's faces. Goo just celebrates. Someone coming after you on the text line did not have the courage to put their name on it.
I think they're soft.
And when I hit Larry Kruger with the chickens yesterday,
he did not appreciate it.
He did not like that. And wow, I mean, he's like, has anyone ever thrown a blow in Jeopardy?
Did they ever get their ass kicked in
Yeah,
Jeopardy?
exactly. So, tensions fly.
It's going to be an exciting finale to the whole dang
Up
thing.
in 10 minutes, yeah.
So we do have some comments today from Kyle Shanahan. He addressed some of the questions we have about the preseason, how much Trey we may see. Before we get to that, we were just talking about length of games in baseball. Zach in San Francisco joins us, 95.7 The Game. How you doing, Zach?
Hi, I'm doing great. I've looked at this before, and I think they need to approach it like football did about 20 years ago when all the passing created the game to be very long, and it started getting up at like 3:20, and that's when they shortened the time clock, the play clock. They stopped stopping the clock when you went out of bounds, except in the last 5 minutes. They changed stopping the clock on an incomplete pass. So they did all these things, and it has to start with the idea you have X number of breaks for commercials, and that's it. That's your only break. So they need to, in order to not hurt the game at all, just take out all of the break for when you change pitchers. Why is he in the bullpen? Have him in the dugout. Why does the manager have to go to the mound? He doesn't. Send out the pitcher, bring in the old pitcher. All of those change points have to be cut out. There should be no break between innings other than for a commercial break. They don't need to throw warm-up pitches. None of these guys need that.
Thank you, Zach.
All of that time is just wasted time.
Yeah, appreciate the call. Obviously, it's different in football. You actually have a clock, so you can do things with the clock.
Yes.
Baseball, pitchers do need to warm up. I mean, especially given how much money they make.
And I think it's one thing that I would like to see, which will never happen, would be to shorten the time between half innings. But, the sponsors need to get their commercials in there. Why don't we go back to like 90 seconds between half innings? And I thought they could
run out there. Let's go.
And they could take a page from the PGA Tour and like Golf Channel and golf telecasts where we are playing through. So we run commercials on the left side of the screen, and you still are able to see the action on the right side of the screen. This serves two purposes. One, I don't change the channel, because you can still watch a golfer, line up as 5-iron or whatever. And two, for baseball, you would keep the dang thing moving.
Sure. Yeah.
Because right now in baseball, 3 up, 3 down, we'll go to the bottom of the second, no score, and you see
We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Well, due up is Estrada and VR and Bart. It's like, Joey Bart now is must watch, but if none of those 3 guys you're really that interested in, you change the channel, and you may not go back because it's a commercial.
Yeah, I just think part of the charm of baseball, my grandfather used to say, there's no clock. And that is ultimately going to lead to the doom of baseball as one of the most popular participation sports, team sports. Yeah,
it's called
Major League Sports. Yeah, but we'll see about that. Speaking of football, as Zach just was there, comparing what's going on in baseball to how football addressed some of these issues. Kyle Shanahan talking to the media today, Dibs. I know a lot of people have been wondering how much of the starters going to play in the preseason, which kicks off Friday. Here's Kyle Shanahan today on how the preseason may look for the starters.
I'd like to get guys to play in this game, mainly because I don't want them to play in the second game. Going to scrimmage a team more into the scrimmage than the game, and then to have a chance to get them to play in a game 4 days after that versus Houston when we get back Sunday morning will be tough. So that's why I don't want them to play much in that game. So hopefully a little in 1, a little in 3, and then we'll have 17 days to get ready for week 1.
So Dibs, how would you feel if you didn't see any Trey Lance in game 2?
I'd feel fine.
Would you?
Well, yeah, because
Beatles, I feel fine.
And I feel fine. It's the end of preseason as we know it, and I feel fine. It's REM, Whitey. It's not the Beatles.
Okay.
I feel good about it, and he just gave you the reason why. Preseason game number 1, you're coming off practice against your own team. Going into preseason game number 2, you've got joint practices, so you're going to get a chance to see your ones against their ones in practice, and then you go to play the game. Don't play these guys because you're going to need them. Well, not need them, but you're going to want to see them ahead of game 3 where you don't have the same opportunity.
I hope you have a rear view camera so you don't hurt yourself walking back what you said yesterday about how you want Trey to play like the first half of every one of the preseason games.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, well,
and maybe if you were a better listener, then you would understand.
You said you wanted to play a lot. I know that.
I wanted him to play a half in this first game, and I think he's going to play more than just a couple series. Kyle didn't tell you exactly how much he'll play, but I wanted him to play a lot in this first game. I didn't say I want him to play a lot in all 3, and in fact, I didn't think that he would play at all in game 3, and what Kyle just told you is he's probably not going to play at all, or maybe just a little bit in game 2.
Well, let's get some clarification here from Kyle Shanahan. How much are we going to see Trey in these 3 preseason games?
In my mind right now, I'd like Trey to get in games 1 and 3.
There you go. No game 2. Game 1. Get into game 1 and 3. So that's probably going to be a little bit game 1, right? Isn't that what Sean Salisbury told us? 2 series?
And get him out.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
And, his longer answer told you why. Because of the joint practices ahead of game 2, that's going to be enough time, real reps, without having to face, the risks of being in a real football game. You can accomplish everything you need to accomplish in a joint practice setting.
Joint practices or the game coach? Do you prefer one over the other?
You find those 2 joint practices far more beneficial than the game.
Prefer if that's all we did, all 3 weeks and never playing a game.
No, you don't want to play any preseason games at all.
Yeah, it's because it's controlled and there's no tackling in these, joint practices, or there is, but there's not the same level of hitting. And, I don't think you saw with Fred Warner on his own team, gave a guy a concussion and knocked him out. So it's not totally docile football, but these coaches don't want to see meaningless games played and have guys get hurt.
Some people still entertain the cockamamie, if I may use that word on the radio, notion that, well, if something happens to Trey, maybe Jimmy is the guy. Kyle Shanahan was asked if Jimmy even has a playbook, and we have the question as well here.
Has he even been issued an iPad? Does he watch film? Does he have the playbook?
No. I'm sure he does at home. We haven't given new playbooks out this year yet. He's not in meetings. He's not doing all that stuff, so he's just doing what I said he's been doing. If he's on the depth charts, because you have to be.
He's done. Yeah, he's just barely on the team. On the team, on the roster in name only.
He's on the depth chart only because he has to be.
Yeah, we have to put him somewhere. We can't pretend he's not on the team and leave him off the depth chart.
Right. I wonder, and I haven't looked at the depth chart, is he listed 4th behind Sudfeld, Purdy, and then
Here's our own Kyle Madsen from the Candlestick Chronicles.
That's right, Dibs. Back to you.
That's a great drop in there.
I was just
why he's
giving
the best
thumbs
color
up like
man in
he's
the
correct.
business. I can't see you. Yeah, Kyle's behind me, as you know. Although a lot of times, Kyle, I know that you're either going to say something or you're doing something because Whitey's eyes will dart left and right in a really awkward, distracting fashion.
Sorry about that. Finally, how Dibs and I have been going just battling over
tooth and nail
Trey and how he's looked at camp and some of his really alarming preseason, or actually I should say training camp numbers. So finally, Kyle Shanahan was asked how he thinks camp has gone for Trey Oh, we don't have that. I'm sorry. We don't have that. I'm sorry. We'll see if we can't get that. Kyle Shanahan on how Trey has looked at training camp. So we have that to look forward to, Tibbs.
Well, we do have me doing my Kyle impersonation on how Trey's looked at camp. If you'd like that.
I would like that, but I'd prefer to actually hear Kyle Shanahan.
It's gone kind of how you expect it. I mean, how you do with every quarterback. You know, I think he's had some real good days. He has had a couple rough days. Thought he had a rough day his last practice, which is going to be good to see how he bounces back today. But I've been real pleased with Trey and real pleased with all three of them.
He had a real rough day. He had a really rough day, but kind of what you'd expect. You take the coach speak out of there, and I don't know, Tibbs.
He's had some good days. He's had some rough days and stuff, and there's been days that end in Y, and he's been playing in those days and
stuff,
and he's had some good days. He's had some rough days, and he's had some rough days that were also good days.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, kind of like maybe how Guru's fared in Jeopardy. He is the reigning champion.
He is.
Yes.
Yeah, he is the reigning champion.
Yeah, and the Jeopardy Summer Slam final episode is next. We'll determine a champion. That'll all be sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Spend your mornings with the Morning Roast.
I don't care if the Green Bay Packers are playing their second and third base defenses. I just want to see the kid play. I'm not saying you got to play the guy and be reckless. I'm saying people want to see the kid play.
And your afternoons with Damon and Ratto.
I'll say this, that when Kyle Shanahan's not happy with something going on at practice,
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This is Jeopardy! Now entering our studio. Is he entering? Oh, he's here. Good. Larry Kruger.
Nice.
Hello.
Kyle's great.
And our next contestant, not the defending champion, it's Dan Dibley.
What? It's a shocker. It's rare.
And our returning champion, he's the returning champ, but at the end of the day, he's still a Pittsburgh Pirates fan. It's Daryl the Guru Johnson. And our host, he's trying to figure out how to get this bit done in under 3 hours. It's Whitey Gleason.
Nice. Thank you, Kyle Madsen. Congratulations again, Goo, on the championship yesterday. Dibs and Larry Kruger, great match yesterday. What do you think of Guru's championship medallion? It's just a piece of paper.
Larry?
That's
a sharp, man. That's sharp.
Yeah, hanging around his neck.
Yeah.
That's what we call bling.
Oh, there we go. Dibs didn't like it, but hey, I won.
5-87 career record, and you're the champ.
He was 5-77 a minute ago. He's
right on the table. In person, I'm quietly one game under 500.
You need to leave that excuse alone. Like he's the only one who was doing it from home. So tired.
Here's the dang deal. Final day of the Jeopardy SummerSlam.
Damn it.
Dibs won game 1. And Guru won game 2, so we realized, we have the possibility of a tie. Then what? And we check the rules. Whoever wins today is the SummerSlam champion.
There you
wow,
go.
Larry,
so it's weighted.
SummerSlam.
So even
There's
if
a lot
Larry,
on the line. There's a lot on the line.
There's a ton on the line, Larry.
Tons.
Yeah, so even if Larry wins today, he would be the Whoever wins today, you get the championship. We, of course, have $1, $2, $3 values in
What do
the
you win?
Jeopardy round.
You get to pick your time slot, or what do you win if you...
You get 2 of those, what Guru has around his neck.
Oh,
yeah.
sweet.
And, I don't know. Maybe I'll get a trophy or something. We'll see about that. What did you think of your first excursion playing Jeopardy yesterday?
I enjoyed it. I was a little slow. I was not happy with my performance, but...
Played well. Second place.
Well, yeah, but my 13-year-old talked down to me last night, So,
wow. There you go.
You got buzzer issues.
Seriously, I mean...
I got 4 kids and a bunch of problems.
$1, $2, $3 values in the Jeopardy round, and there's 1 dibbly double in there, as you know, followed by 2, $4, and $6 values in the dibbly double round. That includes 2 dibbly doubles. Game concluding with final Jeopardy. So remember, shout your name to buzz in. Remember to phrase all responses in the form of a question. That would be tough to lose today, Owen, because you forgot to form something to phrase it and form the question. So we don't want that to happen. Players will try their luck with these Jeopardy categories today in the Jeopardy round. Closer time for $1, $2, and $3. Closer time. Hoops, I did it again. $1, $2, and $3. Wow. And boo, T-licious. Boo, T-licious. So we have closer time. Hoops, I did it again. And boo, T-licious. So Goo, you are the champion. You get to decide whether you want to go first or whether you want to defer that honor to one of your competitors.
No, I'm selfish. I'm in a zone. Let's go. Hoops, I did it for 1, Whitey.
Hoops, I did it again for, let's see here. I'm putting my scoreboard together. For 1. The first true closer, this A's righty, was the AL's MVP and Cy Young winner in 92.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who is Dennis Eckersley?
$1 for you, Guru. Well done.
Was that closer time, or was that
category.
hoops I did it again?
No, it's closer time.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So
I'm
you
sorry.
did closer time for 1. You got it. We'll keep moving.
Sorry about that,
That's
Goo.
all
I got
right.
distracted on my scoreboard. So
kind of your error, not mine. I just
exactly.
Okay.
There's an inquiry.
Early inquiry.
Your $1. My mistake. So you want hoops?
Damn it. Boot. Let's do
boo.
Yeah, boo T-licious.
For 2. For 2. Okay. This QB played last year through a torn labrum, but during a lackluster win over the Lions, Browns fans booed him anyway.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who is Baker Mayfield?
Baker Mayfield is right. You now have $3 and the board.
Let's stay with the same category for 1, Whitey.
Boo, delicious for what? Philly fans booed this new manager before his first home game in 2018.
Guru.
Judges.
I got Dibs.
Dibs.
Who is Gabe Kapler?
Gabe Kapler is right. You got $1 Dibs and the board.
Hoops, I did it again for 1.
Yeah, we'll get to it eventually. Thank you. Between 2009 and 2013, he won the NBA MVP award 4 times. Not 5, not 6.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who is LeBron James?
LeBron James is right. Dibs, you got $2 now.
Is this thing working?
I was going to say, we need to test your buzzer. Yeah. Dibs, we have, as you probably know, closer time for 2 and 3. Hoops, I did it again for 2 and 3. And Bootylicious for 3.
Let's go Bootylicious for 3.
Darn it. There it is. This round's double. Goo 3, Dibs 2, Larry not yet on the board. How much do you wish to wager?
We'll go with 1, Whitey.
$1. Bootylicious. Here you go. 3 players from this team were loudly booed during All-Star introductions this year.
Who are the Giants?
Sorry, incorrect. It was actually the Houston Astros.
Oh, yeah.
booed
Makes
at
sense.
Dodger
Makes
Stadium.
sense.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
the Dodgers didn't quite, the Giants didn't quite have 3. Anyway, only takes you down to 1. Guru with 3, Dibs with 1. Larry, go ahead and test your buzzer.
I'm just making sure it still works here.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Dibs.
Closer time for 2, please.
Former Giant who leads the Reds in saves this year with only 7. Who's Hunter Strickland?
Oh.
Who is Hunter Strickland?
Wasn't my turn to watch him today.
Yeah, man. Only 7. That's crazy.
Yeah. Leads the club.
Cincinnati.
Yeah,
Did he Did he bump into Samardzija on the way to get those saves?
let's go with closer time for 3.
This righty set the Giant single-season record of 48 saves in 1993.
Guru.
Larry,
Yes, Guru.
Who was Rob Nin?
Sorry, that's incorrect, Goo.
Dibs.
who was right?
Let's see. Yeah, does
I had said it
he
second.
had said it. Did we go to? Yeah. What do we do, judges?
Yeah, let's give it to Larry.
Yeah,
just
because
to
Larry
know
had
his
buzzer.
buzzer
Who's
works.
Rod
Larry.
Beck?
Who's Rod Beck is right. Congratulations, Larry. What a turnaround there. Larry 3, Goo, you're down to 0, and Dibs 1. So, Larry, it's your board here.
All right, closer time for.
We're done with
we're
that
done with that.
category.
Oops, I did it again for 2
and 3 are left.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, Hoops, I did it again for 2.
As a Rocket, he led the league in scoring in 2018, 19, and 20.
Guru.
Judges.
I got to go.
Go.
Who is James Harden?
James Harden is right. You got $2 now. You're back on it. We'll complete the round with this. Hoops, I did it again for 3. He earned his 3 MVP awards in 84, 85, and 86.
Larry.
Was that Guru?
No, Goo stumbled,
I heard
but he got there.
Okay. I wasn't sure you made that noise. Yes.
Who is
Goo.
Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan is incorrect, Goo.
Who's Larry Bird?
Larry Bird is right. Congratulations. Larry Krueger now has 6. So the end of the Jeopardy round, it's Larry
May have
Krueger.
to take that sign off.
Long ways to go.
That was funny. It was well timed.
Larry was 6, Goo -1, Dibs with 1, and here are the categories. Remember, a lot of pressure. Whoever wins this match is the SummerSlam champion, and that's
Man.
yeah, and maybe even gets a trophy if I get around to getting
That's the only
one.
crown I haven't won, by the way. I'm looking to complete my Grand Slam, career slam.
All right, anything can happen and usually does in the Dibbly Double round. We have 2 Dibbly Doubles out there, and here are the categories. Alliteration sensations of the hardwood.
That's a buck.
Alliteration sensations of the hardwood. Football Hall of Famers by the numbers. And the category to Kyle today is
2022 Oakland Athletics.
Oh boy, that's your category to Kyle. 2022.
Oh my God.
A lot of treehouse questions.
I wish I could give you a couple bucks for that. $2, $4, and $6 values here. So currently
trees.
trailing Guru. So once again, you get to start us off in this round.
Let's go Football Hall of Fame for 4, Whitey.
Okay, Football Hall of Fame numbers by the numbers for 4. Number worn by Walter Payton, Earl Campbell, and Thurman Thomas.
Guru.
Wow, judges. I need some help from the judges.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Larry. No.
I didn't say it.
No. Goo.
Go.
Who was number 34?
34 is right, Goo. Wow, that gives you 4. See, look at that.
That's a man with a lot of jerseys.
Yeah, you're right back in it with 3. So Larry 6, Guru 3, Dibs 1.
Let's stay in the same category for 6,
Guru
Whitey.
had 1. He had -1, and now he's got 1.
It was $4.
That was 4.
Oh, I thought that was 2. My fault.
That was
Marine Catholic. It's Marine Catholic, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I appreciate I
Marine
appreciate
Catholic.
that.
Listening.
Yeah.
Marine
My
Catholic
fault,
weighing
my
in.
fault.
No problem.
My bad. Truly.
No bad. Yeah, you're
Same category for 6, Whitey.
Football Hall of Famers by the numbers for 6. Number worn by Lynn Swan, Marvin Harrison, and Tony Gonzalez.
Larry.
Dibs.
Larry.
Who's 88?
88 is right. 6 more for you, Larry. You've got 12 down at your board.
Football Hall of Famers by the numbers.
For 2 to complete that category. Number worn by Allworth, Unitas, and briefly Montana.
Larry.
Yes, Larry.
19. Who's 19?
Judges, yeah, he got who is 19 as a question. So that's 2 more for you. So you got 14, Larry. 14 to 3 to 1. That category is completed now. So we have left for you, Larry. We have alliteration sensations of the hardwood, and we have the category to Kyle, Oakland Athletics 2022. 2 dibbly doubles out there still.
I'm going 22 athletics.
4, 2, 4, or 6?
2.
For 2. Kyle?
Anything that can go wrong does for pitchers who make mistakes to this power-hitting catcher.
Guru. Guru.
Who is Sean Murphy?
Sean Murphy is right. Yeah, it gives you 5.
Let's stay with that same category for 6, Whitey. I just watched him against the Angels last night. Oh, my God.
All right, Goo. You trail Larry 14 to 5. How much?
6.
Do you wish wagering 6?
True daily double.
True. Yeah. 2022 Oakland Athletics. Here, once again with a clue, is Kyle.
With a team best 1.78 ERA, the hill belongs to this reliever.
Larry.
It's because it's a diddly double, so it's all him.
Who is Puck?
Sorry, it's incorrect. It's actually Sam Mole.
Sam Mole, yeah.
Sam Mole.
Really good. Molehill.
Yeah, good clue.
Two
Tough one,
great
though.
ones so far.
Yeah, so it takes you back down to -1. Goo, but you still have the board. Oakland A's for 4, and alliteration sensations of the hardwood for 2, 4, and 6.
Let's do the hardwood for 2.
Okay, let's alliteration sensations hardwood for 2. In his first season with the Bulls last year, this veteran averaged 28 points per game.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Oh, my God.
Larry.
Yes, Larry.
Who's DeMar DeRozan?
DeMar DeRozan is right. Gives you 16. This is Jeopardy on 95.7 The Game, KG, MZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. The Summer Slam here. Larry has 16. Dibs with 1. Goo -1. Larry running away with it at this point. Still got some pizza left in the box, though, Larry. Alliteration sensations of the hardwood for 4 and 6 remain.
Alliteration sensation of the hardwood for 4.
Memphis big man who led the NBA in blocked shots last year.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who is Jackson?
No.
Judges, I think. Yeah. That.
Don't you get the alliteration?
You gotta have his full name. Okay, sorry.
Larry.
Dibs.
I'm going to go with Dibs there.
Now, Larry had it first.
Okay, Larry.
Who is Jaren Jackson?
Jaren Jackson Jr., yeah. We need it because it's the alliteration. Needed all that. So you got the 20 for you, Larry, and to complete this round with alliteration sensations of the hardwood for 6. And guess what? It is, of course, the last remaining.
We also have 2022 athletics.
Yeah, all right.
We do have 22 athletics?
Yeah.
We go 22 athletics.
Thank you. Very kind of you. 2022 Oakland Athletics for 4. What can he do? I'm sorry. Kyle has the clue.
No, you do it.
All right.
No, he's having a real hard time. Kyle, he needs a break.
What can he do for you? How about lead the A's with 17 home runs?
Dibs.
Yeah, Dibs.
Who is Mark Canna?
Sorry, that's incorrect.
What can he do?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who's Townie?
I
have no idea.
Yeah, it's who is Seth Brown?
Who? Now, who is Seth
What
Brown?
can Brown do for you?
Yeah,
Really
who
good,
is Seth
Kyle.
Brown?
Really good.
Thank
Very well done. Yeah, once again. So we do. This is Larry's, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Alliteration sensations, the hardwood. And here it is, Larry. How much do you want to wager?
2.
2. 4 years ago, when he said his Rockets were better than the Dubs, Kevin Durant said, all he does is dunk.
Totally. I finally have one I got right. Who is Clint Capella?
Clint Capella is right.
Jeez,
That's
God.
right. It's Clint Capella. Takes you to 18.
Wow.
We go to final Jeopardy, and it's all but clinched here. Larry Krueger has all but clinched the championship. So let's keep it moving here with the category, guys. NFL's fastest player is the category.
Okay.
NFL. You going to be all right, Go?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, the Giants are still. If the Giants are still alive, you're still alive.
Yeah.
Think of it that way.
Yeah. NFL's fastest player is the category. You guys ready for the clue?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're
Maybe
ready.
Yeah. All right. Here you go. According to Next Gen Stats, the fastest time in the NFL last season was posted by this back, who reached a speed of 22.13 miles per hour on one of his 18 touchdown runs. Good luck. According to Next Gen Stats, the fastest time in the NFL last season was posted by this back, who reached a speed of 22.13 miles per hour on one of his 18 touchdown runs. Looks like Larry Krueger's going to claim the championship, but we'll see how daring he's going to be here in Final Jeopardy. Larry leading with 18 right now. It's, I think Goo's in second place and Dibs.
No, I have -3. He's got -7.
He's got -7. I had him for only -1. I guess I didn't.
You've had a tough time with this one today.
I have, yeah. But we're almost there. Almost there, Dibs. So we'll start with you, Goo. What do you got?
Who is Emmitt Smith?
Emmitt Smith is not correct. What was your wager?
All of it.
All of it. Okay, over to Dibs.
Who's Kareem Hunt?
Kareem Hunt. No, I'm sorry. Yeah. What was your wish?
Oh, also all of it. All of my -3.
Larry, what do you got?
I mean, I know saying it, but who is Raheem Mostert?
No, it's not Raheem Mostert. What was your wager, by the way?
2.
2. So you're going to be the winner. It was actually Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor.
Of course.
Yeah, of the Colts. Congratulations.
Good job,
Larry Krueger.
I can face my 13-year-old tonight.
It's big.
The Jeopardy SummerSlam 2022 champion.
I was looking it up. Emmitt Smith just short of 18 rushing touchdowns last year.
Good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Came up just shy with 0.
Yeah. What's this, fake humility? I mean,
Wow.
Are you just overwhelmed, speechless?
It's been an incredible thing. I'd like to thank the Academy. Thank all the little people out there who voted for me, and what can I say?
Well, now the real work starts for you, because you got to try over the next 3 hours to get Guru back to a point where he actually wants to talk about sports again.
Exactly.
I can't tell if I'm really hurt. I think I am. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
First names, just, wow. Getting old, man.
How long have you guys been playing that?
Oh, man. 10 years? 11 years?
Well, yeah, we used to do it when we did the
on.
morning show, and then we took a break with it, brought it back last summer briefly, and then we decided to trot it out.
Yeah, and we it used to just
Big
be...
fan of game shows.
Yeah,
Big fan of
it's a
game
fun
shows.
one.
The
Used to
Game
just
Show
be
Network is good,
Kreidler
too.
and I head-to-head, and we did a truncated just one round only, as you recall, and then it slowly expanded, and I'll tell you, when Goo got involved, that's when the game took on new life, and the people love it. The people live and die by your successes and your inevitable failures.
I got off to another fast start. It ain't about me, Larry. Great job.
Seriously, and you led the way. I mean, I just had to get my bearings yesterday, and then I was very disappointed in my performance, and it grinded on me. So I brought the A game today.
If your daughter didn't look at you, I'm not getting in the house with that performance. So, yeah.
Seriously, I took an extra fish oil, this morning.
Smart.
Nice.
Try to
Smart.
lube the brain up a little bit.
Well done. Dibs, you think all the vaccinations you had yesterday?
Yeah, playing hurt, and a couple of coin toss buzzes didn't go my way.
Definitely.
Which, it's sometimes... I was on delay over here. I don't know.
Wow. I think I was too.
Apparently.
You
did kind of throw me off right out of the gate. I was locking in on one category.
I think I'm 1-2 in person, though. One game under.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Get it tomorrow.
Silver lining, baby.
Yeah.
Totally.
What do you guys have coming up today, guys?
We'll look at last night's Giants game. I was convincing Larry yesterday that the math is still there. 5.5 back, and who would have looked at the Padres after the big acquisition of Soto and Bell as their ticket in? Something's off. I know Tatis is not there, but we'll get into the next 20 games because they got a lot of pretenders, the Pirates, the D-backs, teams that they've had trouble with over the past, but they got action.
Yeah, only 4 back in the loss column and 2 more head-to-head against San Diego, and it feels like the Padres do this every year. When they get to August and
they're gripping.
But it seems like every August and September they do this.
2019 they did. 2020 was the short year and they were fine. And then last year they did it. And
they're a losing franchise. And when they start to win, they start to feel uncomfortable.
But they still got that Tatis thing out there for him to come back to kind of wake him up. But where will they be when he comes back?
We had Jesse Agler on a little bit earlier in the program, and he says he's expected to get bumped up to AAA this week, and he should be back very soon. And I was saying that other than when he plays the Giants, he's one of those guys I root for. Baseball needs more players like Tatis Jr., somebody who is not afraid to pop the collar, flip the bat, and be a little exciting.
There you go. And he was traded for a guy who stole his nickname from
James Worthy.
James Worthy, big game James.
Wow. Shields. Yeah. Why do you ask the questions here?
I need some help today. Yeah, obviously.
All of a sudden, he's now like a trivia master.
Where did the defense? Where did that come from last night?
Seriously, how about Doval throwing 103 to finish?
Finally, young man.
How nasty was that?
Yeah,
that was incredible.
Let
last night.
loose.
That was a great game last night.
It was.
That was a great game. It kept you. It was gripping. Kept kept you on the edge.
Did you think he was safe?
Yeah.
I heard you guys
every
wait
single
for Shasky.
time, and still until I paused it before the show, you actually see his hand up.
Okay.
It was like the 35th time I watched it. Every time I'm like, he's safe.
Yeah,
he's safe.
I had him because the ball got there I thought he was out the whole time. It
Hart
was
made
closer
love to
than I
that
thought,
tag.
but-
That was
first
David
thought-
Copperfield.
Yeah.
Man, that was
My
beautiful.
first thought was out, but then then they showed the first couple replays. I'm like, oh no, they're going to make him safe.
Me too.
But you know what? That was an awesome play by Joey Bart. I mean, it might have been it might be lucky, but I mean, he scooped it and tagged with a catcher's glove in one
Yeah.
motion.
I
That's
loved
big.
he was so confident. Sometimes a guy wants to go to replay and he's no, go to replay, and he was like, yeah, you want to
He's
check
like
that
immediately
yeah,
just pointed.
Yeah, exactly. You want to check.
And Kapler in the dugout was just like grabbing his earphone.
Okay.
Kapler in the last 3 or 4 games is on edge. Would we agree on that? Kapler's on edge.
Yes.
And then one last thing we're going to get into. I'm going to get on Larry's nerves on this, but I was driving home. Who cares? Turned on XM radio after you guys were in commercial here because I listen to Damon and Ratto all the time. And I'm not the only one that started this last week. I heard in the goodbye presser for Jimmy that we're going to do good right by Jimmy. And I feel like they're not.
Can't now.
What do you mean you can't? You can, so he can find another team. But I just Dibs. I feel bad for the guy. Who am I? He doesn't need my sorrow.
No,
but let him go.
They will August 30th, and they don't owe him a damn thing.
Wow.
They don't owe Jimmy anything. You know what they owe something to? Themselves, and that is to not give Seattle, for example, a competitive edge. So if you do right by Jimmy, and I agree, they tried to, but did Jimmy do right by them by waiting 5 weeks to have surgery?
And who's to say that Jimmy's not totally in the know on every step that could be coming? You know, he might be. They may have just not telling us, but they may have told him exactly what their deal is or who knows. They may have a deal set up for all we know.
Yeah. But he'll be okay. He'll pull through.
Yeah.
Jimmy's
Well,
gonna
he
be
won't be
fine.
a starter anywhere this season. That's
Maybe
kinda
Seattle.
Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe
if
Cleveland.
If I let him go now and release him now because he wants to be released and he goes to the Seahawks and that hurts me, why am I still obligated to do right by Jimmy?
Because you had a relationship and the dude gave you everything. He went out there with a torn shoulder, a dangled finger, and you said we're going to do right by him. I just took him at face value.
We tried to
mean
do
what you say what you mean. And damn, again, who am I? I got my own problems. You know, my kids. I just feel bad for the dude.
Yeah. All right. Steiny and Guru, Larry in for Steiny. Coming up next right here. Thanks, Dibs. I can't wait till we work together again. Thank you, Kyle. Steiny and Guru with Larry in for Steiny next, 95.7. The Guy.
Great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh my God. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Bay Area? No Steiny today. It is Larry Krueger and myself. Larry, you won Jeopardy. Yesterday at this time, I was a champ, Muhammad Ali, and now I just flamed out, but I'm not a hater, so I got to give you congrats. We got a lot to get to. We'll get to the Giants staying alive, John Travolta. We'll also look forward to the Niners game this Friday. We got Cam Inman, the man, the myth, the legend, joining us at 2 p.m. And then also, we'll get back to the Kevin Durant thing because you sent me something on Facebook last night because we did bet a pop that Nash and Marks would be gone before KD, and you sent me something that looks like I may be owing you something.
And we're cashing that in.
Yeah, look at you.
Today.
Yeah,
we're
ASAP.
cashing that in today.
But let's get to the Giants. I was fighting you yesterday. I wasn't fighting you because you're a good dude, but I was just trying to tell you, you're saying there's a chance. Jim Carrey, and I said San Diego. You know, this series meant something for the Giants after sweeping the A's in a 2-game series, and it was a phenomenal baseball game. They win 1-0. You talked about, you know what, they only got, and you weren't by yourself, they only got 2 starters, and Wood went out there and pitched his ass off. But that replay, that relay, forget track and field, the relay that the Giants displayed was 100. It was perfect. The tag by young Bart, who just things seem to be, the Bart train is going in the right direction. If if you just focus in on him. But more so than that, they gained a game in the wild card standings. And as I look at you in your fresh, crisp shirt, they're 5.5 back. What did you make of the non-overcall? Because to me, I'm like, tonight you got a game, you beat them. You don't even got to worry about, who did they win? Did they win? You'll be 4.5 back.
I mean, the Giants show a lot of fight. They showed a lot of fight last night. And you know what? The bottom line, Goo, is that they can't win 8-7. So they got to win every 2-1 game, every 1-0 game, every 3-2 game, every low-scoring game that they're in the rest of the way. They got to win because they can't win 8-7. They can't win 6-5. They don't score those kinds of runs. So if they get a low-scoring game, they got to do it. But to me, just that relay play was at the 7th. I mean, Gonzalez picks it off the track. He throws it into Crawford. Crawford, first of all, it was a laser right to Crawford. Crawford, though, I thought made that play with his positioning. If he's positioned on the other side, he's got to flip his body around. There's no chance at that play. But instead, he's half turned, catches it with his glove hand, his left hand, and then in one motion throws a bullet with his right hand, and he got a lot of velo on that throw. It was still in the dirt. And then Joey Bart, I mean, my goodness, just to scoop that was an awesome play alone. But then to scoop it and to tag,
it was like a pat. It was like a pat.
Awesome.
It was.
Awesome
he made
play.
love to it.
It reminded me of Gregor Blanco to Crawford to Buster to nail Cecil Fielder's kid Prince in the series a few years ago.
No
2012.
doubt. And I'll say this, that was a big game, and you talked about it. We're seeing life from Kapler. You could say, he's gripping or whatever, but I like it. He's got ants in his pants, and it's time to dance. And right now, the Giants winners are 3 in a row. If somehow they can go, and Musgrove's a great pitcher who they're facing tonight, but you talked about the mustard. Forget hot dogs. Crawford had so many relay throws. If it's a noodle arm or not a strong arm, that bounce is like, it's slow, and now the runner can make a few steps and he's safe. But that bounce was like, I'm still got somewhere to go. And it was Bart's glove who allowed them to make that tag. And I'm sitting there like, not only did they get the benefit of the call, Larry, the call on the field was safe.
Right.
So wherever they go in New York, I'm like, there's not enough to overturn it. And you talk about you love game shows on the radio. I'm playing game shows in my mind when we talk about the theater of overturn calls when it comes to replay, like what's the precedent? And last night they got the benefit of it. And outside of that, it still was 2 outs and they had a runner on third. And I'm like, you know what? The Giants season, this is it in a microcosm. They're going to get that call, but then the next batter will get him in or a wild pitch. I mean, that's how I'm looking at this Giant season buzzard luck, and it didn't happen. They got out, and you talked about it. Doval, I've been coming down his road for throw that heater. Even Sunday against the A's, I felt like it was too many sliders. Come with the heat. And last night, 103 on the gun, 100 on the gun. That's who you are, kid. Throw it.
Yeah, and he's throwing that sinker more. So he's throwing through the sinker last night at 101 off the plate with 2 strikes and didn't get the call. But, I mean, he's throwing a 101-mile-an-hour sinker. I'll tell you, though, the one thing, it's a small thing, but would it really kill baseball to, instead of making that call, just like throw up an inquiry like they do in horse racing? Do they have to make the call on the field? Why couldn't they just say, you know what? Too close to call. Too close to call, throw up the inquiry flag, and then go to replay. Then we don't have a prejudged outcome. Now, it worked out in the Giants' favor, but let's just say the video in some ways was, inconclusive or something. It just, to me, I like what they do in horse racing. You get a photo finish, they don't say the 5-horse won and the 4-horse finished second. They say inquiry, go to the film, then they go to the film and they tell you who won the race. I'd like to see baseball do the same thing. Don't predispose it. NFL, the same thing. Don't predispose. It was a fumble. It was ruled a fumble on the field. So now we need overwhelming video evidence to overturn it. Why judge it if you can't judge it by the naked eye? Throw up the inquiry flag, go to the video, and make the right call instead of having, well, you know what? We made the wrong call on the field, but then the video was inconclusive, so we're just all going to have to live with the wrong call. You know what I'm saying? Use a little horse racing, throw it into instant replay for baseball and football and basketball, and just Go that route instead of judging it and then making us find the proof, the visual proof to overturn the incorrect call.
I'll tell you this. I'm not mad at you. You made your case. I don't agree because I don't know if you remember our first show. I said, Larry, one of the best plays in baseball to me is the play at home plate, but it's been marred by the Cousins rule, with Posey. And I kind of get that, but last night that was on display. You're seeing the outfielder go get the ball, then they're showing you the runner, and in my mind, I'm like, they don't even got a chance to get him. Oh, the ball beat him. But if you're telling me you don't want to see the emphasis like the slam dunk of baseball is the call by the ump. And I was listening to the guys this morning, Shasky, Langford, Dibs, and Whitey talk about, are we ready for robot umps? There would be no soul if that play culminated in, oh, no call on the field by the ump. I'm like, well, do the computers or whatever you're lobbying for, because there's nothing more exciting than what did the ump see? And when he said safe, that adds to it. And San Diego crowd for a minute went crazy.
What's the purpose, though, Goo, of instant replay?
Emotion.
No. The purpose is to get as many calls as possible. Right. Get the calls right.
I still think they got it wrong, but yeah.
Let's get the calls right. You thought that call was wrong?
Yeah, I thought he beat it. But then the hand,
Well, the two angles that they showed immediately looked like the hand was under first. Right. But then the one angle we
Fingers
got
up,
where you could see the tag. I think it was like from maybe the first base dugout angle. You could see the tag before the hand touches the ground, touches the plate. So I thought it was the right call for sure. It wasn't like one of those phantom
overturn
calls.
it, Larry. Was it enough there? That's what shocked me.
I thought it was. I mean, and I was at this point. I'm not that I don't care. I'm a Giants fan. I'm rooting for the Giants, but overall, I mean, it wasn't like the season's on the line in my mind. I think the season's kind of already, gone. But whatever. I just like to see if you're gonna have replay, don't put mechanisms within replay that prevent you from getting the right call. Go with no call. And then get the right call instead of judging it. Well, you know what? It's the fumble is favored, and it's
what they call on the field.
I know. Yeah. I don't like that because sometimes I just feel like we're using replay, but we're not getting the calls correct because of a loophole in the replay process.
And you know what? And hearing you say that, I just went. I'm not an attorney, but it's kind of leading the witness because again, part of it's not just getting it right. It's like New York's looking at, well, what did they call? So that has something. It ain't about what they called. We want you to get it right.
But I do understand your point.
Oh, you got to have more to overturn it. And that's really not the essence of what you guys are supposed to be doing. Forget what was called. Tell us what you saw.
I do understand your point overall, though, because think about it. Think about baseball or basketball or football when we were kids. There was action, and whatever was the call in the moment, that was the call.
Interesting. Yeah.
Now, that was made those calls incredible. Now so many of the calls, the biggest calls, even in October, it's like what's the image? Do we have the image of the play? No, we have the image of a 60-year-old umpire taking headphones off, and that's the moment. You know what I mean? The moment shouldn't be a 60-year-old guy going, I just took the headphones off, and a guy in New York said this.
Yeah.
It's like it should be. Back onto the field. But if we're really so crazy about getting every call right, and we have to use technology to get it right, then let's use technology and eliminate all the processes that prevent us from getting the right calls.
Let me ask you this to piggyback off of that. Are you a person, and I think I know the answer, are you okay with the K-zone to where if we call balls and strikes with nobody behind the plate, are you ready for that? Would you
no.
recommend that?
No, I don't want that.
Okay, so
you're
not all the way on one side to where eliminate the human element of it.
No, I like the human element of it. To me, it's okay. These guys, the Major League Baseball umpires are the best. They are the best.
Now, why do you say that?
Because I think it's proven. I mean, look how many games there are. Look how infrequently they screw up. I mean, they are the best. I think the baseball umpires get it right more than the basketball refs get it right, more than the NFL refs get it right. To me, the baseball and the NFL refs. I mean, the guy's teaching. The guy could be have a afternoon drive show on the game, and then all of a sudden he's reffing an NFL game. So is he full-time ref or is he a full-time talk show host? Are you a TJ teacher? Are you a doctor? Are you a lawyer? Or are you an NFL ref? So they're part-time. I mean, NFL's still going with their mom and pop roots on the refs. It's preposterous. Baseball umpires, you got to be really, really good, and it's an arduous climb to get into Major League Baseball. And I just think history has shown that they're the best.
Yeah, Larry and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. No Steiny, he'll be back Monday. And Larry, I've been trying to kind of lead you to the water and hope you would drink it. That there's still a chance. Jim Carrey, you're saying there's a chance for the Giants, and I got to be honest. When San Diego made the move for Soto, I just knew they were untouchable. I was like, okay, they're going this way. They're not even an option. And lo and behold, what's been revealed the last couple of days is this could be the Giants' ticket to the offs if San Diego keeps going the other way. But the Giants not only have 2 more games with them starting tonight, they got another series with them coming up. So before you came in, I said, you know what? What's the Giants' schedule the next 20 games? They got 2 remaining at San Diego. They come home against the lowly Pirates for 3, playing okay baseball. Then you got Arizona at home for 4, Larry. You go to Colorado for 3. You got Detroit at Detroit for 2. Then you're on the road with Minnesota for 3. And then you got San Diego at home for 3. So that's 20 games. And I know it's about focus on the game that you got tonight. But I'm looking at a lot of teams in here that we talked about, bottom tier teams that the Giants still struggled with, Arizona and the Rockies. So it's about how are you playing? And a big part of why I'm not telling you they're going to make it, they're healthy right now. How long that's going to last, I don't know, but I'm seeing Longo in the lineup. I'm seeing Jock Peterson. All players I criticize. Crawford's in there, but now they're whole. I mean, they kind of control their own destiny, as crazy as it sounds.
I mean, no question. And it's go time for the Giants right now. There's no backsliding. They've won 3 in a row. They got to keep the pressure on. They got a Padre team that is not swinging it. I mean, they got great hitters up and down that lineup. They ain't swinging it. I mean, what do the Padres score? They haven't scored in 23 innings. 23 innings of baseball, the Padres have not scored. I mean, think about that lineup. They got Soto in that lineup. They got guys, and they're not scoring. So they're pressing, and the Giants got to take advantage of that. I don't want to hear about the schedule, though, because the Giants, couldn't beat the worst teams on their schedule. So it's really not about the schedule. But for the Giants, I think it's just about battle every game. And they got guys who have done it, right? I mean, they got guys who have been in this spot before where you just got to grind out a game. And they can grind out a game.
Last night was
It's got to be a low-scoring game. It can't be a high-scoring game because they just don't have that kind of offense to run with teams that can score 5 or 6 runs. If they can keep, for the next 3-4 weeks, if they can get the rest of their rotation to start to fire the way Rodon is and the way Webb is, that's going to help. I still can't believe Gabe Kapler threw Tyler Rogers out there in a tie ball game or a one-run game. I'm like, Gabe, what are you doing? What is this love affair that Kapler has with Tyler Rogers? To me, Goo, he's like a 7-7 guy. If you're up 7, if you're down 7, throw him in there. To keep using Tyler Rogers in high-leverage situations is just begging to get beat. They got away with it last night.
I'll tell you what, Larry, there's a football game here in the Bay Area Friday. We'll talk about it when we get back right here on Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No one, and I mean and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Man, Larry, you know I'm scatterbrained. I'm all over. We got so much to get to. We got the greatest women's tennis player retiring, in my estimation, or women's athlete ever in Serena Williams. We'll get into that. You tell me where she ranks, but she called it quits. We got a Niner game, which we're going to get into tonight, Friday, and the talk on social media right now, Larry, is how much, and I asked you yesterday, do you play Trey Lance, who up until today has been struggling in camp, and, is that to be expected? And again, the Giants still got action. Mathematically, they still got an opportunity. And then we'll get into what I think is just a locomotive of a story. Do you give in to the great Kevin Durant? And you and I got a bet, and right now you're technically winning if the tea leaves are correct. But right now, Larry, I'm being honest, man, like I always am. Friday seems like a week 1 game against Green Bay here in Santa Clara for the Niners, because again, do you give young Trey Lance, hasn't even gone through his football puberty, do you give him a half, or do you give him you're a seasoned vet, you only play a couple series? Tell myself and the masses what you expect, because to me, I'm not a ball coach, I play Madden. You got to at least give him a half. You can't be scared. And if he stunk it up or he wasn't, knocking it out the park in practice against his own defense, why would you limit just a few series?
Shanahan spoke this morning about this in Santa Clara. He said he's going to play him in game 1 and game 3. There's only 3 preseasons this year. So
okay.
He's going to play game 1. He's going to play game 3. He's not going to play game 2. So that's the way it's going to come down. Now, as far as how much does he go, I think it's really tied to Trent. I don't want Trey out there without Trent. If Trent wants to go the full half, then I have Trey out there for the full half. I'm not putting Trey out there without Trent. Trent's his blindside protector to me. I mean, the line's going to be somewhat fluid anyway, because you got some young players trying to be introduced to the lineup. They're going to go with Burford and Banks and who knows at the center. But I would say, keep Trey in there behind your number 1 offensive line. But even beyond that, it's more for me about Trent. Get Trent whenever Trent's on the field.
On Madden.
Yeah, I mean, if Trent's out there, play Trey. As soon as Trent comes off, take Trey off.
Let me ask you this. I need to get a life. I popped in the Niner game against the Texans. Trey start last year.
Yeah, what'd you think?
And
second half or first half? Because the first half was ugly.
All of it. The first half was ugly, and there was a play that the Niners got completed to get a field goal that should have been intercepted, and he threw it toward the sideline, and no excuses. The Texan defender, I felt like the sun was in his eyes, but he could have jumped twice to pick it off, and he didn't. But to Trey's credit, they got the field goal. But I'm like, how better of a quarterback, in your estimation, Larry, is he from that start until right now? Practice today with John Dickinson is at, and also Cam, and we'll speak to him at 2 p.m. But how better is he from that juncture to now?
Well, there's no doubt he's better. He's way better, because he's put in lots of mental reps, lots of physical reps. People are losing their mind about this, about camp.
But you're the quarterback of the Niners, so I get it, though, Larry.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's just too much. It's too much. The NFL is the most popular sport, so there's tons of media people that are hovering around Santa Clara, and I'm out there on the field, and I'm watching these people. I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Every throw, every person's down in their notebook. Okay, completed that one there. Incomplete there.
Shasky had his notebook out there.
Seriously, put your GD notebook away. In fact, actually, take out your Bic and light that bad boy ablaze, because it means jack S. It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. Why? Because I've seen Nate Sudfeld. I was watching practice the other day. Nate Sudfeld literally, Goo, was like this. He was throwing passes. He was throwing one back. Oh, I caught it too. Wow, you're 1 for 1. I'm 1 for 1.
That's social media, though, Larry. That's what we're doing.
If I threw this thing, if I threw this thing to the corner of Broadway and Battery, guess what? The completion percentage is not going to be the same. So nowhere in there does it say what these passes were. Sudfeld doing checkdowns to phantom running backs who cross his face in a 7-on-7 drill or a team drill with loose coverage is not the same as Lance throwing a 40-yard pass down the field. Lance is going to throw more balls down the field. If you throw more balls down the field, you're going to complete fewer of them. His percentage, is it great? No, but oh my God, we're losing our mind. Trey, now, I mean, people are talking about, is Trey, a bust?
Yeah.
It's like, pump the freaking brakes, everybody.
But you know what? But it's
seriously,
give me this.
Let's wait.
Right.
I mean, sometimes you got to show some patience. Sorry.
No, I'm with you, and the word you're looking for, too, is restraint, and I got to catch myself because you talked about it. This stems from popularity of the sport. We're like crackheads.
We love it.
We can taste it. We want it.
Remember Bill Cosby? That's a good, or Eddie Murphy? That's a good cracker.
Oh, the best cracker ever.
That's a good cracker.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a 3. And do your
cracker.
Dr. Phil before we leave again today, because I played that for the kids. They're like, I'm going to give them an A-. Well, I want to hear from Niner fans. 888-957-9570. Same on the text line. What do you want to see this Friday? But I was saying this all stems from excitement. And again, I'm reading articles now. It wasn't just Trey. It was Mac Jones, second year starter. He's struggling in camp with whatever they're trying to run with no OC. We'll talk about that later. Also, Justin Fields, he's struggling in camp. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going Prince. It's just a sign of the times now that we have, he was 6 of 10. It is ridiculous, but again, it comes from a good place. Like, people can't wait. And here we go Friday. I'll feel cheated. And now that you just told me, Larry, there's no game 2, I almost fell out my chair. Like, why is there no game 2 for Trey? I get it, you're trying to preserve him, but dude, if something is real from what people are writing, forget the stats. If there's a struggles and you expect it, and this is his first time starting, and there is pressure, this kid's got immense pressure. Like, damn, you giving him week 2 off?
I mean,
just asking.
No. I mean, they're giving them week 2 off just because they want to get, they're trying to slow play a lot of their veterans. They're trying to minimize the exposure to injuries. It's a copycat league. McVay didn't play any of his big boys in the preseason. They won the freaking Super Bowl. So I think it's a little bit of that, right? Who won? The Rams won. How did they do it? They sat their vets. Maybe we should sit our vets. But once again, it's camp. I mean, are you going to freak out if all of a sudden I tell you, hey, man, I'm on the sidelines of a inter-squad game between the Warriors 1s and 2s. Draymond Green's got 9 turnovers in the inter-squad game.
Yeah.
Goo, what's wrong with Green?
I got you.
He's got 9 turnovers in the inter-squad game. Because you're testing your limits. You're testing. Sometimes
this is when you're supposed to get it out your system.
Draymond will lead guys who and intentionally throw the ball away because he's trying to trying to get Kuminga to cut hard across the lane. So he'll throw that pass and just say, "Hey, you know what? It was on me, but it's really on you because you got to hustle through the lane." So sometimes the quarterback getting on the same page with passing takes some time, and if you can't fail in practice, where can you fail?
No, well said. Let's go out to Santa Clara and welcome Adrian. He wants to talk Niners. What's up, A?
Hi, what's up?
You got it. The floor is yours. What's up?
What's going on?
I'm ready for the 49ers game, man. Let's see what we got.
No doubt.
We appreciate it.
I think that's the one thing is,
the ball.
God, I love them.
I do love. I mean, I am that sick guy who's going to watch all the preseason games.
No, and they play it on loop on NFL Network. Like,
I won't watch. Like, if I'm driving by, if I'm walking through the living room, my kids are sitting around, and all of a sudden I see them watching some random game. I don't watch it. I don't watch random college. I don't watch random NBA. I don't watch random baseball. But man, if I go to the NFL Network and it's midnight and I'm done watching the Giants game's over, and I sit down on the couch and, hey, guess what? Bears-Panthers preseason game is on a replay.
Give it to me, baby.
I'm sitting down for Bears-Panthers because I'm that guy.
And I'm just looking around, and we talked last week when the reports came out about Stafford's elbow. Now that I'm listening to McVay, I'm listening to Stafford, I'm not as concerned as I once was, because we were having some fun thinking, was that a locale for Jimmy if it got all bad for him? Obviously, it's something to monitor, but I don't think it's as dire as I thought when the report came out. Something's going on, and it will reveal itself if it's serious. But I just can't ignore the fact that, and we asked for some comps last week, the situation that the Niners faced to where they're ready-made. They were in the NFC Championship game, and you pull the plug on something that worked from an average quarterback. But now here you go with a rookie quarterback, and can Kyle get the ship to still sail in the winning direction? Because, Larry, I'm being real. I'm proud of myself. He can go the Brad Johnson route. He can go the Trent Dilfer route. You can get, feed them baby food. But as long as the team wins and they run more than they pass, I'm with that. I ain't going to come in here and throw chairs. Hey, why didn't Debo go for $180? Why didn't? As long as they win, because this quarterback mystery can't supersede the expectations for the Niners. And some people in Vegas got him picked to go to the Super Bowl, even with the rookie quarterback being inserted. So it's like, hey, Kyle, save all that. Oh, you got to take 2 steps back before. No, you got to get it done. And that's why the most pressure on any Niner going into week 1 in Chi-Town is Kyle.
A lot of pressure on Kyle.
You made this happen. Yeah.
But I mean, here's the thing that never gets talked about enough. It's everything in this situation with Garoppolo and Lance. It's about the dollar figures. Nobody wants Jimmy. No, that's not true. Tons of teams want Jimmy. They don't want him at $24 million.
Even the current team.
Right. The Niners, they don't want Jimmy. They want to go with somebody better. They really want to go. They want that reset. They want the rookie quarterback. It's all about, hey, the roster you can build with Jimmy and his $25 million going to him, and versus the roster that you can build with Trey Lance on a rookie deal. That's what it's about. It's not about Trey's for sure better than Jimmy. Now they think Trey's got more upside and he's a little bit more dynamic, but don't kid yourself. It's more about, man, we got to pay Ayuk. Man, we're going to have to pay Greenlaw. Man, we're going to have to pay Aziz. Yeah. Man, we're going to have to pay Bosa. How are we going to pay these guys? We got to have John Lynch and his capologist, Parag Marathe, and Kyle Shanahan, when they sat down, they put this on the board, and they said, this is the team that we can build over the next 3 years with Garoppolo at $24 million. And here's another board. This is the team that we can build with Trey Lance as the quarterback on a rookie contract, and that $24 million of Garoppolo spread around here, and here. Which team would we rather have? Well, you know what? There's a whole lot more talent, because with the Trey team has Ayuk and Bosa and Greenlaw and all these guys, where the Jimmy team is going to say wave goodbye to Ayuk and maybe wave goodbye to Greenlaw and wave goodbye to Charvarius Ward and all these.
So it's about the money.
It's about the money and the roster construction with that money. So I mean, there's too much talk about Jimmy versus Trey versus Jimmy. It's Trey in his contract versus Jimmy in a much larger contract.
And it sounds like value. You know what I mean? The value, like we pay Jimmy, what are we really getting with that? Because that's not cheap. 22 to 25 for return on investment, which I can make an argument like, Larry, I wouldn't give that to him, even if I was doing the old, hey, you got us to a Super Bowl and an NFC Championship game. During the break, you mentioned the Bears. Was it Roquan Smith?
Yeah,
he wants out. And then you gave me some names of teams that might be interested. Now, it was kind of funny because you didn't say the Niners. And that got me to thinking, if you had a magic wand and you talk about those savings that they'll get keeping Jimmy's money, what part of this Niner team would you say you invest? Like, what do they need if they could go get that perfect player? For me, before you answer, it'd be obviously an old lineman, somebody that's done something, and you'd be like, where are you going to find them? But in the football Walmart. But what area of this team is lacking to where, you know what, Goo, they could use some improvement?
That's a great question, because I don't I don't see like a glaring weakness, right? They're stacked at running back. They're stacked at wide receiver. They've got a lot of young. Now, I guess you
Are they stacked at running back, Larry?
Yes.
They got bodies.
Oh, they got
and they
dudes.
drop every year. That's a Niner thing.
That's the best, deepest position on the team
But
right
you're
now.
throwing Trey Sermon, who
Sermon looks great.
Yeah, but did he not look great last year?
He didn't look great last year,
And
and
what
I don't think he got
happened?
along with the running back coach. Well, he just didn't hit the hole. It was too much dancing. He had some bad weight. This year, he's lost that weight.
So you think
thinner.
he's ready then?
Oh, yeah.
Because you're putting him in that.
Oh, I love
yeah,
Trey
he's a
Sermon.
body and option, but
Oh,
I'm
no,
like,
no, he's-
there's Mitchell, Wilson Jr., but after
Wilson-
that,
I mean, look at this backfield right now. You got Mitchell. Wilson Jr. looks the best he's
I
ever
always
looked.
liked him.
Best
To
he's
stay
ever
healthy.
looked. Trey Sermon right now is lighter, quicker, more decisive. Then you got the kid Mason, the undrafted free
Yeah.
agent out of G-Tech.
Okay.
Serious ball player. Jermichael Hasty, special teamer, but quick and tough. And then they got Ty Davis Price. And Ty Davis Price is probably he's one of the bigger backs they have. He's also one of the faster backs they have. He was in a one-on-one blocking drill on Saturday with Fred Warner, and he was just stonewalling Fred Warner on every block.
Come on.
Seriously, he was just putting Fred Warner on his
5-0
can.
Fred.
Seriously, Fred Warner was getting was getting no ground against Ty Davis Price. So I'm a partial guy to the LSU
Okay.
recruits, but Ty Davis Price is the real deal. So they got 5. I mean, most NFL teams keep 5 backs. Like on paper, they probably keep 4 and Juszczyk. They got 7 dudes there, and they're all looking great. So
wow,
I would not be shocked if the 49ers trade if they emerge healthy out of the preseason. I would not be shocked if they traded a linebacker or a D lineman or a running back or maybe one guy from each spot, because they might be able to get a day 3 pick for guys that they would normally cut. That's how deep they are.
Interesting. And I'll say this about Mitchell. You got to chalk that one up as a win for Lynch and Shanahan, because I was like, oh, it's Mostert. And when that happened, I was like, oh, Larry, it is all bad in San Francisco running back land. And this dude just looked like, I mean, he was great. Like, I didn't see it coming. When we talk about the Niner running back situation, Steiny and I always get into Kyle doesn't like to run a dude, 25 times or more. And we saw that with Mostert, and there's a reason they'll get hurt. Do you look at Mitchell as the leading running back coming into this season as a guy that can carry it? Like, has he proven, should Niner fans expect him to get 20 to 25 tokes?
I mean, if you wanted to have if you said Krug, I need a fantasy back at 9, off the Niner roster, I'd say you got to go with Mitchell. But just don't feel super confident that he's going to get consistent run, because if he's dinged at all, they got options, so you don't have to play him. Now, he has put on some good weight. He's a little bit thicker, a little stronger. The interesting part about Mitchell is that he ran 4.33, but if you watch him, you don't really see that 4.33 speed. But what you do see, he didn't fumble one time all year.
All right.
I mean, think about
That's
that.
big.
Didn't fumble one time all year.
I just thought of
And
Wendell Tyler.
every single run he finishes going forward. He finishes his runs. So he gets 7, he gets popped, he's got great contact balance, but man, he'll just fight and claw and fall forward for that extra half yard. And he does it, he gets 12 carries, he does it 12 times. I mean, so you can't coach that, man. That's desire. So the kid's got tremendous desire.
No, and I think of Rick James, fire and desire. You need both of them. But when you talk about what we talked about yesterday, Ayuk having the great camp, and he's got rapport with young Trey Lance. And on the text line, 415, Guru's always worried. I'm not. I'm being proactive for the Giants. The math is there. They're not the 27 Yankees. We'll see. But I told you this formula in situation with the Niners, even if it was Terry Bradshaw as the rookie, I would be worried about what you had, the continuity with Jimmy and his imperfections, and what you're about to go out week 1 with. There's a drop-off, just a natural drop-off. So I got my popcorn just like you do to see how Trey's going to handle it. And
you're convinced it's a drop-off?
There has to be. There just has to be because
Garoppolo's
Jimmy's
still,
best attribute, and I didn't get this till
repeated
late.
a lot of mistakes, dude.
Yeah, but he was able to overcome them when it was, go time. And even that Packer game last year that they lost, he got him down there to score. The defense blew that. But in the real time, I was at his head about, what, we just need greater. We need the next Steve Young in Montana. And that was my bad. Jimmy's best attribute was the win-loss record. You could say that's not an attribute, that's a team one. Okay, I'll give you that. But when he made that mistake, Larry, and you thought he was one more knockdown, it's over, they're going to stop the fight, he had resiliency and drove the team down. And that's why the season didn't go down the drain. And that's why they got to the NFC Championship. Will Trey have that? And I could be looking at it, from the bottom floor of just have that trait. If we see a 2-interception game early, is he going to be able to bounce back, or will he go in the tank mentally? Those are all things no one really knows how he's going to react, but they're big questions.
It's true, but think about what you're saying when you're talking about Garoppolo. He bounces back after colossal errors.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
How about don't make a colossal error?
Okay.
Then you don't have to worry about bouncing back. So, yeah, you're right about Garoppolo. He did show a resiliency. He played some of his best football coming off of some of his, biggest boneheaded decisions on the field. But, man, you talk to a Greg Cosell who just is sitting there watching that film. He'll say, Garoppolo's not a late in the down thrower. And what that means is if the defense can take away that first look and make him survey the field, make him go through his reads and go through his progressions, guess what? He's going to float something late in the down, in the middle of the field, between the hashes, and it's getting picked. So, I don't know. He beat Aaron Rodgers, and to hear the fans talk the day after that game, it was like,
there you go.
It was like,
Did he really beat him?
He beat Aaron Rodgers. But Aaron Rodgers completed 80% that day and was nearly flawless, and Garoppolo threw 3 passes in the second half that should have been, all 3 of them should have been duck pick sixes, and they just all 3 were dropped.
Yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
but he had some drives where they got a much needed field goal. I'm with you. I'm not defending Jimmy to the point where I'm selling you he's something he wasn't. My thing, Larry, is it worked. It worked even more times than not to get you all to the dance a couple years ago and almost to the dance. And I got so many questions like the 2 starts, and I talked about firing up the Texan game. The Cardinal game, he got hurt, and that
the Cardinal game was a disaster.
And those were runs that what did he run like 16 times?
16
a lot of those
runs,
weren't designed.
But 9 of them were.
That hit he took at the goal line, Larry, that could have ended your season. And it brings me back to the Geico. What is their Geico after Trey? Because this is the NFL, not for long, and it may not be his fault, but if he were to get hurt, how confident are you in Nate Sudfeld? And the reason I bring that up before the break, Larry, is 2 years ago, I keep going to it, it was musical chairs with Mullins and Beathard, and that team defensively could have went to the offs, but they had nothing after Jimmy went down. Is that the same scenario we're facing this year? If something were to happen with Trey, if he were to get hit blindside, Donald hits him up the middle and he's out for 3 or 4 games. I just can't believe Nate Sudfeld is the Geico.
Well, I will say this. To me, the biggest thing for Trey is he's got to have more fear, appropriate fear.
Okay.
Fear is not a bad thing. Right. Fear is a good thing if channeled in the right direction. At the FCS level, yeah, Trey Lance could lower the shoulder and bulldoze dudes, and he did, But at the NFL level, you don't do that. You don't last if you do that. And that's what he tried to do to Isaiah Simmons, who blew him up at the goal line. You can't do that. You got to avoid those hits. You got to have appropriate fear of NFL defenses and get down. That's my biggest fear is he's got to make sure that he's afraid of the defense enough to preserve, to not take on hits, because quarterbacks do not run over linebackers, or at least if they do, they can't make a habit of it.
You know what? When we get back, Larry, I want to talk to you about Deebo Samuel, because the summer was his, the offseason was his. We didn't know if he wanted to be traded. Now we got his chicken, but Larry, I'm not hearing enough about Deebo in camp. I'm hearing Ayuk and Lance connection, but I want to ask you, let's talk about Deebo and what to expect Friday, if anything, and that'll be discussed when we get back right here on 95.7 The Game. That's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, no Steiny. He's in Canada camping in the castle. It is Larry Kruger Guru rocking with you until 3. Larry, I got to tell you this. You've worked in radio umpteen years. You're a legend. When your partner goes on vacation, do you let him go on vacation or do you expect a text? Do you send him a text? How's it going? And the reason I bring that up is my guy Steiny ain't sent me nothing.
Oh, no, because Steiny's a vet, man.
Is he a vet?
If you're the guy going on vacation still listening, if you're the guy going on vacation
I got my hand up a little bit.
Still participating,
I'm a team player, Larry.
You got to get, when you're away, how can I miss you if you won't go away?
Yeah, you know what?
I mean?
I've had a few texts for him, and then I just erase it. I'm like, he'll get at me when he needs to. He'll tell me about it when he gets back.
You know, it's funny.
I hope he's having a good time.
I used to vacation in Tahoe in August.
Tahoe.
Every year, we'd go up to my buddy's house in Tahoe, and he'd give it to me for a week. We'd go to Kings Beach, take the kids,
Look at you.
barbecue, bet on some baseball
Family.
games, hang at the beach. Nothing better than Kings Beach in August. But if I ever flipped on the radio, and man, the look that my wife would give me, the look that my kids would give me, like, Dad, enough. Put it to bed, Dad. You're with us. So, to me, it's like, if you're away, just be away.
Well, you know what, Larry? I say what people think, and sometimes I blurt stuff out, and we're going to get to it. We got Cam Inman coming up at 2, and then also, this is a passionate subject that you and I have been talking about. Do players in the NBA got too much power? We'll get to that. I think the answer is it's obvious, but we'll get into it. But it's like love making. It's like you leave your partner, then you turn on the radio and you want to see, do they got a dynamic, mate? You know what I'm saying? So I just check in to see if Steiny's doing the show with you or whoever. Not jealous, but you know what I'm saying? Is it fireworks?
I mean, you're thinking while he's camping, he could be like, podcasting somewhere with some new partner?
Not that. When I'm gone, how's it sounded when I'm out?
I hear you.
My heart's in the right place.
Yeah, no, but you know what? You just got to have confidence that, man, the show ain't the same without Goo. You know what I mean?
You know what? And I'm lying. I do. Like, all I can be is me, and there's only one me, just like one you.
Exactly. You cannot be you cannot be replicated, my friend.
I appreciate it. And the reason I can't, I'm holding up to the guys on Twitch, the guys and gals on Twitch and YouTube. I asked Larry for some swag, and bam, I got a black. Who came up with the design for you? Larry Kruger podcast shirt.
The Krug Show podcast. Check it out on YouTube.
There you go. I don't know. If I had some money, I'd give you some. It was about $20.
You know what? We'll be at the bar in a few hours.
Cafeteria, we call it.
Right.
Yeah, the cafeteria.
Yeah, exactly.
So you asked, and we're going to get back on track later. I'm having fun. So you asked me a question last week, Dibs and I, because we do the BetQL Sunday 9 to 1, the gambling show.
Right.
And you go, Goo, and you were kind of Dr. Phil, for real. Do you bet on everything? And to our right, we got the screens on in the studio. The Little League World Series is on.
I saw
and
that.
Dibs is Brent Musburger and Jimmy the Greek on it. He bets on the kids.
He's wagering on the Little League World Series.
Me, I have a standard like, I can't bet on the kids, Larry. Your thoughts? Would you, the fair or foul?
Foul.
Don't bet on the kids.
No. Here's the rule of thumb. If you haven't spent a day in high school, don't bet on it. If the competitors are if the competitors aren't shaving, don't bet on them.
Okay.
But by the way, you mentioned the Little League. I'm watching the
Lloyd
highlights.
McClendon, 5 for 5, 5 home runs. Former Pirate manager when he would play in it. Yeah.
Jeff Burrows was big in the Little League World Series. But I was watching it today. The pitcher hits the kid in the helmet.
Oh,
right. The kid goes down to first base. He's fine. I hit him in the helmet. But the pitcher, I mean, this is cute. The pitcher was distraught. Right, totally distraught because he hit him.
Yeah,
and you can see he's wrecked on the mound.
They're not Bob Gibson.
No, I mean they're kids. They're not trying to hurt each other generally, right? The kid's wrecked on the mound, and you can see like he's having a hard time with it. The kid who gets hit in the head goes to first base. Then he takes the helmet off. He walks out to the mound and he hugs the pitcher, and he's like, "Hey, man," I'm sure he was like, "Hey, don't worry about it. I'm fine." And this and that.
You hit me in the cardiac
I will
muscle.
say this: I don't miss hanging in clubhouses, but I'll tell you the one thing I really enjoyed was being in a big league clubhouse in August when the big leaguers are watching the little leaguers.
Well, that's
they
dope.
watch it.
Yeah.
They watch
That's
it.
dope.
And the big leaguers love baseball, and they're watching these kids play, and they're talking about it. And they're like, look at that kid and look at this kid. And
That's dope.
and that is cool. I would love to see somebody do kind of a behind the scenes video of big leaguers in a clubhouse watching the little leaguers. You would watch it. You'd be like, it would be very interesting to you to hear their comments about these 12-year-olds and the way they're playing the game.
That's awesome. And speaking of comments, I can hear my boss right now, Guru, what are you doing? Get back on track. We got a saying, back to the Niners, and that's what we're going to do right now, because a lot's been made of, and you're right, it's not just about Trey, but Kyle spoke to the media about how Trey has looked in camp. So let's hear from the Niners leader. Sterling has that cut for us.
It's gone kind of how you expect it. I mean, how you do with every quarterback. You know, I think he's had some real good days. He has had a couple rough days. Thought he had a rough day his last practice, which was going to be good to see how he bounces back today. But I've been real pleased with Trey and real pleased with all three of them.
Well, so it's to be expected. And you're right. What a Steph Curry or LeBron, or I always tell Steiny this, you know, the thing to do now for NBA players in the offseason is IG Live, their workouts, and everybody looks like Larry Bird because they're hitting. But let's just say we saw Steph shoot 33-pointers. We would never come back, but Steph's already proven, so that's a bad example. But even Banchero, we're not going to say, oh, Larry was 2 of 12 from 3. We're worried. So from that standpoint, I get we are doing too much on all these quarterbacks, especially a rookie one or first-year starter. We are, I believe, and to hear my boy JD, the most reserved guy in the business, who don't come with the super hot takes, that's from I do it. But for him to say he was kind of about Trey, that's when I was like, oh, this is heavy.
It'd be like if somebody said, hey, man, I was just over in Alameda and I was watching the Warriors work out and James Wiseman was kicking ass. It's like, all right, for what it's worth.
Talk to me in November.
Well, it's like if they said that to you and Steiny, you'd be like, okay, that's good. It's somewhat notable, but it's not the end-all, be-all. It doesn't even move the needle. It's like we'll judge for ourselves next time we see him in the preseason or the regular season. So workouts don't mean a whole lot. You know what I'm saying?
It's interesting. And I'll say this, and I told you before the break, I want to know about Debo, because it was all about him this offseason. And Larry, I got to be honest, I'm going Eddie Murphy. There were 48 hours where I thought he might really get traded because I didn't think it was about money. I thought something personal happened, and I was like, whoa, this is a big deal. And then I was like, he ain't going nowhere. They can't let a commodity like Debo leave. And eventually he didn't leave. He got re-upped. But you know, I took for granted how easy, or I deemed it easy for the Niners and Jimmy, the byproduct of maybe him not being able to throw the ball at the, outside the hashes, not having the strongest arm. I thought that's what invented the embryo, the inception of Debo with the jet sweeps. That was kind of like, yeah, we got this type of quarterback. I got to really get creative, Kyle. But I wonder, is Trey able to develop that? And when I say, to me, the outside looking in, that's something easy to do. If you're telling me Trey's not going to play week 2, I get it. Debo missing time. How do Niner fans just assume? Like, I want to hear that he's got continuity with his quarterback too, not just Ayuk. Your thoughts on Debo and the connection or the lack of with Trey Lance. I want to hear more about, oh yeah, Debo and Trey are hooking up too.
Well, I'll say this. I was at practice Saturday, and the practice ended.
What time does it start? Early morning?
Saturday, it was 10:15.
Okay.
I think 10:15 to 12:15, something like that. So it's not like 12:30. Most of the guys are back in the locker room. Lance and Debo stayed after, and they were.
I love it.
Debo Lance was throwing Debo go routes on the sideline right in front of us, and I couldn't get my camera phone going.
What happened?
Seriously, I mean, I think Dave Lombardi got it. Seriously, I couldn't. But no, he was dropping. He threw 5 or 6 deep balls to him. So they are working on the timing.
I love to hear. I hadn't heard that.
The big question with Debo for me, I mean, he got a lot of mileage last year. I'm not worried about Debo, anything about Debo in camp, other than what does he look like conditioning wise. He had quads, he had hammies, he had soft tissue injuries going back to South Carolina. So I wanted to see in this offseason where it sounded like maybe he'd be traded, and then he's not going to be traded, he's going to stick around. How hard did he work? How hard did he work on his body? How hard did he work on his legs?
How's he look, Larry?
That's what I'm saying. He looks awesome. He is in incredible shape.
Mike Tyson ready to go.
I mean, I think he's in the best shape I've seen. I mean, he's lean, he's mean. He came into camp in terrific shape. So I don't think he's going to have those soft tissue injuries, knock on wood. But more importantly, Trey and Debo are repping it. And there still needs, you never can get enough reps with your quarterback, but they're repping it. And they're
I love the fact that they're staying
after practice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Niner fans, we want to hear from you. What do you want to see Friday? 888-957-9570. And again, I'll ask my own self that I want to see as much of Trey Lance as possible. And now that you just shared with us that he's not going to play week 2 of the preseason, and there's only, thank God, 3 preseason games for the Niners. Man, Larry, I don't see what the downside would be if he got a whole half. Like, I keep hanging on to that because we've seen it before, and maybe, that was with seasoned quarterbacks like the Dax or other quarterbacks, Carson Wentz early on. They would get a half, Mahomes maybe. But now you're just saying 2-3 series, wham, bam, and then back to the sideline.
I would say at least 2 to 3 series. I would love it if they played him let's say a quarter and a half, like deep into the second quarter. And what I want to see is no injuries, and I want to see Trey establish an offensive rhythm of some kind. It's we know he's got big playability.
Now, when you say rhythm, break that down.
Well, just that you feel like you're watching a quarterback it's not 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. That he's actually keeping the team on the field, and they're running at least, let's say, 8, 9, 10 plays in succession, so that they're getting into a little bit of an offensive rhythm. Because so much about offensive football is a lot about cohesion, and it's about establishing that rhythm, and that's something that can't be replicated always in practice. So
interesting.
I'd like to see them, obviously stay healthy first and foremost, play Trey, 3, 4, 5 series, and let's see a little bit of rhythm from him. And as far as defense, I just want to see the young players fired. I want to see Drake Jackson. I want to see the young DBs. There's a lot of young DBs that are going to be fighting for jobs here. And there's some great young linebackers. I want to see some of the young players and find out what kind of depth they have on the defensive side.
Yeah, speaking of depth, producer E sent us this morning on the thread, the depth chart came out.
Yeah, first
one of the year for the Niners. And you talked about Drake Jackson. But before we get to him, that quarterback, I'm a big analogy guy or example, the metaphors or what have you. I always look at a good quarterback like Steve Young in his prime, Montana, Big Ben in his prime, A-Rod. They're like point guards. And when they get in that rhythm, you know what I'm saying? You can just tell if it's inaudible. They know what they're seeing, what the defense is trying to do, but yet the offense is just moving down the field. And when you talk about the good quarterbacks like Warren Moon in his prime, it's almost like unstoppable because like a machine, they're just toying with the defense. So when you said that word rhythm, I always think of the good quarterbacks as great point. The good point guards running a great offense.
That's a great comparison. Take what the defense gives you
all day long. All day long.
And then take some shots. Take some shots down the field. Let's see. As I said, under Garoppolo, one of the main reasons Lance is here is because the Niners had no downfield passing attack to speak of.
Damn.
In this camp, we've seen Danny Gray get down the field. We've seen Ray McLeod get loose down the field. So I'd like to see them, push the ball down the field, take a few more chances, rep that a little bit more. I want to see that because that's a dynamic that this offense really hasn't had. And if you can put that on film, even preseason wise, I think that creates a lot of room for the Debos, the Ayuks, the Kittles underneath.
And just saying that, because that was truth that, the defense knew that wasn't Jimmy's game, and they weren't going to. Outside of the Saint game 2 years ago, when he looked like, again, Y.A. Tittle, Bart Starr back there throwing the ball deep. Now, there was one pass he caught where the DB could have jumped 2 or 3 times. He misjudged it in the air, but that's Jimmy's staple game to me, where it was just, I'm here and I'm letting it go. I'm a gunslinger. But, man, that's got to be tiresome, but almost I give more love to Kyle that he had, we'll call it a limitation on his offense, but yet they still were able to get to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championships without that, hey, we got the Niners and Jimmy. What don't we got to worry about? The deep threat. Like, I just can't believe defenses couldn't take advantage of the Niners to the point to where they won or came as close to winning as much as they did.
Yeah, I mean, it speaks to Shanahan
No
and
doubt.
Shanahan's, offensive play calling acumen and his, if you want to call it genius. I mean, his run-pass fusion, what they call run-pass fusion, which is his play-action pass game mirrors the run game to a point where defenders are just totally fooled, and he'll get that middle linebacker or safety and put that person in conflict and then just go right at him. I mean, it's funny. You talk to Kyle, you start talking to him about his play calling and how ruthless he is, and you'll get this little grin on his face because he knows, man. When he sees a weakness, he attacks it like a shark and blood-filled
What happened in the
waters.
Super Bowl against the Chiefs? You should have kept running the ball. Oh, like if you said that to him right now, if he was sitting right next to us, you think he would own that? Like, Goo, Larry,
let's talk.
I did do too much on that. I should have just kept running the ball because the Honey Badger, those comments, I've never heard a defender say we had nothing for him had they kept running. I wanted to send a gift basket every time they threw it.
Yeah, I mean, in that Chiefs game, I just think that the 49ers blew that game at the end of the first half by not being aggressive enough. You knew Kansas City with Hill and Kelsey and Mahomes and Andy Reid's offense, they were going to explode. That was an explosive offense, and you had to know they were coming with a big push in the second half. And I thought the Niners and Shanahan got way too conservative at the end of the first half. They let the clock run down at the end of the first half. They should have had the
and Lynch was looking like Darth Vader up there, and Steiny and I went 15 rounds on. Well, they didn't want to give the ball back to Mahomes. F that!
Yeah.
You got to go get something.
And also, you know
Be
what?
aggressive.
Be aggressive. You're going up against a team that's got explosive offensive capability. You weren't going to keep them down the whole game, and you didn't. You didn't. And to me, you had to take advantage of every scoring opportunity. And I thought they weren't as aggressive as they needed to be in the first half, and they got run over in the second half. I mean, if that game was 10 minutes shorter, they win that game. But if that game is 10
Just
minutes
like last in L.A.
Yeah, but if that game was 10 minutes longer, they would have lost by more. I mean, that's how rolling the Chiefs were. So I just thought Niners were a little too conservative.
We're going to clean up these calls. We're going to go to Jeff and Concord. But before we do, I'm thinking of the Jimmy Garoppolo era and 2 signature plays by the defense. And I know you talked about it, Goo, the Tart play, because that just stays with me. It's a 60-minute game. That was just one. Mosley's bonehead play in the Super Bowl in the 3rd and forever. Okay, he gave that up. And then Tart and our catching the touchdown. Those are 2 monumental plays that if Jimmy's teammates make and help we could be talking about a 2-time Super Bowl winner,
Don't forget the push off against Kittle.
Yeah.
I thought was phantom.
But that
was a huge play, man. That was a huge play.
It was, Larry, but there was a lot of game left.
How about the ridiculous, serial holding of Nick Bosa in that game?
Oh, which they didn't call.
Yeah.
And what about
that was the wrong time
that Mahomes is able to fall on it? Remember that one later?
Yep.
Dude, I said it that one. Anyway, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Let's go out to Concord to welcome Jeff. He wants to talk about the state of the Niners O-line.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to address the state of the line. I feel like this is going to be the Achilles heel of the team. And a guy like J.C. Treader, who's out there, I know he's been injured. I know he might cost a lot of money, but he seems like the perfect fit for what the missing link might be to actually getting to the Super Bowl. I'm just curious if, Larry, if the Niners have even talked to him. Do you have any information on that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that they've talked to him. You got to remember this, though. He is a veteran center. He's been out there for months. Nobody's touching him. Why is that? Because that knee and some of the injuries he's had. From what I've poked around a little bit about J.C. Treader. From what I've heard, the body's wrecked. You know, that he's
damaged goods.
Well, I mean, he's an older player. I mean, everybody who plays as long as this guy's played have something that ails them. But from what I heard, the body's wrecked, and that he's not the player that he was. So, and also you got to remember this: they do like some of the players. They have they have Brendel and Brunskill battling it out at the center spot. Brunskill's really struggled to get the snaps up to Lance, but don't forget, they've got this kid Poe out of Mercer who is really strong. I mean, he put Akeem Spence on his can in a one-on-one the other day.
Is it realistic he could win the job? Because I'm saying if Brunskill can't get it and he's struggling giving them the snap, at what juncture during the season, if that becomes a problem, Larry, when would you make a switch? And that would be like a nightmare.
Well, I mean, I think this preseason is going to be a big evaluation mode for the offensive line. I mean, I think even though they've got Brendel and Brunskill listed there, if those guys fall on their face, I wouldn't be surprised to see Poe. I wouldn't be surprised to see Zakel. They've got other options in this camp. If they go through those options and they explore all that stuff, and they still feel towards the end of this thing in a couple weeks that they need help, then they might go outside the organization. But from what I'm hearing about Treader specifically, I hear he's kind of beat up.
Let's go out to our boy Townie's hometown, San Jose, and welcome Joe to the program. What's up, Joe?
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's up?
I'm not a 49er fan, but I do. I got a guy I call once in a while. How many games do you think they're going to win? And what is the like? I know they're good. I know they're a good team, but like that's a lot of pressure. If you think they're going to go to the Super Bowl and put on this kid that hasn't played, I just want to get some feedback on that. And Guru, you're the guy.
Oh, that's my look at him. Who's that? That's my guy. Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, they had to decide. Do they feel like Jimmy gives them enough, or and I don't. We talk so much about the player, but as I said before to Guru, I think that it's a lot about the contract and what the roster looks like with the quarterback on the rookie deal, as opposed to the contract with the quarterback making $25 million. I think that's really more about why they're switching jockeys midstream. And as far as the Super Bowl, yeah, I mean, it's there's a reason that no rookie quarterback has ever won the Super Bowl, and technically Trey's not a rookie, but it's a learning curve. I mean, there's a tremendous learning curve, but I guess they felt like in their estimation it was worth it to take a shot on a player that has more upside and also be able to retain all these terrific football players they spent the last 3 years accumulating. I felt like, that to me is the game plan, and if they fall short this year, they probably wouldn't admit it, but they would probably say, you know what, as long as Trey is our guy going forward and we believe in him and he gives us reason to believe, we're okay, falling short this year if we're building towards something in a year or two.
No problem. I'm not mad at that. Let's go out to Leroy before we hit break. What's up, Leroy?
Hey, Goo.
Hey.
Goo. Man, look. Hey. I'm enjoying both of you guys, man. I miss Steiny, but I'm enjoying both of you guys, man. I just want to throw this in real quick about Trey. I was listening to Steve Young about maybe 2 weeks ago, and he was saying for Trey Young, what he needs to concentrate on, and I agree, is identifying the targets as the play unfolds, right? And so, in order to do that, though, you have to be a pretty decent deliverer of the football. And right now, that's not his best quality. And I'm sure they're working on that, but delivering the football, hey, you to identify targets, right? You got to be able to deliver it. But here's the thing, what I do like about Trey is what Kyle Shanahan likes about Trey. And that's his ability, his processing ability to find the open guy. And I think nobody talks about that enough. Kyle says, hey, this guy can find open guys. He's pretty smart between the ears. And I think that's been a question with Trey because they've been taking so long to play him. Like, is he picking up the playbook? Is he? But I think he is. I think Kyle Shanahan was just waiting. So I just think he needs to work on, delivering that football. And again, that's not his best quality right now, but, he's under professional tutelage, and I think he could get it done. But I like what Kyle Shanahan likes about him. His processing ability to find the open guy. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Larry, when we get back, we'll get into the Trey Lance and his ability to go through the progressions. Right here is Larry and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Spend your mornings with the Morning Roast. I don't care.
Larry, time flies when you're having fun, man. We
Seriously,
got
man.
85 minutes left. Not that I'm counting, but it's going fast. And
Seriously.
you got to win. Let's put the rat on the table. You're over there gloating. I'm looking at you. Why is he all... You won Jeopardy, man. I'm kind of PO'd. I wanted to go Drake back to back.
I didn't really win. I dominated. I mean,
Well, now I'm
kinda-
about to throw up in my mouth.
I mean, I kind of dominated.
Yeah, you got lucky.
I mean, I really didn't know what I was.
You hear this?
Didn't even-
Sterling, you hear this guy?
I really had no
Wow.
idea what I was doing, but I kind of dominated.
Pretty much a show and go, too. Just walk right in, get in there, pick up the W.
That is the other part. Wow.
Exactly. I mean,
Now, look at him. He's like, you feel good.
I was
Tony.
like G-Rad today. I just strolled right in and just kicked ass.
We got tomorrow, too, because we'll be rocking and rolling tomorrow.
See, if I knew that, I wouldn't have talked so much ass.
Yeah, so now I'm really, I can't study because they don't tip me off, but I did try to buy the answers back in the day. We'd have the producers. I was on a losing streak. I tried to maybe $30. I won't reveal the guy's name, but to his credit, he said no. But I was thirsty, Larry. I needed to win. Don't judge me. Now, a lot's been made about Trey Lance and camp and the Niners, obviously, but there was a retirement today. I woke up to it. It's the great Serena Williams.
Yes.
I think to myself, like, I think of Johnny Mack, Chris Everett, all the great tennis players, men and women, but she may be the GOAT. And if you didn't want to limit her when you talk about accolades and just chips, Larry, we could be talking about one of the greatest athletes. I would forget women, athletes of all time. When I say Serena Williams to you, what comes to mind?
Longevity in tennis, 27-year career. I mean,
that's amazing.
And also just, tennis is unlike the other sports, Goo, because they're basically girls.
Okay.
And then they're women. You know what I mean? You're starting at 15, 16.
We saw the movie.
Yeah, I mean,
rest in peace to her pops, Richard Williams.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it yet. Is it a good movie?
Oh, it's great.
I've been tempted
After
to
the
go
Will
see it.
slap, I was turned off, but I saw it before. But I'm still mad at Will for slapping Chris. But yeah,
I don't know.
you'll get through it. It's a great flick.
I get torn feelings about Serena. I mean, one, that if you've seen the backstory on ESPN and her deal with the line judge where she freaked out on him and she was
Where
screaming.
can I find it? See, that's up
Just-
my alley.
Just go to YouTube and type in the backstory. Don Van Atta, who used to be in the Clinton White House, is now at ESPN. He's got this show called The Backstory. They did one on Pete Rose, one on Manti Te'o, and they did one on Serena.
Te'o.
Yeah, man, the catfish
Wow,
whole thing, right?
yeah.
But they did a one on Serena about this call with the line judge, and she was just, she basically, the line judge thought that she was communicating with her coach who was in the stands.
Okay.
And he basically called her out. And she was like, the fact that she had her integrity questioned, she lost it. And she really couldn't get it back. I mean, she was just, totally went crazy.
So there's video of her.
Oh yeah, and it goes into it. They interview her. They
it was
interview
against
the line
Osaka.
judge. It's a really good. It was a really, really good piece, and it kind of shows how how emotional she is. But you know what? She was an incredible. I mean, I thought Venus was the better of the two.
So did her. No, her dad didn't. Her dad knew it was going to be Serena.
Yeah, her dad always predicted
Richard.
Serena. But yeah, was 23 Grand Slam titles, 27-year career.
And she didn't come from a silver spoon. That's why I just love Richard for what he did and his ability to, believe in his girls, and not just Serena. As great as she was, Venus had success. But, to come from the environment and come to L.A. where they were, to be without a lot of stuff, but they weren't without love and they weren't without a plan. And for her to reach these heights, again, I don't want to put any limitations on her, because I know, Larry, as a station in years past, we did, top 5 greatest athletes, top 10, and she had come up. Like, I don't just put her in a women's category. She was, if you want to call her the GOAT, I'm okay with that, and people could make their own argument, but sad to see her go. And you said, what, 27 years?
27 years and just, a ton of winning. And the only thing I will say is that when she had her matches against Venus, I was always disappointed in.
Wow.
In I always thought, man, because my brother's 5 years older than me. We played everything together. We played basketball. We played baseball.
What's his name?
Chris.
Okay.
And he was 6'5". I'm only 6'1" and change. So I started. In fact, I developed my outside shot. I shot the ball really high.
Jamal Wilkes.
Really high release because my brother was so tall. He blocked my stuff. I mean, he blocked my shot all the time, and he. So that's how I kind of developed my shooting. But you know what? I battled my brother, and I wanted to beat him bad. You know what I mean?
And
I
she
just
owned
felt
her
like
sister.
Her and her sister. Those were the disappointing matches to me because I thought, oh man, this is going to be incredible. Venus against Serena, and they're going to go for blood. But instead, they didn't. It was always somewhat disappointing. They had such affinity and love for each other that I don't think their teeth really came out the way they did.
But Serena dominated that too, though.
Matchups.
The head-to-head matchup.
Yeah.
So, I get what you're saying, but
I mean, an incredible career, an absolute incredible career, and what more can you say? One of the greatest athletes in American history,
no doubt. Well said. And we were talking about Trey Lance on the other side.
She was 14, by the way, when she started her career,
and
14.
That's what's incredible. And just how he would get them to the establishments to where you'd have money. And I forget, was it Sampras? It was one of he's like, watch my girls in the movie. Yeah, Sampras. And then watch him hit. Richard would be Don King, basically, and he knew he had something. And I know he's looking down with tears in his eyes just on her career because he had a big part to do with it, almost like Tiger's dad,
Yeah,
without the trailer.
And
why did I do that?
Without the trailer?
But that would have wrecked me. I would have went and told Mom.
Did you see the documentary, the two-parter on was it Showtime or was HBO Max?
It was incredible. Tiger, man.
The fact that Earl parked the Winnebago.
I asked. I'm cutting you off, Larry. Go ahead, man. I'm excited.
And was getting some love at the course.
Do you think Tiger? I asked Steiny. Steiny was like, hell yeah. You think Tiger knew what was going on with Pops?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's Tiger. I mean, the fact that Earl was a serial cheater was passed on to Tiger for sure. I don't think there's any question about that. We're all products of our environment and what our parents passed to us. But what I really admire is that you think of being in the public limelight at 14 and the just how poised Venus and Serena were. They didn't have. I mean, think about it. If you had to be judged for what you say and how you act from
I'd have been like the teen actors
14,
and actresses.
Yeah.
They they don't make it and things get hard and you rebel because you don't know.
Those
I would have been that.
Formative years. I mean, I'm almost all the worst mistakes I made in my life, I think I made between like 18 and 22. So the fact that she was a pro at 14 and thrust into that limelight and that kind of national media and the scrutiny and everything that comes along with it. Is there great things, money and fame? Sure. But that's a heavy burden to bear when you're 14 years old. And I thought she did it. I thought her and Venus did it, with class and grace.
And nothing off the field ever, as far that I know in regard to drama.
Totally.
So they kept the family name clean. Let's go out to Napa and welcome Rolando, Larry, to the program. What's up, Ro?
How's it going, you guys? Larry, I'm a big fan of yours. I don't know if you remember, I used to be Rolando from Palo Alto. I used to call in the old network where I used to be in the great you and Gary. I would love calling you guys and dropping my old Garyisms like
good to hear.
Thoughts.
Yeah, good to hear from you, man. Thanks for following me over here.
I'm happy you're over, Larry, and hopefully you get to stay on 95.7 because you are. I love what you say. You always keep it real, and I want to talk about my Niners, and especially I want to talk about this year. It's particularly about Nick Bosa. Going back to 2019, Larry, I knew that the Arizona was going to mess up the draft when he drafted Kyler, and when Nick Bosa came number 2, I was like, thank God you guys took Kyler because I'm telling you something, man. Arizona is a dumpster fire. I mean, when you draft a quarterback who prioritizes Call of Duty over the playbook, that's a big problem, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kyler. I know people who, I'm an A&M fan, so I know people who knew him at A&M who swear that he's a great kid. So I won't say a damn thing wrong. I won't criticize Kyler, but yeah, that's only thing I had. My concern in that draft was just the core muscle and how little Bosa played in college. And I thought, man, this guy might just be one of those guys that just is always in. It's like an incredible Italian sports car. It's awesome, but it's always in the shop. I thought he was going to be that kind of player, but man, Bosa, he shows up and he plays. And the guys, I don't think I've ever seen a defensive end whose hands and feet are so tied together. There's no wasted movement. He is fundamentally perfect. And watching him on the practice field, they got this one drill, Goo, where these guys are running zigzags, kind of mocking up a pass rush drill, and everybody does it quick. Bosa does it electric. He no wasted steps. It's just you can tell the guy has groomed his whole life for this, to rush the passer.
It's in his blood.
And that's what he does.
And what about
he does it almost better than anybody.
Yeah, teams chip him. I've never, and I mean this, he gets off the ground like a cat. As big as he is and strong as he is and powerful as he is, when he gets chipped and he gets to the ground, his ability to get back up, it's almost superhero-like. Some dudes get to the ground, I got to get back up. He pops right back up, and I'm like, damn, dude is in tip-top shape. Almost like I just call it superhero-type quality.
Oh, and he can beat you with power. He can beat you with speed. He can beat you with strength. He can beat you head-on, stripe on a stripe, bull rush you. The guy, he can beat you to the edge. He's got counters. The guy's got a full. If he was a major league pitcher, he'd have like 9 pitches.
Yeah, no doubt. That I like that. Oh God, Larry. It looks like Richard Williams is, not in the best of health, but he's still with us. Yeah.
Oh,
we got a little thing.
Yeah. Well, Don't. I
love you, Richard.
You're not the first one to make that mistake.
We got a little thing. Dibs and I, when we used to do a show together, we put them in there and they weren't there, so we got to go back and correct.
I told you. I told you my Niner pregame story from way back.
No, please do.
I'm doing a Niner pregame, and I won't say what Niner, but there was a 49er player, and the guy calls up and he's like, "Hey, I saw this guy and that guy, and have you seen him?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just saw him the other day." Those guys are doing great. And then we go to the commercial and the lines are ringing. I'm in the control room. The producer's like, "Hey, bro, you might want to come in here." So I go in, I go, "What's the problem?" I go, "Who are all these calls?" And he's like, our co-host here just said he saw this player and that player recently.
Oh, no.
Said both those guys have been dead for five or 6 years.
Yeah. That's worse than what I did. Yeah. And that's good news he's still with us. But what do you say to that? You didn't see him.
Yeah, that's when.
Is that a lie?
Yeah, well, I
think that's a lie.
I think, that's part of the skill of sitting here is you got to know what you know versus what you suspect.
Yeah, it ain't Hollywood. It ain't theater. Wow, but good news.
I just saw that guy, man. He's doing great. Wow. He's doing phenomenal. Excuse me, he's been gone for 7 years and his family's on line 1.
I got to ask you this, Larry, and the people want to know, how did he respond to that? Did he say he thought it was somebody else?
Let's just say he was a fun-loving ex-Niner, and people just allowed him to apologize and get down the road.
Yeah. Let's go out to Alameda. Carlito is on the line. What's up, Carlito?
Hello, gentlemen. I want to piggyback on a previous caller that said something about Kyler Murray and Call of Duty. There's nothing wrong with Call of Duty and Madden and playing all these games as long as you win. If you win, it's okay. Here's my thing with a lot of these NFC teams. I don't think there's a lot of talent in a lot of NFC teams. Let me ask you guys, who's the biggest threat? No disrespect to Guru, the Cowboys are a mess. I'm not scared of the Cowboys. I just think the Rams and the Buccaneers. What do you guys think? Thank you, guys.
I think the Rams are going to backslide this year.
Okay, why?
Because the Rams are super, super thin, And
when you say super thin, where? Because
everywhere. I mean, who's their backup quarterback? John Wofford.
Well, I could say the same thing for the Niners. Nate Sudfeld.
Yeah, but
that's John Wofford.
You go look. I mean, the Rams are paying the top of their roster. The Ramseys, the Donalds, the Staffords. They're paying those guys top dollar, and so they're thin. Like they don't have their backups. Like the Niners backups. Just the Niner backups who get cut in this camp will all wind up going somewhere else and playing. The Rams have some guys who are going to be cut that are never going to play in the NFL ever. They're a lot thinner as far as just a baseline talent on their roster. I mean, I could bust out their roster and chapter and verse it for you, but it would bore the entire audience. They're relatively thin because of how much money they're spending on their star players. So I don't know about the Rams.
Let me ask you
I think
this.
the Rams backslide this year.
Okay,
Whitworth,
I got him in the Super Bowl.
Really?
Yeah,
they're going
do.
back to back.
Yeah, I
What?
do.
Really?
And I'll tell you this, Larry,
That's
you
shocking.
are right, but let's just say they get the benefit of good health. They know who they are, and they're not going from an Android to an iPhone like the Niners are with Trey to Jimmy. And you can, whichever one is which, but Trey is supposed to be greater. This is a big mega question about the Niners' success is on this young kid's shoulders, and can Kyle get him ready? And if he does struggle, it'll just be for a week or a couple weeks. Forget health. This is a major, major change. So I'm not saying Kyle can't do it and Trey can't do it, but I'm watching. The Rams don't have to worry about that. Now, you got the elbow issue already. We'll see if it rears its head. My question to you,
Can they win with John Wofford?
I wouldn't. Well,
Can they
I
win
didn't
with
put them in the
Bryce
Super Bowl
Perkins?
with him. I would say that'd be game over.
They lost their left tackle Whitworth.
Okay, that's a big loss.
OBJ's not there.
But the Niners,
They brought in Allen Robinson.
Outside of the Niners, outside of Trent Williams, the whole O-line is a question mark.
That is true. But the Niners have, I think, have greater depth on their O-line.
And
than
that's
the Rams
I
do.
was going D-line. This is our fifth show, Larry. I don't know if you know it. And we haven't talked much about Kinlaw. And he kind of came up, but we hadn't got into him. If something were to happen to Bosa, do you look at Kinlaw like this is going to be his breakout season? Because he's got the body, but is he ready? Like, again, if you're looking at the Rams through that prism of, man, they're thin, what if something were to happen to Bosa? Would Armstead be able to be the guy and get help from Kinlaw and the rest of the gang? That I don't know, but that's scary.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this about Kinlaw. It's really about health, because if he's healthy, the way he plays is just fine. I mean, he's strong. You got to combo block him. He can split that combo block. He can play the inside run. It's not about, can he do it? It's just about that knee. And is the knee chronic? And can he get out there for 16 games? And if not, then that's a big question. So to me, he's got to, if Kinlaw's healthy, I'm not questioning anything about his game. I'm questioning just the health.
And it's incredible,
and
right?
As far as the NFC, I mean, I kind of agree with the caller. I think the NFC is pretty lean. I mean,
I expect Green Bay to go the other way. That's a big loss, Devontae Adams.
They did, but they picked up, people don't know these names, but Romeo Dubs, who played at Nevada, looked great in their camp. And they've got Christian Watson, who played with Trey at North Dakota State.
Okay.
They got some young receivers.
But you're going to miss Devontae Adams.
No question.
Okay.
But they're still the class of that division. So Green Bay is the class of that division, in my opinion.
No Tampa?
They're not in that division.
Oh yeah,
they're in with Carolina and the Saints. Saints just lost Jameis Winston.
Help me,
to start it off. I mean, I don't see a great team in the NFC South. I don't see a great team outside of Green Bay in the NFC North.
There's not one in the East.
The East is down. So I mean, I agree with the caller. I think like, who is the Niners' number one competition?
It's got to be the Rams, who beat them to go to the Super Bowl.
I would say it's the Bucs. I would say it's the Bucs.
I'm not
and
mad
Brady.
at that because of Tom Brady.
Yeah, I would say the Bucs are probably, Bucs, Packers, Rams, and then it's a question. I mean, is it your Cowboys? I don't know. I like the Cowboys.
If I had
on
to
defense.
bet, I would say no. They got a defense.
Is it Philly? I'm not a believer in Jalen Hurts.
Oh, me neither. What don't you like about him, Larry?
I just don't think he throws a deep ball with any consistency, and I don't see consistency overall in his game. I see week to week. Some weeks he looks terrific. Other weeks he doesn't. So,
and what's sad about
but they're going to run it better than they have in the past.
Is we're going to go to Vince. He wants to ask you about Kyler Murray. And I'm down on Kyler. The Cardinals were not an answer.
No, I don't.
Wow,
I don't think. I think the Cardinals
number 1 seed up
they're not
until
going to
week
have
12.
Well, yeah, but the Cardinals are not going to have DeAndre Hopkins for the first 6 weeks of the year.
That hurts.
They don't have. I mean, what's their running back depth? I mean, is it James Conner and then what?
Then what?
So
Yeah.
I mean, it's. I think Cardinals. I think Cardinals are one of the disappointing teams, or going to be one of the disappointing teams. In fact, I just read an article this morning.
And the coach and quarterback get re-upped.
Well, they just had an article about who are the most disappointing teams in the NFL, and it was a Bleacher Report article, so you never know.
BNR.
But they threw out these teams: Arizona, Dallas, Tennessee, Baltimore, Green Bay, New England, and Chicago. And outside of Green Bay, I don't think Green Bay is going to be disappointing. I think the rest of those teams potentially. I mean, Baltimore, I'm not sure about, but Arizona, Dallas, Tennessee, New England, Chicago, I could also be disappointed.
Oh, I'm totally with you. I'll tell you what, before the break, let's go grab Vince from San Jose. What's up, Vince?
Hey, Guru, JD, what's going on, fellas?
Well, it's Guru and Larry Krueger, baby.
Yeah. Thanks, though.
Oh, my bad, Larry. I'm sorry, Larry. Are you serious?
That's good.
I'll take JD. What
I
the
had
heck?
Richard Williams dead. He's not. Go ahead, baby.
I got my Steiny blues. I'm missing Steiny, baby. He's probably 3 or 4 drinks deep right now.
Yeah, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, who knows?
I know it, but I tell you, is it fair or foul, the whole thing going on with Kyler Murray? They're paying him a boatload of money, and he does deserve it. He's a phenomenal athlete. He reads the field fairly well. Does need to work on a little, some of the fundamental stuff on that side of the ball. Do you think it's fair or foul what the Cardinals are doing to him? I mean, at some point, you are playing too much video games. You need to use that focus and energy, put it into some film study. There's so many different things you can do to make yourself a better player. What do you guys think?
I think we're being too critical. I think we're being too critical of Kyler. Did he play poorly? Last time we saw him with the terrible turnover off his back foot.
That
in
was
the end
one of
zone.
the worst picks I think I've ever seen.
Terrible. Was he the reason for the backslide, or was it Kingsbury? I mean,
it's a combo, round table, combination.
You still got to give him his. I mean, let's look at his numbers last year: 70% completion percentage, 24 touchdowns, 10 picks.
Okay, how much of that was up until week 12? And there's a fall off between these two together.
No question.
Every year they just get lemon booty, Larry. So if you want to say it's Cliff, you want to say it keeps happening. And I'll say this: unfair, fair. This dude's got generational wealth. They just paid him, but told the world we don't like his study habits. So I have no problem with that. But the play backs up, man. There's a disconnect. You're not getting better when it's go time. And if that's Cliff, they got to fix it, but both of them got paid.
Yeah, I mean, they know him better than we know him, and they're basically telling us,
no doubt about it.
In that contract, they told us that they are questioning his work ethic and his professionalism. But the guy, I mean, 49ers have had a hard time beating Arizona with Kyler. He's really hard to run down. Yeah. I don't, for a tiny little quarterback, I don't see him getting passes batted into his back in his face. I'll see a guy that runs for almost 5 yards a pop on the ground. So he can beat you as a runner. He can beat you as a passer. I like Kyler. I really do. And I think there's been too much discussed about what he isn't.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, when we get back, Larry, I've been waiting for this. We're going to get into NBA players. They got too much power in the saga that's going on in Brooklyn. You're listening to Larry and Daryl the Guru Johnson on 95.7 The Game.
The GOAT is back.
Young throws deep over the middle for Rice, and he's got it. And there he goes. And Jerry Rice wins. Touchdown.
Jerry Rice returns to the morning roast.
Did the Niners just land a Porsche or upgrade in a Ferrari with Trey Lance?
They have that Ferrari. The best 49ers coverage is right here on 95.7 The Game.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi. With a 2-year internet rate guarantee, no annual contract required, and no equipment fees. Talk about knock your socks off. Ooh, plus a free Flex 4K streaming box. It's like hitting the streaming jackpot. It's It's all just $50 a month when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. $50 a month. A price that's truly jaw-dropping.
Oh, literally.
The speed you need at a price you want. Value that's simply bananas. That's the new Xfinity Supersonic Bundle. It's kind of a big deal. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to learn more.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit internet customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Life is hard enough, but BMW ownership shouldn't be. BMW of Fairfield understands that time is your most precious resource, and making time for automotive service can be challenging. So we offer a team of mobile service technicians who will come to you when you need maintenance on your BMW. Contact the BMW of Fairfield Mobile Service Concierge to schedule your appointment. There is a better way to service BMW. Visit bmwfairfield.com/mobile service to book your appointment.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Hey, Walter, how did Andro 400 work for you?
I had great results. I lost 70 pounds. A lot of people say to me, how did you lose the weight? I said, I take Andro 400 every day. I weighed 265 and went down to 195. My doctor told me, if it works for you, then do it. I'm going to take it forever.
Wow, losing 70 pounds. That's fantastic. Hey, Stephen, how did Andro 400 work for you?
It has really worked. I've lost 35 pounds. It's just
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny today. It is Larry Krueger and myself. We got you locked in until 3 p.m. And right now, we got the man, the myth, the legend, who will be joining us here shortly, Larry. And we're going to talk to him. You've been at camp. JD's been at camp. But Cam Inman has been at camp. What's up, Cam? How are you?
I've just been working on my technique and getting better every day.
There you go. Long as no hammy pulls or lat pulls, you'll be fine, right?
I reported to camp in the worst shape of my life, but we're getting there. We're working on it every day, so it's all good. Actually, the camp's gone, I'd say, pretty much as expected, if not better, because, all eyes are on Lance, and he's been up and down, but that's good because that means he's taken some chances. He's kind of learning some limitations and what he needs to work on. And then I think the other, priority at training camp is just you don't want season-ending injuries. And they've had two this camp, but they were kind of the roster bubble guys with Maurice Hurst and Jordan Matthews. So you just kind of knock on wood and hope they can get through the next, 4 weeks and get to Soldier Field with a full complement of guys around Trey Lance ready to go.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, by the way, nice play on the sidelines the other day. Cam made an incredible play on the sidelines there. It has to be noted and should be recorded for everybody to know. No, but what's Trey, in your mind, what's been the Trey's biggest issue? Because I'm seeing him throw dimes when he goes down the field, but he seems like it's that sideline pass, let's say 8 to 12 yards, and it's just, he's all over the place with it. Is anybody talking about... Is there any common denominators of that struggle?
And you're right, because sometimes he just sails them pretty high and wide, right? And so that's why it's a guy that hasn't practiced or played much football over the last couple of years. So I think he's figuring it out. When Brandon Ayuk, after Sunday's practice, Ayuk kind of defended him, saying, look, his arm might be tired the way our legs get tired, which all of a sudden you're going, oh, no, there's that arm fatigue stuff again. But I don't sense that his arm's tired at all. Today he was really sharp. He was hitting guys in stride. I think he's a young quarterback figuring it out. And Ray McLeod came in to the media session after practice today, and I asked him just what he's seen out of Trey, and he brought up a really good comparison, kind of an obvious one that a lot of people have talked about, of comparing Trey Lance to a young Josh Allen. And Ray McLeod broke in with the 2018 Bills at the same time Josh Allen did. And he says he senses that same type of, I'm going to take the next step energy going in from year 1 to year 2 that he sees out of Lance. And I do too. Technique-wise and everything, it'll get worked out. Today was Trey's best day, not necessarily just passing, because I think he was 14 of 19 with no interceptions. And he hit guys in stride and passes look better. But they finally kind of unleashed his own read today. There were a lot more runs by Trey Lance. I think he had 4 or 5 runs, designed runs, either zone read or keepers or bootlegs. And, Larry, you've seen it. When you have that offense with the full complement of guys out there, including Kittle and Trent Williams, McGlinchey, and Mitchell, that's what it's supposed to look like, right? It hasn't been always pretty this camp, but today was what you want to see.
Larry Krueger, Daryl the Guru Johnson on 95.7 The Game. It's our pleasure to have Cam Inman, who's been at camp, joining us right now. I've been asking Larry this question for the last 3 days, Cam. I'm excited, and I'm sure you are, about Friday. And I know it's not a real game, but it's a game closer to the real game, Week 1 in Chicago. What do you think? How long do you think we're going to see Trey Lance Friday night?
I would think a quarter or 2 series. I asked Shanahan today if it's going to be 1 series and out, because that's what it was for Garoppolo last preseason. Garoppolo started all 3 preseason games rather than them spark some kind of quarterback controversy by letting Lance start one of those games. So I would imagine he goes maybe a quarter, at most 2 series. I think you want to minimize risk or mitigate it, whatever it is. And the real test of the preseason is going to come next week when they're doing joint practices with the Vikings, because you get more reps, and it won't. It's always a better scenario. It seems like every preseason, that's what the teams like to do. It's all about these going against a different defense, and you're not going to show everything in the preseason. So for Friday's game, you're not going to be having Aaron Rodgers out there. You're going to have just Jordan Love, and I'm kind of really curious to see how these backup cornerbacks fare, because you're not going to have Mosley or Trevarius Ward out there, I'm pretty sure. So the Amador Lenore has kind of made a nice he's played really well this camp after kind of falling off the radar last year. And Ambry Thomas is a guy that needs some good preseason games to stack up there and get going. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. And then, obviously, the backup defensive end, they're stacked at defensive end opposite Bosa. So do you keep 5 other guys, or which of these guys are going to emerge as like a really good partner with Bosa on the opposite side? Because they have a lot of options.
Is Drake Jackson looking special to you at all? I mean, I've heard a lot of things from a lot of different people. It's hard to discern.
I don't think I'd say special. I mean, he looks young and raw. I don't think he looks bad. I think each one of those pass rushers has something different in them. And Drake's, I think, is going to be a pretty good pass rusher. I just see him. I think he's kind of just getting into the NFL grind. You know, you can see it on his face and the body language, and there's going to be smiles. There's going to be some exhaustion. But then you have a guy like Samson Ebukam, who's an incumbent starter, but he's going to get challenged for that role. Kamoko Toure, Charles Amenahu, Jordan Willis. They've got so many good-looking players, and the fact that Bosa looks great is probably the best sign out of anything in this camp because, I mean, Larry, you've seen enough football. I mean, Bosa just, he can be unreal, and it's just, as great as he's been, he needs a big season. He needs a signature game to really get more on the NFL awareness. He's got to get that All-Pro honor. He's got to get Defensive Player of the Year. He's got to get in that conversation, and he's got his body and everything prepared for it. He's got a good roster around him.
Let me ask you this, because I was telling Larry I hadn't gotten over the season from a couple years back, Cam, when the Niners were playing their home games in Arizona, and Jimmy went down, and Mullins couldn't do it, Beathard couldn't do it. And as crazy as this sounds, what have you made of Sudfeld at camp? And just if, the Niners embark on, a part of the season to where they need him to start a game, I mean, just who is Nate Sudfeld?
Well, I mean, Guido, you bring up a good point because we are going to see a lot of Nate Sudfeld this preseason. He's had a pretty darn good camp. He's been very sharp. He's had only maybe 1 or 2 bad practices with some interceptions, but his accuracy is pretty good. I mean, he's going to have that high completion percentage. He'll do some checkdowns. He'll take just a couple shots. Lance is a little bit more daring out there. Sudfeld's a little bit more controlled, which is, I think, what you want out of your backup quarterback. And he's going to be the backup. You're paying him $2 million. The 49ers are confident that this is their 1-2 combo. They don't need Jimmy Garoppolo to stick around. They don't want him to. Jimmy doesn't want to. It's that awkward existence is going to end here in a couple weeks, and if not sooner, just depending on if any other quarterback goes down around the league. But I've been pleasantly surprised by what I've seen from Sudfeld. I mean, it's not like, oh my gosh, they have a diamond in the rough just waiting to get on the field. But you have a good backup quarterback that is going to be able to run an offense that he knows really well. And one more thing on Sudfeld is, throughout Trey Lance's, I guess, what he's learned in the past year, he often referred to how great of a mentor Nate was to him. And there's a real comfort level there in that quarterback room. So the fact that Trey can lean on him, Brian Greasy, the new quarterback's coach, a couple other assistants, and Shanahan, there's no lack of mentors for Trey Lance going into his first full year.
Spencer Burford has been one of the guys that there are a lot of people talking about. He's been the starter this entire camp at right guard. How do you see the 49er line that, outside of Trent Williams has a number of question marks? How do you see it coming together? I mean, there's a lot of young players here. Mm. There's a lot of unproven players in this camp at that spot.
Exactly. And are you going to have 3 brand new starters on the interior with Banks, Jake Brendel, and Burford? I mean, Larry, that's how it's been playing out. I'm having a hard time fully buying it. I know Daniel Brunskill has not taken a first string rep at right guard, but that's been his position the last year and a half. So I think they're just kind of going, okay, let's get the rookie up to speed, see if he can be a better option than Brunskill, which maybe he is. He certainly could be. But if you put Brunskill back in there at right guard, that gives you a little bit more experience on the line, and he knows how to play next to McGlinchey. I mean, I'm all for seeing Burford there because I think it's a really fun story. I think everybody likes him. It doesn't matter about that. I think the guy can play football. And he's got a great charisma and personality about him too. So, but it's asking a lot if you're going to have 3 brand new starters in front of a brand new quarterback. So that's why I kind of say don't rule out Brunskill yet because he has a lot of experience.
Cam, regardless what happens with Trey, a lot of Niner fans are excited, and they're excited thinking they're going to see a new offense and the ball being thrown down the field left and right, and that's exciting to me. But Larry and I were talking, I don't know if it's going to play out. Do you expect week 1, just this season, that the Niners' offense will look majorly different than what we've accustomed to in the past?
Not week 1, because I don't think you have to show all your cards against the Bears. And I think what they'll do is try to establish the fact that they're a big run-oriented team again. But there's going to be different ways to run, and that's going to be Trey Lance's ability to run with the football and get out of situations. And one thing, and I haven't seen this at camp, Larry, maybe you can correct me, but I don't think I've seen Deebo Samuel carry the ball maybe more than once. And Deebo was such a factor in that offense going down the stretch last season, and obviously they just have a different element. So, I mean, they could have a vastly different offense. It's just, I think they just have more options, right? And Shanahan's a master of figuring out the mismatch and how to take advantage of the defense. So he's got a few extra wild cards to play with, but still establish a run-first offense.
Cam, Burford aside and Jackson aside, we already kind of covered them. There's 21 rookies in this camp, and the 2 guys that really stand out to me, 83 on offense, Tay Martin. I can't wait to see him Friday night in this preseason. And then 40 on defense, McCrary Ball, the linebacker. They have no spots for maybe either guy, but both those guys really jump off the page to me. Is there a rookie that you've seen of these 21 outside of Burford and Jackson that steps out or that stands out to you?
Well, you brought up McCrary Ball, and he's played well. They have so many linebackers. I mean, they needed this many linebackers a year ago when they were all getting hurt, and I think that really bodes well for their depth because some of these are undrafted guys. They'll be able to stash on the practice squad. I'd say the rookie that really is getting a lot of opportunities is, and it's not Ty Davis-Price because he hasn't jumped out as a running back. None of the running backs really have these big breakaway runs, which is kind of disappointing, but maybe that comes in the preseason or when it really matters the regular season. But the one rookie that I would say to keep an eye on, especially fantasy football-wise, as maybe a flyer, is Danny Gray, because he's your deep threat. And every practice he's running 2 or 3 go routes, and he's made some plays that's going to win the trust of the quarterbacks and the coaches to put him in there as a rookie. And then, if he's going to be up on game day, he's probably going to have to be returning kicks too, right? Because you can't just have a 5th receiver not doing anything other than run 2 or 3 routes a game. So I think keep an eye on him. I like him. I think that's obviously they targeted him to go a little bit more vertical with a stronger arm quarterback.
Hey, Cam, good stuff, man. We can't wait till Friday. We'll talk to you next week. Take it easy.
Okay, fellas. Good
Thanks,
talk.
Cam.
Thanks. Okay.
Danny Gray.
Home run hitter, man. Home run hitter.
Am I correct in saying, you let me know, the last home run hitter they had that was legit was T.O.?
I mean, they've had guys. They've had Ted Ginn. Remember Ted Ginn with the Harbaugh regime?
Yeah.
They had Marquise Goodwin.
I remember him in Dallas.
But this kid, Gray, ran
4.3, man.
Well, he ran 4.3 for the stopwatch, but I mean, if you watch him, he plays like a 4.2 guy. I mean, he's got and Purdy had a ball the other day in practice where he hit him down the right sideline in stride, and Gray was like 2 strides in front of the DB. I mean, when this kid can get deep,
oh man,
he's got big time ability.
How tall is he?
He's like 5'11", but he's got a little bit more. He's got a little bit more heft to him, and he's pretty thin. But I mean, he is a difference-making speed guy. He's the kind of guy.
And the quarterback has a cannon.
He's going to run off the coverage, man. He's going to create space underneath for Debo and Ayuk and Kittle, and that's what the other guys on this team are going to love Danny Gray because of how much space he creates.
Yeah, and I'll say this, and we got a show tomorrow, but the one thing you just staggered me with was Jimmy's downfield pass and those stats. Complete like
16%.
Less than 16% Joe Montana, and I'm like, that's what it looked like. And a lot of people, that's not appeasing to them to watch a team that is not going to throw the ball around when every other game quarterbacks are throwing left, right. He said something about Nick Bosa I want to ask you about. And again, I won't say social media, but I'll bring it up. Nick Bosa, to me, is a household name. And I know Cam didn't say he isn't, but he's got to get on the national radar. I think he already is. And he had 15 and a half sacks after not playing the year before in missing much of the year in 2020. Do you buy that Bosa's not household? I totally think he is, along with his brother.
Oh, he's a blue chip player. I mean, every pro personnel director knows everything there is to know about Nick Bosa. As far as his Q rating with fans,
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, the 49ers are an iconic team. They're a consistent playoff team. Yeah, I mean, I think Nick Bosa is recognized for the player that he is, but he's not an exciting interview. You know what I mean? You hear him interviewed and you're like, well, okay, this is a guy who obviously is a great player, but his talking is kind of secondary.
Yeah. And I'll take that because Joe Shasky and I just got to give you some feedback. We argue over who came up with this comp. Bosa reminds me of Strahan. You say what to that? Because we both say we came up with it.
I mean, he's better than Strahan as far as just ability. I mean, Strahan was bigger. Strahan had ability to bat down more passes. Strahan evolved into an incredible player. But if you took Strahan at the same portion of his career compared to Bosa, there's no comparison. Bosa's far advanced compared to Strahan. It's a technique-rich position, and it's really rare to see somebody come out of the college game with all the techniques, but that's what happens when Daddy played in the pros, and your brother's one of the great ones.
Yeah.
And the question I would say is, who's better between him and Joey? Because Joey's a beast.
When he's healthy, he's got a little rap sheet now that he might have some my neck and my back, but they're both beast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joey's a little bigger, maybe Joey's a little stronger. I think Nick's probably a little bit better. I mean, just a little bit more.
What were they eating? What was the mom cooking up in the kitchen for Pops? That's what you talk. We were talking about father, son. You got dad, your brother, your dad. That's incredible. And these are big dudes.
Well, and also, when it's the family business, man, seriously, the family business is rushing the passer. They're sitting around the table. They're probably not talking about life. They're probably talking about, hand placement.
Yeah, hunting. Hunting the quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what they do. And it sounds like in the offseason, Nick spends a lot of time with Joey. They diet together. They lift together. They train together. I mean, that's got to rub off on Nick Bosa. I think Nick Bosa is one of the most advanced collegiate edge rushers I've ever seen.
And for him to, and I know science is different, and I bring up Kevin Durant, which we'll get into on the other side, about coming back from the Achilles.
It's science.
We got Clay, but he came back with 15 and a half sacks, which was impressive as hell to me. Never once did I look at Bosa and be like, oh, he's compromised. You can still, maybe like Clay, it's going to take a little while, like we see with a lot of athletes, but I mean, he was as quick as a cat.
Yeah.
And I dubbed him Bosa Barbarian.
He might not have lost. I mean, usually you have a crushing injury like that, you come back, you're diminished.
Yeah.
He's not only not diminished, he's a better player than he was before the injury, which is amazing.
I if you told me he's going to be defensive player of the year, that's not out of the question at all for me for this Niner team if he gets the necessary help on the D-line with Armstead and the rest of the game. Well, that's something that's really attainable for him.
The noticeable difference, I think, between last year and this year when you watch the 49ers is the secondary. Jimmy Ward's in incredible shape. Hufanga is just better. Every time this team reconvenes, he's a little bit better. And then if you watch Hufanga, man, he works on all the techniques. I mean, this guy's the first guy in the field. He's leading the drills. He's talking to the coaches. And then you add Charvarius Ward, and you got E-Man on the other corner, and he's playing his best ball. The Niners' top four in the secondary. The big question is nickelback, but if they can get that answered in this camp, who's going to replace Williams from last year? That's a big one. But other than that, their secondary looks absolutely nails. So if you get an improved secondary, and now now quarterbacks have to hold the ball even a half second longer.
There you go.
Some of those sack totals for some of these defensive ends, including Bosa, are going to go up.
And that's why you got them ahead of the Rams. Yeah, I like that. Listen, you always talk about our teammates here. We're a family. My guy Dibs, our guy, he texts me, and I love him to death, And he's like, Guru. And I've heard this 100 times already. Richard Williams is still with us, but and we used to have fun with that. But Dibs, thank you. Already known that was brought to my attention. But good God, boy, you make a mistake. People love to point it out. But Larry, we're going to get into it. And I kind of teased it before we had Cam. This KD situation, and I already think the cat's out the bag on what. Not you're trying to argue or convey. I was talking to John Dickinson about it. I think we are already in that state in the NBA where the players have control. We'll get into that on the other side. It's Larry and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
He's the playmaker.
When you find the dude that sets the tone for your team, you do not let him go. And that's what Debo does for the San Francisco 49ers.
We're very happy to announce that Michael Irvin will be back for a weekly segment on Damon and Ratto this upcoming football season. We're thrilled to have you back. How are you, man?
I'm doing well, guys. It's great to be back. It's great to
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny today. Larry Krueger holding it down, and he'll be with me tomorrow as we continue to deliver great radio. That's what we're doing, right, Larry?
No doubt. No doubt.
Okay.
Nobody's better. Oh, wait. Maybe pump the brakes on that.
Yeah, your head's grown a little bit, too. I'm going to call you Mr. Tomato Head because you won that damn Jeopardy.
I didn't win it.
Start.
I was kind of like the Dodgers in the NL West. I mean, I had a big lead.
Yeah.
I'm like Anderson and Gonsolin.
Quietly, Dibs has had 2 bad showings. Yeah, if he's listening, if he's been listening, yeah.
I think he's lost a little bit of the fastball. He's featuring a change and another change.
Now let's get it. Now, I don't know why this is just passionate to me. Everything is, Larry, when it comes to sports. But I mean, any NBA fan that wants to talk about, is the game being ruined because players have too much power? That cat's out the bag. We're living that. We're living that NBA to me, to where you see a James Harden quit in Houston and get his wish and goes to Brooklyn. Then he whines or whatever. KD says, bring him in. That's my dog. And then that they have a fallout or whatever. And then he ends up back in Philly. But this Kevin Durant thing, you and I do have a bet. It's a real bet. And I thought Marks and head coach Steve Nash will be ran before Kevin Durant. And you sent me something last night on Facebook that says, Joe Tsai basically says to paraphrase, we got the coaches back in management. Like they're siding with, if you believe him and take him at face value, he's siding with the head coach. Like, we're not going to let Durant do this. But the one commodity in this whole equation to me is Kevin Durant. And I personally can get past him whining, crying, because he's not the only one. We've seen LeBron, control where he's going, and sometimes it's been free agency. But Kevin Durant, I mean, Brooklyn did everything you wanted them to do. And some, and this is the card you pull: fire the coach and GM or trade me. And again, if I'm Joe Tsai, what I'm going to do, Larry, is I don't like this play by Kevin Durant, but I understand it. I've watched this movie before. It's sickening, but I still believe I'm not wrong in going to owe you that soda, because I would stick it to Durant like, look, you got 4 years left, Larry. Not 3, not 2. You got 4. I've did everything you wanted. I basically let you call the shots. And here you are stabbing me in the back publicly by saying you want to leave or fire the GM and head coach. I think Joe Tsai's not going to do anything. There was smoke before and we thought something was imminent. Nothing happened. I would make Durant play this year or look bad in public forum by holding out if he chose to do that, because he would look like the spoiled little brat that he is. I just wouldn't give him what he wants. And if he really wants to get up out of the BK, as they call it, Larry, I wouldn't oblige. I would not give him the win, because that's what it would be if you traded Durant.
Why were you so adamant that they would dump the head coach and GM yesterday?
Because Kevin Durant is a top 5 player. And Kevin Durant in a Brooklyn Net uniform can get the city of Brooklyn a chip if everything else goes right. And when you talk about Kyrie Irving, you talk about Ben Simmons, I'm being Dr. Phil, and you're going to do that before we get out of here. If his head is right and you got Curry, Joe Harris, and the rest of the gang, that's a pretty damn good team. So that is more important to me than Nash and Marks, who we can go replace.
I know, but I mean, it's like you're not given. It would be one thing if you're Kevin Durant and you took on an embattled coach in the last year of his deal, but to go at an owner and say, you know what, your total structure of your entire hierarchy needs to be just eradicated because of my whim. And then, it wasn't like he wasn't on the Nets. He was on the Nets last year. And they got swept by the Celtics in the first round. So, I mean, he's not exactly at his high point when it comes to his true value. He's also going to be 30. He's going into his age 34 season. It's the NBA. Guys don't typically play into their late 30s. LeBron's the exception. He ain't the rule. right? So it's like once you get to 34, I don't care who you are, you start to lose a little bit of your clout. I don't think it wasn't that I think that Marks and Nash are some incredible combo. You're not getting rid of Kerr and Jerry West or something. You're not getting rid of the creme de la creme, but they handpicked Marks. They like Marks. I mean, Marks is, and Marks is well thought of around the league.
And he's did everything you told him, Larry.
And that's the other thing. I mean, KD has made a lot of, signed DeAndre Jordan, signed Kyrie, start DeAndre, Jordan, fire Kenny Atkinson.
Bring in Harden.
Hire Nash, trade for Harden. I mean, the guy's made several demands. And then they just got swept in the first round by the Celtics. So I don't know. I think if he were 24, he would have more clout than he has at 34. And that's just that's when you're a pro athlete, your lifespan determines some of your clout. I mean, absolutely. If you're at the very end, I mean, Barry Bonds had tremendous clout in 1992. He could have basically asked for anything; they would have done it. But by 2007, he didn't have as much clout.
But to me, Larry,
because he didn't have as much career ahead of him.
I know you're not fixated, but you keep talking about last year, and they did get sweep, and a lot of that was on Durant. And was it his best showing?
And Kyrie was there.
But the year before, he looked like the best player in the game against Milwaukee. And if he wore a size 12, coulda, woulda, shoulda. But
if he gets that point, 3 instead of a 2.
Okay, but he's still, to me, that Kevin Durant is more in him than the odd showing we got from last season. So when you talk about lack of leverage, he doesn't have any in this scenario, but the fact that he would just...
His talent is his leverage.
Okay.
And his talent
is not...
His window to contribute to the Nets is his talent, and his window is the leverage. And his talent's spectacular, but he has had an Achilles. Most NBA people would tell you KD's already played his best basketball. And I don't know. I mean, maybe Joe Tsai thinks he's a pain in the ass.
Well, if that's the case, then he's out of there, and I'm going to owe you a pop. But I don't believe that to be the case.
Was that what I thought it was? I thought I got the pop if Marks and Nash don't get fired.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Because I don't think KD's going to be up out of there. I don't think they're going to move him. I think they're just going to say, you know what, you got a 4-year deal.
That's
we're not
going
to get rid of you at a loss. We're not going to, just because your house has water damage doesn't mean you have to sell it today. You could always fix the water damage and move on from there. And that's what I think is going to happen here. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he's going to have to sit there and live with it. And I'd be very. I mean, I'm really happy when I saw Myers come out and say, hey, you know what? I kind of like the team we got, because I don't think the Warriors.
But 2 weeks before that, did you think that it could pop off, like we could see Kuminga, Poole, Wiseman for Kevin Durant? Because we were discussing it right here on the station, but you said it never added up.
It didn't make sense to me. I mean, the deals that I saw were always totally one-sided in the Nets' favor. Like, well, we'll give you Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody and Poole, and it's like, what? No. You just won. The whole purpose is to win the title and to have good chemistry and a good team that your fans like. You have that in the present. So why would you invite this diva to town who's incredibly talented?
Right.
But there's all kinds of it's a volatile situation. He's a volatile guy. Is he going to get along with Kerr? Question mark. Is he going to get? He kind of buried Myers. How are they going to?
Buried a lot of people on his way out of here.
Is he going to get along with Draymond? If all of a sudden he's 2 years in, you get him for 4 years. All of a sudden he's 2 years in. Let's say he starts begging out, maybe privately, and now is Draymond going to call him out again? Probably, and then you're going to have a problem again. So I don't know. I mean, it's just. And also the team that gets him in a trade right now is getting a high-priced superstar with a massive ego, and at the end, and there's a lot of guys who cannot handle the twilight of their career. Emotionally, they can't handle that
Larry,
transition.
I feel like he's not there yet.
No, he's not there yet, but he is going to be there at the end of this deal. Would you agree?
Those are facts.
I mean, 37, 38, that's the twilight.
I'll give you that birth certificate.
Do you want to be holding the super,
Are you going to give me two titles maybe before he gets to 38? Like, that's a possibility if Boston gets him.
Yeah.
If I'm Danny Ainge and I'm Stevens, I'm like, we need a closer. And we saw Tatum, basically, we saw what he did. I don't even know how to describe what he did, but there was some lemon booty in the soon to be Kobe Bryant, because I thought he was there. He's wearing the wristbands, but if you swapped him out or Jaylen Brown and brought in Durant, now you're talking about we already were on the cusp of winning the chip, had a 2-1 lead in the finals. That would change your organization to the point to where you ain't even worried about 37, 38-year-old Kevin Durant, because you're still counting bling. Like that's what this dude is to me. I'm just shocked that Kevin Durant is going to take this hit. Like his brand is taking another hit because he's trying to take the easy way out. Like, they did everything under the sun. And if you say, as a Nets organization, kind of stand up to the player, well, everybody knows he basically was the GM because he did everything. And everything, Wild E. Coyote, it blew up in his face. And now you're going to appease him by trading him? I don't want that. I want to see Kevin Durant forced to play in a Brooklyn Net uniform.
I think if you're Boston, you've already screwed this up because you let this become public. And Jaylen Brown's already had to address this publicly. And that's not good. What you want to do is you either want to don't talk about it and make the addition, or don't. But don't float it and have to have. Now Jaylen Brown's probably like, hey, man, do you guys want me here?
But this is part of the business, too.
I know. And he's a big boy and he's making a lot of money. But come on. I mean, does that make the Celtics better? Knowing that Jaylen Brown, he could have been on this way out of town for KD.
But you could have said that with Poole and the rest of the gang, because there were rumors, and the Warriors didn't put that out there. But it's part of this. Is what you sign up for. Your name being whispered. How you going to react to it? It's time XO. The rumors,
right? But everybody deals with it differently. I just don't think that. I hope the Warriors don't go down that road. And
there's just no way.
And how long are you gonna kowtow to the megastar player? I mean, how long? How long are you gonna accommodate KD? How many different ways have the Nets tried to accommodate him? He's a tremendous talent.
Has he become toxic, Larry? I think he has. I think he's the one that's done it.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a great player, but I mean, I don't. It's hard to say. It's hard to say because I don't know. I mean, I know that personally as a fan, I'm tired of it. I mean, I'm exhausted by it. This endless battle with 12-year-olds on Twitter, and all this chatter, and I want this, and I want that, and I want this, and I want that, and for the most part, the Nets have said, okay.
Right.
Okay. But now
Where's
he's
the
asking.
loyalty?
But now he's asking for it all. Now he's like, hey man, every team's hierarchy is the coach and GM. Has anybody in the history of sports ever called for the entire hierarchy to be ousted and actually gotten it done? We've seen coaches ousted,
and then
we've seen
Coach
GMs
Gillis.
ousted,
Yeah.
but I haven't seen anybody with a coach and the GM.
And I know, Larry, this sounds crazy. I think Durant is getting off on, I'll be the first to do both. Like, that signals how much power I got. It's crazy. That's what I don't know the dude, but I feel like I know him. I feel like the way you just put that, like that means something to a dude like him. And that's sad.
Well, that's destructive, and that's
word.
me centric. And I don't. If I'm Josiah, I don't want to.
KD centric.
I don't like the precedent that sets either. I mean, why would you want to set that precedent? You know what? You're planning on owning the team for, I don't know, next 10, 20 years maybe. Do you want your next superstar to come to you and say, you know what? Get rid of the coach and the GM. Oh wait, so now we're starting brand new. Because I mean, and let's look at this. Very objectively. Has player empowerment done anything for LeBron? It's helped him. Do you think it was a good idea for the Lakers to, instead of trading for Buddy Hield, say, you know what? No, we don't want Buddy Hield, a perimeter shooter. I'll take Westbrook.
But they sold their soul.
Yeah. And now look at them.
That was on LeBron.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
they
LeBron,
wanted
the GM, is LeBron the GM is basically an intern. LeBron the player is an all-time great, but LeBron the GM has never done it before. So, you know what I mean? Sometimes I think you gotta keep everybody in their lane to some degree.
And you know what? Speaking of that, we're going to grab Rich here in a second, but I was thinking from the outside looking in that I'll never forget when KD was a Warrior. I don't know if you remember this. They were getting ready. It was an all-star game. And then in the tunnel, it was KD and Kyrie whispering sweet nothings. They could have been talking about chili recipes, but I really believe they were talking about we're going to play together. And then that manifested. KD left, and he got him in Brooklyn. And
Shrewd move by KD.
Look at him. I thought the relationship, something was up. Like Kevin Durant was mad at him. I'm reading last night, and KD's beefing with the Brooklyn ownership that they didn't give Kyrie a long-term contract. Like KD's mad at him for that. And here I am thinking you want to get away from Kyrie, but now I guess you are still best friends. But if you're really mad that the org didn't give this guy, who Lord knows on whatever day of the week it is, how he's going to be feeling, a long-term contract, I'm just like, this is out of control. Let's go.
It is out of control.
It is. Let's go to Fremont, bring Rich in, and I'll get back to you, Larry, because let's see what Rich says. He's been holding. What's up, Rich?
Hey, what's up, guys? First of all, Larry, nice to have you on. Goo, you know you my boy. So what this whole thing is about is exactly what Larry was saying, and that is that everybody has their lane and everybody has their role. And if everybody sticks to their role, you won't have situations what's going on in Brooklyn and what's happening in L.A. There's no way in the world if I'm the owner of the Lakers that I allow LeBron James to say I want the coach fired because we had a terrible season. It's like, no, you had a terrible season because you didn't play well. That's it. Same thing with KD. It's like, come on, really? You're a basketball player, man. You don't go in the front office and tell the front office how to run things. You're not in the front office. You're a basketball player. Play basketball. I can't believe it. Really? You're going to tell them to get rid of Nash and get rid of the GM. And that's because why? Because y'all got swept in the first round. The GM and Nash weren't on the court. You and your players were on the court. You lost, and you know why you lost? Because you didn't play well. And guess what? Goo, you remember me telling you this. I said before that if KD left Golden State, I said that's going to be the worst decision of his life. And they're still going to look back at this and go, Kevin Durant, oh, yeah, that's the guy who won 2 titles with the Golden State Warriors. Thanks, guys. Yeah.
I think if you're the owner, you owe it when you got a player like a Durant, who's so spectacular. You owe it to him to have constant open dialogue. Like KD, if you want me to get rid of Marks and Nash, my door's open. Come on in, make your argument. I will listen to you. I will listen to every syllable you utter. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it.
Send him to Utah with Danny Ainge and the Jazz. Could you imagine KD at Utah?
No.
Oh, man. I just can't believe he's playing this card, man. And again, like you said, he looked mortal against Boston in the playoffs last year. And I'm like, man, bro, that's on you. You know, you're the leader. But what has he done before? I can tell you what he's done. He got close, but he never was that guy. And he didn't win his rings. Let's put it right on the table, Larry, until he got with Steph Curry and this Warrior culture. But here he is again. Just it's like going in a relationship and I'm done. You know, it's you, but you're saying it's your partner's fault. And you're trying to find something with multiple partners, but it's you, Larry.
The one thing I don't like is I don't like the people who try to use the fact that KD played with the Warriors to discredit his greatness. He's plenty great. He wasn't along for the ride. He was the Finals MVP 2 times over. He wasn't just there. There are a lot of people that want to take the whole thing away from him, like it doesn't count, like it's illegitimate. He wasn't just along for the ride. He was the Finals MVP. He was spectacular. We need to give him that, but doesn't mean he should be the GM. Doesn't mean I'm Joe Lacob's a pretty smart
guy.
Larry.
He's already flexed. Like the hard move, that was him.
Yes.
And they did hey, who you want, Larry? Daryl? Who you want? And they brought him in, and then that thing just blew up in smoke.
Yeah. Don't you think? If I were a superstar player and I had some profound impact on these teams, I'd be like, hey, hear me out. And if I was the owner on the other side, I'd be like, you know what? I owe it to Durant to hear him out. That's what he means to this equation. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it, but my door's open. I want to hear what you have to say. But let's not pretend here that you're pulling the strings, because you're not.
Wow, man.
And you shouldn't be.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll say this, Larry, can you think of a better ambassador I think of Buster Posey than Steph Curry is for the Golden State Warriors, that you don't got to deal with this type of stuff. And let's be honest, I'm sure there's been nights or days Steph was PO'd. It's something, but you never see him go public. And some people can say right now it doesn't mean anything, but Kevin Durant is Exhibit A on the superstar I wouldn't want being the face of my franchise. And, you know, if you and I did a show and we did it for years and you left without, you know, just giving me the common courtesy to tip me that you were leaving, by all accounts, that's how he did Russell Westbrook, and I believe it. And that's why they were calling Durant Cupcake when he went back. But the more I just learn about this guy and he kind of tells on himself every time he types something or responds, I'm kind of like, I'm out on that kid. Like, that's not good character. And if you did leave Russell that way after you guys had 7-8 years of some great times, some hard times, but you came close. But man, that's weak to me. And what he's doing right now is weak. But again, all that it seems like the basketball universe cares about is getting buckets, what he can do at his age. But man, if they give in and not just fire the GM and coach, but trade him, I got a life, but I'll be disappointed. Like, he got a spoiled brat, basketball brat, got what he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, the separation from Westbrook is hard because, you know, how do you tell?
Man, you're leaving.
How do you tell? I mean, if your determination was, man, I can't win a title with this cat, then you know what? If you want to leave, I don't think you owe Westbrook anything. You're not.
But just to say bye and I'm leaving, Larry. I know. Give him a Hallmark card or let's go to dinner.
Well,
but man, hey dog, what's up? Hey man, I'm leaving.
I don't think he needed a heads up. It's not. They're not married. This is a guy on the team. Right?
They were basketball married.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not marriage. Yeah. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he wanted to, and also it's like so deeply personal. It's like, hey man, I'm leaving. I don't think I can win with you. It's like, how do you leave and not have it be personal?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I would call you though, Larry. I get you, and I don't know what was going on, if that's all rumors, but another good show, Larry, and we'll get after it tomorrow. Congrats on your win. Tell your daughter we said hello. After us, it's Damon and Ratto. They'll be joined by Brad Gilbert, ESPN tennis analyst, and Brian Kinney from MLB Network. He'll be on, and Damon and Ratto next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Football starts Friday. Fires. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, you can blow the budget through the roof, but you just can't take the San Diego out of the Padres. I mean, one of the more unexpected maybe results of the entire baseball season is what the San Francisco Giants gave us last night. The Padres won a game against the Rockies when Drury hit that grand slam in his first at-bat with the team, and they've lost 4 in a row since. Outscored 20-4 as they got swept in L.A. Lose 1-0 to the Giants last night. Ouch. What a relay throw. And a play at home plate last night. Ray, I honestly didn't think that was going to be definitive enough to overchange the ruling on the field. I thought that one was close enough to where you're just going to have to go with what the umpire saw in real time. And had that been the decision, I wouldn't have been mad at it. Because really, the player sliding into home plate would have been safe. Had his hand been flat on home plate, his hand was up a little bit, Bart puts the tag on him, and in a one-run game, there's your difference right there. Heck of a baseball game last night for a Giants team that needs to do something to start entertaining us, and a 1-0 game played like that was entertaining.
And it's also a reminder that, when you stop hitting for a couple of games, it takes a few games to get that back, because the Padres have looked overmatched, and it's got nothing to do with Soto. It's got everything to do with they could still be pitched to, which is why the big acquisition they're going to have is when Tatis comes off the rehab list, and probably sometime next week, because until then, you can still avoid Soto. You could still avoid Machado. Drury is not yet a big enough name to be the guy you have to worry about. So it was a hell of a pitching duel. It was a hell of a tag by Bart, too, for a guy who's supposed to still be learning the defensive fundamentals of the craft. But
he's getting better.
He's getting better. It's slow. I mean, he still misses a ton of balls, but that is a hitter. But he's no longer hopeless, is I guess the best way to put it, because he looked profoundly overmatched for much of this year. But whatever's happened since the All-Star break, he's a competitive at bat now, which he didn't used to be.
Somebody on the Comcast business text line greets us. Do you feel stupid now? That's why they play the game, and you should know that. It's one game. It's one game. If the Padres turn it around tonight and win loud, I wouldn't be surprised at all. The Giants' win surprised me last night. And I'll tell you that me, Ray, Farhan, and every Giants fan right now would straight up trade you the Padres dugout for the Giants dugout. I mean, there's nothing to even discuss. The better baseball team, the clearly superior baseball team, lost last night. The Padres are the superior team, but that's what baseball is. Even the best team in baseball is going to lose 60 games. That's how it works. So the Giants, they get a real good win to put underneath their belt. We'll see if they can ride the momentum that is the next day's starting pitcher. And tonight, that's going to be Alex Cobb against Joe Musgrove. Joe Musgrove has a way of shutting down San Francisco Giants. He is comfortable doing that. We'll see what happens tonight. Giants are now officially 1 game under 500. They snapped an 11-game in-division losing streak, and they're 5.5 back of the wild card race, climbing slowly. That's all they can do. We'll see if they can do it. I wouldn't bet on it. But sure, go ahead, entertain me. I frickin' dare you.
Every game's different. I mean, that's the thing. It's you wouldn't have bet a lot of live money, that...
Well, the money I would have bet last night, I'm going to tell you, I would have lost it. I would have bet on the Padres easily.
I mean, even if you just wanted to bet on the run total.
Yeah.
I mean, the Padres look like the sort of team who ought to be able to roll up 5 a game without breaking a sweat. And they were largely overmatched.
Was a good performance from Alex Wood We can talk about what the bullpen did. We're going to talk about what Camilo Doval did before it's all said and done. And we got ourselves a very interesting game. And the flip back tonight will be in full effect because my baseball boyfriend is in Oakland. Shohei Ohtani is going to be pitching against the A's tonight. James Caprillion on the other side. Last time the A's faced Ohtani, they won with one swing of the bat. It was a 3-run home run from Sean Murphy, I believe, and it was a 3-1 win in Anaheim. I know that the A's the very next day survived that 7 solo home run onslaught. We even talked to Ken Korak about that. Well, the A's haven't won since that. And as a matter of fact, they got off to a really nice start since the break. That is over now. The A's are 2-6 in their last 8 games. Obviously, the Giants swept them. So we'll see what Ohtani does tonight over at the Coliseum. We got ourselves a very interesting show today. We're going to be talking more baseball in our 5 o'clock hour as MLB Network's Brian Kenny comes on by. Seinfeld reference. Kenny. Ray, no Seinfeld for you.
Oh, never watched a minute.
Oh, you would have liked it. Brad Gilbert, because Ray and I are experts in many a thing. Tennis is not one of them. Tennis is certainly not one of them. And we have a story in tennis that is significant enough to pay attention to. And we're going to have someone who pays more attention to tennis in any one particular minute of the day than Ray and I pretty much do in any one particular day of a year. Brad Gilbert, an absolute tennis legend, is a broadcaster and a coach. He is going to join us at 4 o'clock. He's also a Raiders fan, so we'll ask him about how excited he is about Devontae Adams. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield has become the top-rated BMW dealer in the entire Bay Area. Read it and weep, other BMW dealerships.
What was that?
I don't know. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit and find out for yourself. Marshawn Lynch booked himself a visit to the drunk tank. Did you see that he got a DUI in Las Vegas? He is way too smart and way too accomplished to do anything like that. He's way too wealthy, and you don't need to be a wealthy person to avoid DUIs, especially in Las Vegas, a town built on cab lines and Uber easy access. Come on, Marshawn, you can do better than that. The Chicago Bears can't do better than anything. They're as big of a clown show as you will find in the NFL. We will talk about the makeup and funny bozo hair that they're applying to themselves today. We have news from all around training camp. We have an unofficial 49ers depth chart that Kyle Shanahan talked about. We're going to hear from Spencer Burford, who is a young interior offensive lineman that is certainly climbing up the depth chart. And we got some stuff from Gabe Kapler and some interesting things to get into today. You can never, ever predict what is going to take off when you're tweeting or on Twitter. I said something that I didn't even think was going to be controversial or, a very particularly interesting thing that people would pick up much on. But last night, as Kevin Durant is flying to London to tell Joe Tsai, you either get rid of the head coach or the GM or me. We the three of us can't live together anymore. It's them or me. And Joe Tsai went public with a tweet he probably shouldn't have, saying, yeah, I support my guys, and I'm going to do what's in the best interest for the Brooklyn Nets, which, as innocuous as it seems, actually cuts his own leverage right out from underneath him. But anywho, I tweeted last night, Kevin Durant not liking the Nets' vision when they did everything to accommodate Kevin Durant's vision of the Nets is pathetic, poetic, and 100% hysterical. We were talking about this yesterday. There's nothing I've ever done on social media that has been picked up as this. Like 7,500 likes. I don't know how I got wrapped up. 800 something retweet. I know these are small numbers in comparison to what people with millions of followers put up. But to me, I just had no idea that this was going to generate so much interest and interaction. And if it's happening there, it'll maybe happen here. We have to talk a little bit about Kevin Durant and the Nets because that is the rule on this frickin' station when things are happening. And to be totally honest with you, beyond it being an obsession, a local obsession, a national obsession, Ray, I don't think it's too far to say that what Kevin Durant has requested is about a big of an ask, an ultimatum throwdown we've seen any player, even in player empowerment eras, throw down. I mean, it's really something else to walk into an owner and say, I know I've only played 90 games for you, and I know that I just signed a 4-year max extension, but what I want you to do is fire a coach that I certainly had a huge hand in hiring and get rid of a GM who is bent to my every whim and will in terms of roster construction. So the brass set of you-know-whats on Kevin Durant are dangling low.
Well, he's trying to force them to trade him by making him seem as unappealing as humanly possible. This is, if you want to just get cynical about it, as pretty good a gambit as there is, because he's basically now created a situation where he has no more relationship with his coach. Not even sure if he has much of a relationship with his teammates anymore, because he's now also making it clear that he wants Joe Tsai to reaffirm his eagerness to give the franchise to Kevin Durant. And it seems like Joe Tsai is saying, well, you've played all your cards, now I'm going to play mine. The problem is I don't know how you bring Kevin Durant back at this point. I don't know how the Nets can just say, you know what, you're under contract, you're going to be here.
It feels like Molotov cocktails have indeed been thrown. So we love cocktails, and we'll get into it.
I just think that basically he said, I'm going to make myself so unappealing that you have to get rid of me, even if you have to take a haircut in the trade to do it.
We have made ourselves so unappealing you cannot help but listen, and you can find all of our content on the Odyssey app. It is free to you. Download it today. It's the Odyssey app. Behold, you will be thrilled that you downloaded it for free. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next.
Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open at the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Damon and Ratto, we are officially streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. You can just search beefcake.com. We're probably there too. But we're definitely on twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. Behold, wait until you see what pure radio sex actually looks like. Wow. Masculinity. Not the toxic kind, the seductive kind. Pouring out of the studio.
I'm seriously going to throw up in my mouth.
We got ourselves a hell of a show today to put Serena Williams' spectacular career into perspective. Brad Gilbert, one of the knows much more about tennis than we ever could. One of the great coaches, one of the great analysts. He'll be joining us at 4 o'clock. Brian Kenny in our 5 o'clock hour to talk about baseball, to talk what we're looking at post-trade deadline. The Giants looked at a surprising 1-0 win over the San Diego Padres last night, a game that was decided on this play right here.
Line pass to Davis toward the corner. Drury coming to third, and they're going to send him. Crawford, home, tag, not in time. Bart thinks he got him. What a tag by Joey.
Oh my gosh.
Giants want to look at this one. Kim ends up at third. Gabe Kapler wants the challenge. For now, the game is tied.
Upon review, the ball in the field is overturned. The runner is out. San Francisco retains the challenge.
NBC Sports Bay Area, Dave Fleming and Javi Lopez, who joined us just yesterday on the call last night. And you could hear that crowd. One replay really looked like runner was safe. The other replay looked like maybe he's out. Maybe. Depends on whether you think the bottom of the palm of his hand, the thumb part of the bottom of the palm of your hand, was on home plate before the tag was applied. You heard the crowd's reaction in San Diego. By the way, that crowd was ready to roar all last night, and they got very little to roar about. Not a single run was scored. They wanted to celebrate. They did not have much of a chance to celebrate in San Diego last night, and the Giants get full credit for that. That was a hell of a play from Luis Gonzalez, who we've been talking about, lacking some fundamentals on the base path. Hitting cutoff men it's been an issue this year, Ray, for Giants outfielders. Luis Gonzalez among them. He made a really nice play in the corner of Petco, made a nice throw to Crawford, who just delivered a dart to home plate, and Bart, in a world where it's harder for a catcher to be in the right place, out of play at the plate, was placed perfectly and then made a hell of a tag.
Oh, yeah, no, it was one of the best outfield plays the Giants have put together all year. Because, again, Gonzalez has been a bit of an adventure out there. Bart is still learning the defensive part of catching. Crawford is the only guy who made the play you would expect him to make, because he's made that play 500 times if he's made it once. So,
his glove is golden. His arm is legit.
Yeah. So, in that way, you're still surprised that they make that play, because so many things have to go right there, including playing the carom off the wall right, because Petco has one of those walls where there are dead spots in it. So, no, it's one where they can walk away feeling like, yeah, we did that right, and we did it right all night. So, they only gave up 5 hits out of 4 pitchers, which is far better than they usually do.
Well, and let's just talk about how that game ended with Camilo Doval hitting 103 on the final pitch of that game. 103! That is humping it up there. That is one of the fastest recorded pitch times, miles per hour, I should say, of the entire season, which means it's nothing short of one of the fastest fastballs ever thrown in the history of baseball. There is just no doubting his arm talent It is not only spectacular, it is far and away the best in the entire Giants system. Carlos Rodon, Logan Webb included. Nobody for the San Francisco Giants is a better arm than Doval. That's something we were talking about with Javi Lopez yesterday when I asked him, isn't he a little too reliant on a slider when he can throw a 103-mile-an-hour fastball and a 101-mile-an-hour sinker?
He's always been predominantly slider guy because he knows he can throw that first strike. That's always been his pitch. But I watched it yesterday. That's the first time I've seen it live in a good view. Like the other ballparks in Pittsburgh, I'm up in the sky, and in Atlanta, I'm up in the sky. I'm up by the lights. I can't see it the way I saw it yesterday in the Coliseum. And Joey Bart was having trouble just catching the ball. And seeing it from home plate, you're seeing it start over the middle of the plate and just absolutely chasing the right-handers in on the hands or diving far out and away for these left-handers at 100 to 102. And I think those are the pitches that you got to just kind of keep pumping them up. Like, hey, dude, that's really nasty. I know you love your slider, but you have a sinker going 102. That's pretty good. I think he's getting an idea of it.
Yeah. Whenever you got anything 102 that isn't a fever, just go with it. It sounds like an FM dial position more than it does a miles per hour coming out of a pitcher's hand. So keep it up. Camilo Doval, if you would please. How often does Gabe Kapler get to talk about how the Giants played great defense?
First thing you look at is how well Gons played it off the wall. He was perfectly positioned to get a good throw off. I think Craw's feet were excellent. He's one of the best replay men in the league and a good, strong throw to the plate. Obviously a really challenging pick. Joey made a perfect pick and, the optimal tag. We saw it on replay. The angle that our video team had on it, it was clearly out from our vantage point and looked like we won tonight's game with some defense. It's a good thing for us and a notable. It's notable.
Ray, you gotta love it. It's Gonzalez when he's getting picked off on second base. Make a nice play at the wall. Oh, Gons.
Yeah,
well positioned out there, Gons.
Yeah, the clever use of half the surname, so you could just say, "I approve of you now."
Whenever you have a great show, I walk into Hagian's office and I'm like, "You hear Rats tonight? Rats was fantastic."
You don't do that. And if you did, I'd be ashamed of you.
Well, of course I wouldn't do that. He's gone by the time our show is over.
I mean, among other things, he puts in a solid 5-hour day.
That's our guy.
He's exhausted.
We keep him well rested.
Yeah, I think he may have anemia.
Gabe Kapler again. How often this season has he been able to say, without kind of laughing or lying about it, we played great defense tonight. Last night, the Giants did.
It really is. It's rewarding. Double play turn by Tyro and Craw on the Raj ground ball is huge for all of us. And part of the reason I think Tyler's out there in that situation is because we believe we can catch the ball behind him. That's a good feeling.
I can't give many crap for calling him Craw because people have been calling Crawford Craw for a very long time. And that tag by Joey Bart.
It's very similar to like a short hop at first base, except you're also having to apply a tag. There's a lot of eye-hand coordination going into that. I mean, Joey's been contributing in a lot of different ways pretty consistently now for a bit, more and more encouraging it every day. It's a huge play for us.
What would Joey's abbreviated nickname be? Muni?
Ja.
You get it? Muni? Laugh into the mic, Ray.
I can't. I'm trying to absorb it, and it just...
Thank you. Brian leaned in. He liked it. Thank you.
Well, Brian's a suck-up.
No, he knows comedy. He knows great comedy.
Does he? How would you know that based on that?
Joey Bart. When he plays well, it's Muni, baby. Is it Gucci? No, we won't. I won't do it. Anyways, look,
You're trying hard.
How much time can you spend talking about a one-run game? Hey, it was that unexpected. So, interesting to say the least. We'll see if the Giants can keep it going. A win tonight in San Diego not only would leave the Padres crestfallen, it would also be their fourth win in a row. It would get the Giants back to 500, and depending on what happens above them and the teams that they are chasing, maybe even closes, the wild card gap by another game. They're 5.5 back now. Padres obviously lose last night. Brewers lost last night. Meanwhile, the Phillies, Ray, they stay hotter than a pistol. And I don't even know if they played last night.
They did not.
They've still won 5 in a row, 9-1 in their last 10 games. So,
and they play the always difficult to lose to Miami Marlins.
Oh, jeez. Marlins in town.
But that's a lot of the schedule here. I mean, people have been raving about the Mets since the All-Star break. They've had a number of easy series. I mean, if you hit the right teams at the right time, you can make some hay.
Hey, win them.
You still have to beat the good teams to gain actual real ground. I mean, but then the biggest thing that the Mets have done, not to go off on a tangent, was when they beat the Braves over the weekend.
Yeah.
Because now that lead, which was 1.5, 2.5, it's now 7. And now that DeGrom is back and now that Daniel Vogelbach is the putative MVP, they may not be stopped.
JP in Berkeley on the Comcast Business text line says, man, Padres fans started throwing trash on the field after that call was overturned last night. Real classy, San Diego. You're right. I mean, that was... How about this? You can tell a crowd is fired up, and you can tell there's a lot of new people in the building because of trade deadline news and PR bounce that the Padres have been enjoying. And you should never throw anything on the field, and obviously you're not allowed on the field. Anyone who infringes upon the field of play in any sport, it would be my wish they were identified and never allowed back in the park ever again. That's how I would handle it.
I would give them a tryout if my team was bad.
I mean, if you really like the arm strength, depending how far the debris traveled.
Maybe just speed.
Right. The only place where you're allowed to do it is Wrigley Field. And the only thing you're allowed to throw back on the field is another team's home run. That's it.
A lot of guys have had a lot of experience with that this year.
Oh, very much so. Very, very much so. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall with over 400 Google reviews. The reviews are in. They've got the highest mark of any BMW dealer in the Bay Area. 4.8 out of 5, baby. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. So, Kevin Durant has... basically made his bed, yet he does not want to lie in it anymore. The amount of opportunities that Kevin Durant has had to walk away from the Nets, it feels like if you wanted a new coach, you probably should have brought that up at the beginning of the coach hiring cycle, not when it's all over. So it feels like this is very much this is the last move I got left. I want out of Brooklyn. How can I get out of Brooklyn? I've been on a trade market for a month now, and no one will meet the asking price, or there isn't nearly as much interest as I thought there would be. So how do I get myself out of here? Where I'm going to start complaining about Steve Nash, even though he absolutely had a major role in Steve Nash's hiring. Remember, Nash and Durant worked out together an awful lot, and people are like, well, how do you know these things? Well, because I would go to Warriors practice, and I could even tell you what practice every single player, what bucket every single player used to work out at the old facility. I mean, I know where they shot. I know where everyone was, and I would watch Steve Nash, not sidling up to Kevin Durant in some sinister agenda way. I think that when Kevin started mentally divorcing himself of the Golden State Warriors and Steve Kerr, Steve Nash was a little bit of a shoulder for him to lean on, a little bit of a guy to talk to, and he did that. And I think he developed a very good relationship with Steve Nash. So when Kevin Durant said, hey, I really like Kenny Atkinson, based on the clips I saw on YouTube, which was a lie because he got Kenny Atkinson fired. And then when Jacques Vaughn took over and had some success in the bubble, I think Kevin Durant, who's constantly playing chess, not checkers, thought, all right, well, if Jacques Vaughn falls in love with any of these players here, I'm going to have trouble if he's head coach getting them traded for the probably behind-the-scenes tampering I've already been doing with James Harden, because I want to see him end up in Brooklyn. So I don't want anyone falling in love with this young cast of characters. And when I come back, I want my guy in here. And my guy is Tyronn Lue. Tyronn Lue said, yeah, I'm going to go be the Clippers coach. So now you're to plan B, and there is no plan that the Nets have enacted since signing Kevin Durant, that Kevin Durant's fingerprints aren't all over. He did not go to Brooklyn to be subject to their decisions, whims, and desires. He went to Brooklyn because he could basically put his hand on the switch of everything. And remember, it was Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving who basically said, "Yeah, we don't even need a head coach, to be totally honest with you. We're not, we're such evolved players that we don't really need a head coach. So it's going to be kind of like a head coach by committee." They identified Steve Nash as somebody that the two of them could collectively run over with their wills. And I'm not even saying that Steve Nash isn't fireable. As a matter of fact, the Brooklyn Nets probably do get better having fired Steve Nash months ago and hired someone when the coaching hiring process really began, not here at the end of it. We're way too close to the season tipping off to go hire a new coach now. But it's stunning to me on all this revisionist history and the fanboys on Twitter for Kevin Durant who came out. I swear to God, Kevin Durant and Rich Kleinman have created an army of bots to respond to anything negative Kevin Durant. Because, like I said, I got picked up on a social media wave of anger and information that I've never experienced before last night. And the amount of these Twitter accounts that were coming after me, Ray, that had one or two followers, weird names like James765039671, and had like a picture of Kevin Durant in their like profile or something Brooklyn related. Like, I really do think that Kevin Durant and Rich Kleinman have created a bot army to react to social media. I mean, we know enough about Kevin Durant's rabbit ears to think that that is not the craziest theory I could come up with. There was a very odd interaction last night on the social medias. But anyway, besides all that, the pivot from real people, from Kevin Durant is our player empowerment king, to now looking at him demanding a trade and saying, get rid of the coach and the GM or me, and saying, oh, Kevin, he's such a victim of circumstances. Like, some of you are just the most pivoting cheek kissers in the world. Like, pick a lane. Does Kevin Durant have all the power or none of the power? Because he can't have both. But that's the way people wanted it. Now that things have gone wrong.
Well, the thing about the coach thing and the general manager thing, since we should include Sean Marks in his list of targets, is that it's really performative more than anything else. Because if indeed Kevin Durant has the influence that he has, it doesn't matter who the coach is. Steve Nash, Steve Carell, makes no difference at all.
Well, it's going to matter for every guy in the team who's not Kevin Durant.
But that's not who he's doing this for. He's doing this basically to make himself unpalatable to Joe Tsai, who's the guy who's going to make this call in the end. And when Joe Tsai came out yesterday afternoon, which is pretty quick for an owner to respond to anything and just say, I have their back. I'm with Marks and Nash. That was Tsai saying, I know you don't care about the coach and general manager, but I'm not changing them. I'm not firing them for your amusement, and I'm not firing them at all.
He even undercut his own leverage to go public with that.
In some ways, sure. I mean, he basically has drawn a line and just told Kevin Durant, step over it, don't step over it, it doesn't matter. And Kevin Durant now is left with one option, and that is to not play. So there's some serious bluff calling here.
There's another option. There's even another option. And I know you're not a movie guy, but let me just say, in the movie Usual Suspects, as they're describing who Kaiser Sose is, the real first story that Kevin Spacey tells about Kaiser Sose, he basically said, these criminals broke into Kaiser Soze's mansion, and they assaulted his wife, and they tortured his kids, and then when Kaiser Soze came home, Kaiser Soze showed these men of conviction what conviction really was. And Kaiser Sose kills his own family and then leaves one of these assailants alive and says, go back and tell your people this is who you're messing with. And that's kind of how the legend of Kaiser Sose gets born.
Sounds like a fun party date.
It's a great movie. The baller move here for Joe Tsai, since he's the billionaire in the room, the real man of wealth, is to show Kevin Durant, who thinks he's a man of conviction, what conviction really looks like. Joe Tsai should say, you know what, KD? You have essentially taken a max deal to ruin my franchise. We made all these moves around you, from Kyrie to James Harden to a trade with the Philadelphia 76ers to bring in Ben Simmons. We got rid of all of our draft picks and a ton of our young talent just to accommodate you. You have ruined my franchise, Kevin Durant. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ruin the rest of your career. I'm going to pay you every dime you got coming to you, but you don't play. You're going to sit there on that bench, and you're not going to check into a single game for the next 4 years of your career. Do you want to play with me? Because I'm a multi-billionaire. You're just a rich guy. Do you really want to? I mean, like, that would be the ultimate Joe Tsai baller. Don't mess with me. You want to see what a man of conviction can do? Watch me type of move. If Kevin Durant really wants to play the, oh, no, you know what? I'm holding out. I'm not going to play. So I should say, no. We're not going to make it that easy for you. We're going to pay you, and you're not playing. And you don't play for 4 years in a row here. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Just go to another team and say, I want to play for you? That ain't how this works, Kevin. You are property of the Brooklyn Nets for 4 years, contractually. Nothing you can do about that. You want to play? Let's play.
That is Tsai's last play. I was talking about Durant's last play, which is to say, okay, you'll pay me and I will sit around. And maybe that, because that's how, that's the only play he really has left. You know, unless Tsai caves, his only play left is, all right, I'm not playing under this management. And then Joe Tsai can do whatever he chooses to do. But all I was saying was Durant, has played essentially the king. The only card left in his hand is the ace, which is, I'm not playing. At which point, the franchise is ruined anyway.
Right.
So, I mean, this could go any number of ways. It is a question about whether Joe Tsai is willing to risk sort of, spoiling the free agent market because of those players who might feel that he's been unfair to Durant. And it might mean that they have to start from scratch. Does he have the stomach for that? And that's an open question, too, because he hasn't owned this team that long. And he wanted to fast-track it into relevance by going after Kevin Durant.
And you want to see what real wealth and power look like, Kevin? Let me show you. I mean, I would be that embittered and angry if I were Joe Tsai at this point. You're going to ruin my franchise? I'm going to ruin what's remaining of your career, because that's a ticking clock. I'm going to own this team a lot longer than you're going to be in this league. So, if you really want to get nasty, there is a way to do it. When we do return, though, we have one of the nastier stories coming out of training camp. His name is Deshaun Watson, and Roger Goodell just had a thing or two to say about him. So we're going to get into that, and then at 4 o'clock, we're going to be joined by tennis great Brad Gilbert to talk about how the queen of tennis has officially taken off her crown. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Go over this high total at Coors Field.
Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
If you're looking for all the best Giants content we got, just text the word Giants to 957 The Game. No, actually, text it to 20357. It's all the best Giants content from 95.7 The Game. That's what the read says right here. Word Giants to 20357. You hit the subscribe button. Boom. Everything on the Odyssey app goes right to you. Let's clear a couple things up here before we change subjects real quick to what Roger Goodell had to say about Deshaun Watson's pending suspension. First thing off the Comcast business text line says, Damon, dealing with Durant on Twitter is like the basketball version of the Beehive. Yeah, go ahead and say something bad about Beyonce. Although apparently you can trash her new album. It's not very good. I wouldn't know. I personally think she's very talented, but also a little overrated based on the worldwide acceptance and popularity, but I just probably got myself in a lot of trouble. Damon, KD's no one's property. Let's get that straight. Oh, go clutch your pearls on somebody else's show. You know exactly what I mean. His contract to play basketball is property of the Brooklyn Nets. Let me reiterate, you have no right to an unoffended life. Calm down. So anyway, Ray, remember how we were talking about how Deshaun Watson was probably going to get the entire book thrown at him, and you said, well, if that happens, it could get really messy, really sticky, and there's no doubt that could happen. Well, Roger Goodell isn't just tipping his pitches. I mean, he is telegraphing the play. He's basically shouting across the line of scrimmage, we're about to run Spider 2 wide banana, And it looks like that's what the NFL is about to run at Deshaun Watson. I will just share with you the sound that Roger Goodell had to say today. This was recorded, I guess, in a hotel lobby somewhere in Bloomington, Minnesota. And Roger Goodell was reacting to Sue L. Peterson's Sue L. Robinson, pardon me, her 6-game suspension, which he thinks is light by about 11 games.
Because we've seen the evidence, she was very clear about the evidence. She reinforced the evidence that there was multiple violations here, and they were egregious, and it was predatory behavior. Those are things that we always felt were really important for us to address.
Yeah. Well, you let this judge go ahead and address it, and you obviously were not happy at all with the decisions that she came back with. And I don't think when he handed this off to Judge Robinson, Ray, that he really thought that she'd be leaning on past NFL precedent, but rather sort of setting a new precedent going forward. And that's why they're taking another run at this one.
Yeah, and Roger Goodell always talks through both sides of his head anyway. But that's
he has not on this issue.
No, but he has, because all of this is about a body of work. And most of the NFL's body of work is 6 games. That's the problem. They don't want precedent to be a guide here. And while he could defend everything that Sue Robinson did, the fact is she said, well, you're bound by precedent here. Predatory? What's more predatory than what Ben Roethlisberger was accused of doing? Those are out-and-out rape charges. So, let me finish my point, because this is where the crux of this is going. It's Watson's attorney and the PA, to the extent that the PA is going to be involved here, are going to say, why does this meet a higher standard than all of your previous cases? And Roger Goodell wants to say, never mind all the previous cases. And I think that's the best way to understand what we're talking about at this point. Because nobody's talking about, oh, he didn't do it at all. It's, what is the appropriate punishment that the NFL has always relied on? And why is this more egregious than those? And that's where Roger Goodell is actually in trouble, because if this is done by precedent, then they can't go beyond 6 games, because that's the standard they've had for everything except the Chris Godwin gambling thing.
Without being a lawyer, let me tell you where your theory falls apart. There is no precedent for what Deshaun Watson did. And you can say what Ben Roethlisberger was accused of is a few steps further down the road in terms of, well, that's prison time. I never heard anyone attach the word predator to Ben Roethlisberger, and you said there's two more than anyone should ever have, accusations of he raped me. That's for sure. I'm not defending Ben Roethlisberger in any way. How many women we got for Deshaun Watson? We're 66 or whatever the number was. What was the number? What was the original number of masseuses he went through in just a 1 year span? It was like 68. That is a level of unprecedented that should change any notion of this judge's precedent to be applied to this. Grandy, what is it?
66 different women across 17 months, 30 of them settled.
30 settled, 66. 66 was the number. How many took him to court? Was it all 66? And then, no, 30 settled. A few are still outstanding, I guess. But anyway, that to me is what changes the math on all of this. Because no one in the history of sports has ever had 66 possible victims in the wake of what he had done.
Well, I'm not arguing that what he didn't do was egregious and repeated. The problem that I focus on, and I'm not, if he gets the whole year, I am untroubled. It's the fact that the NFL changes its sort of parameters for justice at a whim. And that, to me, is a problem that needs to get addressed sooner rather than later. And the fact that the NFL has been so erratic on what they consider punishment for different things that I don't find them trustworthy. Moreover, the fact that Roger Goodell gets to decide who the judge is for this, and if he doesn't like the results of the first judge, he gets to bring in a second judge. That, too, is wrong.
He is also his own judge.
Well, my point, I mean, that's the thing, is a corrupt system of jurisprudence is corrupt no matter whether the verdict they come up with is correct or not. And that's where I'm sort of focusing here, is Roger Goodell shouldn't get as many bites at this as he wants.
But, and I'm not defending anything here, but you have to operate in the reality of there is no corruption to the system if it's contractually agreed upon to play out this way, which it was by the side that represents Deshaun Watson.
Except the side that represents Deshaun Watson now is a lawyer who has nothing to do with the Players Association. And it's interesting that they haven't brought the Players Association up in any of their press conferences, and I suspect they won't bring them up when this goes to whatever courtroom settlement there's going to be, because the PA has done the players no favors on this at any point. And I think the end game for Watson's side is to take this to court and expose all of it, which means discovery, which means that's where the NFL gets scared because they hate discovery.
Well, there's enough settled cases to where it's not this mountain of discovery that you'd think it would be, because the Texans have settled. I believe there is one woman still refusing to settle, so there's one actual case hanging over. So there is no discovery in settled cases.
No, that's not the discovery I'm talking about. They're going to want discovery on all the other suspensions because they're going to try to attach what the NFL has done with all its other cases as opposed to this one. They can't argue the facts in the Watson case anymore. That's part of the new deal. What Rusty Hardin and whatever other lawyers he brings to bear on this is going to be the NFL's punishment is inconsistent, erratic, and it's not subject to any kind of oversight. And the fact that the Players Association has bargained this away does not hold Watson's side from arguing that they've argued it incorrectly or poorly. And that's what I'm talking about. It's not really the question of what's in the CBA. It's about a different argument. And I think that's where this is heading. Again, I'm not defending the idea that Deshaun Watson should only get 6 games because he's a swell guy. It's that the NFL has made such a hash of player discipline in general that they can't be held as the moral exemplars here either, because they just throw out games depending on a whim as opposed to something that actually matters. And that's the thing that makes this as muddled as it is. It's not a question of the guilt or innocence of Deshaun Watson. It's the fact that the NFL shouldn't be the ones to decide this.
But they are. And it's contractually agreed upon, so you cannot complain about the rules of the game once the game is underway, man. Everything, I know what you're saying theoretically, but all you got is theoretical. I'm talking practical, actual. So here's where we are. Roger Goodell has said 6 ain't enough. A year sounds more right to me. He's telling you what's about to happen.
He's telling you what he wants to happen, and what I'm suggesting is that this is only the middle part of the game. It's not going to be a thing where, this next judge is going to come up with the last word on this. I think it's going to court. And I think the rules that you're talking about are they're the thing that's going to be on trial. It's when do you guys get to decide what precedent is and what precedent isn't.
In the CBA that you agreed to.
No, in the CBA that the union agreed to. Deshaun Watson is going to challenge this part of the CBA. That's part of that lawsuit. I'm not a lawyer either, but I bet that would be their avenue of argument, is that, discipline has to have some sort of structure, and this has no structure.
Well, from as unsavory a character as you will find in sport to as respected a person as you'll find in sport, it's time to talk about Serena hanging up her crown. But first, let me welcome everyone to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, if that's what you call living.
Brad Gilbert is one of the great tennis coaches of all time. He is one of the great tennis analysts of all time. And he certainly knows an awful lot more about just the sport than Ray and I could even pretend to, or kind of put on our tennis shoes and pretend to know about. So we thought we'd turn to a real expert here. And it just so happens to be Brad Gilbert's birthday. I reached out to him on Twitter, and you go to a person's page and it's their birthday and you get the balloons. Happy Twitter balloons, Brad Gilbert. Thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, thank you, buddy. Beers will be flowing in a couple of hours, and thanks for having me on. When I saw the news this morning, it was like, first I was a little shocked, and then I read Serena's essay, a beautiful essay that she penned in Vogue, and the word that I got, that she's evolving. She's transitioning into another part of her life, and she really listened to her daughter that she wanted to be a big sister. But her career is just incredible. And thinking back in 1990 is crazy, 32 years ago. I had a buddy that was in LA. He called me. He goes, I just saw these two kids play. I think they were like 9 and 10 years old. I think they're going to change tennis. And I said, okay. And then that's when you started hearing about Richard Williams. And then literally, he took these two girls from Compton, moved them to Florida, and all the things that he said were going to happen. It's pretty incredible. The longevity and the greatness of her career, how it evolved.
Well, and let's be honest, Brad, there's absolutely no way to separate her race, Venus's race as well, and where they come from, where they began from this story. Had this career belonged to, a girl who grew up in the 1% of tennis academies, it would have been incredibly impressive no matter where this came from. A position of privilege and wealth rarely produces a career this dominant. For it to have started as humbly as imaginable in a country club sport like tennis, can you kind of frame that for us?
Well, what's incredible is they did everything their way, too. They didn't play junior tournaments. They played a couple. But Richard was smart. He got a couple of people to help him out. And I think the legacy, where she's at, is look at Coco Gauff today. Her family moved to Florida when she was like 7 years old. Let's see if we can do. Naomi Osaka, Sloane Stephens, Madison Keys. That families have said, you know what? Let's see if we can follow what they've done. And I also think that she brought, and her sister, they brought a different aspect of tennis that had never been seen, a different, set of eyes. She took tennis, from the sports page, to, pop culture. And I think that she's one of those rare, people. Sometimes we think about in sports, you say somebody is incredibly athletic. Oh, I wonder how they would play in this sport or that sport. I truly believe if Serena played any other sport, she would have been an incredible, greatness. And I think, Damon, over the last 30 years, I was thinking about this morning. If you have a Mount Rushmore over the last 30 years, it starts with Serena, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady. Those three. Then you have about 6 or 7 that, God, they hard not to put them in there, but, if you can only have, 4 on there, you got Michael Phelps, you got Bolt, you got Tiger Woods, you got the big 3 in men's tennis, and maybe Ronaldo. But if you only get 4 on there, she's on there. And the sisters combined, how about this? 62 majors. So Serena has 23 singles, 14 in doubles. I think maybe the most underrated stat of her whole superlative career. 14-0 in doubles Grand Slam finals with her sister. How amazing is that? And they have 8 gold medals between them combined, 4 each. I mean, her resume is it's ridiculous how great it is.
The one thing that maybe stands out more than anything, of all the things that stand out here, is that I've never heard anybody say of any up-and-coming player, she could be the next Serena. And it makes me wonder if any of us will be alive to ever hear that said in seriousness, or whether she has set a bar that can't be logically reached in our lifetimes.
You know, Ray, I mean, I would have told you that I would have never seen Sambras's records eviscerated the way they were by these, by Fed, Rafa, and Joker. But then you get records like Wilt's record still has tons they're never coming close to. Jerry Rice. I think that, I probably won't see it in my lifetime, but I think the most amazing thing was that her dad talked about all of these records with her when she was a little kid. Most people would be overwhelmed by that. And you see far too many athletes say, I'm going to break this record, I'm going to break that record. And they think they're supposed to. I actually really believe she's probably one of the only ones that, really thought about this, and it's like, okay, they're obtainable. I think more than anything, she wanted to pass Margaret Court's 24, but I really believe that Margaret Court's 24 are nowhere near Serena's 23. 11 of her Australian Opens were won when they were basically no foreigners playing them, and before the Open era. So in my greatness, list of women's tennis players, I have her first, and I have Steffi Graf second, who she's one ahead of. I have Margaret Court way behind them. I have her behind Martina Navratilova and Chrissy Everett. But I really do believe that she strived for greatness, pushed herself, and that's what the great ones do, like a Michael Jordan and Tom Brady. They're always pushing themselves, pushing the envelope to be better. And I think that's an amazing, quality about their greatness, is they're just constantly pushing themselves to get to another level.
Brad Gilbert joining us here, one of the great voices in tennis, trying to frame who Serena was. And that was kind of my last question for you. Without knowing much about tennis, I have Serena comfortably number 1, Steffi Graf 3, Martina Navratilova 4. Martina had 18 Grand Slam titles. Serena's got 5 more. Serena has 1 more Grand Slam title than Steffi Graf. But it feels like Serena bridged more generations of tennis just based on her longevity than anyone maybe that has come before her.
You know what's crazy is she won a Grand Slam in 1999. And then she won her last one in 1997 when she was 8 weeks pregnant. Just the gravitas of that.
Yeah.
Her incredible longevity it is just, it was like she was hitting 380 and then still 20 years later still hitting 380. I'm just amazed. And she had to battle through lots of injuries, lots of things, but I just think it was her pursuit of greatness and what she was able to accomplish in her 30s. It's just legendary. But I do believe, and I'll put a lot of this to now so many athletes, Tom Brady and Serena and Roger Federer, so many of them now, when they're in their late 30s, they're not thinking they're old anymore. They're still thinking they can get better. They're still pushing the envelope. Look at Tom Brady. And actually, she penned something interesting about Tom Brady in that Vogue. She said that he doesn't have to, produce a child.
Right. Tom Brady's really good. He's never done anything pregnant.
Yeah, and so part of her would like to keep going, but she can't because she wants, to put her family first. And I love the word that she's evolving and the evolution, but I mean, she's the female GOAT of all time. There's no doubt about it. And I'm totally convinced that if she played basketball, soccer, whatever she did, she would have been that because she has that ability that you. Sometimes it's a weird thing to say. People are born with something like this. Whatever it is, she's got it.
There's no doubt about it. I know you are it because it's your birthday, Brad. Congratulations on your Warriors winning another championship. And
I'm still celebrating that
for your birthday.
7 weeks or something like that to camp. And we got to listen to all this KD talk and everything like that. But life is good for Warrior fan, and probably one of my great, fond memories. I got to go to Game 4 in Boston.
Nice.
With Mully. And Mully's probably the only New Yorker who's a transplant Bay Area that they gave nothing but love in the Boston Garden. So I walked right in with him, carte blanche, sat at Game 4 and watched Steph's majestic performance.
Very cool. That was one for the ages. You saw one of the all-timers right there. Brad, for your birthday, I hope the Raiders make the playoffs. Let's just wrap it up with that. We got to run.
Well, I'm hoping for an 8-9 season, and the coach doesn't wear a visor.
Thank you very much. Have a great night tonight, and happy birthday.
See you later, buddy.
Thank you very much. Brad Gilbert here on 95.7 The Game, framing Serena's greatness, and it turns out the results are in. She was great, indeed. We're brought to you by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority.
Looking for a fulfilling career with growth opportunities? Enjoy paid training, medical benefits, and earn close to $40 per hour within 3 years. Apply today to become a VTA bus operator and excel.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Download the free Odyssey app. Everything we do goes right there. You can find it all. Every show, every interview, every segment can be found on the free Odyssey app. Thanks to Brad Gilbert stopping by on his birthday of all days to talk about Serena Williams, who did have quite a quote saying, she was indeed evolving. I have never liked the word retirement. It doesn't feel like a modern word to me. Well, there's not a lot modern about retiring. That means you're getting older. I've been thinking about this as a transition. Maybe the best word to describe what I'm up to is an evolution. Look, whatever Serena does want to do next, she's got the popularity, the Q rating, the respect of the entire sporting universe, and, if you think she's made an awful lot of money, which she certainly has, she's made $94 million in tournament prize money. That's just tournament prize money that she's made. Forget about all the endorsements that she's done. I believe she's married to the guy who founded Reddit, some multi-billionaire. So to say Serena's got all the juice in the world to do whatever she wants to do next, she can go right ahead and do that.
Yeah, and she's decided the first thing she wants to do in retirement is have another child. It's one of those rare moments where somebody says, I'm doing this for my family, and actually be able to provide the proof of it.
It's pretty cool.
No, she is, and Brad Gilbert made the point, she is so much the best person in the history of her sport, and so much the most important person in the history of her sport, that, yeah, you can think of her in the same terms as you can think of Michael Jordan, and not be exaggerating. And it's not a matter of, could she beat the best men in the world? She doesn't have to.
No,
that's
sport.
Not the point.
You mean women's tennis?
Yes.
You're not talking about the grand universe of tennis.
Yeah, because it's not. It's they're separate things.
Right.
Yes, they play doubles, but no, it's just she was such an exemplar on every level that you can mention her in the same sentence as Brady or Jordan, and be completely comfortable in doing so.
73 singles titles, 23 Grand Slam singles titles, 14 doubles titles, all won with her sister, 4 Olympic gold medals, and again, $94 million in tournament prize money. There wasn't a lot that ever made me watch much tennis. Serena would get me to stop and watch for a little bit, just because you knew this was greatness. And I tell you, I don't like to give you a compliment almost under any circumstances, Ray, but you did ask what I think was the perfect question that sort of answers the question of her greatness when you said, and we have comps for everyone. That's all sports is these days. Well, who is this? Who's going to be the next? Who is going to remind you of? Who is going to be a comp in terms of talent? Who's the next Michael Jordan? Who's the next Kevin Durant? Who's going to be the next Steph Curry? Who's going to be the next? Who's going to be the next? Who's going to be the next? Who's going to be? No one's even asked that of Naomi Osaka or Coco Gauff or any. The question, who's going to be the next Serena Williams, is answered. There isn't going to be.
Well, and it's an unfair question in the first place because her body of work is so massive that you're almost, by applying it to any other athlete in that sport or maybe any other sport, is how do you plan to be the best player in the world for 20 more years? Right. Think about that.
Now, somebody on the text line says, both of you have forgotten Monica Seles. First of all, no one's forgotten about Dre. No one's forgotten about Monica Seles. She'd won 8 majors before the age of 20 when she was stabbed in the back. She would have won 20 majors. Again, Tiger Woods would have passed Jack Nicholson, but it didn't happen.
Or
Jack Nicklaus, thank you. If he'd passed Jack Nicholson, too, in terms of Oscars and the time slept with Angelica Houston, which he was going for. But anyway, sorry. No one's forgetting Monica Seles. Monica Seles was the victim of one of the great sports crimes of my life. And there is no doubt it changed how she played, how she felt, how comfortable she was playing tennis for the rest of her life. Monica Seles' mentals, I don't believe, were ever where they needed to be. But unfortunately, the dot in her timeline that you would like to dismiss and say, had that dot not appeared, she would have. That is not the way sports works. Dots in your timeline are the dots in your timeline, even when they're horrific and awful. And, that's just the way it went for Monica Seles. So unfortunate. And she really was the up-and-coming next golden girl of tennis at such a young age. But damn. Damon, Grand Slams, not majors. Correct. I told you, I'm not a big tennis expert in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, she's worth $250 million. He's worth about 70. No, the guy who invented Reddit has to be worth more than 70 million, right? I mean, come on.
Well, where are you getting that stat from?
Right, from the text line, so I probably shouldn't have read it.
Well, I don't know what Reddit's worth, so I mean, maybe that's all his action is. I mean, he wouldn't be the first person to, look up at the earnings of his wife and go, yeah. I mean, Tom Brady's one of those.
Yeah. But Grandy, go ahead, drop it on us. What do you got?
Well, Reddit itself is worth $3 billion, but Alexis Ohanian, I believe is how his name is pronounced, he is worth $70 million per Forbes in 2019.
Okay, all right. She's worth $250. Well, then good. There she goes. She brings home the bacon and can fry it up in a pan, or she could just say, "Hey, you fry it up in the pan. I'm dwarfing you."
I'm busy providing you with another child, you selfish bastard, you.
I tell you, I think it's. How about this? No one can deny that tennis is about to be less interesting without her in it. So, as we move right along, there are a couple things that we need to get to. We're going to talk more baseball with Brian Kenny in about an hour from now. He's going to join us in our 5 o'clock hour. Not that we're going to be talking about this with Brian Kenny, but I did want to talk about this. Have you seen some of the illustrious former Giants celebrities that will be coming out for the 2012 10-year anniversary celebration, which they're going to have down at the ballpark? Now, we just asked when he was on with us yesterday, Javi Lopez, are you going? He said, yes, I am. And indeed, boom, here's his name right on the list shared by Alex Pavlovich earlier today. Here's who we got. And after I read this list to you, feel free to jump in with your most celebrated I forgot about that guy name, and then tell me who you think is the most I can't believe that name's not on the list. We'll go in alphabetical order. Jeremy Affeldt, Bruce Bochy, Matt Cain, Santiago Castilla, Justin Christian, Steve Edelson, Bobby Evans, Tim Flannery, Mark Gardner, George Contos, Javier Lopez, Shane Lux, Guillermo Mota, Xavier Nady, Dan Ortero, Angel Pagan, Hunter Pence, Dave Righetti, Dan Runzler, Hector Sanchez, Nate Shearholtz, Marco Scutero, Ryan Vogelsong, Barry Zito. Who's your favorite? Forgot about that guy. Mine's either Dan Ortero or Dan Runzler. I totally forgot about those guys.
Runzler's right up there, yeah.
Of that crowd, who gets the biggest round of applause? It's either going to be Cain or Bochy. I think it's going to be Bochy. Maybe Hunter Pence, because he's kept his name out there and alive. But I bet you Bochy or Cain gets the biggest round of applause. Two glaring well, there's three, but one guy clearly can't show up because he's playing baseball. Madison Bumgarner should be there, but, he's playing. Where's Pablo Sandoval? Where's Pablo Sandoval with the 3 home runs hit in Game 1 of the World Series? How's Pablo Sandoval not showing up for this? What the hell is he doing?
Got a better offer.
From who? The Boston Red Sox? I don't think so. He's not showing up for any reunions in Boston.
No, but maybe he has commitments closer to home.
Well,
I mean,
fascinating analysis.
Well, no, I mean, it's just, why wouldn't you go? I mean, it's probably something important that's keeping him away.
Maybe. Maybe just can't make it, doesn't want to make it, doesn't want to play the memories game. No Aubrey Huff. Sorry, everyone. That invitation must have gotten lost in the mail. No Tim Lincecum. No Buster Posey. That kind of surprised me, too. Now, Lincecum is a little bit of a I'd rather not be seen ever again type of guy. They couldn't believe that he showed up for the last time that he showed up when they entered. What did he show up for when they introduced
That was probably Bochy's retirement.
I think it was
the end of the Bochy era.
Bochy's retirement, or it was the celebration of 2010. No, but Lincecum was on the 2010 team.
Although Javier Lopez told us yesterday he thinks they didn't have a 2010 celebration.
Oh, that's right. So I can't remember what he was there for, but when Lincecum walked out of the outfield, that place went nuts. But Lincecum's not going to be there. He's a little bit of a recluse, so he's probably not going to be showing up to too many of these things throughout his entire life. Somebody says Panda's in the Mexican League. Well, good for him then.
Oh, that would explain it.
It certainly would explain it.
Can't get time away from the ball club.
And Buster Posey, I think he's already done his "you've celebrated me" moment, and he is going to sort of fade into the shadows until needed to return once again for the Giants, and they just did Buster Posey Day, so that's why he's probably not showing up. Or maybe he does, and this is just the list that they have right now.
I'd be surprised if he does. I think and this is just me projecting, so it's probably just my imagination here, but I think he's just sort of decided that, you know what? I did my time. I'm not a baseball player anymore.
I made my speech.
I don't want to do this. And I get it. I mean, it just, it takes a rare individual to just say, you know what? I was a baseball player. I don't have to relive that. And so if he's not going to be at this thing, then maybe that's the message he intends to send.
Hopefully Sergio Romo's going to be there, but is Romo kicking it around in Major League Baseball with anyone right now?
I believe so.
Yeah, that would explain why he couldn't be there. Molina? Well, no, Benji Molina was gone by 2012. That was all Buster's show by 2012. Benji Molina was out in 2010, as a matter of fact, wasn't he? I think he was.
Yeah, Romo is also playing in the Mexican League, apparently.
Okay, there you go. Cody Ross? Was Cody Ross on the 2012 team? I don't think so.
No, I don't believe he was, but
anyways, there you go. There is your expected to appear list that Alex Pavlovich shared earlier today. As we were saying before, bad nights in Las Vegas, boy, they can travel fast if you have a really bad one. And Marshawn Lynch, who is someone we all like, right? I mean, I think America votes yes on Marshawn Lynch. Can't vote yes on this. DUI and failure to drive in the travel lane, meaning he was swerving all over. He also got tagged with unregistered vehicle and failure to provide ID. What we do know about Marshawn Lynch is that he's got plenty of cash. He can certainly call an Uber. There are cab lines everywhere in that city, so there is no excuse anymore to ever get a DUI, especially when you have access to money don't run out. He's too smart. He's too wealthy. He's too respected to pull this. That's a real disappointment. Marshawn Lynch, like another Raider driving drunk or recklessly in the city of Las Vegas. Somebody, please, let's start taking some notes about what the hell has happened recently. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you're drunk, you think you're bulletproof. And the truth is, you're not. You're less bulletproof than you would be under any other circumstances.
So, call a cab. Speaking of clown shows, You know, I used to accuse the Raiders of being a clown show. When I did accuse them of that, I made an awful lot of Raiders fans mad. But guess what? You were a clown show. Like honk honk, bozo level clown show for a really long time there. And you know that. You know that. The New York Jets, there's a clown show. The New York Giants, they'd like to stop being a clown show. Well, I can tell you who the biggest clown show now is, without a doubt, in the NFL.
The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. We really, 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 really suck. Yes, the Bears still suck.
Ray, I'd like to be among the first to predict the Chicago Bears flirting with the number 1 overall pick in this upcoming draft. They're going to have to rally and have a hell of a year to reach 4 or 5 wins. Justin Fields has so little talent around him, and he might not even really have that much pro quarterback in him to begin with. So we'll see what that adventure looks like. They're a historically cheap ownership group who gives all of their underperforming, underachieving general managers the smallest budgets to work with, and today we have proof of that once again. Roquan Smith. He was drafted 8th overall in 2018, and since the day he was drafted, there are only 2 other NFL players who have made more tackles in professional football games than him. He had a career-high 163 tackles last year, and contract extension talks have stalled. And he went public with a letter saying that the Bears are negotiating in bad faith. The open letter to Bears fans also said, I haven't had any chance to talk with the McCaskey family, and maybe they can salvage this, but as of right now, I don't see a path back to this organization I truly love. You clown shows. Roquan Smith is the guy that you're going to go to war with? Well, you know, he's got an injury. He's trying to rehab and come off. Who cares? This guy is a capital P player and a capital L linebacker in a city that probably values linebackers more than any other NFL city. And if he thinks that the McCaskies are going to get this right, he hadn't been taking notes.
Well, he knows that their intermediaries aren't getting it right, so where else do you go? I mean, that's the thing. I mean, they may very well be incapable of shame because their history suggests that they are indeed that. But they are not the biggest clown show in the NFL. They're in the front row of the team photo, don't get me wrong.
Who are you going with?
Oh, Dan Snyder. That whole mess.
You see, they fired the defensive line coach today.
Yes.
Sam Mills, Jr.
Yeah, he simply wasn't good enough. And you could tell by the fact that they have played no games yet.
I bet you that the Commanders have a better record than the Bears.
I bet you they don't. I bet you they'll both be flirting around with 4. And in any event,
I smell a bet.
It's still no.
I smell an on-air bet.
Remember, we don't bet. You said so in the other room. And I'll tell you a team that's worse than both of them. It's Atlanta. There's going to be a great fight for the number 1 pick. If you think that there are a lot of teams in baseball tanking, watch what happens with this.
Well, there are a lot of bad NFC teams specifically. The NFC is thin. This could be a real good advantage for the 49ers once we start playing some football. But, man, I'll tell you, the Bears still suck. They really, really suck.
I mean, yeah, they're great. The great thing that suggests to me that they will not have a worse record than Washington or Atlanta, the Lions, the Vikings.
The Vikings, I think they're going to be a little bit of a sleeper team and turn around this year. I kind of like the Vikings. And watch the Lions have a better record than the Bears. They got more talent. The Bears have the worst wide receiver group in the world of football.
But they have that every year.
Yeah, well,
I mean, that's one of the proud traditions of Bears football.
Well, Allen Robinson was pretty damn good, but of course, he's now a Ram.
But they weren't getting him the ball when they did have him.
Nope, because they got another quarterback who might not be able to play the position, which, as is tradition. Also, bad news coming out of Jets camp today. Bad news for Robert Saleh, who, look, he was 4-13 in his first season as Jets head coach. He's not likely to get much better in 2022. The good news for Robert Saleh is that he's only 43 years old. So when he does get fired at the end of this year or next year, he's still got a long coaching future in front of him. And no one is ever going to hold it against him that he couldn't fix the Jets. Because, Ray, who can fix the Jets?
Speaking of clown shows that might be worse than the Bears.
They might be bad, but they actually got a quarterback who can whip it a little. And that's enough to save you a little. But young Mr. Kevin Wilson will be running for his dear life.
You mean Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson, not Kevin Wilson. Thank you.
I mean, maybe Kevin Wilson, too. I don't know.
Maybe all the Wilsons. Mekhi Becton, the 11th pick of the 2020 draft, has had a short career so far, marred by major and minor injuries and weight issues, which for a big man is not a good way to start a career. Becton injured the same knee that required season-ending surgery last September, Monday, in practice. This is a guy who's only started 14 of 33 games in 2 seasons. That includes 6 games he didn't even finish because of injuries sustained in those games. Bad knee, bad weight problem, injury prone. 2 years in, that ain't good for a man as big as he is. I mean, when big men, and this applies to the NBA as well, and obviously offensive and defensive linemen across the board, basically, man, when knees and ankles start going, there's really no getting that back. That's the worry everyone has for Javon Kinlaw. There's no doubt he's got a body that should be able to stop an awful lot of runs. Can he stay out there? Can he physically stay out there? Will that bulky knee ever be less bulky? Not Trent bulky. Bulky knee.
See, and I'd rather have a bulky knee than Trent bulky.
Hey.
That said.
Unless, of course, you're Javon Kinlaw.
That said, knee injuries tend to propagate often, and so especially in football. So if you start with a bulky knee or you develop one quickly, before long, it's a knee that's going to lock up on you all the time, and then you'll be out of the game. It's one of the cruelties of football.
Speaking of big linemen, a big new lineman, Spencer Burford, spoke today at practice. So did Kyle Shanahan, and so did Ray McLeod, who gave a real nice comp for Trey Lance. We're going to have that for you. Brian Kenny of MLB Network is going to join us before it's all said and done, so don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The first game of the season is this Friday.
I'm most excited about seeing superstar potential from the kid Trey Lance. brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to be talking some Major League Baseball with one of the best voices covering Major League Baseball. Brian Kenny of MLB Network will be joining us in about a half an hour from now, a little less than that, here on 95.7 The Game. If you're looking for all the best 49ers content here on 95.7 The Game, you just text the word 49ers to 20357. Boom! It all appears magically once you hit that subscribe button. And, Ray, I know that you do not subscribe to preseason unofficial depth charts, but hey, here we go. I got one right here. And I'll tell you, as you start looking up and down the San Francisco 49ers offense, you start seeing an offensive line that has Spencer Burford listed unofficially as your starting right guard. Mike McGlinchey at right tackle, Spencer Burford, Jake Brindle, Aaron Banks at left guard, and Trent Williams is the only real, truly entrenched offensive lineman. Things could change, although McGlinchey is going to certainly start at right tackle if he's healthy enough to do so. Behind these guys, we got some Daniel Brunskill to look at, some Jalen Moore to look at, Jason Poe to look at, Colton McKivitz to look at, and any of those names could end up in the starting lineup when it's all said and done. If not now, certainly some point in the season. They're hoping that even though there is an awful lot of shuffling along this offensive line, the depth will actually be a strength should they need to shuffle the deck. And because it's football, at some point, they're going to have to shuffle the deck. It's just the way the sport goes.
I also think that there's going to be a lot of shuffling of these names during the preseason, because I think this is kind of it's an audition for everybody at left guard, right guard, and center, because I don't get the sense that Kyle Shanahan has settled on any combination of three. And another way of saying depth is we don't have enough talent at those spots. And by now, you usually...
Well, I can't look at depth as a negative thing for a football team.
No, but if it's, for three spots that are as unsettled as those are...
Unsettled is the word that worries me, sure.
Well, that's my point, though. It does look unsettled, because who was looking at Jake Brendel and Spencer Burford 2 weeks ago as mortal locks at starter?
I don't think
and they're not mortal locks. That's my point. It's just you've got three guys who could be three different guys next week and three different guys the week after that, which tells me that it's not really depth they've got. They've got a cornucopia of guys that they'd replace if they could.
Well, Spencer Burford was asked how surprised he was that he might end up starting this year at right guard, and here's what he said.
Does it surprise me? No, I knew I always had it in me, but at the same time, I'm not really focused on whether it's the starting position or the second string position. I'm just here to play the game that I love and do whatever I can to help the team win. So if they find something in me, thank God. If they don't, I'm going to keep working and put my best foot forward.
Okay, perfect answer. Well done. I like what I hear, especially from a guy who doesn't have a lot of perfect answer reps coming out of the University of Texas San Antonio, UTSA. Everyone's favorite.
Proud Conference USA member since 2020.
Go Conference USA. It's amazing how often conferences shuffle the deck. Pac-12, I'm kind of looking at you. Spencer Moore on his mindset in his very first camp, which, let's face it, for any young player, I don't care where you're drafted, that first NFL camp is quite an adjustment.
Just putting my head down and working at the end of the day, just going out and doing the extra, staying up at night, trying to study the plays, get ahead of the curveball, especially with the Shanahan offense, nothing comes easy. So even when you think you have something, they always keep, even when you think you got it, you got to take the extra step and go ahead and go back and review it, because you really don't. There's a lot of nuances within this offense that you have to learn. And so that's really what I did, just try to stay focused on that, make sure that I got all the basics down, so whenever I go out, and I'm going to make mistakes, but you try not to make the same ones over and over again.
Offensive linemen are always very good quotes. I'm sure you used to seek them out when you were covering teams, because these are some of the smartest guys in the room. They need to be, especially in Shanahan's offense, which we've heard so much about. You got the same look, but different run blocking schemes out of the same look, and that's what makes Shanahan's offense so hard to pick up on for defenses and turns, guys off the scrap heap into running backs that you're looking to pick up the next week in fantasy football.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the Shanahan specialty, which is to find running backs that don't have a pedigree and build them one, and then move off of them quickly so that they can build the next one that doesn't have a pedigree. That's been the Shanahan way forever. It means that they have to be very precise in the way they teach run blocking, and that includes the use of the tight end. That includes the use of the fullback. It's what Kyle Shanahan does more than anything else. And that's the thing that, frankly, fascinates me about their indecisions in the middle of their offensive line. It's as they transition to a different kind of quarterback and start wanting to see deeper throws, it means they're going to have to become better at pass blocking than they have been, or than they've been asked to be. So they're going to have guys who can do both. And right now, the only guy you are sure that can do both is Trent Williams.
Spencer Burford talked about the complexities of playing offensive line for Kyle Shanahan, especially the outside running zone scheme.
Of course, everybody knows the outside zone. The zone scheme that we run here is real complex, especially with the outside zone schemes. I knew what outside zone was, and just when I thought I knew what it was, there's a million different ways that you could possibly run it. There's different fits and different keys that you focus on. You know, just 6 inches can change the whole dynamic and technique of the play. It definitely changed like the landmark and stuff like that. So it's really, like I say, football is a game of inches. It really is, especially when you sit down and you actually sit down and you study and you break down exactly what it is. It all shows.
Again, how many segments, how many minutes can we hold you with the promise of interior offensive line play? But we got just a little bit more, because Kyle Shanahan says that even though Daniel Brunskill isn't listed as a starter on this first unofficial depth chart, he will play a very important role this year.
We know exactly what Dan can do. I mean, I think Dan can actually be better with getting less reps, not getting as much wear and tear on his body. Dan knows how to play. He's figured out every position we've asked him to play since he's been here. Now he's trying to figure out center to see what the options are there. And also, Burford can't get enough reps. Banks can't get enough reps. When you haven't had guys who have played a lot, they need to be out there a ton, and that allows us to do that. I'm very glad that if it doesn't work out for one of those guys, it's not like, oh man, Dan hasn't practiced there. Dan can hop in there right away.
So there you go. Kyle Shanahan believing that he's got a plug-and-play offensive line. When he needs to call upon someone to answer the bell, they'll be answering bells. He better be right about that. Now, one of the things that we asked is, are we going to see Trey Lance in the preseason, or is he going to get the Aaron Rodgers treatment? I saw Aaron Rodgers today basically have a quote saying, yeah, preseason reps don't mean anything for me. Maybe for other guys around here, sure, but for me, no, not really. And if I'm going to go in there and play, just having me play one sequence, one series, doesn't do anything for me. I got to get into a rhythm. And if you're going to ask Aaron Rodgers to play, you ask Aaron Rodgers to play a game. He did not go full-on third person, like I just did. But, hey, I get it. The guy hasn't played a single preseason snap, I think, since 2018. Hasn't prevented him from winning multiple MVPs, including back-to-back years. So, I get it. Kyle Shanahan, when it comes to your starters, will we see them in the preseason? Here's what he said.
I'd like to get guys to play in this game, mainly because I don't want them to play in the second game. Going to scrimmage a team more into the scrimmage than the game, and then to have a chance to get them to play in a game 4 days after that versus Houston, when we get back Sunday morning, will be tough. So that's why I don't want them to play much in that game. So hopefully a little in 1, a little in 3, and then we'll have 17 days to get ready for week 1.
So, if you want to take Kyle at his word right there, and I don't think that, he's afraid to tip his hand on this one, I think we are going to see the starters get some run. And, we can game plan a little bit to see the Packers on Friday night at Levi Stadium. And due to that, he's comfortable throwing guys into situations. 1 or 2 series will probably be enough for everyone involved. But I'm glad that he's doing it, because a little game plan is going to go a long way for an offense that needs to build a little confidence, just based on the reports we've had out of training camp.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he'd be playing many people very much under any circumstances, because once the Rams changed the entire dynamic of preseason football to make it completely unnecessary. That became the new mantra. I mean, I remember when the third preseason game was like the one where you got to see everybody for a while.
That's the tune-up.
Now the third game, you avoid it as though it's dipped in anthrax.
Right.
And now the first one is not terribly compelling either.
But it's funny because of the layoff between game 1 and game 2, he's willing to punt on game 2.
Yeah, and I also think he's willing to punt because game 1 with a rookie quarterback, you do want to see him do a little something. I think it won't be more than 1 or 2 series, maybe 3 if they get 3 and out it twice. But I mean, I'm sure he's got a play restriction. You're going to have 10 snaps. That's it. Do the best you can with what you get, because he's not going to play starters in many other positions, maybe at all. There's no reason why you have to play George Kittle at all in any of these games. Probably don't have to play Debo in any of these games. Maybe you feel compelled to play Brandon Ayuk a bit because he did have very limited play last year. But other than that, I mean, there really isn't a lot to prove. And if there's not a lot to prove everywhere else in the offense, why subject your rookie quarterback to playing with guys he's probably not going to play with during the season?
Well, Kyle Shanahan, asked specifically about Trey Lance's involvement, said,
In my mind right now, I'd like Trey to get in games 1 and 3.
Okay. So let's expect to see a couple of series, maybe even 1, I don't know. A couple of series from Trey Lance in games 1 and 3. And by the way, they are going to have a joint practice with the Minnesota Vikings. So that's probably where they're going to get an awful lot of look at who's ready to go, who's ready to play. And again, hopefully everybody stays healthy. We are looking all around training camp in the NFL, and you got guys, the war of attrition has officially begun. There is no doubt about it. As a matter of fact, today, even though everyone's talking about Deshaun Watson and Kareem Hunt saying that he wants to hold out from the Browns got even more bad news today. Their all-pro returner and receiver, Jakeem Grant, he tore his Achilles in practice today. So great times in Cleveland. Got to look out for that war of attrition. And by the way, welcome everybody to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, if that's what you call living.
We have a Ray Ratto. The 49ers have a Ray McLeod. And today, unprovoked, just sort of made a comp to what he thinks he sees in Trey Lance.
Every day he's getting better, learning how to be a leader. Not even learning, he has it already. It's a natural thing with him. And I came in with Josh Allen at the Bills, and he gives me that same type of energy, that I'm ready to take the next step energy. I wasn't with him last year, but that second year is kind of a difference for, I think most NFL players from first to second, especially for me it was, but just watching Trey every day grow as a leader, be able to take control of not even just the huddle, the offense as a whole. When we're going through walkthroughs and make sure everybody where they need to be at a certain time, it's great watching him practice.
It's a tremendous amount of praise from Ray McLeod saying this young guy reminds me of a young Josh Allen. Now, if you're talking about just a completion percentage standpoint alone, that's what Kyle Shanahan's hoping for. Because remember, Josh Allen had the type of rookie completion percentage that made everybody go, he's a talented kid, but he's never going to be an accurate passer. He's a very accurate passer now. The old adage is you can't teach accuracy. Well, apparently you can.
Yeah, oh no, you can. Well, one, you get better receivers than the ones he started with. And two, you rely on his talent to figure it out, because he was not considered an inaccurate passer at Wyoming. And I realize Wyoming is just middle of the road Mountain West football. But, Allen got plenty of reps there. Mountain West likes to throw the ball. So it's not like he was never accurate. I think he probably started off inaccurate in Buffalo. Then all of a sudden, Stephon Diggs magically appears. And all of a sudden, that accuracy problem tends to disappear. They're a dramatically better team now. Allen is part of the reason, but they've improved their offense basically across the board to the point where they're now a Super Bowl contender. which you never would have thought would be possible in the post-Jim Kelly era. So, credit to him, credit to the general manager, credit to Brandon Beane, and credit to Sean McDermott for figuring out, you know what, if we're better everywhere else, he'll be better too.
Well, now we got to see, how he survives the turnover of his offensive coordinator. Brian Daboll is obviously with the Giants now, so that's the next step. There's always another step in a quarterbacking development.
It's endless adjustment on adjustments.
If we had a contest between Trey Lance and Golden State Warriors center James Wiseman, who had the fewer reps before they were drafted as high as they were drafted, it would be an interesting debate. Trey Lance didn't even throw 300 collegiate passes. That's not a lot. And we know how few games he played due to COVID wiping out an awful lot of the North Dakota State schedule. And we know what happened with James Wiseman being ruled ineligible by the NCAA when he was at Memphis. I think he played, 2.5 games? And he had to
69 minutes.
There you go.
So the answer to your question, not to step on your point, but the answer to your question is the less experienced player is clearly Wiseman. Because say whatever else you want about Trey Lance, he played more than 69 minutes of football at North Dakota State.
He did. He certainly did. But I don't know if you've ever had anyone drafted as high at the position of quarterback by any NFL team with less games, fewer reps, fewer throws than what Trey Lance had collegiately, especially at his this ain't even big-time college football level, which he came from.
Oh, no. Look, Trey Lance represents an enormous gamble by the 49ers in a number of different ways. Because, A, it means, in the long term, changing the offense. B, going off a quarterback who, say whatever you want about him, got you to a Super Bowl and a conference final in 3 years, and in fact, stabilized the position after the wild uncertainties of Brian Hoyer, the end of the Colin Kaepernick era, Mullins, Beathard. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo did a lot for this franchise, and to go away from him after a conference final run because you believe in this guy with as little resume as he's got is an extraordinary gamble. I mean, it's whether it turns out well or not, that's the first thing that has to be remembered here is that Kyle Shanahan rolled some pretty big dice here to try to hit a 7.
Can you think of any other quarterback transition that is even in this neighborhood?
When you throw in the lack of experience that he had as a college quarterback, probably not, because Peyton Manning got plenty of reps when he was at Tennessee, and I don't know of anybody who's had this little work, because there's never been sort of an atmosphere where you go, well, I'm going to save myself for the draft. That doesn't happen.
No, not at quarterbacks. You got to put up some gaudy numbers.
Well, you have to put up some plays. Never mind the gaudy numbers. You have to play the game, and that's why, if this isn't unprecedented, it's pretty damn close. Because I can't think of another example of this without catastrophic injury being involved.
Right, or a retirement, or I'm moving on now. It is kind of something else. So, you're right. It is a huge roll of the dice. Kyle Shanahan asked what he has thought of Trey Lance's up and down, as reported by all who have seen it, training camp so far.
It's gone kind of how you expect it. I mean, how you do with every quarterback. I think he's had some real good days. He has had a couple rough days. I thought he had a rough day his last practice, which is going to be good to see how he bounces back today. But I've been real pleased with Trey and real pleased with all three of them.
Again, this comes from this morning, and apparently at this afternoon session, Kyle Shanahan, because if Kyle Shanahan was keeping it quarterback keepers and taking it 65 yards to the house, that would really be impressive. But Trey Lance beat the entire defense to the edge and then beat everybody down the field and apparently ran for a 65-yard touchdown. I saw Dave Lombardi tweet about that earlier today. Having said all of that, How excited can you get about anyone running 65 yards away from a defense wearing a non-contact jersey? He's in a non-contact jersey. If you touch Trey Lance, you will be thrown off the field and yelled at until your ears bleed.
Yeah.
So
I would not imagine that anybody was putting on the big sprint to do anything about that.
Bring him down with a horse collar.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan said that in his entire career, when it comes to training camp, and you hear this an awful lot about spring training too, the pitchers are always ahead of the hitters. Defense usually wins early interaction.
I don't think I've ever in my career felt, except maybe in Houston in 2 years, but I've never in my career felt like the offense beats the defense in training camp. When we were in Cleveland, they had whoever won the day got to wear the orange jersey the next day, and the defense won all 18 of them. And then one day we let the coaches compete in catching punts, and the offensive coaches won that. So the offensive players got to wear jerseys one day in all of training camp, and it was because the coaches won the punts. But then we came out, and we were a pretty good offense that year coming out. And it's just different. You're trying to teach stuff, and you're not game planning stuff, and defenses are defending. And I always think it's a little bit harder.
Defenses know the team's offense because it's your team's offense. It doesn't change much, even though the quarterback has changed dramatically. They're still going to be running an awful lot of the same philosophies early on here in Trey Lance's development. You hear it everywhere. Everywhere. You've got defenses taking offenses apart, especially early on in training camp. That's why, I was apparently an awful lot of New England media who was hailing the condition Mac Jones came into camp in, saying that he has transformed his body, he has absolutely gotten himself in shape. He's been really struggling. Well, there's probably a lot of reasons for that. Defense ahead of the offense. There's also no real offensive coordinator or voice in New England right now to say, all right, do it my way because this is my offense, because Josh McDaniels is left, and they have promoted defensive guys to offensive positions, special teams guy to offensive decision maker, and that's going to be a little tough to go from Josh McDaniels, who spoke fluent modern NFL quarterback offense, to when you got Matt Patricia telling you how to get it done. That's a big difference. It really is. Good comp here, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say Bill Belichick has not just coached defense in his life. He coached both sides, and I think he believes that any coach worth hiring should be able to do both sides of the ball. So
it's hard to master one side, though. Truly is.
No, I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying that this is what you don't see this happen very often. And Bill Belichick is as old school about coaching as has ever been, because his dad was old school about coaching. So, I guess what he's trying to do is say, you know what? We don't have specialists this year. It's almost like he's teaching the coaches while he's teaching the players. And he could pull that off because he's got skins that cover the far wall.
He certainly does. It's his show. He'll run it the way he damn well wants to. There is no doubt. By the way, pretty good comp here for has any quarterback ever sort of stepped into a situation like this? From the Comcast Business Text line, someone from the 510 says, Tom Brady replacing Drew Brees, Drew Bledsoe, not Drew Brees. I don't know why I got dyslexic on the word Bledsoe. But Tom Brady replacing Drew Brees has some similarities. Yeah, kind of. There was an injury involved there. But once, the usurping happened, hey, in a weird way, Colin Kaepernick and Alex Smith, right? Colin Kaepernick got the job while Alex Smith was hurt, and when Alex Smith got healthy, the rule of you don't lose your job due to injury was spit upon by Jim Harbaugh.
Well, the rule has always actually not been whether you lose your job due to injury. It's you lose your job when the head coach decides it's time for you to lose your job. That was as orchestrated as you could make it while having the alleged deniability about the injury. Jim Harbaugh wanted to do that.
It wasn't an alleged
no, it was an injury, but that was Jim Harbaugh's foot in the door.
Is it alleged, or do you like pronouncing the id? Alleged.
You can pronounce it either way.
It's alleged?
Yeah, either way is fine.
I'm not alleging that you mispronounced it. I
understand.
I noticed that you went with alleged.
It's the kind of allegation that, frankly, I find offensive. No, but I think that it was a fortuitous injury that actually happened, but Jim Harbaugh wasted no time in saying, you know what, this is the moment. And that's one of the reasons why he is much beloved by players in that special "we don't love you very much" way.
Well, look, I mean, he understood quarterback. He understood I got more talent here than I got over there, and I'm not going back there when we're already over here. So, there you go. I thought that was interesting, though. I want to hear that from Shanahan one more time, talking about how he's never seen an offense ahead of the defense winning your Player of the Day jerseys.
I don't think I've ever in my career felt, except maybe in Houston in 2 years, but I've never in my career felt like the offense beats the defense in training camp. I mean, when we were in Cleveland, they had whoever won the day got to wear the orange jersey the next day, and the defense won all 18 of them. And then one day we let the coaches compete in catching punts, and the offensive coaches won that. So the offensive players got to wear jerseys one day in all of training camp, and it was because the coaches won the punts. But then we came out, and we were a pretty good offense that year coming out. And it's just different. You're trying to teach stuff, and you're not game planning stuff, and defenses are defending. And I always think it's a little bit harder.
It is a little bit harder. You know, it's been hard on Giants fans watching that team play defense all season long. San Francisco fans, it's just been an adventure. You got frying pans everywhere. You got bad routes. You got bad hops. You got bad players out of position. You got DHs all over the field getting into left field. Last night, one of the great relays of the season from the San Francisco Giants in a one-run game.
Line pass to Reese Davis. Toward the corner, Drury coming to third, and they're going to send him. Crawford, home, tag, not in time. Bart thinks he got him. What a tag by Joey.
Tag. Oh my gosh.
Giants want to look at this one. Kim ends up at third. Gabe Kapler wants the challenge. For now, the game is tied.
Upon review, the call on the field is overturned.
A whole lot of booze and a whole lot of debris on the field from that crowd last night in San Diego, who didn't think the Giants were going to walk out last night and beat them 1-0. And that's what made that play so big. An actual fun game played by the San Francisco Giants. It had been a while. And to talk about that, about baseball in general, we're very, very happy. By the way, all credits to NBC Sports Bay Area. Welcome in to Kenny Mayne from MLB Network, his new show. Did I say Kenny? See, I'm in old ESPN mode. Brian Kenny, it's been 11 years, for goodness sakes. And we did have Kenny Mayne on as a guest just last week, so I still got Kenny's in my head if you'll accept my apology. But Brian, it's been 11 years now on MLB Network. Congratulations to you and Kenny Mayne, whatever he's doing tonight.
Thank you. We used to open Sports Center way back in the day, and Kenny would say, "Hey, it's me, Kenny Mayne," and Brian Kenny, no relation. That was a Kenny Mayneism, but that's all right. I'll take the flattery.
Thank you very much, Brian Kenny. Again, MLB Network. You can see him on MLB Tonight, the new show MLB Now. We will get into right now. We are looking at how the dust is settling from the trade deadline, and even though the Padres were the unquestioned A+ winners, they're now 1-4. And sure, they ran into the Dodgers buzzsaw. They had to be a little stammered, getting stymied last night by Alex Wood.
Yeah, they should be. I know Manny Machado said, no big deal, and you can't get too swayed by, a couple of games and that sort of thing. But at a certain point, you're thinking we should be, they added 3 quality bats in the middle of the lineup. The number 1 hitter in the game, more or less. Josh Bell, who's probably a top 30 hitter in the game, and Brandon Drury, who's slugging over 500. On top of a team that was already pretty good. So it is strange, but strange things happen in baseball. There's quality competition out there, and I maybe they just haven't found their groove. I would think their plate discipline and pitch selection would just improve with those guys. They were already pretty good, but they have not gotten in a rhythm as of yet.
The talk about Juan Soto dwarfed everything else about the trade deadline, and justifiably so. But did you see anything? And I'm not talking about a specific trade here, but just sort of a general trend about this trade deadline that maybe the Soto deal sort of obscured, but might actually have some lasting power?
Well, yeah, I think championship clubs put on some finishing touches. I thought, the Braves made good moves. I thought the Mets made the best small moves. And I know some were disappointed because they're a big operator now, but they're kind of in a position, I don't know, more like the Dodgers of where they've got everything. So what are you going to do? And what they did is they cleared out their last three positions and added essentially like 1.5 excellent hitters in Tyler Naquin, Darren Ruff, and Vogelback, Daniel Vogelback. So those are three guys who are all pretty good. They're above league average hitting, but platoon-wise, they're way above average, and that's all Buck Showalter is going to do. So that matters a lot. Again, the Mets are stacked. The Dodgers are stacked. Cardinals position players are very good. Padres, are outstanding. So you've kind of got the top two, Dodgers and Mets, and then you've got the next tier of Padres and Cardinals and, I don't know, maybe Brewers and Braves, of course. Braves are in that mix. But I thought the Mets made themselves like Dodgers caliber or close to it to challenge for the National League Championship.
Kenny from South Park joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Were you as surprised as we were up here that the Giants, not necessarily turn into buyers? That didn't look realistic, but Brian, they didn't even become sellers, and I thought that they had a Carlos Rodon chip to play that could have really returned some talent to them, rental or not. He's exactly the kind of pitcher contenders are looking to add. Were you surprised that Farhan Zaidi was so just kind of, out of the conversation at the trade deadline?
I have a theory. One, I've learned now that I don't question what Farhan is doing. He knows what he's doing. It's not that he's going to be perfect, but he knows what he's doing. And I have this theory, Ray would love this, that what if a GM came in and did nothing? I have a whole theory, and I wrote an essay on it a few years ago, and I cited some different teams that had they just not done anything, just draft and develop, let your own players play, you'd be much better off. So I know we're very transactional in this modern, ruthless GM era. Sometimes it's best to be patient, play it out. So that could still be the best course of action.
How much of that, though, is a trade almost becomes performative to show your players down in the clubhouse that you're in there trying to make them better all the time, making it even harder to sit on your hands the way the Giants did?
I don't know. I hear that from players that, hey, I know if you go and get somebody, it means, you're with us. I don't know. If you go and get somebody, you're taking somebody's job, aren't you? I think it can cut both ways. I think the Giants are. I think the number of clubs saw where they were, and I think GMs are better at this now, looking at themselves realistically. Are we going to win this year? And I think the Giants can realistically look at it and say, we're not winning it all this year. It's not happening. Last year there was a lot of magic, a lot of brilliant baseball ops and coaching work and performance maximizing. It's not happening this year. Again, those top tiers, you guys watch them every day. And I even, a number of times I'll be watching a Giants game and looking at the lineup that they're rolling out and thinking, how are these guys going to win? And this year they haven't. They don't have the firepower to hang with the Dodgers and Mets, let alone, the Padres and the Cardinals and the Braves right below them. So it's just not happening. So I don't know, to make a move. You're right. Maybe trading Rodon at the height of his relevance and the height of his marketability. Maybe that's the smart move. But I don't know. I don't think you have to do it. And I think it's not like they're not thinking of things up there. They are.
Brian Kenny, MLB Network here on 95.7 The Game. So the inclusion of another wild card is certainly good in terms of fans leaning forward, continuing to pay attention, made the deadline sexier for sure in a lot of different ways. But have we really created something that is valuable outside of the monetary gains and attention gains for baseball? Have we diluted the competition and allowed the average a position in the playoffs it really never deserved.
I think, it's a good point because I didn't like it at first. I wasn't sure. I think they hit the sweet spot. I'm actually glad the Players Association pushed back and did not take the 7th team. Instead, they went with the 6th. I think if you look at both leagues now, National League's a little stronger, but your top 6 are strong. Again, I just listed them. If you're saying that the last team, it's going to be, the Cardinals if they drop down, or the Brewers if they drop down, and then it's the Braves and the Padres, that's a high level of competition. That's a good level team. The American League is not quite as strong. That you have weaker teams fighting for that 6th spot. But I think it's at the sweet spot. If you dipped one below, now you get into kind of teams that you say, yeah, they were mediocre this year. Just like last year, I think the Reds may have been the 6th team had there been a 6th team, and I forget who would have made it in the American League. It was actually Toronto, I think. You still would have been pretty good, but you dipped to a 7th team, and now you're getting to a weaker club that you don't want to see in the playoffs. So I think this is working beautifully right now.
What would you find the more compelling, delightful wild card team, Seattle or Baltimore?
It's not Baltimore's time. Look, Baltimore is crazy. I didn't even realize they'd won 22 out of 30 until today. I mean, I knew they were playing well and they're doing better. So, you're kind of right. Baltimore would be just like this insane revelation to be this, like, you've got to be kidding me, rising out of nowhere, 2 years, 3 years ahead of schedule. But I think Seattle's a better club, and they've earned their way. They've kind of paid their dues, a 90-win team last year, and now they break through. I'd rather have Seattle, but I get it.
Brian, what is more responsible for creating a major league of essentially 220 hitters? What used to be an unacceptable average might be leading the lineup that night in terms of average. Is it the just mastery of pitching that we're looking at and specialization, or are you as angry at the humidor as I am?
No, I like it. I don't like to see singles dead, but I like to see home runs deflated. Home runs have gone back up a bit, and if home runs go back up to like 2019 levels, it's going to stink. The 3 true outcomes were rising to a ridiculous level. I yearn for 70s baseball sometimes, as much as I love the sabermetric movement. Again, when I loved Adam Dunn, and I was kind of like, powering his type of game and telling everyone how valuable a guy who draws 100 walks and hits 40 home runs is, no matter what his batting average is. I didn't expect a whole generation of players to do that. I didn't expect every player to come up and be that. So I'd rather have it incentivized, and the way you can do it, early in the season we had it. Now maybe the weather was cold, but early in the season, strikeouts went down a bit. The ball was not traveling as far. Home runs were down. The big guys were hitting them. The second baseman had stopped hitting those opposite field upper deck shots. So, we had gotten away from this, insane home run ball, and with it deflated to, and you guys know what I'm talking about, 1992 or 1986 levels. Not dead ball, but just normal baseball. I think we're much better off. As far as singles and batting average, look, we're just not incentivized to do that. But if we play a few years with home runs down, you'll see, we've seen it already a little this year, players hitting it the other way, beating the shift. We'll see more of that if you keep the home runs down.
Earlier in the year, it was pretty well agreed that the A's were the worst team in baseball. Has that changed to the point where it's now Washington's crown to hold on to? And how bad can they actually be when this is all done?
Bad. The A's had a couple of trade pieces they didn't trade. They still got some real players. The Nationals are bottoming out, but I think bottoming out is the thing to do. And maybe we are back to that, where we were 8 years ago when the Astros and Cubs said, all right, we're going to rebuild, but we're really going to rebuild. We're tearing it down to the studs. It's like, we're leveling this house, leaving nothing. Trade everybody, including Carlos Lee, like the Astros did. And now for a few years, it was like, that doesn't make sense. You can't have 10 teams doing that at the same time. You're not getting an advantage. But now with the extra wild card, I think we're getting more teams pushing forward. And if everybody's pushing forward, the move is to move back and retrench and do a drastic rebuild.
It feels like there is a new sabermetric or analytical way to look at the game that, you know, hey, 3 years ago, we weren't talking about launch angles at all, and 2 years ago, it's all we discussed, and now we're not discussing launch angles nearly as much as we did just a couple of years ago. Brian, what do you think is the new trend? I know you are always on the cutting edge of looking at new numbers to explain what's happening in baseball. What has your full attention this season and these days?
I tell you, thank you for the question. It's perfect. It's right off what I was saying. If the home runs are deflated so much to normalized levels, and I'm talking late 80s, early 90s, or mid 1950s, even 1961 levels, like when we had, Maris and Mantle, that was still like a normalized home run year. If that's happening, a team like the Cleveland Guardians can compete. Have you noticed what Cleveland has done this year? They have contact hitters. They have little guys. They have a superstar. They have Jose Ramirez. But they have Jose Ramirez, and they have a bunch of guys, Stephen Kwan, who get on base, hit for average, beat the shift. They're scrappy. They field. They gave contract extensions to guys like Miles Straw, who's a decent hitting but not good hitting, but tremendous defender in center field. They defend. They hit for contact. They beat the shift. They don't strike out. They play this small ball. And if home runs are normalized, they can compete, and it's worth it. If home runs start moving up, they start getting blown out by, the White Sox, teams that will just lumber around, be not nearly as sharp defensively or offensively, but they will overwhelm them with power. So I always keep my eye on that. Right now, if we have normalized baseball, you guys tell me. I've kind of liked the way games go this year. We've seen a lot of low run scoring, seen a lot of close games. I know singles are not up, but you still see more regular baseball, which is better baseball.
Real quick, because we've kept you far longer than we should have, I suspect. Not because we don't want to talk to you, but because
whenever you get Kenny Rogers on, Ray, you keep Kenny Rogers as long as he'll croon for you.
For close to a decade, the team that every other team wanted to copy was Tampa. Is that changing? And if so, what's the new model?
Well, it depends. I think it's still the model. It's just that their margin of error is very small. I thought when they lost Kevin Kiermaier and Mike Zunino in 1 week for the year, I thought they're done. They don't have the depth for this. They spend no money. They have no margin. Look, clearly the model is to be the Rays with $300 million of payroll, and that's the Dodgers. I thought, look, last year the Giants sprang up, and their model was we are maximizing performance. We have more coaches than everyone else. We have better matchups than everyone else. We're going to concentrate on the little things. We're going to maximize what we have, and everyone had to pay attention. It took a few months. I know I was doing the same thing, Ray. I was looking, saying, are these guys for real? And then I looked, every series they're kind of winning. Every week they're winning. Every month they've got the same record. So this is working, and it works, but it's still difficult to replicate, especially when you lose Buster Posey and you lose that production at catcher. But I think every idea that springs up, you wonder, does that work? The Yankees are trying something different this year. You saw they had to get away from kind of the cold, hard, sabermetric ball that they were playing, realizing, we're losing every year at a certain point to a certain team, and why? And it could be a different team. 1 year it's the Astros, the other year it's the Red Sox. We need more. We need fielding. We need grit. We need contact. We need better at-bats. We need a little fire. And Anthony Rizzo, Donaldson, Isaiah Kiner, Falefa do that. And they continue to do that, getting rid of Joey Gallo. So, everybody is watching what everybody else is doing. And I just mentioned a bunch of teams that are, worth looking at, like Cleveland, the Yankees, Dodgers, Giants. And, yes, still the Rays. What the Rays do is remarkable.
Have you ever seen anyone more unique than Shohei Ohtani?
No, there's never been anyone like him, including Babe Ruth. By the way, Babe Ruth never did both in the same, week or month. He was great for a stretch pitching, great for a stretch hitting, did that for essentially 2 years, and then became a full-time hitter. Nobody has done this. Nobody. And him doing it now is insane, where we're talking about these sophisticated matchup things that they do. How he does that is we'll look back and say this was the most remarkable athlete of any time, any era.
If he does end up in another city, would any general manager ever be so bold to remove his uniqueness to focus on a strength? And if you had to focus on just one side of the Ohtani equation, would you want him further developed as a slugger or a starter?
All right. Do you already know where I'm going with this? Because people hate this.
I don't.
I know people hate this. Have you watched? Have you seen me say this a few times or no?
No.
All right. I'd be so tempted if I'm going to invest in him. And I know people hate this, and I love having the new Babe Ruth. But if I'm investing, I don't know, what's it going to cost? $42 million a year, 7-year deal, 8-year deal?
At least.
If I'm investing that level of money, I might want him to just pitch. I'm not saying I'm right, but I'd say, what's my best chance of getting the production that I want from this guy? Watching him pitch this year, I'd switched. For last year, it was like, I need this guy to hit. This year, seeing him pitch, going, I really want to see him pitch. That game that he had in Kansas City last month, where he was in total command, I don't know, it was like Tom Seaver at his best. I think I'd want that guy to pitch. And I know it's crazy, he can slug 500, but I'd want him to focus and see how great he could be at one thing.
Now, no one would ever accuse you of being a teleprompter reader, but it feels like you get a production level of credit on MLB Now, and that is your baby. Tell us more about it.
Well, I love doing what I find fascinating. Today on MLB Now, and it's on, I guess 11 a.m. your time, Monday through Friday. Today I defended that Jason Hayward deal. Now that the Jason Hayward era is over in Chicago, yeah, it didn't work out. It worked out. They got a championship. He was there.
It was an adventure.
Yeah, and it was. But you look back at what he was at the time, and we were just starting to understand what the true value, quantifiably, of fielding and base running was. And Jason Hayward hit the free agent market when he was 26, the number one fielder in the game, and the top 5 base runner. And at the time, he was still an above-average hitter. So I thought it was a good deal at the time. I would still defend it. Could I have known that he was just never going to hit again? I don't think the Cubs could have known that, and I certainly didn't know it. But that's the type of thing we do on the show. Let's go back and really look at it and take a look at the rest of that 2015 free agent class. He was not the worst signing that year. There was like 6 or 7 that were worse.
You make baseball fans smarter. You make the sport more interesting. And again, 11 years already on MLB Network. Time flies.
It does. I enjoy it. Like, I love digging deep into baseball, right? Watching the trends and following and honoring the history, doing the Hall of Fame. To do baseball every day is fantastic. It's all I really want to do.
Thank you for doing it a little with us tonight, Brian. Really appreciate it.
All right. Always appreciate it. You too. Take care.
Brian Kenny. Not Kenny Mayne, not Kenny Rogers, not Kenny from South Park. Brian Kenny, MLB Network. Guy's sharp as a tack, man. He really is.
The most fascinating thing about what he said today is that for a guy who has always been painted as, well, he's a mega nerd, is that he suddenly has fallen in love with a baseball that is no longer the 3 true outcomes. Because the 3 true outcomes was basically the apogee of, analytics. This is it. These are the numbers that make the most sense. And as they became almost a cliche and then almost a strangulation point for the game itself, he seems to have pivoted away from them, at least to the extent that he believes that baseball is going to sort of recalibrate itself in the next few years to become a more action-based sport again.
I mean, it's always a pendulum swing, isn't it, in baseball?
But the thing about the analytics debate was that the people who believed in analytics believed in them as the only thing that baseball could be.
Sacrosanct.
And that the people who hated analytics thought that every new statistic was an affront to the dignity of all mankind. And that sort of the happy place in the middle had been abandoned by everybody. It's almost like American politics. And now baseball fans who work in the industry are realizing that you don't have to run away from the stuff that used to happen, because the stuff that used to happen is actually kind of interesting too. And maybe this will result in some of the stupid rules that Rob Manfred has blackjacked into creation can finally be abandoned, like, worrying about the shift. Like, who cares? The courtesy runner at second, then maybe baseball is heading back toward a more balanced way of doing things.
Comcast Business text line from Rob says, man, Kenny Loggins really knows baseball. Indeed he does. I remember when the biggest statistical argument that anyone had was, is it RBI when you're talking about multiple RBIs, or is it RBIs? You know, because no one says runs batted ins, so it should be, you know, he finished the year with 120 RBI, not 120 RBIs. And this, I used to do shows on this. Like, we used to do this for an hour. People would call in with, well, I tell you, my grandfather spoke fluent Major League Baseball, and he never called them 120 RBI. He always said RBIs, so I do too, and I'm comfortable with it. And then you'd have the lines really light up to tell that guy how much his grandfather really didn't know about baseball. These are the good old days. It's when Twitter was just on sports talk radio.
When you're arguing about dead relatives, you know you've got prime show meat.
You RBIs or RBI guy? I don't think I've ever noticed.
RBIs, but I mean, as RBIs became a less relevant statistic, you almost stopped bringing it up, period. I mean, it is
weird.
Who leads baseball in RBIs this year? Do you have any idea?
Man, I just saw this like a day or two ago. So, yeah, I mean, I did look at it. Oh, God. Will his name pop into my mind again? It's a Dodger, right?
I don't believe so.
No?
I believe the answer is Aaron Judge.
Okay. Who just hit his 44th home run, I believe, last night? Aaron Judge, well, that makes sense, right?
Judge has 98 RBI, Pete Alonso 95.
Okay, so I was...
But no,
maybe it was the blue uniforms that the Mets wear that made me think Dodgers, or maybe I just thought Mookie Betts because that's what he does. But I guess he's missed too many games to be the RBI.
Well, also he bats leadoff, so he's not driving in Gavin Lux all the time.
Right, but there's a lot of guys on, no matter where that lineup. And like now, if you're batting leadoff in a world with a DH, it changes things.
Yeah, but you're still going to have the guys who hit the least bat farthest down in the lineup. So. But no, but when people talk about Aaron Judge, and this is sort of the point I'm trying to make, is they don't bring up RBIs. They bring up homers. And they bring up, launch angle, and they, how fast did that ball leave the bat?
Well, you're not in control of the RBIs that you drive in because you're not in control of the at-bats in front of you.
Well, but that's my point, is that it's become discredited as a statistic to the point where people almost don't refer to it anymore. They might say, so-and-so had 7 RBIs today.
Right.
But it's not a counting stat the way it used to be.
Fans still like it, but if you're taking that into your arbitration case, good luck with it these days.
Yeah.
When we come on back, Ray, I got a little story for you that I know you're going to like because who doesn't enjoy a trademark squatter? It's the reason why the Washington football team are the Commanders and not something else, because people were sitting on a trademark squatting. I got a great trademark squatting story for you as we tip our cap and thank everyone for tuning in today here on 95.7 The Game. You can follow your favorite teams, your shows, and podcasts, everything you want by just downloading the RBI app, the Odyssey app. And I need to tell you that we're brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Get your booster shot today.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed and supersonic Wi-Fi.
from 6 to 9.
I can't believe I'm here right now, but a part of me really wants to see him in a preseason game or two before I make a definitive decision on Jimmy Garoppolo.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Joey Bart is a big piece to this.
Yeah.
He is a shining example of the farm.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
Jimmy's best attribute was the win-loss record, but when he made that mistake, Larry, and you thought it's over, they're going to stop the fight, he had resiliency and drove the team down.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Camilo Doval hitting 103 on the final pitch of that game. 103!
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So a couple of very interesting baseball games are coming up tonight. We got Giants at the Padres, the team that got a D in the trade deadline grading against the team that got an A+. The D won last night. Never mind. Angels in town with Shohei Ohtani on the bump at the A's tonight. They're going with Caprillion, so that should be a decent game. So get the clicker ready to go. There's baseball on both sides of the bridge to be paying attention to tonight. As I was saying, Ray, a trademark squatter has struck again. Now, we know that the Washington Commanders, I mean, it just sounds like the second or third choice, doesn't it? I mean, I think we're going to go with Red Tails or Red Wolves or Red Hawks or something before they had to settle on Commanders. And the reason why they settled on Commanders is because somebody, in advance of Washington's name change, filed trademark and patents on all of those options. So Commanders was available, and boom, that's who they are.
Yep.
Cheap as hell, as always. Right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Let's take the 19th best name because we don't want to pay somebody $15,000.
Well, it probably would have been a little bit more than that, but even $15 million to an NFL team isn't much. So, having said all that,
not for a guy who cheats his own partners.
No. In a story that sounds like it would make a great episode of The Office, NBC Universal says that they've attempted to register the name Dunder Mifflin. Now, do you know enough about The Office to know that that is the fictitious paper company in Scranton, Pennsylvania?
From the British show, too.
Dunder Mifflin, NBC Universal wants to print and make money off Dunder Mifflin pens and coffee mugs and shirts and T-shirts and all the stuff that you make money off of. Well, anyways, they were turned down because somebody hopped on it several years earlier. As a result, NBC Universal is now suing the company that has already registered